No. When am I making my speech? Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. It's time to start. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. It is time to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. It's time to start. Time to start. The seventh plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Not moving. Okay. Before proceeding to the general debate, the General Assembly will hear an introduction by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization, issued as document A/79/1 under agenda item 111 in accordance with resolution 51/241. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in a whirlwind. We are in an era of epic transformation, facing challenges unlike any we have ever seen, challenges that demand global solutions. Yet, geopolitical divisions keep deepening. The planet keeps heating. Wars rage with no clue how they will end. And nuclear posturing and new weapons cast a dark shadow. We are edging towards the unimaginable, a power keg that risks engulfing the world. Meanwhile, 2024 is the year that half of humanity goes to the poles, and half of humanity will be affected. I stand before you in this whirlwind, convinced of two overriding truths. First, the state of our world is unsustainable. We can't go on like this. And second, the challenges we face are solvable. But that requires us to make sure the mechanisms of international problem solving actually solve problems. The Summit of the Future was a first step, but we have a long way to go. And getting there requires confronting three major drivers of unsustainability. A world of impunity, where violations and abuses threaten the very foundation of international law and UN Charter. A world of inequality, where injustices and grievances threaten to undermine countries or even push them over the edge. And a world of uncertainty, where unmanaged global risks threaten our future in unknowable ways. These worlds of impunity, inequality, and uncertainty are connected and colliding. Excellencies, the level of impunity in the world is politically indefensible and morally intolerable. Today, a growing number of governments and others feel entitled to get out of jail free card. They can trample international law. They can violate the United Nations Charter. They can turn a blind eye to international human rights conventions or the decisions of international courts. They can thumb their nose at international humanitarian law. They can invade another country, lay waste to whole societies, or utterly disregard the welfare of their own people. And nothing will happen. We see this age of impunity everywhere, in the Middle East, in the heart of Europe, in the Horn of Africa, and beyond. The war in Ukraine is spreading with no signs of letting up. Civilians are paying the price in rising death tolls and shattered lives and communities. It is time for a just peace based on the UN Charter, on international law, and on UN resolutions. Meanwhile, Gaza is a non-stop nightmare that threatens to take the entire region with it. Look no further than Lebanon. We should all be alarmed by the escalation. Lebanon is at the brink. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the people of the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza. Let's be clear. Nothing can justify the abhorrent acts of terror committed by Hamas on October 7th or the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. The speed and scale of the speed and scale of the killing and destruction in Gaza are unlike anything in my years as Secretary General. More than 200 of our own staff have been killed, many with their families. And yet, the women and men of the United Nations continue to deliver humanitarian aid. And I know you join me in paying a special tribute to UNRWA and to all humanitarians in Gaza. The international community must mobilize for an immediate ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, and the beginning of an irreversible process towards a two-state solution. For those who go on undermining that goal with more settlements, more land grabs, more incitement, I ask, what is the alternative? How could the world accept a one state in which a large number of Palestinians would be included without any freedom, any rights, or dignity? In Sudan, a brutal power struggle has unleashed horrific violence, including widespread rape and sexual assaults. A humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding as famine spreads. Yet outside powers continue to interfere with no unified approach to finding peace. In the Sahel, the dramatic and rapid expansion of the terrorist threat requires a joint approach rooted in solidarity, but regional and international cooperation have broken down. From Myanmar to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Haiti, to Yemen and beyond, we continue to see appalling levels of violence and human suffering in the face of a chronic failure to find solutions. Meanwhile, our peacekeeping missions are too often operating in areas where simply there is no peace to keep. Instability in many places around the world is a byproduct of instability in power relations and geopolitical divides. For all its perils, the Cold War had rules. There were hotlines, red lines, and guardrails. It can feel as though we don't have that today, and nor do we have a unipolar world. We are moving to a multipolar world, but we are not yet there yet. We are in a purgatory of polarity. And in this purgatory, more and more countries are filling the spaces of geopolitical divides, doing whatever they want with no accountability. That is why it is more important than ever to reaffirm the Charter, to respect international law, to support and implement decisions of international courts, and to reinforce human rights in the world, anywhere and everywhere. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellences, ladies and gentlemen,
l'augmentation des inégalités
rising
est un
inequalities
deuxième
are a
facteur
second driver of
d'insoutenabilité et
unsustainability
une tâche sur
and
notre
a stain
conscience
on our
collective.
collective conscience.
L'inégalité n'est pas une question
Inequality
technique
is not a
ou
technical
bureaucratique.
or bureaucratic issue.
Au fond,
At
l'inégalité
its
est une
heart,
question de pouvoir,
inequality is a
aux
question
racines
of power
historiques.
with historic roots.
Les conflits,
Conflict,
les bouleversements climatiques
climate
et
upheaval,
la crise du coût
and
de
the
la
cost
vie
of living crisis
étendent ces racines
pushing those
historiques
roots
plus profondément
even deeper.
encore. Dans le même temps,
At the
le
same
monde
time,
peine
the
encore à
world
se
has not
relever
recovered
de la
from the
flambée des
surge in
inégalités
inequalities
engendrées par la
caused by
pandémie.
the pandemic.
Si l'on regarde les 75
Of the
pays
world's
les plus
poorest
pauvres du
75
monde,
countries,
un tiers d'entre eux
one-third
se trouvent
are worse off
aujourd'hui
today
dans une situation
than they
pire
were
qu'il y a 5 ans.
5 years ago.
Au cours de la même
During
période,
that same period,
les 5
the
hommes
5
les plus
richest
riches de
men
la
in the
planète
world
ont plus que
have
doublé
more than doubled
leur fortune.
their wealth.
Et 1% des habitants
And
de la
the top
planète
1% of people on
détiennent
Earth own
43% de l'ensemble
43%
des
of
avoirs
all
financiers
global
mondiaux.
financial assets.
Au niveau national,
At the
certains
national
gouvernements
level,
découplent
some
les
governments are
inégalités
supercharging
en
inequalities
accordant des cadeaux
by
fiscaux
doling out
massifs aux
massive
entreprises
tax
et aux
giveaways
ultra-riches,
to
au
corporations and the
détriment des
ultra-rich,
investissements dans la
while
santé,
shortchanging
l'éducation
investments in
et la
health,
protection sociale.
education and social protection.
Et personne n'est plus lésé que les femmes
No
et
one
les
is
filles du
being
monde
more
entier.
shortchanged than the world's women and
Excellences,
girls. Excellences,
la discrimination et les abus généralisés
rampant
fondés sur le
gender-based
genre
discrimination and
constituent
abuse
l'inégalité la
are
plus
the most
répandue dans
prevalent
toutes les
inequality
sociétés.
across all societies.
Chaque jour, il
Every
semble
day,
que nous soyons
it seems
confrontés à
that
de
we are
nouveaux cas
confronted by
révoltants
yet
de
more
féminicide,
sickening cases
de
of
violences fondées sur
femicide,
le genre et
gender-based
de viols
violence
collectifs
and mass rape,
en temps de paix
both in
comme en
peacetime
temps qu'arme de
and
guerre.
as a weapon of war.
Dans certains pays, les lois sont
In some
utilisées
countries,
pour menacer
laws
la
are being
santé
used
et les
to
droits
threaten
reproductifs.
reproductive health and rights.
Et en Afghanistan,
And in
les
Afghanistan,
lois sont utilisées pour
laws are being
entériner
used to
l'oppression
lock in the
systématique des
systematic
femmes
oppression
et
of
des
women
filles.
and girls.
Et je suis désolé de
And I
constater
am sorry to
que malgré
observe
des années de beaux
that
discours,
despite years of talk,
l'inégalité de genre
gender
se manifeste,
inequality
et je vous
is
demande
on
pardon
full
de le dire,
display.
elle se
Please
manifeste
forgive me,
aujourd'hui
it's on
encore
full
pleinement dans
display
cette enceinte.
in this hall as well.
Moins de 10%
Less than
des
10%
intervenants au débat
of speakers
général de cette
during this
semaine
week's
sont
general
des femmes.
debate are women.
C'est inacceptable,
This is
surtout
unacceptable,
quand on sait que
especially
l'égalité
when
entre
we
les
know
hommes
that
et
gender
les femmes
equality
contribue à la
delivers
paix,
for
au
peace,
développement
sustainable
durable, à
development,
l'action
climate
climatique
action,
et bien plus
and
encore.
much more.
C'est précisément
That is
C'est précisément pour
That is
cela
precisely
que
why
nous avons pris des
we
mesures
took
spécifiques
targeted
pour atteindre
measures
la
to
parité
achieve gender
homme-femme
parity
parmi les hauts responsables
among
de
the
l'Organisation
United
des Nations
Nations
Unies.
senior leadership.
Objectif qui est déjà complété.
This is a goal that we have already
C'est
achieved.
faisable.
It's doable.
J'exhorte les institutions
I call
politiques et
on
économiques du monde
male-dominated
dominées par les
political
hommes
and
à le
economic
faire aussi.
establishments around the world to do it as well.
Excellences,
Excellences,
les inégalités mondiales se
global
reflètent et se
inequalities
renforcent
are reflected
jusque dans
and
nos propres
reinforced
organisations
even in our
internationales.
own global
Le
institutions.
Conseil de sécurité
The
des
United
Nations
Nations
Unies
Security
a été
Council
conçu par les
was
vainqueurs de la
designed by
Seconde
the
Guerre
victors
mondiale.
of the Second World War.
À l'époque, la majeure
At the
partie du
time,
continent
most of
africain
the
était
African
encore sous
continent was still
domination
under
coloniale.
colonial domination.
À ce jour, l'Afrique
To this
n'a
day,
toujours aucun
Africa
siège
has no
permanent
permanent seat
au sein
on
de
the
la
world's
principale instance
preeminent
de paix du
Council
monde.
of Peace.
Un changement s'impose.
This must change.
Et il en va de même pour l'architecture financière
So must the
mondiale
global
mise
financial
en place
architecture
il y a
set
80
up
ans.
80 years ago.
Je félicite les dirigeants de la
I
Banque
commend the
mondiale et du
leaders
Fonds
of the
monétaire
World Bank and
international
the International
pour les
Monetary
mesures
Fund
importantes
for
qu'ils ont
taking
entreprises.
the important steps that they
Mais comme le
have.
souligne le Pacte
But,
pour
as the
l'avenir,
Pact for the
la
Future
lutte contre
emphasizes,
les inégalités
tackling
exige
inequalities
une
requires
accélération de la
accelerating
réforme
reform
de
of the
l'architecture
international
financière
financial
internationale.
architecture.
Au cours des 8 dernières
Over the past
décennies,
8 decades,
l'économie
the
mondiale
global
s'est
economy
développée et
has grown
transformée.
and transformed.
Et les institutions de
The
Bretton
Bretton
Woods
Woods
n'ont pas suivi le
institutions
rythme.
have not kept
Elles ne
pace.
sont plus en mesure de
They can no
fournir
longer
un filet de
provide a
sécurité
global
mondiale,
safety net
ni d'offrir aux pays en
or offer
développement
developing
le niveau de
countries the
soutien
level of
dont ils ont
support
tant
that
besoin.
they need.
Dans les pays les plus pauvres du monde,
In the world's
le coût
poorest
des intérêts
countries,
de
the
la
debt
dette
interest
dépasse en
payments
moyenne
now
le
cost
coût des
more on
investissements dans
average than
l'éducation,
investments in
la santé
education,
et les
health,
infrastructures
and
publiques
infrastructure
réunies.
combined.
Et à l'échelle du monde,
And around the
plus de
world,
80%
more than
des cibles des
80%
objectifs
of
de développement
Sustainable
durable
Development Goal
ne sont
targets
pas en bonne
are
voie.
off track.
Excelências,
Excellencies,
volver al camino
getting
correcto
back on track
requiere un
requires a
aumento de
surge of
financiamiento
financing
para la
for
Agenda
the 2030
2030 y
Agenda
el Acuerdo de
and the
París.
Paris Agreement.
Y eso implica que los
That
países del
means that
G20
G20 countries
lideren un
need
estímulo
to
para los
lead on an
objetivos de desarrollo
SDG
sostenible
stimulus
de 500 mil
of
millones de dólares
$500
al año.
billion a year.
Implica reformas
It means
para aumentar
reforms to
sustancialmente
substantially
la
increase
capacidad de
the lending
préstamo
capacity
de los
of
bancos
multilateral
multilaterales de
development
desarrollo
banks
y permitirles
and
ampliar
to enable them to
masivamente la
massively scale
financiación
up
asequible a largo
affordable
plazo
long-term
para el clima
climate
y el
and
desarrollo.
development finance.
Implica ampliar
It
la
means
financiación de
expanding
contingencia
contingency
mediante
financing
el reciclaje de
through
los derechos
recycling of
especiales
special
exigidos
drawing rights.
e implica promover
And
una
it means
reestructuración de la
promoting
deuda a largo
long-term
plazo.
debt restructuring.
Excelencias,
Excellencies,
no me hago ilusiones
I have no
sobre las
illusions
barreras
about the
a la reforma
obstacles
del
to
sistema
reform of the
multilateral.
multilateral system.
Los que tienen poder
Those
político
with
y
political and
económico
economic
o
power,
los que creen tenerlo,
or those who believe
son
they have that
siempre
power,
reacios al
are
cambio.
always reluctant to change.
pero el statu quo
But
ya está
the
agotando
status
su
quo
poder.
is already draining
Sin
their power.
reformas, la
Without
fragmentación
reform,
es
fragmentation
inevitable
is inevitable.
y las
And
instituciones
global
globales
institutions
perderán
will become
legitimidad,
less legitimate,
credibilidad
less credible,
y eficacia.
and less effective.
Excellencies, the third driver of our unsustainable world is uncertainty. The ground is shifting under our feet. Anxiety levels are off the charts, and young people in particular are counting on us and seeking solutions. Uncertainty is compounded by two existential threats: the climate crisis and the rapid advance of technology, in particular artificial intelligence. Excellencies, we are in a climate meltdown. Extreme temperatures, raging fires, droughts, and epic floods are not natural disasters. They are human disasters, increasingly fueled by fossil fuels. No country is spared. But the poorest and most vulnerable are hardest hit. Climate hazards are blowing a hole through the budgets of many African countries, costing up to 5% of GDP every year. And this is just the start. we are on course to careen past the global limit of a 1.5 degree temperature rise. But as the problem gets worse, solutions are getting better. Renewable prices are plummeting, rollout is accelerating, and lives are being transformed by affordable, accessible, clean energy. Renewables don't just generate power, they generate jobs, wealth, energy security, and a path out of poverty for millions. But developing countries cannot be plundered in that journey. Our panel on critical minerals has recommended fair and sustainable ways to meet global demand for these resources which are essential to the renewables revolution. Excellencies, a future without fossil fuel is certain. A fair and fast transition is not. That is in your hands. By next year, every country must produce an ambitious new national climate action plan or national determined contributions. And this must bring national energy strategies, sustainable development priorities, and climate ambitions together. They must align with 1.5 degree limit, cover the whole economy, and contribute to every one of the COP28 energy transition targets. An International Energy Agency report released today breaks this down. By 2035, on average, advanced economies must slash energy emissions 80% and the emerging markets 65%. The G20 is responsible for 80% of total emissions. They must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. But these must be done with a joint effort, pooling resources, scientific capacities, and proven and affordable technologies for all to be able to reach those targets. I'm honored to be working closely with President Lula of Brazil, who is both G20 chair and COP30 host, to secure maximum ambition, acceleration, and cooperation. We just met for that purpose. Finance is essential. COP29 is around the corner. It must deliver a significant new finance goal. And we also need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation finance promises. And we must finally flip the script on a crazy situation. We continue to reward polluters to wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. I call on G20 countries to shift money from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition, to put an effective price on carbon, and to implement new and innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding, transparent mechanisms. All by next year, and this taking into account that those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Polluters must pay. Excellencies, the rapid rise of new technologies poses another unpredictable existential risk. Artificial intelligence will change virtually everything we know, from work, education, and communication to culture and politics. We know AI is rapidly advancing, but where is it taking us? To more freedom or more conflict? To a more sustainable world or greater inequality? To being better informed or easier to manipulate? A handful of companies and even individuals have already amassed enormous power over the development of AI with little accountability or oversight for the moment. Without a global approach to its management, artificial intelligence could lead to artificial divisions across the board. A great fracture with two internets, two markets, two economies, with every country forced to pick a side and enormous consequences for all. The United Nations is the universal platform for dialogue and consensus. It is uniquely placed to promote cooperation on AI based on the values of the Charter and international law. The global debate happens here, or it does not happen. And I welcome important first steps. 2 resolutions in the General Assembly, the Global Digital Compact, and the recommendations of the high-level body on AI can lay the foundations for inclusive governance of AI. Let's move forward together to make AI a force for good. Excellencies, nothing lasts forever, but the feature of human life is that it appears otherwise. The current order always feels fixed until it is not. Across human history, we see empires rising and falling, old certainties crumbling, tectonic shifts in global affairs. Today, our course is unsustainable. It is in all our interests to manage the epic transformations underway, to choose the future we want, and to guide our world towards it. Many have said that the divisions and differences today are just too great, that it is impossible for us to come together for the common good. You proved that is not true. The Summit of the Future showed that with a spirit of dialogue and compromise, we can join forces to steer our world to a more sustainable path. It is not the end. It is the start of a journey, a compass in the whirlwind. Let's keep going. Let's move our world towards less impunity and more accountability, less inequality and more justice, less uncertainty and more opportunity. The people of the world are looking to us, and succeeding generations will look back on us. Let them find us on the side of the United Nations Charter, on the side of our shared values and principles, and on the right side of history. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegations from member states, observers, and esteemed guests. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you to this august hall for the general debate of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence here today of 9 of my predecessors, past presidents of the General Assembly. Although barely 2 weeks in the job, I can already appreciate the challenges they navigated through. The general debate remains one of the world's most inclusive, representative, and authoritative platforms for global reflection and collective action. This year, the urgency of our task cannot be overstated. We are falling behind in our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am informed that with just 5 years to go, less than 18% of the goals have been achieved. Also, the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here now, ravaging ecosystems and dismantling the livelihoods of entire communities. Conflicts rage from the Middle East to Ukraine, from Haiti to South Sudan, leaving in their wake death, destruction, and immense suffering. I call for an immediate ceasefire in all these conflict settings. For almost a year now, the people of Gaza and Israel have been caught in a spiraling cycle of conflict and retribution. I take this opportunity to call for an immediate ceasefire for the Hamas-Israel war, the unconditional release of hostages, and for all parties to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and work towards a just and lasting solution grounded in the United Nations Charter, relevant resolutions, and international law ensuring dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Indeed, only a two-state solution can end the cycle of violence and instability, ensuring peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, we should be coming together for peace and the well-being of our citizens. We should not divert essential resources into military stockpiles, fueling an arms race never before seen since the Cold War era. Nuclear weapons continue to be a threat to humanity and to our planet. A nuclear war must never be fought. Conditions for their use or accidental explosion must always be avoided. We call for urgent measures for the abolition of these tools of the annihilation of the human race and our environment. Old hatreds rooted in prejudice and ignorance persist, and new divisions arise where none should exist. In the recent past, mistrust among states has grown steadily, complicating prospects for peaceful settlement of interstate disputes. It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands. Trust and dialogue are integral parts of our human dignity and precondition for lasting peace and security. Excellencies, gender equality remains a distant goal as many women and girls around the world continue to be denied their basic rights, justice, and opportunities. Globally, we witness a troubling regression in the protection of human rights and human dignity. Millions remain trapped in poverty, their lives restricted by forces beyond their control. Forced labor and modern slavery, extending even to young boys and girls of school age, are an insult to human dignity. They must be combated in every society at all times. Excellencies, there is an urgent need to reform the international financial system as too many countries remain burdened by crippling debt, forced to choose between servicing loans and improving the lives of their citizens. Meanwhile, the digital divide continues to widen, cutting off entire populations from the tools needed to succeed in the 21st century. Excellencies, we are not mere spectators of these crises, nor are we powerless to act. Within this hall are the leaders and representatives of the world's nations, the very people with the authority and responsibility to shape the course of our shared future. At our disposal is one of the most powerful tools for positive change: international cooperation grounded in the undeniable truth that even the most powerful nation cannot solve these complex borderless challenges alone. This truth was reaffirmed through our efforts at the Summit of the Future and the consensus adoption of the Pact of the Future. The Pact of the Future charts a path forward, reinvigorating our multilateral institutions with renewed energy, focus, and clarity to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. Let us build on this momentum. Excellencies, a better world begins with unlocking the potential of we, the peoples of the world. Freedom and good governance ensure that no one, no individual, no community is left behind. In this endeavor, we must never overlook the challenges faced by the small island developing states, the landlocked developing states, the least developing countries, and the small states. It is incumbent on the United Nations to do more than just express solidarity. Specific programs responding to the unique situations in which these groups of states find themselves must be envisaged. This will be a priority of my presidency. Africa is one of the priorities of the United Nations. We must support Africa. The African Union's Agenda 2063 presents a bold and transformative vision for the continent. Africa currently has the youngest population in the world, and by 2063, 1 in 4 people will be African. The generation of resources for the well-being of these peoples has been much slower than the population growth. We must not let Africa's potential go unrealized. In fact, to truly unlock Africa's vast potential, we must actively cultivate global partnerships that align with the continent's aspirations and drive its success. In this endeavor, I look forward to working with member states of the United Nations this year on keeping Africa at the heart of our agenda. Excellencies, in this 79th session, I also want to prioritize multilingualism as a recognition of our world's cultural and linguistic richness. We understand that the multitude of languages, cultures, and perspectives should not be viewed as a source of division, but as a wellspring of strength. Excellencies, we anticipate a very successful high-level week. In addition to the recently concluded Summit of the Future and this ongoing general debate, several critical high-level events are expected to take place. These include the high-level event on microbial resistance, the high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise, and the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate and promote the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Throughout the 79th session, we will address the urgent issues of our time. While we may not agree on every issue, we all share the same fundamental goal: to build a better world for everyone, everywhere. Here today are representatives from 193 member states, each embodying our collective aspirations, each guided by a shared vision. The path ahead is difficult, fraught with obstacles that may at times seem insurmountable, but they are not impassable. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the collective will to overcome these challenges if we act together with courage and conviction. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely, that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muito bem. Meus cumprimentos
My
ao presidente da
greetings
Assembleia
to the
Geral,
President of the
Filemon
General
Yang.
Assembly, Mr.
E
Yang.
também quero saudar o
I'd like to greet
secretário
the Secretary General,
geral Antônio Guterres
Antonio
e
Guterres,
cada dos
and
chefes de
each
Estado e
of
de
the heads
governo
of state and
e delegados
government
e delegadas
and
aqui
delegates
presentes.
present.
Dirijo-me em particular
I'd like to address
a delegação
specifically to the
palestina
Palestinian
que integra pela
delegation who
primeira
is
vez
taking part
essa
in this
sessão de
opening
abertura,
session for the
mesmo
first
que ainda
time
na condição de membro
as an
observador.
observer member.
E quero saudar
I'd like
a
to
presença do presidente
also
Mahmoud Abbas aqui presente.
mention President
Senhoras
Abbas attending
e
this meeting.
Adotamos
Ladies and
ontem
gentlemen, the day
aqui
before
neste mesmo
yesterday,
plenário,
here in this
o
very
Pacto para o
plenary,
Futuro.
we adopted the Pact
Sua
for the
difícil
Future.
aprovação
Its difficult
demonstra o
approval shows
enfraquecimento
the
de nossa
weakening of
capacidade
our
coletiva de
collective
negociação e
capacity
de
for
diálogo.
negotiation and
Seu
dialogue.
alcance
Its
limitado
limited scope
também é a
is
expressão do
also an
paradoxo
expression
do
of the
nosso tempo.
paradox of our
Andamos em
time.
círculos
We walk
entre
around in
compromissos
circles
possíveis
between
levam
possible
a
commitments that
resultados
lead to
insuficientes.
insufficient results.
Nem mesmo
Not even
com a tragédia
with
da
the tragedy
Covid-19
of COVID-19
fomos capazes de
were
nos
we
unir em
able
torno de
to unite
tratado sobre
around a treaty
pandemias
on
na
pandemics at
Organização
the
Mundial
World
da
Health
Saúde.
Organization.
Precisamos ir
We need
muito
to go
além
much
e
further
dotar
and
a ONU
provide
dos
the
meios
UN
necessários
with
para
the
enfrentar as
necessary
mudanças
means to face the
vertiginosas do
dizzying
panorama
changes in the
internacional.
international panorama.
Vivemos momentos de
We are
crescentes
living in a
angústias,
time of growing
frustrações, tensões
anguish,
e medo.
frustration,
Testemunhamos a
tension, and
alarmante
fear.
escalada
We are
de disputas
witnessing an
geopolíticas
enormous
e de
escalation of
rivalidades
geopolitical
estratégicas.
disputes and strategic
2023
rivalries.
ostenta o
2023
triste recorde do
holds
maior
the
número de
sad record
conflitos
of the
desde a
highest
Segunda Guerra
number of
Mundial.
conflicts since
Os
World War
gastos
II.
militares globais
Global military
cresceram pelo
spending
9º
grew
ano
for the ninth
consecutivo e
consecutive
atingiram
year and
2
reached
trilhões e 400 bilhões de
$2.4
dólares.
trillion.
Mais de 90 bilhões de
Over
dólares
$90 billion
foram mobilizados
have
com
been
arsenais
mobilized with
nucleares.
nuclear arsenals.
Esses recursos
These
poderiam ter sido
resources
utilizados
could have
para
been used
combater
to
a fome
finance the
e
the
enfrentar
fight
a
against
mudança do
hunger and climate
O que
change.
se vê
What
é
we
o
are
aumento
seeing
das
is an
capacidades
increase in
bélicas.
military
O uso da
capabilities.
força,
The use of
sem
force,
amparo no direito
not
internacional,
supported by
está se
international
tornando
law,
a
is
regra.
becoming the rule.
Presenciamos dois
We are
conflitos simultâneos
witnessing
com
two
potencial de
simultaneous
se tornarem
conflicts with the
confronto
potential to become
generalizado.
widespread
Na Ucrânia,
conflagrations.
é com pesar
In
que
Ukraine,
vemos a
with
guerra se
regret,
estender
we are
sem
seeing the war
perspectiva de paz.
extending without any
O Brasil
prospect of peace.
condenou de maneira
Brazil
firme a
has
invasão do
firmly
território
condemned the invasion
ucraniano.
of the Ukrainian
Já está claro
territory. It
que
is
nenhuma
already
das
clear
partes
that
conseguirá
neither
atingir
side will
todos
be
os
able
seus
to
objetivos
achieve all
pela
their
via
objectives
militar.
through military
O
means.
recurso a armamento
The use
cada vez mais destrutivo
of increasingly
traz à memória
destructive
os
weapons
tempos mais
brings to the
sombrios do
mind
confronto
the
estéril
darkest days of
da
this
Guerra Fria.
sterile Cold
Criar
War
condições
confrontation.
para a
Creating
retomada do
conditions for
diálogo
resuming
direto entre
direct
as
dialogue
partes é
between the
crucial
parties
nesse momento.
is crucial at
Esta
this time.
é a mensagem do
This is a
entendimento
message
de 6
of the
pontos
6
que China e
points of
Brasil
understanding
oferecem
that
para
China
que se
and
instale
Brazil offer
processo de
for a
diálogo
process
e o
of
fim
dialogue
da
to be established
hostilidade.
and for the
Em Gaza
hostilities
e na
to end.
Cisjordânia,
In Gaza
assistimos a
and the
uma das
West
maiores
Bank, we are
crises
witnessing one
humanitárias
of
da
the
história
greatest
recente
humanitarian
e
crises
que
in
agora
recent
se
history,
expande
which is now
perigosamente para o
spreading
Líbano.
dangerously to
O que
Lebanon.
começou como ação
What
terrorista
began
de
as a
fanáticos
terrorist
contra civis
action by
israelenses
fanatics
inocentes
against
tornou-se uma
innocent
punição
Israeli
coletiva
civilians
de
has
todo
become a
o
collective
povo
punishment
palestino.
for the entire
São mais
Palestinian
de
people.
40 mil vítimas
There
fatais,
have been over
em sua maioria
40,000 fatal
mulheres e
victims,
crianças.
mostly women and
O direito de
children.
defesa
The right to
transformou-se
defense
no
has
direito de
become the right to
vingança, que
vengeance,
impede
which
acordo
prevents
para a
an
liberação de
agreement for the
reféns
release of
e adia o
hostages
cessar-fogo.
and postpones the ceasefire.
Conflitos esquecidos no
Forgotten
Sudão e no Iêmen
conflicts in Sudan
impõem
and Yemen
sofrimento atroz
are causing
a quase 30
excruciating
milhões
suffering
de
to
pessoas.
nearly 30 million
Este ano,
people. This
o
year,
número dos que
the number
necessitam
of
de ajuda
people in need
humanitária no
of
mundo
humanitarian aid in
chegará
the
a
world will reach
300 milhões de
300
pessoas.
million.
Em tempos de
In
crescente
times of
polarização,
increasing
expressões
polarization,
como
expressions
desglobalização
such as
se tornaram
deglobalization and
corriqueiras.
decoupling
Mas
have
é
become
impossível
commonplace, but it is
desplanetizar
impossible
nossa
to
vida em comum.
deplanetize our
Estamos
life together.
condenados à
We're doomed to climate
interdependência
change,
da mudança climática.
interdependence.
O planeta
The
já não
planet is no
espera
longer
para cobrar da
waiting to
próxima
demand
geração
payment for
e
the next
está
generation
farto de
and
acordos
is fed up with
climáticos que não são
unfulfilled
cumpridos.
climate agreements.
Está cansado
It's
de
tired
meta de redução
of
de emissão
neglected
de
carbon
carbono
reduction
negligenciadas do auxílio
and
financeiro
financial aid to
aos
poor
países
countries that
pobres
does
que nunca
not
chega.
arrive.
O negacionismo
Denialism
sucumbe
succumbs
ante as
to
evidências
evidence
do
of
aquecimento
global
global.
warming.
2024 caminha para ser o
is
ano
on track
mais
to be the
quente da
hottest
história
year
moderna.
in modern history.
Furacões no Caribe,
Hurricanes in the
tufões na
Caribbean,
Ásia, seca e
typhoons
inundações
in
na
Asia,
África e
droughts and
chuvas
floods in
torrenciais na
Africa,
Europa
torrential
deixam
rains in
rastro
Europe
de
leave
morte e
a
de
trail
destruição.
of death and
No
destruction.
sul do Brasil,
In the south of
tivemos
Brazil,
a maior
we had
enchente
the
desde
biggest flood since
1941.
1941.
A Amazônia
The
está
Amazon
atravessando a
is
pior estiagem
experiencing the
em
worst drought
45
in
anos.
45 years.
Incêndios florestais se
The
alastraram
forest
pelo país
fires have
e
spread
já
across the
devoraram
country and have
5
already
milhões de
devoured
hectares
5 million
apenas no mês de
hectares
agosto.
in August alone.
O meu governo
My
não
government
terceiriza a
does not
responsabilidade
outsource
e nem abdica da
responsibilities,
sua
nor does
soberania.
it
Já
advocate
fizemos
its
muito,
sovereignty.
mas
We have done
sabemos que
already
é
a lot,
preciso fazer
but we
muito
know
mais.
that much
Além de
more needs
enfrentar
to
o
be
desafio
done.
da
In
crise
addition to
climática,
facing the
lutamos
challenge of
contra
climate
quem
crisis, we're
lucra
fighting
com a
against
degradação
those who profit
ambiental.
with environmental
Não
degradation.
transigiremos
We
com
will not
litígios
tolerate
ambientais, com
environmental
o garimpe
crimes,
legal e
illegal
com o crime
mining, and
organizado.
organized crime.
Reduzimos o
We reduced
desmatamento
the
na Amazônia
deforestation
em
in the Amazon by
50% no último ano
50% in the
e vamos
last year,
erradicá-lo
and we will
até
eradicate
2030.
it by 2030.
Não é mais
It
admissível
is no
pensar em
longer
soluções para as
acceptable to think
florestas
about solutions for
tropicais
tropical
sem ouvir os
forests
povos
without
indígenas,
listening to the
comunidades
indigenous peoples,
tradicionais e
traditional
todos aqueles
communities,
que vivem
and all
nelas.
those that live in them.
Nossa visão de
Our
desenvolvimento
sustainable
sustentável
development
está
vision is
alicerçada
based
no
on the
potencial da
potential of the
bioeconomia. O
bioeconomy.
Brasil sediará a
Brazil will
COP30 em
host COP30 in
2025,
2025,
convicto de que
convinced that
o multilateralismo é o único
multilateralism is the only
caminho
way
para
to
superar a urgência
overcome the
climática.
climate emergency.
Nossa contribuição
Our
nacionalmente
nationally
determinada,
determined
o
contribution, NDC, will be
NDC,
presented
será apresentada
later
ainda
this
este ano,
year,
em linha
in line
com
with
o
the goal
objetivo
of
de
limiting
limitar
the
o aumento
increase
da
of the
temperatura do
planet's
planeta
temperature
a 1,5
to
grau.
1.5 degrees.
O Brasil
Brazil
desponta como celeiro
stands
de
out as a
oportunidade
source
neste
of
mundo
opportunities in this
revolucionado pela
world,
transição energética.
revolutionized by energy
Somos hoje
transition.
um dos países
Today,
com a matriz
we are one of
energética
the countries
mais
with the
limpa do mundo.
cleanest energy
90%
mix.
da nossa
90%
eletricidade
of our
provém de
electricity
fontes
comes from
renováveis, como a
renewable
biomassa,
sources,
a
such as
hidrelétrica, a
biomass,
solar e a
hydroelectrical
eólica.
power, solar power, and wind
Fizemos
power.
opção pelos
We made the choice for
biocombustíveis há
biofuels
50 anos,
50 years
muito
ago,
antes que a
long
discussão
before
sobre
the
energias
discussion about
alternativas
alternative
ganhasse
energies
tração.
gained traction.
Estamos na vanguarda
We are
em outros
the
nichos
forefront
importantes,
of other
como o da
important
produção
niches,
do hidrogênio
such as
verde.
green hydrogen
É hora
production. It is
de enfrentar
time
o
to
debate
face the
sobre o
debate
ritmo lento da
about the slow
descarbonização
pace
do
of the
planeta
planet's
e trabalhar por
decarbonization
uma
and
economia
work for an
menos
economy
dependente de
less
combustíveis
reliant on
fósseis.
fossil fuels.
Senhor presidente,
Mr. President,
na América Latina,
Latin America
vive-se desde
has been
2014
experienced since
uma segunda década perdida.
a second
O
lost
crescimento
decade
médio da
since
região nesse
2014.
período
The region's
foi de
average
apenas
growth during this period was
0,9%,
only just
metade do
0.9%,
verificado na
less
década
than half
perdida
of
de
what was seen in the
1980.
lost decade of the
Essa
80s.
combinação
This
de
combination
baixo
of
crescimento
low growth
e altos
and
níveis de
high levels of
desigualdade
inequality
resulta em efeitos
results in
nefastos
harmful effects
sobre a
on the
paisagem
political
política.
landscape.
Tragada por disputas
Engulfed
muitas
by
vezes alheias à
disputes
região,
often unrelated to
nossa
the
vocação
region,
de
our
cooperação e
vocation
entendimento
for
se
cooperation and
fragiliza.
understanding has been
É
weakened.
injustificável
It is
manter
unjustified
Cuba em uma
keeping
lista
Cuba
unilateral
on a
de estados que
unilateral list of
supostamente
states that
promovem
allegedly
terrorismo
promote
e impor
terrorism.
medidas coercitivas unilaterais que
And
penalizam
also
indevidamente
that this is
as populações
undue,
mais
this
vulneráveis.
this
No
reaches the most
Haiti,
vulnerable
é inadiável
countries.
conjugar
In
ações
Haiti,
para
it's urgent to
restaurar
combine
a ordem
actions to
pública
restore public
e promover o
order
desenvolvimento.
and promote
No
development.
Brasil,
In
a
Brazil,
defesa da democracia
defending
implica ação
democracy
permanente
implies in permanent
anti-investidas
action against
extremistas,
extremist,
messiânicas e
messianic and
totalitárias
totalitarian
que espalham
attacks,
ódio,
which
a
spread
intolerância
hatred,
e o ressentimento.
intolerance and resentment.
Brasileiras e brasileiros
It was
continuarão
on
a
its behalf
derrotar
that Brazilians
os que tentam
defeated
solapar as
dictators
instituições e
and
colocá-las a
tyrants
serviço de
who
interesses
tried to
nacionais.
undermine institutions and
A
put them at the
democracia
service of
precisa
reactionary
responder
interests.
às legítimas aspirações
Democracy
dos
needs
que
to
não aceitam
respond
mais
to
a
the
fome,
legitimate
a
aspiration of those
desigualdade,
who no longer
o
accept
desemprego
hunger,
e a
inequality,
violência.
unemployment,
No
and
mundo
violence. In a
globalizado, não
globalized
faz
world,
sentido
it makes
recorrer a
no
falsos
sense
patriotas
to
e
resort to false
isolacionistas.
patriots
Tampouco
and
a esperança
isolationists,
no recurso
nor
a
is there
experiências
open resorting
ultraliberais
to
que
ultra-liberal
apenas agravam
experiments that
as
only worsen the
dificuldades
difficulties
de um
of
continente
an impoverished
depauperado. O
continent.
futuro
The future
de
of
nossa
our
região
region
passa, sobretudo,
depends, above
por
all,
construir um
on
Estado
building a
sustentável,
sustainable,
eficiente,
efficient, and
inclusivo e
inclusive
que
state
enfrente todas
that
as formas
tackles
de
all forms of
discriminação,
discrimination.
que não se intimida ante indivíduos,
A future which is
corporação
not
ou
intimidated
plataformas
by
digitais
individuals,
que se
corporations, or
julgam
digital
acima da
platforms
lei.
that consider
A
themselves above
liberdade
the law.
é a primeira
Freedom is
vítima
the first
de um mundo
victim
sem
of a
regras.
world with no rules.
Elementos essenciais da
Essential
soberania
elements of
incluem o direito de
sovereignty
legislar, julgar
includes
disputas e
the
fazer
right to
cumprir as
prescribe
regras
laws,
dentro de seu território,
adjudicate disputes and
incluindo
enforce
o ambiente
rules
digital.
within one's
O
territory,
Estado que
including the
estamos
digital
construindo
environment. The
é
state we are
sensível
building is
às
sensitive to
necessidades
the
dos mais
needs of the most
vulneráveis, sem
vulnerable
abdicar
without
de
giving up
fundamentos
sound
macroeconômicos sadios.
macroeconomic foundations.
A falsa
The
oposição
false opposition
entre o
between
Estado e
state and
mercado
market
foi abandonada
was
pelas
abandoned
nações
by
desenvolvidas
developed
que voltaram a
nations
praticar
which
políticas
returned to
industriais
practice
ativas e
an
fortes,
active
e
industrial
forte
policies
regulação
and strong
da economia
regulation of the
doméstica.
domestic economy.
Na área de negligência
In
da
the area of
inteligência
artificial
artificial,
intelligence,
vivenciamos a
we are
consolidação de
experiencing the
assimetrias que
consolidation of
levam ao
asymmetries that
verdadeiro
lead to a true
oligopólio do
knowledge
saber. Avança a
oligopoly.
concentração
The
sem precedentes
unprecedented
na mão de pequeno
concentration in the
número
hands
de
of a small
pessoas
number
e
of
de
people and
empresas
companies
sediadas em número ainda
based
menor de
in an
países.
even smaller number of
Interessa-nos
countries is
uma
advancing.
inteligência
We are
artificial
interested in
emancipadora, que também tem a
emancipatory
cara do
artificial
sul
intelligence,
global
which
e que
also has the face
fortaleça a
of the global
diversidade
south
cultural,
and which
que
strengthens
respeita os
cultural
direitos
diversity,
humanos,
that
proteja
respects
dados
human
pessoais
rights,
e
protects
promova a
personal data
integridade
and promotes
da
information
informação. E,
integrity.
sobretudo,
And
que
above
seja
all,
ferramenta
that it will
para a
be a
paz,
tool for
não para a
peace,
guerra.
not for war.
Necessitamos de uma governança
We need an
intergovernamental da
intergovernment
inteligência
governance of
artificial,
artificial
em que
intelligence,
todos os
in which
estados
all
tenham
states
acesso.
have a seat.
Senhor presidente,
Mr. President,
as condições para acesso a
conditions for
recursos financeiros
accessing financial
seguem proibitivas
resources
para a
remain
maioria dos países de
prohibitive
renda baixa
for
e
most
média.
low and
O
middle income
fardo da
countries.
dívida limita o
The
espaço
debt
fiscal
burden limits
para
fiscal
investir em
room
saúde
to
e
invest in
educação,
health and
reduzir
education,
as desigualdades
reduce
e
inequalities,
enfrentar a
and
mudança do
address
clima.
climate change.
Países da
African
África tomam
countries
empréstimo a
borrow
taxas
at
até
rates
8
up
vezes
to
maiores
8 times
que a
higher
Alemanha
than Germany
e 4
and
vezes
4
maior do que
times
os
higher
Estados
than the
Unidos.
United States.
É um plano Marshall
It's a
às
Marshall
avessas,
Plan in
em que os
reverse,
mais pobres
in which the
financiam
poorest
os mais
finance
ricos.
the richest.
Sem maior
Without
participação
greater
dos países em
participation
desenvolvimento
of the
na
developing
direção
countries
do FMI
in the
e do
management
Banco
of the
Mundial,
IMF and the World
não
Bank, there
haverá
will be no
mudança
effective
efetiva.
change.
Enquanto os objetivos
While
do
the Sustainable
desenvolvimento
Development
sustentável
Goals
ficam para trás,
lag
as
behind,
150
the
maiores
world's
empresas do mundo
150
obtiveram
largest
juntas
companies
um
had
lucro de
collectively made
trilhão
up
e
to
800 bilhões de dólares nos
trillion
últimos 2
dollars
anos.
in profits over
A
the
fortuna
last 2
dos 5
years. The
principais
fortunes of the
bilionários
top
mais
5
que dobrou
billionaires
desde o
have
início
more
dessa
than
década,
doubled since the
ao
start of
passo
this decade,
que
while
60% da
60% of
humanidade
humanity
ficou
has
mais
become
pobre.
poor.
Os super ricos
The super rich
pagam
pay
proporcionalmente
proportionally
muito menos
much
impostos
less
do que a
tax
classe
than the
trabalhadora.
working class.
Para corrigir essa
remedy
anomalia,
this anomaly,
o Brasil tem insistido
Brazil
na
has
cooperação
insisted on
internacional
international
para
cooperation to
desenvolver
develop
padrões mínimos de
minimum
tributação
global
global.
taxation
Os
standards.
dados divulgados há 2
The
meses
data
pela
released
FAO
by
sobre o
FAO 2
estado
months
da
ago on
insegurança
the state
alimentar
of
no
food
mundo
insecurity in the
são
world is
estarrecedores.
shocking.
O número de
The number
pessoas
of people
passando
going
fome ao redor do
hungry
planeta
around the world
aumentou em
has
mais de
increased by more than
152 milhões
152
desde
million since
2019.
2019.
Isso significa
This
que
means
9%
that
da
9%
população
of the
mundial,
world's population, 733
milhões de
million
pessoas,
people, are
estão subnutridas.
undernourished.
O problema é
The
especialmente
problem
grave
is
na
severely
África e na
severe in
Ásia,
Africa
mas ele
and
também
Asia, but it
persiste
also
em partes
persists
da
in
América
parts of
Latina.
Latin America.
Mulheres e
Women
meninas
and
são as
girls
maiores,
make up the majority
são as vítimas maiores de pessoas em situação
of
de
people
fome no
facing
mundo.
hunger in the world.
Pandemias,
Pandemics,
conflitos
armed
armados,
conflicts,
eventos
climate
climáticos e
events,
subsídios
and
agrícolas
agricultural
dos países
subsidies from
ricos
rich countries
ampliam
are
o alcance
increasing
desse
the scope
flagelo.
of this scourge.
Mas a fome
But
não é
hunger
resultado
is not
apenas de
just the
fatores
result of
externos.
external factors.
Ela decorre
It arises
sobretudo
above
de
all
escolhas
from
políticas.
political
Hoje,
choices.
o
Today,
mundo produz
the world
alimentos mais
produces
do que
more than enough
suficiente para
food to
erradicar.
eradicate
O
it.
que falta
What is
é criar
missing is
condições
for
de acesso
conditions
aos
to be
alimentos.
created so that food
Esse
may be
é o
affordable.
compromisso mais
This is
urgente
my
do meu
government's
governo.
most urgent
Acabar com
commitment.
a fome no
End
Brasil,
hunger in
como
Brazil
fizemos em
as we did in
2014.
2014.
Só em
In
2023,
23
retiramos
alone,
24
we
milhões e
lifted
400
24
mil
million and
pessoas da
400,000
condição
people
de
out of a
insegurança
condition of
alimentar
severe
severa.
food insecurity.
Aliança
The
Global
Global Alliance
contra a fome e a
Against Hunger
pobreza,
and
que
Poverty,
lançaremos
which we
no
will
Rio
launch
de
in
Janeiro,
Rio
em
de Janeiro
novembro,
in November,
nasce dessa vontade
was born
política
from this
e
political
desse
will
espírito
and
de
this spirit of
solidariedade. Ela será
solidarity.
dos
It will be
principais
one of the main
resultados da
results
presidência
of
brasileira
the
do
Brazilian
G20
G20
e está
chairmanship
aberta
and
a
is
todos
open
os
to the
países do
world.
mundo. Todos os que queiram
Anyone
se
who
somar a
wants
esse
to
esforço
join this
coletivo
collective effort
serão muito
is
bem-vindos.
welcome.
Senhor presidente,
Mr. President,
senhoras
ladies
e
and gentlemen,
senhores, prestes a completar
about to
80
turn
anos,
80,
a
the
Carta
United
das
Nations
Nações
Charter
Unidas nunca
has
passou por
never
uma reforma
undergone
urgente.
comprehensive reform.
Apenas
Only
4 emendas foram
4
aprovadas,
amendments
todas
were
elas
passed,
entre
all of them
1965
between
e
1965 and
1973.
1973.
A versão atual
The
da
Charter's
Carta não
current
trata de
version
alguns dos
fails
desafios
to address
mais
some of
prementes
humanity's
da
most
humanidade.
pressing
Na
challenges.
fundação da ONU,
When the UN was
éramos
founded, we
51
were
países.
51 countries.
Hoje,
We are
somos
now
193.
193
Várias
countries.
nações,
Several
principalmente no
countries,
continente
mainly on the
africano,
African continent,
estavam sob o domínio
were under
colonial e
colonial
não tiveram
rule
voz sobre
when the
seus
UN was
objetivos
founded and
e
had no
funcionamento.
say over its
E
goals
não
and functioning.
existe equilíbrio
There
de
is
gênero no
no
exercício
gender balance
das
in the
mais
highest
altas
positions.
funções. O cargo
The
de
position of
secretário-geral
Secretary-General
jamais
has never
foi
been
ocupado
held
por
by
uma
a
mulher.
woman.
Estamos chegando
We are approaching
ao final do
the
primeiro
end
quarto
of
do
the
século
first quarter of the
XXI,
21st
com as
century,
Nações
with the
Unidas cada
United
vez mais
Nations increasingly
esvaziadas
empty
e
and
paralisadas.
paralyzed.
É hora de
It is
reagir
time
com
to
vigor
react
a essa
vigorously
situação,
to this situation,
restituindo à
restoring to the
organização
organization
as
the
prerrogativas que
prerogatives
decorrem
that
da
derive
sua
from its
condição
status as a
de fórum
universal
universal.
forum.
Não bastam ajustes
One-off
pontuais.
adjustments are not enough.
Precisamos
We need
contemplar
to
uma
think
ampla
about
revisão da Carta.
review and revising
Sua
the
reforma
Charter
deve
comprehensively. The
compreender
reform
os
should include the
seguintes
following goals.
A transformação do Conselho
Transforming the
Econômico
Economic
e
and
Social
Social Council
no principal
into the
fórum
main
para o
forum
tratamento
for
do
dealing with
desenvolvimento
sustainable
sustentável
development
e do combate à
and the
mudança
fight against
climática
climate
com
change
capacidade
with a real
real
capacity
de inspirar
to
as
inspire
instituições
financial
financeiras.
institutions.
A revitalização do papel
Revitalizing
da
the role
Assembleia
of the General
Geral,
Assembly,
inclusive em temas de
including
paz
in
e
matters
segurança
of international
internacionais.
peace and
O
security.
fortalecimento
Strengthening
da
of
Comissão de
the Peace
Consolidação da
Building
Paz.
Commission.
A reforma do Conselho de
Reform of the
Segurança
Security Council,
com foco em sua
focusing on
composição,
its composition,
método de
working
trabalho,
methods, and
direito de
veto
veto,
powers
de modo a
in order to
torná-la
make it
mais
more
eficaz e
effective and
representativa das
representative
realidades
of
contemporâneas.
contemporary
A
realities.
exclusão da
Excluding
América
Latin
Latina e da África de
America
assentos
and Africa from
permanentes
the
no
permanent
Conselho de
seats of the
Segurança é
Security
eco
Council is
inaceitável
an
de práticas
unacceptable
de
echo of
dominação
domination
do passado
practices from the
colonial.
colonial
Vamos
past.
promover essa discussão
I have-
de forma transparente.
Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way.
Vamos promover essa
Let's
discussão de
promote
forma
this
transparente,
discussion in a
em
transparent
consulta no
way,
G77,
in
no
consultation
G20,
with the
nos
G77,
BRICS,
the G20,
na
the
CELAC,
BRICS,
no CARICOM
in
e
the
tantos
CARICOM,
outros
at
espaços
the
que
UE,
existem
and any
para
other
discutir.
spaces that exist.
Não tem ilusões
I
sobre a
have no illusions
complexidade de
about
uma
the
reforma
complexity
como
of a
essa,
reform
que
like
enfrentará
this,
interesses
which will face
cristalizados de
crystallized interest
manutenção do
in
status
maintaining
quo.
the status quo.
Exigirá
It will
enorme esforço
require
de
enormous
negociação,
negotiation
mas essa
effort.
é a nossa
But that is our
responsabilidade.
responsibility.
Não podemos
We
esperar
cannot wait
por outra
for
tragédia
another
mundial,
world
como a
tragedy
Segunda
like
Grande
the
Guerra,
World
para
War
só
II
então
to
construir
only
sobre
then
seus
build
escombros
a
uma
new
nova
governance
governança
on its
global.
rubbles.
A vontade da
The
maioria
will
pode
of the majority
persuadir
can
os que
persuade
se apegam às
those
expressões
who
cruas
cling
dos
to the
mecanismos
raw
de poder.
expression of the
Neste
mechanisms of
plenário,
power.
ecoam as aspirações
The
de toda a
humanities
humanidade.
aspirations equal in
Aqui,
this plenary.
travamos os
Here,
grandes debates do mundo.
engage in the world's
Neste
big
fórum,
debates. In this
buscamos
forum,
as
we look
respostas
for
para os
answers
problemas
to
que
the
afligem o
problems
planeta.
inflicted on the
Recai
world.
sobre a Assembleia Geral,
It is up
expressão
to the
maior
General
do
Assembly, the
multilateralismo.
biggest expression of
A missão de
multilateralism, the mission
pavimentar
to pave
o
the way
caminho
for
para
the
o futuro.
future.
Muito obrigado
Thank you
e boa
very
sorte.
much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil,
So they're checking a few things before he's here. But I think they're checking a few things. I don't know. Just driving another minute.
Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple, without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, the climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, "where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page in the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those who are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history, where the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution was supposed to stand for. And so, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, in maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, in protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, during the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. Full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where the world where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together, we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart. Stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people. End this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to their digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. Our UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer two questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen, digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, in the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw in Uganda LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We've seen citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future, from Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972. Every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done." My fellow leaders, there's nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Senhoras e senhores, retomam seus assentos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That's disorderly. Okay. The meeting is resumed. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan, değerli
Mr. President,
devlet ve hükümet
dear
başkanları,
heads of states and
Sayın
governments,
Genel Sekreter,
Mr. Secretary General,
kıymetli delegeler,
distinguished delegates,
sizleri şahsım,
on behalf of myself,
ülkem
my
ve
country,
milletim
and
adına
my nation,
en kalbi
I greet
duygularımla,
you with my most
saygıyla
heartfelt
selamlıyorum.
feelings and respect.
Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'na
I'm
bugün
honored to
bir
have
kez
the
daha
opportunity
seslenme
to
fırsatı
address the
bulmaktan
United Nations General
büyük bir
Assembly
bahtiyarlık
once
duyuyorum.
again today.
79.
Well, I
Genel
hope that
Kurul'un
the
ülkelerimiz
79th General
ve
Assembly
tüm
will be
insanlık
a
için
blessing for
hayırlara
our
vesile
countries
olmasını
and for
temenni ediyorum.
the entire humanity.
Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan
I would like to
Sayın
congratulate
Francis'i
Mr.
tebrik
Francis
ediyor.
on the completion
Bu
of
görevi
his term
devralan
as President of the
Sayın
General
Young'a
Assembly
başarılar
and wish
diliyorum.
success to Mr. Young
Uzun
as he takes
mücadeleler
over.
neticesinde dost ve kardeş Filistin'in
I would like
temsilcisini
to express
üye
here our
ülkeler
pleasure to see the
arasında hak ettiği
representative of
yerde
our friend and
görmekten
brother
duyduğumuz
Palestine in
memnuniyeti
his rightful place
burada
among the member
ifade
states
etmek
as a
istiyorum.
result of long struggles.
Atılan bu tarihi adımın
I hope that this
Filistin'in
historic step
Birleşmiş
will be
Milletler
the
üyeliğine
final
giden
turning
yolda
point on the road
artık son dönemeç olmasını
leading to Palestine's
temenni ediyorum.
membership to the United
Filistin'i
Nations.
tanımayan diğer devletleri de
The international
bu çok
community
kritik
and all
dönemde
of us in the human
tarihin
family
doğru
must
tarafında yer
fulfill
alarak
our obligation to
Filistin
the
devletini
Palestinian
bir an
people
evvel tanımaya
without further
davet
ado
ediyorum.
that haven't done
Kıymetli
already.
delegeler,
Distinguished guests,
buradaki dostlarımın çoğunun ekranlarda
I
seyrettiği
know
krizleri
there are
biz
certain
an ve an
crises that
yaşıyor
you're monitoring
ve
on TV,
yönetmeye
and those are the
çalışıyoruz.
crises that we are going through
Dolayısıyla
every day, and we're
bugün
trying to manage them.
sizlere
That's why
gerilimlerin
today
uzağında değil,
I'm not
tam kalbinde yer
talking
alan bir ülkenin lideri olarak
representing a country that
sesleniyorum.
is situated far away from tensions, but
Birileri
instead
rahatsız
that is
olsa da,
found at the very
birileri
heart
şahsımızı yine hedef alacak
tension and
olsa da,
Some
bugün
people
burada
will be
insanlığın
critical of
ortak
us, but
kürsüsünde
despite that fact, today,
insanlık adına
on the common
bazı
rostrum
gerçekleri
of the
açık
human
açık
race, we will speak of the
konuşmak
truth
arzusundayım.
frankly and openly.
Bakınız, şu an
Right
çatısı
now,
altında bulunduğumuz Birleşmiş
the
Milletler,
United Nations, under the
milyonlarca
roof of which
insanın
we are
hayatını
found today,
kaybettiği İkinci Dünya Savaşı sonrasında
were established in the aftermath of the
uluslararası
Second
barışı
World War,
ve
in which millions of
güvenliği
people have lost their
korumak
lives to
amacıyla
maintain
kuruldu.
international peace and security.
Birleşmiş Milletler'in kuruluşuyla
With the
birlikte
establishment of the United
küresel
Nations,
istikrara,
expectations for
huzura
global
ve
stability,
adalete
peace
dair
and justice
beklentiler
were reborn,
yeniden yeşermiş, barış
and
umutları
hopes for
yeniden
peace were
filizlenmişti.
sprouted again.
Ancak
To put it bluntly,
üzülerek görüyoruz ki son
unfortunately,
yıllarda
in the
Birleşmiş Milletler
last
kuruluş
few years,
misyonunu ifa
the
etmekte
United Nations
yetersiz
has
kalıyor,
failed to fulfill its
giderek
founding mission
işlevsiz,
and has
hantal
gradually
ve
become
atıl
a
bir
dysfunctional
yapıya dönüşüyor.
structure.
Dünya beşten
The
büyük
world
bir
is bigger
şiarının
than five is
temsil
my
ettiği
motto,
değerlere
it's my credo.
bugünlerde
And
daha
this credo
fazla
represents our
ihtiyaç
common
duyuyoruz.
values and we need those values more than ever in
Uluslararası
this
barış
day
ve
and age.
güvenliğin imtiyazlı 5 ülkenin keyfine bırakılmayacak
International
kadar önemli
Justice
olduğuna
cannot be left in the
şahitlik
will
ediyoruz.
of five privileged
Bunun
member
en
states
dramatik
of the
örneği
Security Council. And the
Gazze'de
most dramatic example to that
353
is
gündür devam eden
the war,
katliamdır.
the massacre that has been going
7
on in Gaza
Ekim'den
for the
beri
last 350
aralıksız
days.
süren
And since
İsrail
October 7,
saldırılarında
41,000
41 bini
Palestinians have
aşkın
been killed in
Filistinli
the
hayatını
continuous
kaybetti.
Israeli attacks.
Çoğu çocuk ve kadın,
41,000 lives,
41 bin can,
41,000 people,
41 bin
mostly
insan
children
hem
and
de
women,
acımasız bir şekilde
were ruthlessly
hayattan koparıldı.
taken away.
Yine çoğu çocuk
And
10 binden
no
fazla
one knows where
Gazze'nin
more than
nerede
10,000
olduğunu
people are, most
kimse
of which
bilmiyor.
are children.
Aynı şekilde
And likewise,
100 bine yakın insan
100,000
yaralandı,
people were
sakat
injured,
kaldı.
maimed, or they
Zor
lost their
şartlar
limbs.
altında görevini yapmaya çalışan
172
172
journalists were
gazeteci
killed while trying to do
öldürüldü.
their job under very difficult
Hayat kurtarmak için
circumstances.
çalışan
And more than
500'e
500
aşkın
medics
sağlık
have been
görevlisi
killed while they were
öldürüldü.
trying to save lives.
Açlıkla, susuzlukla
Humanitarian
boğuşan
aid workers
Gazze
and
halkının
United Nations
imdadına
personnel
koşan
who came to the
insani
rescue of the
yardım
people of
görevlileri,
Gaza who were struggling with
210'dan
hunger
fazla
and
Birleşmiş
thirst
Milletler
were killed.
personeli
More than
öldürüldü.
215 United Nations
Savaşta
personnel.
dahi dokunulmaması gereken
They hit marketplaces,
820
tents,
camiyi,
and camps
3
where the
kiliseyi
refugees were sheltered.
vurdular.
They hit 820 mosques
Onlarca
and 3
hastaneyi,
churches that shouldn't have been
yüzlerce
touched
okulu,
even in war.
hasta
And they
taşıyan
deliberately hit dozens
130'dan
of
fazla
hospitals,
ambulansı
hundreds of
vurdular.
schools, more than 130
Birleşmiş Milletler
ambulances carrying
kürsüsünden
patients.
Birleşmiş Milletler şartını
They
parçalayarak
shredded the charter
bir
of
de
the United
utanmadan
Nations from the
tüm
rostrum of the
dünyaya,
United Nations and
vicdan
shamelessly
sahibi tüm
challenged the whole
insanlara
world who
işte
are
buradan,
people of conscience
bu kürsüden
from this very rostrum.
meydan okudular.
They challenged them.
Dostlarım,
My friends,
İsrail'in temerküz kampına çevirdiği
leaked
hapishanelerinde
images from Israel's prisons,
sızan
which it
görüntüler
has turned into
nasıl bir
concentration camps,
zulümle
clearly
karşı
show
karşıya
what kind
olduğumuzu
of
çok net
barbarianism
biçimde
we are facing.
gösteriyor. İsrail'in saldırıları sonucunda
As a result of
Gazze,
Israeli attacks,
dünyanın en
Gaza
büyük çocuk
has become the
ve
world's
kadın
largest
mezarlığı haline
cemetery for
gelmiş.
women and children.
17 binden fazla çocuk
More than
İsrail'in
17,000
kurşunlarının,
children were targeted
bombalarının
by
hedefi
Israeli
oldu.
bullets and bombs.
Hint Recep
Hind Recep
sadece
was only
6 yaşındaydı.
6 years old.
Yakınlarıyla güvenli
He
bir
and
yer
his family were
ararken
seeking safety
araçları
when their car
İsrail
was
güçleri
hit
tarafından
by
vuruldu.
Israeli forces.
Dayısı,
He lost
yengesi,
everything. He lost his
kuzenleri,
mother, father,
herkes
siblings,
ölmüş.
cousins.
Sadece
He lost all
o
the hopes
hayatta kalmış.
he had packed.
Tam 12 gün
And
boyunca
only he survived. He
çaresizce
waited desperately for
kurtarılmayı
rescue
bekledi.
for 12 days.
beni almaya gelecek misiniz?
Will you come to take me?
Korkuyorum
I'm fearful.
diyerek bir yardım elinin 12 gün
Was
boyunca
waiting for a
kendisine
helping hand to
uzanmasını
reach out
bekledi.
to him for
Dünyamızın
12
geldiği
days.
seviyeye
Despite
elimizin
the level
altındaki
of our world has
teknolojiye
reached,
rağmen
despite the technology
çatısı
at our
altında
disposal,
binlerce personel
despite
çalıştıran
our organizations
devasa
with huge
bütçeli
budgets,
kuruluşlarımıza
employing
rağmen
tens of thousands of
8
personnel,
milyarlık
as a human
insanlık
family
ailesi
of
olarak
8 billion
henüz
inhabitants,
6
haven't yet
yaşındaki bir
managed
kız
to
çocuğunu
rescue a 6-year-old
gözlerimizin
girl,
önünde çırpınan yaralı bir serçeyi
which is actually like
maalesef
an injured
kurtaramadık.
sparrow trapped under the rubble
Bir lokma
that
kuru
was shaking
ekmek,
before our eyes.
bir yudum su,
Hundreds
bir
of Gazan
tas
children
çorba
died
bulamadığı için
and are
bugüne
still
kadar
dying because they cannot
yüzlerce
find a
Gazze'li
morsel of
çocuk
dry
öldü,
bread, a sip of
halen
water,
de
and
ölüyor.
a bowl of soup.
Gazze'de sadece çocuklar
In
değil,
Gaza, not
aynı
only children
zamanda
are dying,
Birleşmiş
but
Milletler
also
sistemi
the
ölüyor.
United Nations system.
Hakikat ölüyor. Batı'nın
The
savunduğunu iddia
values that the
ettiği
West claims
değerler
to
ölüyor.
defend are dying. The truth is
İnsanlığın
dying. The
daha
hopes of
adil bir
humanity
dünyada
to live in a
yaşama
more just
umutları
world
tek tek
are
ölüyor.
dying one by one.
Buradan açık açık
I am
soruyorum.
asking you bluntly here.
Ey insan
Openly,
hakları
frankly.
örgütleri,
I call out to you,
Gazze'dekiler,
oh human rights
Batı
organizations.
Şeria'dakiler,
Are those in Gaza
İnsan değil
and the
mi?
West Bank not human beings?
Filistin'deki
Do
çocukların
children in
okuma,
Palestine have no
yaşama,
rights?
sokakta oynama hakkı yok mu?
Can't they play out on the
Ey
streets
uluslararası
in their
basın
homeland
kuruluşları,
safely? And calling out to the
İsrail'in
international press
canlı yayında
organizations.
katlettiği
Aren't the
ofislerini
journalists
bastığı
murdered by
gazeteciler,
Israel
sizin
on live TV your colleagues
meslektaşınız
whose
değil mi?
offices were actually raided as
Ey
well?
Birleşmiş Milletler
I
Güvenlik
call out to
Konseyi,
United Nations Security
Gazze
Council.
soykırımının
What
önüne
are you
geçmek,
waiting for to prevent the
zulme,
genocide in
bu
Gaza,
barbarlığa
to put
dur
a
demek
stop
için
to this
daha
cruelty,
neyi
this
bekliyorsunuz?
barbarianism?
Filistin halkıyla birlikte
What are you waiting
kendi
for
vatandaşlarının
to stop
canını
Netanyahu
tehlikeye atan
and his network,
siyasi ikbali için tüm bölgeyi savaşa
Who's
sürükleyen
endangering the
katliam
lives of the
şebekesini
Palestinian
durdurmak
people,
için
which is a
daha
part
neyi
of a mass
bekliyorsunuz?
murder network? And what are you still waiting for to stop them? Putting to danger their own people and the entire region for political gain.
Ey İsrail'e kayıtsız,
I would like to
şartsız
call
destek
out to
verenler,
the countries
bu katliamı
supporting Israel
seyretmenin,
in
bu
an unconditional
vahşete
manner.
ortak olmanın utancını daha ne kadar
How long are you
taşıyacaksınız?
going to be able to carry the shame
Kıymetli
of
dostlarım,
witnessing this massacre?
Gazze'de,
Dear friends,
Ramallah'ta,
while children are
Lübnan'da
dying in Gaza,
çocuklar
in
ölürken,
Ramallah, in
bebekler
Lebanon, while
küvezde
babies are
can
dying
verirken,
in incubators,
maalesef
unfortunately,
uluslararası
the
toplumda
international
çok
community
kötü bir sınav
has
vermiştir.
given a very bad
Filistin'de
test
yaşananlar,
and failed
bakınız, çok
in a
büyük
big
bir
way.
ahlaki
What's happening in
çöküşün
Palestine, look,
göstergesidir.
is a sign of a great
Bütün
moral
dünya
collapse.
halklarının, ülke liderlerinin,
I
uluslararası
believe that the
kuruluşların
peoples of the world,
bu
the
acı
leaders of
tablo
countries
üzerinde
and international
düşünmesi gerektiğine
organizations should reflect
inanıyorum.
on this painful picture,
Burada bir gerçeği
upon
de
this painful
açık ve
landscape.
net
And I would like to
söylemek
state
istiyorum.
very clearly
İsrail
and
yönetimi
loudly here,
temel insan
the
haklarını
Israeli
içe
government,
sayarak
disregarding basic
bir
human
millete,
rights,
bir
trampling
halka
on
karşı
international law
etnik
at every
temizlik,
opportunity,
apaçık bir
is practicing
soykırım
ethnic
uygulamakta,
cleansing, a clear genocide
topraklarını
against a
adım
nation,
adım
a people,
işgal
and
etmektedir.
occupying their lands step
Özgürlüğü,
by step.
bağımsızlığı, en temel
Palestinians
hakları gasp
whose
edilen
freedom, independence,
Filistinliler
and
ise
most basic rights
son
have been
derece haklı bir
usurped
biçimde
are
bu
rightfully
işgale,
exercising their
bu etnik
legitimate
temizlik
rights of
faaliyetlerine
resistance
karşı
against this
meşru
occupation and
direniş
ethnic
haklarını
cleansing.
kullanmaktadır. Filistin halkının
The just
topraklarını
resistance of the
işgal
Palestinian
edenlere
people
karşı
against the occupiers of
sergilediği
their land
haklı direniş
is too noble.
gayrimeşru gösterilemeyecek
It's
kadar
honorable
asildir,
and legitimate
onurludur,
to be called
kahramancadır.
illegitimate.
Buradan
It's heroic and it's noble.
Buradan bir kez daha canları pahasına vatanlarını savunan Filistinli kardeşlerimi
The
yürekten
only reason for
selamlıyorum.
Israel's aggression against the Palestinian people is the unconditional support of group of countries.
İsrail'in
And I would like to
Filistin halkına
wave
yönelik
at my
saldırganlığının
brothers and
tek
sisters
nedeni
at the legitimate
bir avuç
resistance in
ülkenin
Palestine.
İsrail'e olan
As I've said
kayıtsız
before, the
şartsız
support of a group of
desteğidir.
countries for Israel is the
İsrail
reason why
üzerinde
this aggression is still
etki
going
sahibi
on.
ülkeler
Countries
tavşana
that
kaç,
have a say over
tazıya
Israel
tut
are openly
politikasıyla
complicit in this
bu
massacre
katliama açıkça
with a policy
ortak
of
oluyor.
run for the hare
Sahne
and catch the
önünde
hound.
güya ateşkes için
Those
uğraşanlar
who are supposedly working
arka
for a
planda
ceasefire in front of the
katliamlarını
stage continue
sürdürebilmesi
to send
için
arms and
İsrail'e
ammunition to Israel
silah ve
so that it
mühimmat
can continue
göndermeye
its massacres
devam ediyor.
in the background.
Bu tutarsızlık
This
ve
inconsistency
samimiyetsizliktir.
and This is
Bakınız.
insincerity.
Mayıs ayından beri gidip gelen bir kağıt var.
There's a paper that has been going around
Hamas
back and forth since
ateşkes
May.
teklifini kabul
Hamas
ettiğini
has repeatedly declared
defalarca
its
ilan etti.
acceptance of the
Ama
ceasefire
İsrail
offer.
hükümeti
But the Israeli
işi
government
sürekli
has
yokuşa
made it
sürerek,
very clear that this is the
sürekli bir
party
bahane
that
bularak
doesn't want peace by
ateşkese en
constantly
yakın
dragging its
olduğunu,
feet, making a settlement of the
özellikle
dispute much more
müzakere
difficult,
ettiği
almost
muhatabını
impossible.
kalleşçe
Constantly finding an
öldürerek
excuse and
barışı
sneakily
istemeyen
killing
taraf
its
olduğunu
negotiating partner
çok
at the
net
time
biçimde
when it was
gösterdi.
closest to a ceasefire.
İsrail'in oyalama ve
Israel's
aldatma
stalling
hamlelerine
and deception
daha
should
fazla
not be
prim
given any more credit.
verilmemelidir. 2735
In the
sayılı
absence of the implementation
2735 sayılı
in the
Birleşmiş
absence of the
Milletler
implementation of
Güvenlik
UN
Konseyi
Security Council
kararının
Resolution number
uygulanmadığı bir ortamda
2735,
İsrail'e
coercive
yönelik
measures against
zorlayıcı
Israel
tedbirler
should be put
gündeme
on the
alınmalıdır.
agenda.
İsrail'in tutumu
Israel's
bir
behavior
kez daha
has once again
göstermiştir ki
demonstrated that
uluslararası
it is
toplumun
imperative for the
Filistinli
international
sivillere
community
yönelik
to
bir
develop
koruma
a protection
mekanizması
mechanism for
geliştirmesi
Palestinian
zaruridir.
civilians.
Bundan 70 sene önce
70 years ago,
nasıl Hitler
just as Hitler
insanlığın ittifakıyla
was stopped by
durdurulmuşsa
an alliance of humanity,
Netanyahu ve
Netanyahu
cinayet
and his
şebekesi
murder
de
network must
insanlığın
be
ittifakıyla
stopped by an
durdurulmalıdır.
alliance of humanity.
Genel kurulun
We believe that the
1950
General
tarihli
Assembly's authority
barış
to
için birlik
recommend the use of
kararında
force, as in
mevcut
the
olduğu
1950
gibi
resolution on
kuvvet
unity for
kullanma
peace,
tavsiyesinde
should
bulunma
be
yetkisinin
considered
bu süreçte
in this
mutlaka
process
değerlendirilmesi
during this
gerektiğine
time.
inanıyoruz. Acil
An
ve
immediate
kalıcı
and a
ateşkes
permanent
sağlanmalı.
ceasefire must be established.
Rehine
Hostages
mahkum
and
takası
prisoners must be
gerçekleştirilmeli.
exchanged.
İnsani
And
yardımlar
humanitarian aid
engelsiz
must be delivered
ve
to
kesintisiz
Gaza
olarak
unhindered
Gazze'ye
and uninterrupted.
ulaştırılmalıdır. Bilhassa
It's very,
şartların
very
iyice
important
kötüleşeceği kış mevsiminden
that
önce
we extend a helping
çok
hand
zor
to the
koşullar
people of
altında
Gaza, especially
hayatta
before the
kalmaya
winter
çalışan
season, when
Gazze
conditions on the
halkına
ground will become
yardım
even more
eli
challenging.
uzatmamız şarttır. Bakınız
Look,
şu an
right now,
Gazze'deki su kaynaklarının
70% of the water
%70'i
supplies and
fırınların
75% of the
%75'i
bakeries in
tahrip
Gaza
edildi.
have been destroyed.
Sağlık merkezlerinin %95'i
95% of
kısmen
health centers were
veya
partially
tamamen
or completely
zarar
damaged.
gördü. 150 bin konut tamamen,
150,000 houses were
200 bin
completely
konut
destroyed.
kısmen yıkıldı.
200,000 houses were
80 bin
partially
konut
destroyed. And
oturulamaz hale
80,000
geldi.
houses become
Çocuk felci,
uninhabitable.
hepatit başta
Infectious
olmak
diseases
üzere
such as polio and
bulaşıcı hastalıklar
hepatitis are
giderek
on the rise.
artıyor. Gazze halkı
The people of
ihtiyacı
Gaza
olan
receive
yardım
only a quarter
miktarının
of the aid they
1/4
urgently
birine
need.
ancak ulaşabiliyor.
That's what they
Türkiye
have
olarak
access to.
İlk günden
And as
itibaren
Turkey,
Filistinli
we
kardeşlerimize
have been
yönelik
providing humanitarian
insani
aid
yardım
to our brothers and
faaliyetlerimizi
sisters
sürdürdük, sürdürüyoruz.
in Palestine, and we
60
will
bin
keep
tonu
on
aşan
doing that.
yardım miktarıyla Türkiye Gazze'ye en fazla yardım
With more
gönderen
than 60,000
ülke
tons of
konumunda.
aid, Turkey is the
Aynı
country
şekilde
sending the largest amount of aid
İsrail'le
to
olan
Gaza.
ticari işlemleri
Likewise, by
durdurarak
halting commercial
bu
transactions
konudaki
with Israel, we
hassasiyetimizi
have demonstrated
ortaya
our
koyduk.
stance on this issue.
İsrail'in son günlerde
Now,
saldırılarını artırdığı Lübnan
during
halkının
the last
ve
couple of weeks,
hükümetinin de
attacks by
yanındayız.
Israel have been
Artık hepimiz
increased in Lebanon, and we
gerçeği-
are by the side of Lebanese people and the Lebanese government.
Şu gerçeği görebiliyoruz.
We can see this truth for what it
41
is.
bin insanı katledenler,
Those who murdered
talimatı
41,000
verenden
people
tetiğini
cannot
çekene,
rest until
bombayı
those who gave
bırakana
the
kadar
orders, pulled the trigger,
işledikleri suçların
and dropped the
hesabını
bombs are
vermeden
held accountable
vicdanlar
for their
rahata
crimes. We will
kavuşamaz.
not heave a sigh of relief.
Yıkılan,
Our conscience
yok
will not
edilen,
go silent.
enkaza çevrilen şehirlerde oluşan
The bill for the
milyarlarca
billions of
dolarlık
dollars
hasarın
of damage
faturası
caused in the cities that have been
faillerden
destroyed, rent
mutlaka
and reduced to
tazmin
rubble
edilmelidir
must and will
ve
be
edilecektir.
compensated by the perpetrators.
İsrail'in işlediği suçların cezasız
support
kalmaması
the
için
case brought
Güney
by the
Afrika
Republic of
Cumhuriyeti
South
tarafından
Africa at the International
Uluslararası
Court of
Adalet
Justice
Divanı'nda
to ensure that
açılan
Israel's
davayı
crimes do not go
destekliyoruz.
unpunished.
Müdahillik başvurusunda
We will take
bulunduğumuz bu
every step
davada
necessary for justice to be
adaletin
served
tecelli
in the
etmesi
case
için
for which we have
gereken
applied
her
as an
türlü adımı
intervener
atacağız.
or as a party.
Nablus'ta barışçıl bir protesto eylemi sırasında
We will fight for the
İsrail
blood
askerleri
of
tarafından
Ayşenur Ezgi,
başından
who was
vurulan
shot in the head and
Ayşenur
murdered by
Ezgi
Israeli
Eygi
soldiers
kızımızın da
during a peaceful
kanının
protest
yerde kalmaması
in
için
Nablus.
her türlü hukuki
And we
mücadeleyi
will fight
veriyoruz,
in all legal
vereceğiz.
remedies, and we will keep on doing that.
Gazze'de ateşkes
While a
acil
ceasefire
ihtiyaç
in
olsa
Gaza
da
is urgently
asıl
needed,
sorun
the underlying
Filistin
problem in
topraklarının
the
İsrail
Israeli-Palestinian
tarafından
conflict is the
işgal
Israeli
edilmesidir.
occupation of Palestinian
1967
territories.
sınırları temelinde
Based on the
başkenti
1967
Doğu
borders,
Kudüs
an
olan
independent,
bağımsız,
sovereign, and
egemen
geographically integrated
ve coğrafi
Palestinian
bütünlüğü
state
haiz
with East
bir
Jerusalem
Filistin
as its
devletinin
capital
vücut bulması
must come
artık
into being.
daha fazla
This cannot
ertelenemez.
be delayed any longer.
İlk kıblemiz
I
Mescid-i
would
Aksa'ya
like it to be known
ve
that we are
Harem-i
closely
Şerif'e
following
yönelik artan
Israel's increasing
saldırıları
attacks
da
on our first
yakından
Qibla,
takip
Al-Aqsa
ettiğimizin
Mosque and
bilinmesini
Haram al-Sharif.
isterim. Tüm bunları söylerken Tayyip Erdoğan olarak
I would
bu
like to
kürsüde
state once
hamasetin
again
diliyle
on this podium as
konuşmuyorum.
Tayyip Erdoğan once again
Burada
that I'm not
tarihimden,
using a language of
ecdadımın vicdanlı,
politics.
adaletli duruşundan aldığım cesaretle konuşuyorum. Çünkü
I
biz
am encouraged
tarih
by
boyunca
our ancestors who
daima
have always stood
mazlumun
by the side
yanında,
of the victims
zalimin
honorably and
ve
nobly.
zulmün
We are a
karşısında
nation that has been
olmuş
on the side of the
bir
oppressed
milletiz.
and against the oppressors and oppression throughout history. We are such a nation.
Bundan 500 yıl
We
önce
welcomed
Engizisyon'dan kaçan
Jews
Musevilere de,
fleeing the Inquisition
Hitler'in
500
toplama
years ago,
kamplarından kaçan
and Jews
Yahudilere
fleeing
de
Hitler's concentration camps. We opened
bizim
our arms
ülke ve
wide.
millet olarak
We, as a
açık
country
söylüyorum,
and a nation,
İsrail
I'll be
halkına
very clear
yönelik
to say that
herhangi
we have
bir
no
düşmanlığımız
animosity
yok.
or hostility towards the people of
Müslümanların
Israel.
sırf inançlarından dolayı
We oppose
hedef alınmasına
anti-Semitism in the same way
nasıl
we
karşıysak,
oppose the targeting of Muslims
antisemitizme de
just
aynı şekilde
because of their faith.
karşıyız. Sorunumuz
Our problem
İsrail
is
hükümetinin
with the
katliam
massacre policies
politikalarıyla.
of the Israeli government.
Sorunumuz tıpkı 5
Our
asır
problem
önce olduğu
is
gibi
with the
yine
oppressor and the
zalimle
oppression,
ve
just as it
zulümle.
was 5 centuries
Şunu
ago.
herkes bilsin ki
Everybody
biz
should know about this.
hakkı haykırmaktan
We will always speak of
çekinmeyiz.
the truth and speak
Birileri
of what's
rahatsız
right and
olsa
what's
da
fair. Even if
doğruları
some people will be
söylemekten
uncomfortable, we will
korkmayız.
continue to shout
İnşallah
out the
sonuna
truth
kadar
and stand by the
haklının
righteous
yanında durmaya,
and boldly say
doğru
that we
bildiklerimizi
will speak of
acı
what
da
we know
olsa
is right, even though
söylemeye
it will hurt
devam
some people.
edeceğiz. Buradan
From here,
inanç, ülke,
I would like to
dil,
thank all
din
the
ayrımı
courageous
yapmadan
people who show
Filistin
solidarity
halkıyla
with the Palestinian
dayanışma
people
sergileyen,
without discrimination
hemen
of
her hafta
faith, country,
sokakları
language,
doldurarak
or religion,
Gazze'deki
and who
katliam
take to the
karşısında
streets almost
sesini
every week to
yükselten
raise their
tüm
voices against the
yürekli
massacres
insanlara,
in Gaza.
özellikle
I would like
üniversiteli
to
gençlere
especially
teşekkür
thank
ediyorum.
the university students
Kıymetli delegeler,
and the youth.
İhtilafın
Distinguished
14.
delegates,
yılında
unfortunately, in the
Suriye'de
14th year of the
maalesef
conflict,
istikrardan
Syria is
hala
still far
uzaktır.
from stability.
Terör ve bölücü
The
örgütlerin
economic and humanitarian
pençesindeki
situation in
ülkede
the country, in the grip
ekonomik
of
ve
terrorism
insani durum
and separatist
vehametini
organizations
koruyor.
remains dire.
22-54
On
sayılı
the basis of UN
Birleşmiş
Security
Milletler
Council Resolution
Güvenlik Konseyi kararı
2254,
temelinde
we hope
siyasi
to advance
sürecin
the political
ilerletilmesini
process
ve
and
milli
achieve
uzlaşının
national
sağlanmasını
reconciliation.
temenni ediyoruz. Gerçekçi bir diyalogtan
We are
yana olan
determined to
tutumumuzu
sincerely pursue our position
samimiyetle
in favor of a
sürdürme
realistic
kararlılığındayız.
dialogue.
Komşumuz Irak,
We are very sincere in
terörle
that regard.
mücadelesini
Our
sürdürürken
neighbor Iraq,
kalkınma,
while continuing its fight
yeniden
against
imar
terrorism,
ve
is
bölgesiyle
taking decisive
yeniden
steps towards
bütünleşme
development,
yolunda
reconstruction,
kararlı
and
adımlar atıyor.
reintegration with its
Uluslararası
region.
toplum Irak'ın bu
And the international
gayretlerine
community must
destek
support
vermeli.
Iraq's efforts.
kalkınma yolu projesi gibi
In this
tüm
context,
bölgeye
it is important
fayda
to
sağlayacak
implement
girişimlerin
initiatives such as the
hayata
Development Road
geçirilmesi
Project,
bu
which will
bağlamda
benefit the entire
çok ama
region on a
çok
win-win
önemlidir.
basis.
Tüm bu çabaların başarısı
The success of all
PKK
these efforts
başta olmak
depend
üzere
on the complete
Irak'taki
elimination
terör
of the terrorist
tehdidinin
threat in
bertaraf
Iraq, in
edilmesine bağlı.
particular the PKK.
Bir diğer komşumuz İran'la kapsamlı
We are
ortak eylem planını
strengthening
canlandırma
our
yolunda adımlar
Common action
atılmasının
plan with another
bölgede
neighbor of
güven
ours, Iran,
ve
in the
istikrar
region in
ortamının
order to establish
tesisine
stability and
katkı
peace.
sağlayacağına inanıyorum.
It's going to contribute
Ukrayna'daki
tremendously to our
savaş
efforts.
3. yılını bitirirken
war in Ukraine
adil ve kalıcı bir barışın tesisinden
has been going
hala
on for 3
uzaktayız.
years, and we are still away from
Silahlanma yarışı
establishing a
hızlandıkça
permanent peace and stability.
diplomasinin alanı
As the
giderek
arms race
daralıyor.
accelerates, the space for diplomacy
Savaşın
is shrinking.
Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğü
It's
ve
very
egemenliği
important
temelinde diplomasi ve
that
diyalogla
diplomacy and
sona
dialogue
erdirilmesine
will
yönelik çabalara
ensure
olan
territorial
desteğimizi
integrity and
daha da
sovereignty of Ukraine,
artıracağız.
and our support for those
Yine bu
endeavors
süreçte
of Turkey will continue
Montreux
even
Boğazlar
strongly.
Sözleşmesi'ni
And again, during this
titizlikle
process,
uygulamaya
we are
devam
determined
edeceğiz.
to implement the
Azerbaycan
Montreux Convention on
ve
the Straits.
Ermenistan arasındaki barış sürecini destekliyor.
We will rigorously
Çalışmaların
implement the
en
Montreux
kısa
Convention.
sürede
We support the peace
müjdeli
process between
haberlerle
Azerbaijan and
neticelenmesini
Armenia and hope that this
temenni
process will
ediyoruz.
be concluded as soon as possible
Türkiye,
with good news.
Ermenistan kulvarında da karşılıklı
We support
olumlu adımlar
continued
atıyoruz.
high-level contacts between the two
Azerbaycan,
countries.
Ermenistan barış sürecinde
And we are focusing on
kaydedilebilecek
dialogue.
gelişmeler, Türkiye, Ermenistan
Turkey
normalleşme
and
sürecine de
Armenia.
olumlu
We are
yansıyacak.
also taking positive steps
Değerli
on
dostlar,
that track to progress in
ayrılmaz bir
the
parçası
Azerbaijan-Armenia
olduğumuz
peace process will have a
Balkanların
positive impact
refah
on the
ve
Turkey-Armenia
huzuru için
normalization process.
yapıcı rol
Dear
oynuyor.
friends, we play a
Bölgedeki
constructive
tüm
role for the
aktörlerle
prosperity and
yakın
peace
işbirliği
at the
içinde
Balkans,
hareket
of which
ediyoruz.
we are an integral
Bosna
part.
Hersey'in
And we
egemenliği,
act in close cooperation
siyasi
with all
birliği
actors in the region.
ve toprak bütünlüğünün önemini Barışı Uygulama Konseyi Yönlendirme
As a
Kurulu
member of
üyesi
the
olarak
Steering Committee for
her
Peace
platformda
Implementation Council,
vurguluyor,
we emphasize the importance
UFOR
of the
Altea
sovereignty,
harekatına
political
olan
unity and territorial
katkımıza
integrity of Bosnia and
özellikle
Herzegovina
devam
on every
ediyoruz.
platform and continue our
Geçen yıl
contribution to
üstlendiğimiz
Operation UFOR
KFOR
Altea.
komutanlığını
We
başarılı
are
bir
successfully
şekilde
continuing
sürdürüyor.
the KFOR
Belgrad,
command we
Priştine
assumed last year
diyalog
and
sürecini
supporting the
destekliyoruz.
Belgrade-Pristina
Ege Denizi
dialogue process.
ve Doğu Akdeniz'i
We
ilgili
want to
tüm
see the
tarafların
Aegean Sea
meşru
and the Eastern
menfaatlerine saygı
Mediterranean
duyulan
as a zone of
bir
stability
istikrar
and
ve
prosperity where
refah
the legitimate
bölgesi olarak
interests of all the
görmek
parties
istiyoruz.
are concerned
Deniz
can
yetki
be
alanlarının
respected.
uluslararası hukuka göre
It is in the common
sınırlandırılması,
interest of the
seyir
entire
sefer
region
serbestisi
to enhance
ve
cooperation,
emniyetiyle deniz
particularly on
ticareti
the
konuları başta olmak
delimitation
üzere
of maritime
işbirliğinin
jurisdictions in accordance with
geliştirilmesi
international law,
tüm bölgenin
freedom and safety
müşterek
of navigation
menfaatinedir.
and maritime trade.
Türkiye, enerji ve çevre başta
International
olmak
maritime
üzere
law encourages
her
cooperation
konuda
between littoral
yapıcı
states
işbirliğine
in
hazır.
closed or semi-closed seas, such
Komşularımızdan
as the Aegean
aynı
Sea.
yaklaşımı
Turkey is ready for
bekliyoruz.
constructive cooperation on
Doğu
all issues,
Akdeniz'de en
especially
uzun
in energy and
kıyı şeridine
environment.
sahip ülke olan
We have the longest
Türkiye'nin
coastline in the Eastern
anahtar
Mediterranean,
rolü
and Turkey's
yadsınamaz.
key role is undeniable.
Kıbrıs Adası'nın kuzeyi ve batısında
Turkey has
ilan edilmiş
legitimate rights and
kıta
authorities
sahanlığında
in the western part of
Türkiye'nin
the island of
adanın
Cyprus,
tümünün
while the
etrafında
Turkish
ise
Cypriots have
Kıbrıs
legitimate
Türklerinin
rights in the
hakları
areas
vardır.
around the world.
Kıbrıs Barış Harekatı'nın
It
üzerinden
has been 50
50
years
yıl
since the Cyprus peace
Rumların
operation
ortaklık
and
devletini
61 years
gasp
since the
etmesi
Cyprus
sonucunda
issue emerged
Kıbrıs
as a result
meselesinin
of the Greek Cypriot
ortaya çıkmasının
usurpation
üzerinden
of the
ise
partnership state.
61 yıl geçti. O günden
From that
bugüne
day
kadar
until today,
adada barış
peace and
ve
tranquility
sükunet
have
hakim
prevailed
oldu.
on the island.
Kıbrıs meselesine adil, kalıcı
It was
ve
always the Turkish
sürdürülebilir
Cypriots and Turkey
bir çözüm
who put forth the
getirilmesi için
sincere will
samimi
to bring
irade
about a
ortaya koyan
just,
taraf
lasting and
daima
sustainable solution
Kıbrıs
to the
Türkleri
Cyprus
ve
issue.
Türkiye'ydi. Federasyon modeli
The federation
artık
model is now
geçerliliğini
completely
tamamen
outdated.
yitirmiştir.
And
Adada
we
iki ayrı
fully
devlet
support the vision
ve
of a
iki ayrı
two-state
halk var.
solution with two
Kıbrıs
different
Türklerin
nations put
müktesep
forward by
hakları
the
olan
Turkish Republic of
egemen
Northern
eşitlik
Cyprus.
ve eşit uluslararası
The sovereign
statüleri yeniden
equality
tescil
and equal
edilmeli,
international
tecrit
status of the
artık
Turkish Cypriots,
son bulmalı.
which are the vested rights of the
Bugün
Turkish Cypriots, must
uluslararası
be
toplumu
re-registered and the isolation must end.
Bugün uluslararası
Today,
toplumu bir
I
kez
once
daha
again invite
Kuzey
the
Kıbrıs Türk
international
Cumhuriyeti'ni
community
tanımaya,
to recognize the
diplomatik,
Turkish Republic of Northern
siyasi
Cyprus
ve
and to
ekonomik
establish
ilişkiler
diplomatic,
kurmaya
political
davet
and
ediyor.
economic relations.
Libya'da istikrarın
We
tesisine,
actively support the
ülkenin
stabilization of
birlik
Libya
ve bütünlüğünün
and the preservation
muhafazasına
of the unity
aktif
and
destek sağlıyoruz.
integrity of the
Tüm devletleri
country.
bu hassas dönemde
We call on all
Libya'nın
states
yanında
to sincerely
samimi
stand
bir
by
şekilde
Libya at this
yer
very
almaya,
sensitive time
taraflar arasında
and contribute
güven
to building
tesisine
trust between the
katkı vermeye
parties.
davet ediyoruz. Sudan'daki
We must do
çatışmaların
more to end the
sona
conflict
ermesi
in
için
Sudan.
daha fazla çaba harcamalıyız. Çatışmalar
We all
sebebiyle
have a
yerlerinden
responsibility
edilmiş
to deliver
milyonlarca
humanitarian
Sudanlıya
assistance to the millions of
insani
Sudanese
yardım
people
ulaştırılması
displaced by
noktasında
the conflict.
hepimize sorumluluk düşüyor. Afrika genç
With its
ve
young
dinamik
and dynamic
nüfusu,
population,
zengin
rich natural
doğal
resources,
kaynakları
and
ve
vast
verimli
fertile
geniş
lands,
topraklarıyla
Africa
çok büyük
has
bir
enormous
potansiyele
potential.
sahiptir. Eşit ortaklık
Based on the
ve
principles of
karşılıklı
equal partnership
saygı
and
ilkeleri
mutual
temelinde
respect,
Afrika
hand in
halklarıyla
hand with the peoples
kıtanın
of Africa,
barış,
we support
istikrar
the continent's
ve
efforts for
kalkınma
peace,
çabalarına
stability, and
destek veriyoruz.
development.
Afrikalı
We will
kardeşlerimizle
continue to
tam bir
stand in
dayanışma
full
içinde
solidarity
olmayı
with our African
sürdüreceğiz.
brothers and sisters.
ASEAN başta olmak üzere
As part
Hint
of our
Okyanusu'na kıyıdaş
initiatives,
ülkeler
we are
birliği
strengthening
ve
our
Pasifik
deep-rooted ties
Adaları
with
Forumu
Asia.
gibi
We are deepening our
bölgesel
engagement with
kuruluşlarla
our partner regional
angajmanımızı
organizations such as
derinleştiriyoruz.
ASEAN, the Shanghai Cooperation
Yükselen
Organization,
ekonomileri
and the Pacific
bir araya
Islands
getiren
Forum.
BRICS'le
We keep our
ilişkilerimizi
will to develop our
geliştirme
relations with
irademizi
BRICS, which brings
canlı
together
tutuyoruz.
emerging economies
Orta
alive.
Asya ülkeleriyle
We
köklü
share
bir
a
tarihi
deep-rooted
paylaşıyor,
history with the countries of Central
işbirliğimizi
Asia,
ikili ve
and
çok
we are
taraflı
further
zeminde
strengthening our
daha
cooperation
da
on bilateral
güçlendiriyoruz.
and multilateral
Türk
grounds.
Devletleri Teşkilatımız giderek bir
Our
cazibe
organization of
merkezine
Turkic
dönüşüyor.
states is gradually
Gözlemci
turning into a
üyeler,
center of attraction.
Macaristan ve Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk
The
Cumhuriyeti'nin
organization
de
is becoming an
katkılarıyla
exemplary model of
teşkilat
cooperation with the
örnek bir
contributions of
işbirliği modeli
observer
haline
members Hungary
geliyor.
and the Turkish
Türk
Republic
dünyası
of
olarak
Northern Cyprus.
birlik ve
We will
beraberliğimizi
further
daha
strengthen
da
our unity
tahkim
and our
edeceğiz.
togetherness as the
Çin'in
Turkic
egemenliğine
world.
ve toprak bütünlüğüne saygı çerçevesinde
Within the framework of
güçlü
respect for
tarihi,
China's sovereignty
kültürel
and
ve
territorial
beşeri
integrity,
bağlarımızın
we are in
bulunduğu
close dialogue
Uygur
with China
Türklerinin
to protect
temel
the
hak
fundamental
ve
rights and
özgürlüklerinin
freedoms of
korunması
Uyghur
için
Turks,
Çin'le
with whom
yakın
we have
diyalog
strong
halindeyiz.
historical, cultural, and humanitarian ties.
Latin Amerika ve
We endeavor
Karayipler'deki
to build
tüm
on the
ülkelerle
friendly ties
kurmuş
we have
olduğumuz
established with the countries
dostane
in
bağları
Latin America
daha ileri
and
bir
the
aşamaya
Caribbean.
taşımaya gayret ediyoruz. Kıymetli delegeler,
Distinguished delegates,
küresel adaletsizliğin
we must
giderilmesi
work
için
together to address
birlikte
global
çalışmak
injustice.
mecburiyetindeyiz. Birleşmiş Milletler
The United
sürdürülebilir
Nations
kalkınma
Sustainable
hedeflerinin
Development Goals
kimsenin
concept
geride
of leaving no one
bırakılmaması
behind
anlayışı
is a guiding
bu
principle
gayretler
for these
bakımından
efforts.
yol göstericidir. Milli gelirine oranla
As
en
one of the
fazla
largest
yardım
aid
yapan
donors
ülkelerden
relative
biri
to
olan
its gross
Türkiye'nin
domestic
faaliyetleri
product, Turkey's
sürdürülebilir
development,
kalkınma
cooperation
hedeflerine
activities contribute to
ulaşılmasına
achieving the
katkı sağlıyor.
Sustainable Development Goals.
Üyesi olduğumuz G20 başta olmak üzere
We contribute
tüm
to efforts to
uluslararası
ensure
platformlarda
fair, inclusive growth
adil,
and development on all
kapsayıcı,
international platforms,
büyüme ve kalkınmayı
especially the G20,
temin edecek
of which
çalışmalara
we are a member.
destek veriyoruz. Yapay zeka dahil çığır açan ileri
We approach
teknolojilerin
technological
dönüştürücü gücünden
breakthroughs
tüm
not as a
milletlerin
source of new
eşit
injustice
şekilde
and
yararlanması
conflicts,
gerektiği
but as a
kanaatindeyiz.
source of a more
Ev
prosperous
sahipliği
future,
yaptığımız
such as AI.
en az
We believe that
gelişmiş
all
ülkeler
nations
için
should equally benefit from
Birleşmiş
the
Milletler
transformative power of
Teknoloji
these
Bankası
breakthrough
bu yöndeki
technologies.
çabalarımızın somut bir
The United Nations
tezahürü.
Technology Bank for
Ancak
Least Developed Countries, which
geçtiğimiz
we are
hafta
hosting, is a
Lübnan'a
concrete
yönelik
manifestation of our efforts in
gerçekleştirilen
this direction.
siber
But
terör
unfortunately, the
saldırıları
cyber terror
aynı
attacks
zamanda
that took place
bu
in Lebanon
teknolojilerin
last week
nasıl
show us
ölümcül bir
once again
silaha
how deadly these
dönüşebildiğini de
technologies can be
göstermiş.
used as weapons.
İklim değişikliğini de benzer yaklaşımla ele almaktayız. Bakınız,
approach the climate
hiçbir
change
ülke
issue from that same
emisyon
perspective.
azaltımı
No country
ve
can tackle
iklim
emission
değişikliğine
reductions and
uyum
climate change
sürecini
adaptation
tek başına
alone.
göğüsleyemez. Gelişmekte olan ülkeler için
The most
en
important
önemli
issues for
hususlar
developing countries
finansman,
are financing,
teknoloji
technology
transferi
transfer,
ve
and
kapasite
capacity building.
geliştirmedir. Bakü'de
I
düzenlenecek
sincerely believe
COP
that the
29
COP29
iklim
climate summit
zirvesinin
in Baku
bu meselelerin
will
çözümüne
contribute to the
katkı
solution
yapacağına
of these
inanıyorum.
issues.
Daha sürdürülebilir ve temiz bir dünya vizyonuyla
At the summit,
eşim
we expect
Emine
to
Erdoğan
launch important
hanımefendinin
additional initiatives
himayesinde
and unveil
başlattığımız
our long-term
sıfır atık
low
hareketini
emission development
Birleşmiş Milletler
strategy
Genel Kurulu'nda
and the
105 ülkenin
zero
ortak
waste initiative
sunuculuğunda
that
oy
became a
birliğiyle
reality
kabul
under the
edilen
auspices
kararla
of my
küresel
spouse,
boyuta
Madam
taşıdı.
Emine Erdoğan. And with mutual agreements we have taken
Buradan
our
tüm ülkeleri,
domestic
uluslararası
affairs
teşkilatları
and
ve sivil
initiatives
toplum
to
kuruluşlarını
international agendas.
hareketimize
I would
ortak
like
olmaya
to
davet ediyorum.
ask everybody
İslam
to
ve
support our
yabancı
endeavors in
düşmanlığı
that
ile
regard.
ırkçılığın
We see Islamophobia,
zehirli bir sarmaşık gibi
xenophobia, and
dünyayı
racism
sarmakta olduğunu
creeping over the world
görüyoruz.
like a poison ivy.
Camilere ve mukaddes kitabımız Kur'an-ı Kerim'e yönelik saldırılara
We can see
şahit
that every
olmadığımız
week attacks
neredeyse
are taking place
tek bir
upon our
gün
mosques
yok.
and our holy book
Avrupa'nın
Quran.
ortasında
In the middle
etnik
of Europe,
ve dini
people's
kimlikleri
homes are
nedeniyle
set on fire
insanların
and lives are
evleri
taken
ateşe
because
veriliyor.
of their ethnic and religious
Hayatlarına kastediliyor.
affiliation.
En temel hakları göz göre göre
Their
özellikle
lives are
gasp
taken away
ediliyor.
from them and their
Büyüyen bu
fundamental rights
tehlikeyi
are being
kimse daha fazla görmezden gelemez.
suspended.
15
And
Mart
nobody can ignore
2024
this growing
tarihinde
danger any
kabul
longer.
edilen karar
On
tasarısının
March 15,
öngördüğü şekilde
2024,
en
we
yakın
expect a
zamanda
special envoy
Birleşmiş
to combat
Milletler'de
Islamophobia to be
İslamofobi ile
appointed
mücadele
at the United
özel
Nations as soon as
temsilcisi
possible,
atanmasını
as envisaged
bekliyoruz.
in the draft
Kıymetli
resolution
dostlar,
adopted on March
geçen
the
sene
15th.
bu kürsüde gündeme getirdiğim bir tehlikeye karşı bugün
Today,
bir
I
kez
would
daha
like to draw your attention once again to
dikkatlerinizi
the
çekmek
danger
istiyorum.
that I raised last year on
Toplumun
this
temel
podium.
direği olan
Attacks
aile
on the
kurumuna
institution
yönelik
of family,
saldırılar
the pillar of
giderek
society, are
yoğunlaşıyor.
increasing.
2024 Olimpiyat
The disgrace
oyunlarının
staged at the
açılışında
opening of the
sahnelenen
2024
rezalet
Olympic Games
insanlık
has
olarak
revealed the extent
karşı
of
karşıya
threat
olduğumuz
we face as
tehdidin
humanity.
boyutlarını gözler önüne sermiştir. Masum çocukların
A sporting
her
event
yaştan
watched
ve
by
inançtan
innocent children
yüz
and
milyonlarca
hundreds of
insanın
millions of
izlediği
people of all
bir
ages
spor
and
etkinliği
beliefs has
hem de
been used
çok
as a tool
çirkin bir
for
şekilde
a sexist
cinsiyetsiz hale
propaganda.
getirilmiş,
It was
propagandasına
actually
alet edilmiştir. O kötü sahneler sadece Katolik alemini,
a parade
Hristiyan
of bad
dünyasını değil,
scenes. Those
Müslümanları
disturbing scenes of evil
ve
have wounded not only the
kutsala
Catholic
saygısı
world,
olan
the Christian world,
herkesi
but
derinden
everyone
yaralamıştır.
who respects the
Cinsiyetsizleştirme
sacred
meselesi
values. The
bir
issue of
tercihten ziyade
desexualization is no
artık
longer an
küresel
orientation,
bir
but a
dayatmaya,
global imposition.
tam anlamıyla kutsala
It literally became
ve
a war
fırsata
against the
karşı
sacred
bir savaşa
and
dönüşüyor.
human
Bu
nature.
yıkım projesi karşısında
We are facing a
ses çıkaran,
multidimensional,
en ufak bir
comprehensive,
tepki gösteren herkes susturulmakta, linç
and
kampanyalarının
ruthless project
hedefi
of
olmaktadır.
destruction.
Ne pahasına olursa
Who are
olsun
speaking out and who are reacting
Türkiye
to
bu
this
kuşatmayı
evil.
yarmakta
Anyone
ve yıpratmakta.
who raises
Bu
a voice
korku
for this
iklimine
annihilation
direnmekte
project is silenced
kararlıdır.
and targeted by
Bu
lynch
amaçla
campaigns. And
Birleşmiş
Turkey is
Milletler
determined to break the siege
ailenin
and resist the
dostları
climate of fear.
grubuna
To this
üye
end,
oldu.
we became a member of the United
İnşallah
Nations
diğer
Friends
üye
of the Family
ülkelerle
Group.
dayanışma içinde
İnşallah, God
aileyi,
willing, together with other
insanı,
member countries, we will not hesitate to
fıtratı
defend the
savunmaktan
family, the human
geri
being,
durmayacağız.
and the human nature.
bizimle aynı endişeleri paylaşan
I invite
ülkeleri
all the
bu
countries that
mücadeleye
share our sentiments
omuz
to
vermeye
shoulder this struggle.
davet ediyorum. Bu
With
düşüncelerle
these thoughts in mind,
79.
I wish
Genel
that the
Kurul'un
79th General
tüm
Assembly
insanlık
will
için
be auspicious
hayırlara
for
vesile
all
olmasını
humanity.
diliyorum. Hepinizi
I greet you
bir
all
kez daha
once again
sevgi
with love
ve
and
saygıyla
respect.
selamlıyorum. Kalın
May
sağlıcakla.
peace be with you and may you remain in health.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey, The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. Over the past quarter century, I have stood at this podium amidst regional conflicts, global upheavals, and humanitarian crises that have profoundly tested our global community. It often feels that there was not a moment when our world was not in turmoil. And yet, I cannot recall a time of greater peril than this. Our United Nations is facing a crisis that strikes at its very legitimacy and threatens a collapse of global trust and moral authority. The UN is under attack, literally and figuratively. For nearly a year, the sky blue flag flying over UN shelters and schools in Gaza has been powerless to protect innocent civilians from Israeli military bombardment. UN aid trucks sit motionless just miles away from starving Palestinians. Humanitarian workers who proudly wear the emblem of this institution are disparaged and targeted. And the rulings of the UN's International Court of Justice are defied, its opinions disregarded. So it's no surprise that both inside and outside this hall, trust in UN's cornerstone principles and ideals is crumbling. The harsh reality many see is that some nations are above international law, that global justice does bend to the will of power, and that human rights are selective, a privilege to be granted or denied at will. We cannot stand for that. And we must recognize that undermining our international institutions and global frameworks is one of the gravest threats to our global security today. Ask yourselves, if we are not nations united in the conviction that all people are equal in rights, dignity, and worth, and that all countries are equal in the eyes of the law, what kind of world does that leave us with? Your Excellencies, the attacks of October 7th on Israeli civilians last year were condemned by countries all over the world, including Jordan. But the unprecedented scale of terror unleashed on Gaza since that day is beyond any justification. The Israeli government's assault has resulted in one of the fastest death rates in recent conflicts, one of the fastest rates of starvation caused by war, the largest cohort of child amputees, and unprecedented levels of destruction. This Israeli government has killed more children, more journalists, more aid workers, and more medical personnel than any other war in recent memory. And let us not forget the attacks on the West Bank. There, since October 7th, the Israeli government has killed more than 700 Palestinians. Among them, 160 children. Palestinians held in Israeli detention centers exceed 10,700, including 400 women and 730 children. 730 children. Over 4,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes and lands. Armed settler violence has surged, and entire villages have been displaced. And in Jerusalem, a flagrant violations of the historical and legal status quo at Muslim and Christian holy sites continue unabated under the protection and encouragement of members of the Israeli government. To be clear, this is in the West Bank, not Gaza. Almost 42,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. So is it any wonder that many are questioning how can this war not be perceived as deliberately targeting the Palestinians? The level of civilian suffering cannot be written off as unavoidable collateral. I grew up a soldier in a region that is all too familiar with conflict. But there is nothing familiar about this war and the violence unleashed since October 7th. In the absence of global accountability, repeated horrors are normalized, threatening to create a future where anything is permitted, anywhere in the world. Is that what we want? Now is the time to ensure the protection of the Palestinian people. It is the moral duty of this international community to establish a protection mechanism for them across the occupied territories. This will guarantee the safety of Palestinians and Israelis from extremists who are taking our region to the brink of an all-out war. That includes those who continue to propagate the idea of Jordan as an alternative homeland. So let me be very, very clear. That will never happen. We will never accept the forced displacement of Palestinians, which is a war crime. No country in the region benefits from escalation. We have seen that clearly in the dangerous developments in Lebanon over the past few days. This has to stop. For years, the Arab world has extended a hand to Israel through the Arab Peace Initiative, offering full recognition and normalization in exchange for peace. But consecutive Israeli governments, emboldened by years of impunity, have rejected peace and chosen confrontation instead. Impunity gathers force. Left unchecked, it gains momentum. Palestinians have borne more than 57 years of occupation and oppression. During this time, the Israeli government has been allowed to cross one red line after another. But now, Israel's decades-long impunity is becoming its own worst enemy, and the consequences are everywhere. The Israeli government has been accused of genocide at the ICJ. Expressions of outrage at its conduct are echoing around the world. Cities everywhere have seen mass protests, and calls for sanctions are growing louder. International frustration with Israel has long been mounting, but it has never been more exposed. For decades, Israel has projected itself as a thriving Western-style democracy in the Middle East. But the brutality of the war on Gaza has forced the world to look closer. Now many see Israel through the eyes of its victims. And the contradiction, the paradox, is too jarring. The modern advanced Israel admired from afar, and the Israel that Palestinians have experienced firsthand, simply cannot coexist. Israel will eventually be entirely one or the other. That is the choice its leaders and its people will have to make. To live by the democratic values of freedom, justice, and equality for all, or to risk further isolation and rejection. Over and over, we have watched Israel try to achieve security through military means. Each escalation is followed by a pause until the next deadlier one. And for years, the global community has taken the path of least resistance, accepting the status quo of the ongoing military occupation of Palestinians, all the while paying lip service to the two-state solution. But it has never been more evident that the current status quo is untenable. And as the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion underscored 2 months ago, it is unequivocally illegal. The court's opinion bears a moral imperative to us all. The obligation it carries is one that our nations cannot afford to ignore for the sake of our world, as well as the future for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Because both peoples deserve to live their lives in dignity, free of violence and fear. And the only way to achieve that is a just peace, one grounded in international law, justice, equal rights, and mutual recognition. That is something we, as nations and people everywhere, can and must unite around. Your Excellencies, the world is watching, and history will judge us by the courage we show. And it is not just the future that will hold us accountable, so will the people of the here and now. They will judge whether we, as the United Nations, will surrender to inaction or will fight to uphold the principles that anchor this institution and our world. Right now, they are asking whether we will stand by as parents watch their children waste away, as doctors watch their patients die for lack of basic medical supplies, and as more innocent lives are lost because the world failed to act. This war must end. Hostages and detainees must return home. But every day we wait is one day too long for far too many. So I call on all countries to join Jordan in enforcing an international Gaza humanitarian gateway, a massive relief effort to deliver food, clean water, medicine, and other vital supplies to those in desperate need. because humanitarian aid should never be a tool of war. Whatever our politics, one truth is undeniable. No people should have to endure such unprecedented suffering, abandoned and alone. We cannot surrender the future to those who thrive on division and conflict. I urge all nations of conscience to unite with Jordan in the critical weeks ahead on this mission. Almost a year into this war, our world has failed politically, but our humanity must not fail the people of Gaza any longer. Echoing the words of my father from 64 years ago at the 15th session of the General Assembly, I pray that this community of nations may have the courage to decide wisely and fearlessly, and will act with urgent resolve that this crisis and our conscience demand. My father was a man who fought for peace to the very end. And like him, I refuse to leave my children or your children a future we have given up on. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea,
on behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora
The Assembly
un discurso
will now hear an address
del presidente de mi país,
by the President
la
of my
República
country,
de
the
Guatemala,
Republic of
el
Guatemala,
excelentísimo
His
señor
Excellency
César
Mr.
Bernardo
César Bernardo Arevalo de León.
Pido a
I
protocolo
request
que
protocol
acompañe a
to
su
escort His
excelencia,
Excellency
a quien tengo
and
el
invite
muy
him
especial honor de invitar a dirigirse
to
a la
address the
Asamblea.
Assembly, and this is a very special honor for me.
Excelentísima señora Carla Rodríguez, vicepresidente del 79º periodo de sesiones de la Asamblea General, excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, secretario general de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, excelentísimos señores y señoras, jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, honorables delegados, señoras y señores. Risi Wantinamit Pashil Kayala, Kuyarutzil Uwashri Uwashuleu. El pueblo de Guatemala saluda al mundo. Les saludo en el idioma del pueblo quiché, una de las comunidades ancestrales más numerosas e influyentes de Guatemala. Su fuerza y la de los diversos pueblos de Guatemala es el sustento de nuestro gobierno, es la fuerza de nuestro país, es la voz retumbante de quienes no han sido escuchados, de quienes han sido marginados, pero que tienen mucho que decir, mucho que aportar, que tienen un lugar en la construcción de nuestro futuro colectivo. Estoy aquí como resultado de dos expresiones claras de voluntad popular. La primera, una votación que rechazó tajantemente a los representantes de la historia autoritaria y el pasado corrupto de Guatemala y me otorgó el honor de la presidencia, de liderar el esfuerzo nacional para avanzar hacia un futuro de justicia, de igualdad y de progreso. La segunda, la defensa que la sociedad de Guatemala en sus diferentes expresiones reafirmó y defendió en las calles de la decisión que tomó en las urnas cuando cuando una
decision that
minoría
they took
corrupta
at the polls
intentó imponer
when
su
a
permanencia
corrupt
y
minority
estafar
attempted to
la democracia.
impose their further rule and cheat
Nuestra
democracy.
democracia no estaría
Our
completa,
democracy
no podría
will not be
existir
complete, it could not
sin el
exist
impulso
without
decidido
the
y valiente
impetus
de
which
los
is so
pueblos
decisive
mayas
and
de
courageous
Guatemala,
of the Mayan
del
people of
pueblo
Guatemala,
mestizo,
of people of
del
mixed
pueblo
descent,
Garinagu del
of the
Caribe y
Garinagu
del pueblo
people of the
Xinca.
Caribbean and of the
Es una
Xinca
democracia que
people.
viene
It is
de
a
nuestros
democracy
4
that
puntos
comes from the
cardinales,
four
de los
corners
4
of
pueblos,
the country.
que
From
juntos
these four
conformamos
peoples,
una nación.
together we form a
Y el
nation.
rol de nuestro gobierno es
And
darle
the role
sentido
of
de
our
unidad a
government
esa
is to give a
diversidad
sense of unity
y
to this diversity
avanzar
and
hacia un
to move
futuro
forwards towards
próspero
a prosperous
e
and
incluyente.
inclusive future.
Quiero expresar
I would like
la
to
gratitud especial
express
de Guatemala
particular thanks on the
hacia
part
los
of Guatemala
países, pueblos
to
y
the
gobiernos
countries, peoples and
que estuvieron
governments
junto a nosotros,
that
junto
were
al pueblo de
together with us,
Guatemala,
together with the
en
people
esta
of
gesta
Guatemala
histórica del
during
2023
this historic
y al
gesture in
apoyo que nos
2023
continúan
and
dando
for the support
en
that they
nuestro
continue
esfuerzo
to
por
give us
rescatar
in our
las instituciones
efforts to
democráticas.
rescue our democratic institutions.
Y lo estamos haciendo mediante el
And we are
diálogo,
doing this through
un diálogo
dialogue,
que está
a
enmarcado
dialogue
en un gran
which is
consenso
part of a
nacional,
great national
algo que
consensus,
todas y todos
something
los guatemaltecos
which all
compartimos,
Guatemalans
más allá de
share
nuestras
over and
diferencias
above
ideológicas,
our
de
ideological
nuestra
differences,
diversidad
our
cultural,
cultural
de nuestras
diversity,
distintas formas
our
de ver el
various
mundo,
ways of
y que
seeing
estoy
the
seguro
world.
que en
And
este
I'm
foro
sure that in this
todos se
forum,
identifican con
everyone
ese
can
consenso.
identify with this
No
consensus.
podemos seguir
Namely, we cannot
tolerando
continue
la
to
corrupción.
tolerate corruption.
La corrupción,
Corruption,
cuando unos pocos abusan
when
de lo
the
que es
few
de todos para
abuse what
enriquecerse,
belongs to
es como
everyone
un
to
ancla
benefit
que nos
themselves,
detiene
is
en el
like an
pasado,
anchor
que
that
nos
chains us
impide
to the
crecer,
past and it prevents us from
prosperar
growing,
y
from
construir
prospering
una
and
sociedad
building a
basada
society which
en el
is
bien
based
común.
on the common good.
En el caso de
In the
Guatemala,
case of Guatemala,
la corrupción hunde
corruption's
sus raíces
roots
en el
are
pasado
buried in
autoritario
our
de
authoritarian
represión,
past
de
of
violencia
repression, of political
política,
violence,
de exclusión
of
social.
social exclusion.
Pero nos estamos
But
liberando,
we are breaking
nos
free
estamos
from this.
liberando de las
We are
cadenas
freeing
del pasado
ourselves from the
oscuro y
chains
está
of the
surgiendo
dark past.
una nación
And
joven,
what we are seeing
creativa,
reborn is a
vital,
young,
alegre e
creative,
inquieta.
vital,
Una
joyous
juventud
but anxious
que no
nation,
sabe callar
young
ante
people
las
who will not be
injusticias
silent in
y
the
ante
light
la
of
corrupción.
injustices and in the
Una
light of
comunidad
corruption.
diversa que está
A diverse
construyendo
community that
el
is
futuro,
building the future,
un futuro
a
donde
future
quepan
where
todas y
everyone
todos,
has
donde
a
las
seat at the
oportunidades
table,
se multipliquen,
where opportunities
donde la
multiply,
colaboración y la
where
solidaridad
cooperation and
potencien el
solidarity
ingenio, la
optimize
creatividad
talent,
y el
creativity,
esfuerzo
and
individual,
individual
donde los
efforts,
padres
where
duerman
parents
tranquilos
are able to sleep
sabiendo que la
peacefully,
salud y las
knowing that
oportunidades
health
educativas
and
de sus
educational
hijos estarán
opportunities for their
garantizadas,
children are
donde el
guaranteed,
trabajo
will be
será
guaranteed,
recompensado
where
justamente
work will be
y
fairly
donde la
remunerated,
prosperidad
and where
no
prosperity
exigirá
will
actos
not require
inmorales,
immoral
actos de
acts,
corrupción,
acts of corruption,
donde la tierra,
where the earth,
nuestra
our
tierra,
earth,
será
will
tratada
be treated
con
with
gratitud
gratitude
y
and
respeto,
respect,
y nos dará a
and
cambio
it will give us,
espacios
in
limpios
exchange,
para trabajar, para
clean
vivir,
spaces for us to
para
work, to
recrearnos,
live,
para
to
crecer.
recreate ourselves, to grow.
Ese es el futuro que
This
estamos
is the future that we are
construyendo para
building for
Guatemala.
Guatemala.
Y este futuro
And this
no
future
surge en el
is not
vacío.
emerging in a
Lo
vacuum.
hemos imaginado
For
viendo
us,
hacia
we
adentro,
see
hacia
it as
nuestros
coming from
principios,
within, from our
nuestros propios
principles,
valores,
from
hacia
our own
nuestra propia
values, from our own
cosmovisión.
cosmovision.
Nuestro gobierno
Our
es
government
de los pueblos
is made up
diversos
of
de
the
Guatemala y
diverse
son los
peoples of
valores
Guatemala,
y la
and these are the
visión de
values
estos
and the
cuatro
vision of
pueblos,
these four
los
peoples.
instrumentos
They
que
are the
tenemos
instruments
para
that we are
navegar
using to
el mar de la
navigate this
transformación.
ocean of transformation.
De la misma manera,
In the same way,
este foro
this
tan importante, tan
very
necesario
important
para la
forum and so
convivencia
necessary
global
for
y
global
para el progreso de
coexistence
todas las
and for the
naciones
progress of all
debe ver hacia
nations
adentro,
must look
debe
inwards
retomar
and
sus
return
valores
to its
fundamentales
fundamental
y
values
utilizarlos
and
para
use them
navegar
to
la
navigate the
compleja
complex
realidad que
reality that
enfrentamos
we
hoy
are facing
como
today
planeta.
as a planet.
Es tiempo
The
de
time has
rescatar el
come to rescue
multilateralismo,
multilateralism,
de revitalizar
to
el diálogo para la
revitalize
paz
dialogue for
y de
peace,
tomar acciones
and to
concretas
take concrete
para la
actions
solución de los
in order to
problemas
resolve
urgentes
the
que nos
most urgent
aquejan.
problems afflicting us.
Empecemos por el origen,
Let us begin at the
la
beginning.
guerra,
War,
ese horror que
this
motivó la
horror
apertura de
that
este foro mundial,
motivated the
ha
opening of this
capturado
global
de nuevo
forum,
nuestra
has
atención,
commanded once again our
está
attention.
siendo una realidad
It is
constante,
becoming a permanent
pero ahora
reality,
en los últimos
but
2 años ha
in
tomado
the
una
recent
intensidad
last 2 years
inesperada.
has
No
become
debemos tolerarla.
desperate
podemos
an
tolerar la
intensity that we
guerra.
did not
No
expect. We
debemos
cannot
ignorar los
tolerate it. We
conflictos
cannot tolerate
internacionales
war. We
que
cannot
afectan la
ignore
paz y la
international
seguridad de
conflicts that
todos.
affect the peace and
No
security of us
debemos
all.
abandonar
We
la
must
esperanza
not
de un
abandon
mundo sin
hope
guerra,
of a war,
de un futuro
of a
en paz.
world without war, of a future of
Guatemala
peace.
reitera su solidaridad con
would
las
like to
naciones
reiterate
que
its
están
solidarity
sufriendo
with countries that are
conflictos
suffering
armados
from armed
y guerras
conflicts and
impuestas.
unjustified
Hacemos un
wars.
llamado a
We
los
would
miembros
call
de esta
upon the members
asamblea
of this
a que
assembly
redoblemos los
to
esfuerzos
redouble
regionales
regional and
e internacionales
efforts
para que encontremos
so that we can
soluciones
find
pacíficas a
peaceful
las
solutions
controversias,
to our disputes
basadas en el
based on
respeto al derecho
respect for
internacional
international law
y en el derecho internacional
international
humanitario
humanitarian law
y al principio
and the
fundamental
fundamental
de la dignidad
principle
humana.
of human dignity.
No podemos
We cannot
aceptar
accept
ninguna
any
violación
violation
a la
of
Carta
the
de las
United
Naciones
Nations
Unidas
Charter
ni a las
or
resoluciones
of the
del Consejo
Security
de
Council
Seguridad
resolutions
por parte de ningún
by
Estado
any
miembro de
member
esta
state of this
organización,
organization,
ni en Ucrania,
not in
ni
Ukraine,
en
not
Gaza,
in Gaza,
ni en
not
Sudán,
in Sudan,
ni en ninguna otra
and not
parte del
in any
mundo.
other part of the world.
Señoras y señores, el
Ladies and
rescate del
gentlemen, rescuing
multilateralismo como
multilateralism as
principio
a fundamental
fundamental para el
principle
sistema
for the
internacional es
international
una
system
necesidad
is an urgent
urgente
necessity.
y para cada una de las
And
naciones que
for each
conformamos
and every
este
one of the
foro,
nations that make
un
up this forum,
compromiso
it's an
ineludible si
unavoidable
queremos
commitment
realmente y
if we really
sinceramente
and
un
sincerely
futuro de
want
paz
a
y
future
progreso.
of peace and progress.
Solo con reformas
Only
de
with
fondo
substantial
podremos retomar el
reforms
camino
can we
propuesto
resume the
desde su
path
fundación
that
en
we set out
1945.
on when this
En
organization
un
was
mundo
founded in
multipolar
1945.
necesitamos
A
nuevos
multipolar
enfoques
world
que se
needs
adapten
new
a las necesidades
focuses which will
emergentes
be
de las
adapted to
naciones.
emerging needs of
Apoyamos
nations.
la reforma del
We
Consejo de
support the reform of
Seguridad
the Security
que retome
Council.
un enfoque
Once
colectivo,
again, it should resume a collective
pacifista
approach
y democrático en
that
su
is
acción.
pacifist and democratic
No es
in the way it
aceptable que
acts.
se
It's
dejen
not
de adoptar
acceptable
decisiones
that
a favor de
decisions
la
are
paz
not adopted
por
in
causa de un
favor of
derecho que
peace
ejercen
because
unos
of the
pocos.
right exercised
Me
by the few.
me
I'm
refiero al
referring
derecho de
to
veto
the right of
y
veto,
con ello
and with
evitar que
that,
se tomen
avoiding
decisiones
decisions being
contundentes
taken that are
en contra de
hard-hitting
aquellos estados
against those
que
states
violen
which
repetidamente
repeatedly
la carta de
violate
esta
the charter
organización.
of this organization.
Recordamos
Let us
a
recall
los
to
miembros
the
del
members
Consejo de
of the
Seguridad
Security Council
su
that it is
responsabilidad
their primary
primordial de
responsibility
mantener la paz
to maintain
internacional y la
international
seguridad
peace and
internacional
international
y que en
security,
el desempeño de sus
and that
funciones
in the
deben
performance
proceder
of its
de
functions,
acuerdo
it
con los
must proceed
propósitos y
according to
principios
the
de las
purposes
Naciones
and
Unidas.
principles of the United Nations.
Señora Vicepresidente,
Madam
Guatemala
Vice President,
contribuye
Guatemala
como parte de
contributes
su compromiso
as part of
pacifista
our
con
commitment to peace with
213
213 officials,
observadores
military
militares y
observers
oficiales de
and
Estado Mayor
military staff
en 7
in
de las
7
misiones
of
de
the
mantenimiento de la
United
paz
Nations
de la Organización de
peacekeeping
Naciones Unidas.
missions.
Una contribución
And
que
this
nos
is a
llena de
contribution
orgullo.
which fills us with pride.
Nuestro
Our
profesionalismo y
professionalism and
experiencia en
experience
este campo
in
nos
this
ha
area
llevado a ser
have led
reconocidos
us to be recognized
internacionalmente
internationally
como uno
as
de los
one of
países
the main
que más
countries
contribuye
to
a la paz
make the
en
greatest
América Latina
contribution
y
to
el Caribe.
peace in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Comparto con esta
I would like
Asamblea
to share
General
with this General
que
Assembly
estamos
that we
finalizando
are
las
in the process of
gestiones
finalizing
administrativas
administrative
para
steps
concretar
to
nuestra
ensure
participación y
our
despliegue
participation and
de un
deployment
contingente de policía
as
militar
a
en la
military
misión
police
multinacional de
contingent in the
apoyo a la
multinational
seguridad en
security
Haití
support mission
en
in
virtud
Haiti
de la resolución
pursuant to Resolution
2699-2023 del Consejo
2699
de
of
Seguridad
the
de
United
la
Nations
organización.
Security Council.
Guatemala expresa su
Guatemala
disposición
expresses its
de
readiness
apoyar todo
to
esfuerzo
support all
encaminado
efforts
hacia el
aimed at
restablecimiento de la
reestablishing
seguridad
security
y la
and
estabilidad en
stability in
Haití,
Haiti,
la primera nación
the first
contemporánea
contemporary
independiente de este
independent
hemisferio
nation of this
y con quien
hemisphere,
nos unen
and
a todos
with
los
which we are
países de las
unified.
Américas
Together with all
lazos
countries of the
históricos
America, we
de
share
responsabilidad.
historic links of
Hemos sabido
responsibility.
desde hace mucho
We have
tiempo
known for a long time
que un atentado
that
contra la
an attack
dignidad humana
against
en
human
cualquier
dignity
parte del
in
mundo es
any
un
part of the
atentado
world
contra toda
is
la
an
humanidad.
attack against all of humanity.
Por eso, la
And
paz
that's why
es un
peace
imperativo de orden
is
global.
such a global imperative.
Todos podemos
We can
contribuir.
all make a
Todos
contribution.
debemos hacer la
We all
parte que
must
nos
do our
corresponde.
part.
Esta idea
This
está en
is
el
the
corazón y
idea
la
that is at
existencia de
the
esa
heart
organización.
and the existence of
En
this
el mismo
organization.
sentido,
In the
esta
same
organización tiene la
way, this
obligación
organization has
de
the
mantener
obligation
e
to
incrementar
maintain
su
and
cooperación
increase
para
its
asegurar la
cooperation to
protección
ensure
de los
the
migrantes,
protection of
los
migrants,
desplazados,
displaced
las personas que
persons,
por razones políticas,
people
sociales,
who for
económicas
political,
o
social, or
ambientales han
economic or
llevado su
environmental
vida a
reasons
otros
have
territorios.
taken their lives to other countries.
Nuestro gobierno se ha
Our
comprometido a
government has
transformar
committed
la
to
relación
transforming
entre el
the
Estado de
relationship
Guatemala
between the
y
state
las
of
y los
Guatemala
guatemaltecos que se
and
encuentran
Guatemalan
residiendo fuera de
citizens
nuestro
residing
territorio,
outside the
pero que
country,
continúan siendo parte
because they
integral de
continue
nuestra
to be
nación
an integral
y
part
cuyo
of our
trabajo es
nation,
parte
and their
fundamental
work is a
de nuestra
fundamental
economía.
part of our economy.
Lo estamos haciendo a
We are
través de
doing
una
this
estrategia
through
que
a strategy
permite
that makes it
una
possible for
participación
them to
efectiva de la
have
diáspora
effective
en el
participation
desarrollo
in
nacional,
our national
convirtiéndolos
development,
en socios
converting them
de
into
proyectos
project partners
para
in
mejorar
order
las
to
condiciones de
improve the
vida
living
de las
conditions
familias
for the
que se han
families
quedado
that have
en Guatemala.
decided to remain in Guatemala.
En el futuro que estamos
In the
construyendo,
future that we are building,
la migración es un
migration
derecho,
is a right,
una opción,
an option.
no una
It's not
sentencia
a
derivada
sentence
de la
arising
falta de
from the lack of
oportunidades, la
opportunities or
violencia
from violence
o el hambre.
or from hunger.
En la última década,
Over the
Guatemala ha
last
pasado de
decade,
ser un país de
Guatemala
origen de
has
personas migrantes
moved from being
a
a
ser cada
country
vez más
of
un
origin for
territorio de
migrants
tránsito y retorno,
and increasingly one
así
of
como en
transit
menor
and
medida
return,
también
and also to a
un
lesser
lugar de
extent
destino.
a place of destination.
Nuestro compromiso
Our
es
commitment
dar un
is
trato
to give
digno a
dignified
todas las
treatment
personas
to all
que lleguen a
people
nuestro
that
territorio,
arrive on our shores,
consistente con el trato que
consistent
exigimos
with the
para
treatment
las
that we
y los
demand for
guatemaltecos en el exterior.
Guatemalans abroad.
Nuestro Estado
Our state
está haciendo cambios
is making
sustanciales en la
substantial
atención y
changes
protección que
in the way
otorga
that
a las
we
personas migrantes.
protect and
Hemos
care for
identificado las
migrant
áreas de
persons.
mejora y
We have
oportunidad
identified areas that
para
need
fortalecer
improvement
el
and
manejo
where we can
de
offer
los
greater
flujos de la
opportunities in
migración
order to
internacional de
strengthen
una
our
manera
management
segura,
of migration flows
ordenada
in a,
y regular.
to ensure that it is
Es mi
orderly,
convicción
regular and safe.
personal,
It's my personal
la
conviction,
de mi gobierno
that of my
y la de
government
la amplia
and
mayoría de
of the broad
guatemaltecos y
majority of
guatemaltecas,
Guatemalans,
que todos los
that
inmigrantes
all migrants
merecen la oportunidad
deserve
de una vida
to
digna
have the opportunity
y el
of a
respeto de
dignified
sus derechos
life and to ensure that
fundamentales
their fundamental rights are
independientemente
respected,
de las causas
irrespective
que les
of
llevan a
the
migrar.
causes that led them to
Por
migrate.
ello creemos
For this reason,
firmemente
we firmly believe
en la labor que se
in the
realiza a
work
través del
that
sistema
is
de
being
las
done
Naciones
through the
Unidas.
United Nations system.
Guatemala promueve el
Guatemala
cumplimiento de los 23
promotes
objetivos
the
establecidos
achievement of the
en el
23
Pacto Mundial
goals
para la
established in the
Migración
Global
Segura, Ordenada y
Compact for
Regular,
Migration, for safe,
fomentando la
orderly and regular
cooperación
migration,
internacional en
promoting
el ámbito
international
migratorio.
cooperation in the area of
Con esa
migration.
misma convicción,
With that same
hemos
conviction,
acogido a 135 hermanos
welcomed
nicaragüenses
135
que fueron liberados
Nicaraguan
de la
brothers who were
prisión
released from
arbitraria de su
arbitrary
gobierno.
detention by their
Nuestro
government.
compromiso es que
Our
Guatemala
commitment is
sea
that Guatemala
siempre un
will
espacio
always
de
be
dignidad
a
y
space for
libertad
dignity
para
and
quienes
freedom
lleguen a
for
nuestro
those
territorio,
who
especialmente
come to our country,
para los
particularly for
centroamericanos que
Central
son,
Americans
de acuerdo
who
con
are,
nuestra
in
Constitución,
accordance with our
nuestra
Constitution,
historia y el
our
sentimiento
history,
general de
and
nuestro
are
pueblo,
generally felt
con
to be our
nacionales
people,
y
fellow
hermanos.
citizens and brothers and sisters.
Guatemala reafirma su
Guatemala
compromiso con los
reaffirms its
principios
commitment to the
fundamentales de la
fundamental
democracia,
principles of
tal
democracy,
como ha quedado recogido en la
such as
Carta
those that
Democrática
are in the
Interamericana
Inter-American
y
Democratic
como un
Charter,
principio fundamental de la organización
which is the
política de
basic
nuestros
fundamental
pueblos.
principle of the political
Rechazamos
organization
en
of
el
our
hemisferio
peoples. We
y en
reject in
todo
our
el
hemisphere
mundo
and throughout the world
cualquier
any
intento
attempt
por reprimir las
to
aspiraciones de
suppress the
libertad y
aspirations for
justicia
freedom and
que
justice
expresan los
that
pueblos del
are
mundo
expressed
mediante
by the peoples
procesos
of the world
libres y
through free and
democráticos,
democratic
como está
processes,
sucediendo
as we are
en
seeing
estos momentos en
currently in
Venezuela
Venezuela
y en
and
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Los
The
principios
principles
de la
of
democracia
democracy
son
are
fundamentales
fundamental
para preservar la
in order to
libertad, la
preserve
dignidad
freedom,
y la
dignity,
prosperidad
and
incluyente y
inclusive
equitativa de la
and
humanidad.
equitable prosperity for humanity.
Señora Vicepresidente,
Madam Vice President,
ante esta Asamblea General
before
quiero
this General
reafirmar
Assembly, I would like to
el
reaffirm
compromiso de
the
Guatemala
commitment of Guatemala
para resolver de manera permanente y
to
definitiva
permanently and in a
ante
lasting
la
manner
Corte
resolve
Internacional
before
de
the International
Justicia
Court of Justice
el diferendo territorial,
the
insular y
insular
marítimo
and maritime
con
and territorial
nuestro vecino
dispute
país,
with the
hermano,
brotherly
Belice.
country and neighborly country of
Al
Belize.
optar optar por el diálogo
by
y los
opting
mecanismos
for
jurídicos
dialogue and the
internacionales,
international
Hemos
legal
demostrado que la
mechanisms,
vía
we have
pacífica y el
demonstrated
respeto a las
that
instituciones
peaceful means and
multilaterales
respect for
son el
multilateral
camino más
institutions
efectivo
are the
para
most
resolver
effective way
disputas
to
entre
resolve
naciones.
disputes between
Confiamos
countries. We
en que este
are
proceso
confident
permitirá
that this
alcanzar
process
una
will make it
solución
possible
justa y
to bring
definitiva,
about a just and lasting
respetuosa de los
solution
derechos
that
y
respects
la
the
dignidad de
rights and
ambos
dignity
países.
of both countries.
Este acto es una muestra
This
de
act
fe,
is an act of
de
faith,
nuestra fe
of our
en el
faith
derecho
in
internacional
international law
y nuestro compromiso
and our
con la
commitment
paz duradera,
to
no
lasting
solo
peace,
para
not
Guatemala y
only for
Belice,
Guatemala and
sino como
Belize,
ejemplo
but also
para la
as an
región
example for
y
the
el mundo.
region and for the world.
Señora Vicepresidente,
Madam Vice President,
la urgencia de
the
los desafíos que
urgency
enfrentamos
of the
nos
challenge
obliga a
that
tomar
we are
acciones
facing
concretas y no
suggests
simplemente
that we take
limitarnos a la
concrete action
retórica.
and not just limit ourselves to
Ya se ha
rhetoric.
dicho a menudo
It has been
que es
said
momento
very
de
often
pasar
that the time has
de
now
las
come
palabras a la
to
acción.
move from words to action.
Los conflictos y la migración en
Conflicts
Centroamérica
and
son
migration in
alimentados
Central America
por lo que
are
consideramos
fueled by
el más
what we
urgente
consider to be
desafío
the most
global,
pressing
la
global
crisis
challenge,
climática.
namely the climate crisis.
Una crisis que pone en riesgo
It is
a nuestros
endangering
sistemas,
our
a
systems,
nuestra economía, a
our
nuestra
economy,
alimentación,
our food
a
chain,
nuestra supervivencia
our
misma.
survival itself.
Estamos en un momento
We
crítico
are at a critical
para
juncture
salvaguardar la generación
for
presente
saving
y a las
current
futuras.
and future
El
generations.
cambio climático
Climate change
es una realidad
is a
devastadora
devastating
que
reality
afecta a la
that is
humanidad,
affecting
que nos
humanity,
afecta hoy,
which affects us
pero que
today,
tendrá consecuencias
but which will have
catastróficas para el
disastrous
futuro.
consequences for the future.
Guatemala, a
Guatemala,
pesar de ser un país
despite
mega
being a
diverso,
hugely diverse
es
country,
altamente vulnerable
is extremely
a los eventos
vulnerable
climatológicos
to
extremos que
extreme
causan
climate
desastres
events that
naturales,
cause natural disasters,
inundaciones,
flooding,
deslizamientos,
landslides,
incendios
fires,
y el
and an
incremento
increase
de temperaturas
in
de las
temperatures
cuales hemos sido
that
todos
we have all
testigos este año.
been witness to this year.
Nuestra contribución a la emisión
Our
de gases de
contribution
efecto
to
invernadero
greenhouse gas
es
emissions
mínima.
is minimal.
Y sin embargo sufrimos
Nevertheless,
como
we,
pocos
like few
territorios
other countries,
el embate de
are
estos
suffering the
eventos
onslaught of
climáticos
these extreme
extremos.
climate events.
Estamos
We
adaptándonos a
are
esta realidad
adapting ourselves to this
y
reality
reduciendo la
and
vulnerabilidad de
reducing
nuestro
the
territorio.
vulnerability of our country.
En el año
In
2025 presentaremos
2025,
la
we will be
actualización
presenting
de
an
nuestra
update of
contribución
our
nacionalmente
nationally determined
determinada
contribution
en cumplimiento a los
in
compromisos establecidos
fulfillment of
en el
the
Acuerdo de París.
commitments established
Pero
in the
debemos
Paris
recordar
Agreement.
en este
But
foro
we must recall
que
here
la
in this forum
responsabilidad
that
para
the
atender esta
responsibility
crisis
to
es
address this crisis
compartida.
is a shared one.
Nos corresponde actuar para
We have to
resolverla
act to
a quienes
resolve it.
sufrimos los
Those
embates
that
de
are
esta
suffering
crisis,
the
pero
onslaught of this
también a
crisis,
quienes
but
la han
also
provocado.
those that have caused it.
Llamamos
We
urgentemente
issue an urgent
a las
call
grandes
to
potencias
the major
a asumir el
powers
liderazgo
to
que les
assume the
corresponde,
leadership role that is
así como la
theirs,
responsabilidad
as well as
moral y
we appeal to the
financiera
moral and
con las
financial
naciones que hemos
responsibility,
sufrido
with
sus
the
peores
nations,
efectos. El momento
with the countries that have suffered the worst
momento para
effects.
actuar es ahora.
The time to act is
Y es
now,
esencial que la
and
próxima
it's essential that the
COP29
next COP,
a celebrarse en
COP29,
Azerbaiyán
to be held in
sea un
Azerbaijan,
éxito.
be a success.
El compromiso de Guatemala para lograr ese
Commitment
objetivo
of Guatemala
es
to
total.
achieve this goal is total.
Estimados amigos, señora
Dear
vicepresidente,
friends, Vice President,
Guatemala está cambiando.
Guatemala is
Y ese
changing,
cambio implica una
and this
transformación
change
de nuestra
implies a
relación con el
transformation of
mundo.
our relationship with the world.
Estamos haciendo lo que nos corresponde
We are
para
doing
contribuir
what we can
a los fines
to
de esta
contribute to
organización.
the goals of this
Y
organization.
esta contribución
And this
nace de un
contribution is
compromiso
born of a
normativo
commitment
con
to
los
the
valores de
norms
paz
and values
y solidaridad
of global
global,
peace and security.
pero también viene de un
But also
mandato
it comes from
democrático
a
que nos ha sido
democratic
impuesto.
mandate that we have been given.
Nuestro pueblo tiene la
Our people
convicción de que la
have the
democracia es una
conviction that
condición
democracy is
necesaria
a
para el
necessary
progreso
condition
y el
for
bienestar.
progress and for well-being.
Guatemala tiene un pasado autoritario
Guatemala has an
aún muy
authoritarian
reciente,
past, and that's a very
un
recent
pasado
past.
trágico que
A
muchos
tragic
de
past
ustedes
that
conocen.
many of you will be aware of.
Sin embargo,
Nevertheless,
expresando la vocación de
expressing
libertad
our vocation
de
for
nuestro
freedom,
pueblo
the freedom of our
y con
people,
un acompañamiento
and
importante
with
de la comunidad
significant assistance from the international community,
hemos dado un giro
we
hacia la
have
promoción y
taken a
defensa
turn
de los derechos
towards
humanos,
promoting and
enfrentando
defending
con
human
seriedad
rights,
nuestros problemas,
earnestly
rezagos y
confronting
deudas
our
históricas
historic problems
y asumiendo con
and
valentía la
debts,
responsabilidad
and assuming
de
courageously the
resolver nuestros
responsibility
problemas
to
actuales.
resolve the current problems that
La
we have.
visita
The
reciente del Alto Comisionado Volker Türk y la renovación inmediata de la presencia en Guatemala de su oficina son un testimonio de este compromiso. Guatemala ha renovado su compromiso con el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, con la reciente adopción del Pacto del Futuro en el marco de la cumbre. Tenemos la convicción de que el crecimiento económico por sí solo no produce el desarrollo. La cooperación, la protección del medio ambiente, la inclusión social, el respeto y la promoción de la dignidad humana y la seguridad son precondiciones indispensables del desarrollo. Guatemala está cambiando. Estamos caminando hacia un futuro más equitativo, donde el desarrollo y el progreso llegarán a cada rincón del país, especialmente a las poblaciones más abandonadas, y donde cada persona, sin importar su origen, tenga la posibilidad de construir una vida digna y plena. Esta es una aspiración natural de todos los pueblos. Haremos nuestra parte para conseguirla en Guatemala y colaboraremos para lograrla donde sea requerido. Pero estamos haciéndolo porque sabemos que el mundo está cambiando. De nuestro esfuerzo como naciones unidas en este foro depende que este cambio ineludible y en ciernes sea para el bienestar de nuestros pueblos y nuestras naciones. Esta era la visión de quienes fundaron esta organización hace 79 años. Esta es la visión que debe orientar nuestros esfuerzos hoy como humanidad. Y termino citando al libro sagrado del pueblo maya, el Popol Vuh, que refleja este sentimiento, diciendo que todos se levanten y que nadie se quede atrás. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
En nombre de la Asamblea,
on behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, President of the Republic of Guatemala. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Viola Amherd, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Vice-Présidente, Madame la Vice-Secrétaire Générale, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le matin du 3 mars 2002, j'ai déposé dans l'urne un bulletin de vote sur lequel j'avais inscrit
I placed a ballot paper in the ballot box on which I had written a decisive yes. From early morning, figures and projections had already been displayed on TV screens, and yet it wasn't until the evening that the verdict was rendered. After a long and difficult struggle and a controversial election campaign, Switzerland was going to join the United Nations. In fact, ultimately, it was just a few hundred votes in the Valais canton of my region of origin that were the decisive ones. The Swiss people thus expressed the resolve of our country to shoulder its responsibilities and to participate in international politics in a spirit of solidarity. That was more than 2 decades ago. Today, I'm speaking to you just a few days away from the Swiss presidency of the Security Council. The world has changed, but not our principles. Like numerous other countries, Switzerland is increasingly concerned by worsening tensions throughout the world and the emergence of new conflicts. Unfortunately, we increasingly see gross violations of human rights and a complete disdain for internationally recognized borders. Might risks trumping the rule of law, and the use of force has considerably increased. It is only by standing together that we can confront this trend that the great writer Charles Ferdinand Ramuz described so well a century ago. I quote, "Misfortune never comes alone. They get married and have children." Great challenges face us. Wars, disasters, harm that we inflict upon our own planet, and risks and opportunities as well linked to technological progress. The UN, as the only universal organization, is absolutely central in tackling these issues. Taking the decision to work together better, irrespective of political regimes, economic structures, and cultural differences, is already a good start. The world should not divide itself up into blocks. That means that we should be ready to negotiate with all major regions of the world based on the principles that are in the interest of all, respected by all. International law must always be the basis of this. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the quest for peace prevails over all else, and Switzerland is committed to this. Standing in solidarity, faithful to its tradition of good offices, and because giving up and inaction should never be an option, Switzerland this summer brought together about 100 countries and international organizations during the high-level Conference for Peace in Ukraine. Our aim was to give an initial push for a comprehensive, fair and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law and the UN Charter. We would like to reiterate our invitation to the international community to spare no effort to support concrete measures and the joint communique. International law is the foundation underpinning our shared efforts for peace, security and prosperity in the world. The Geneva Conventions, whose 75th anniversary we are commemorating this year, govern the legal bases for war and thus the protection of civilians. Nonetheless, recent figures from the UN paint a bleak picture of the international community. Not only are people and civilian infrastructure insufficiently protected, but they are coming under repeated attack. We can see violations of international humanitarian law in Myanmar, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in Sudan. My country was firmly committed to ensure that the Security Council adopt ceasefire resolutions in Gaza and in Sudan in particular. There is an urgent need for these resolutions to be implemented and upheld. By the same token, we strongly call for an immediate return for complete cessation of hostilities on both sides of the blue line. The heavy price paid by civilians in these crises and in these conflicts currently makes Switzerland even more resolved to continue to view international humanitarian law as a top priority. Respecting it is at the heart of our commitment within the Security Council. The protection of civilians is not a given, and it is no way guaranteed. We should grant it more importance in situations of conflict. The best way of protecting civilians is and will always be peace. Along these lines, my country is investing in promoting civilian and military peace. Whilst some peacekeeping missions have not always achieved the aims set out, day after day they nonetheless contribute to keeping people safe and to stability and
Nous
to
devons
peace.
surmonter les
We need
désaccords
to overcome
lorsqu'il s'agit de décider
disagreements
de nouvelles
when
missions.
we are deciding
La
upon
paix
new
est trop
missions.
précieuse pour devenir un
Peace is
terrain de
too
jeu
precious to
où
become a
s'expriment des
playground
intérêts
where
particuliers.
individual interests
Aux
play
côtés
out.
de nombreux partenaires internationaux, la
Standing
Suisse apporte sa
alongside numerous
contribution
international
à la
partners,
promotion de la paix
Switzerland is
et
making its
renforce son
contribution to
engagement
promoting
là où
peace
cela est possible.
and strengthening its
Outre les
commitment
questions liées
where
au conflit
possible.
et à la paix,
Over and
de
beyond
nombreux
matters
autres
pertaining to
défis nous
peace and
préoccupent.
conflict,
Nous devons les
numerous
relever
other
de
challenges
toute
are of
urgence.
concern.
Depuis quelques
We
années, il
urgently
apparaît
need
toujours
to
plus évident
address
que la population
these. For
civile
several years
doit
now, it
être
has become
protégée non
increasingly
seulement
clear
lors de
that
conflits
civilians
armés,
must be
mais
protected
aussi
not
face
only
aux
during armed
catastrophes
conflicts,
naturelles.
but also during
Le
natural
changement
disasters.
climatique et la
Climate
perte
change
de
and
biodiversité
biodiversity
ont des
loss
conséquences existentielles
have an
pour un nombre
existential
croissant de
impact on a
personnes.
growing number of people.
Il est crucial
It
que
is
nous
crucial
maintenons
that
également
we
notre
also
engagement dans
maintain
ces
our
domaines,
commitment in these
que nous les
areas
renforcions
and
et
we
prenions des
bolster
mesures
them
courageuses
and
pour
take
l'avenir. De
brave,
nombreux accords
courageous
internationaux
measures
sur
for the
l'environnement
future.
ou sur le changement climatique
Numerous
ne sont pas
international
appliqués
agreements
ou
on
le
the
sont de
environment
manière
or on climate
insuffisante.
change have not
Cela
been
conduit
implemented or
à
have
une
been done so
destruction
insufficiently.
massive de
This
notre
has led
environnement.
to a massive
Je
destruction
suis également
of our
préoccupée
environment.
par l'augmentation
I'm
de la
also concerned
désinformation
by the
qui sape
uptick
la
in
liberté d'opinion
disinformation.
basée sur
This
des faits.
undermines freedom
Les
of
acteurs
opinion
privés
based on facts.
étatiques
Private and
diffusent des
state
fausses informations dans leur
actors are
propre
spreading
pays et dans
false
d'autres
information in their
États
own
afin
countries
d'attiser la
and in other
polarisation,
countries
semer la
in order
discorde
to
et
deepen
déstabiliser
polarization,
des
sow
États.
discord and destabilize states.
La Suisse s'engage résolument
Switzerland is
en faveur de la
firmly
liberté
committed to
d'expression
freedom of
et de la
expression
liberté des
and
médias.
to freedom of the
La
media.
désinformation est un
Disinformation
poison.
is a poison.
Nous voulons y
We
faire face
want
en
to
distinguant
address
mieux
this
ce qui
by
relève
better
de la liberté
distinguishing
d'expression
between
et
what
ce qui
comes
relève de la
under the rubric
manipulation
of
des
freedom of
faits,
expression
en
and
démasquant
what is the
les
manipulation of
influences
facts,
illégitimes, en
by
favorisant
debunking
des débats
illegitimate
ouverts
influence,
et
by
équitables
fostering
et en
open
informant de
and
manière transparente et objective
fair
en tant
debate
que
and by
gouvernement et
informing
organisations
people
internationales.
transparently and objectively, both as
Excellences,
governments
mesdames et messieurs,
and as international
la
organizations,
Suisse
we can achieve this
s'engage
excellencies.
résolument en
Ladies
faveur
and
d'un
gentlemen,
multilatéralisme
Switzerland is
fort
firmly
et
committed
efficace.
to strong and
J'ai
effective
conscience de la
multilateralism.
nécessité d'un
I am aware
engagement
of the need
conjoint de
for
tous les
combined
États afin de
commitment
trouver
from all
ensemble
states
des
in order
solutions.
to find solutions together.
Mon pays est marqué par
My
des
country
débats
stands
démocratiques
out
réguliers
for its
à tous
regular
les niveaux de
democratic
l'État, au
debates
sein
at
des
all
communes,
levels
des
of our
régions
country,
et de
within
la
the
Confédération.
municipalities, our
Il
regions,
est
and at the
urgent de
Confederation
rétablir de
level.
tels débats
There is an
constructifs,
urgent need
pacifiques
to restore
entre
such
États
a
afin de relever
constructive
des
and peaceful
défis
debate between
existentiels.
states in order to tackle
Avant-hier,
existential
nous avons
challenges.
adopté
The day before
ensemble le
yesterday,
pacte pour
together,
l'avenir.
we
Le
adopted the
pacte est un
Pact for the
engagement
Future.
fort en
The
faveur
Pact
du
is a strong
multilatéralisme.
commitment to
L'une de
multilateralism.
ses dimensions clés
One
est
of the
l'agenda
key
2030
dimensions of this
pour le
is the
développement durable.
2030 Agenda for
Il constitue
Sustainable
notre feuille de
Development.
route que nous
This
devons
is
mettre en
our
œuvre
roadmap,
ensemble
which we need to
et le plus
implement together
rapidement
as
possible.
quickly as possible.
Il faut que l'idée naisse de la
The
vision
idea
comme
must be
l'étincelle
born
du
of the
caillou.
vision,
Disait
like the
également
spark
Ramu,
from the
cette
stone.
situation reste
Ramu also
d'actualité.
said this, and this
Ayons
quote still is
courage
relevant
et
today.
gardons
Let
confiance.
us be courageous
Nous
and
avons
let us
besoin d'un
remain
cadre
confident.
dans lequel
We
nous
need a
pouvons
framework
travailler
in which we
ensemble,
can work
en
together
partenariat,
in
pour trouver
partnership
des
to
solutions.
find solutions.
C'est justement
It
ce
is
cadre
the
que
United
nous offrent les
Nations
Nations Unies.
which provides
À nous
us with
de les
precisely
rendre,
this
de
framework.
rendre cette
It is
institution
up
plus
to
forte.
us to make
Je vous
this
remercie.
institution stronger. Thank you very much.
On behalf
of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mi hija, Antonella Petro,
My daughter, Antonella Penetro, has just sent me a paragraph, and she wanted me to begin that speech, my speech, with that paragraph. So with your indulgence, I will read it.
Es el párrafo de una
It is a
niña de 15,
written by a
16
child
años
of
y dice
15,
así.
16 years old, and it reads as
Hoy
follows.
estoy orgulloso
Today I
de
am
presentarme
proud
ante
to
ustedes como el
appear before
presidente del
you
corazón de
as
la
the
tierra.
president of the heart of the earth.
Así es como nuestros
That is
indígenas
how
de la
our
Sierra
indigenous
Nevada
people on the Sierra Nevada
denominaron a mi hermoso país.
defined my beautiful country.
Geográficamente hablando, tiene
Geographically
sentido
speaking,
que
what they
nosotros
said is
seamos
logical, and
el
it's
corazón del
logical that
mundo.
we call ourselves the
Sin
heart
embargo,
of the world.
si
However,
somos el
if
corazón,
we are the heart,
tenemos que dar el ejemplo de
we have
unidad,
to
de
set
paz
an example
total
of unity,
y de
total
preservación de la
peace, and
naturaleza.
preservation,
Si el
conservation
corazón
of
funciona,
nature. If
es un gran avance.
the heart works
Sin
and
embargo,
beats, that's a great
todas
step
las otras
forward.
partes del
However,
cuerpo
all
son
other parts
importantes.
of the human
Si una
body
falla,
are
el
important.
resto
If
también lo
one
hará.
fails, the rest will follow.
Por eso es que desde el
As
corazón
such,
de la tierra
from the heart of the
invitamos a
earth,
todos los países
we now invite
a hacer
all
un acto de
countries
conciencia,
to have
dejar
their
a un
conscience
lado la
peaked,
codicia
to
que
stand
está
up and
matando
leave
al ser
leave
humano
aside the greed that is
y a la
killing
madre
human
tierra
beings and
y dar
Mother
un paso
Earth.
hacia
We
la
invite
paz
you all
total.
to take a step towards
Está ahí
total
mi hija,
peace. My daughter
sus órdenes.
is in those
Y sigo.
paragraphs. Those are her orders.
Señoras y
Please take
señores
heed.
presidentes del mundo,
Ladies and gentlemen, presidents of the world.
en este recinto la
In this
capacidad de
very
comunicación de
house,
un presidente
the ability of a president
depende
to
de la
communicate
cantidad de
depends
dólares que
on
tenga
the
en su presupuesto.
how many dollars he has in his budget.
En la cantidad que tenga de aviones de guerra.
It depends on how
Y en
many
el fondo,
warplanes he
en la
has.
capacidad
And
que
ultimately,
tenga
it
su
depends
país
on the clout that his
destrucción
country
sobre la
has and its
humanidad.
ability to destroy
El poder de un
humankind.
país en el
The
mundo
power of a
ya no
country
se
in the
ejerce
world
por
is
el tipo
no
de sistema
longer
económico o político
exercised
o de ideas que
by the
irradie,
type of economic or
sino por el
political
poder de
system it has or its
destruir la
ideology,
vida de
but
la humanidad.
power is wielded according to how
Los que
much
no tenemos
capacity
ese
one
poder
has to
de
destroy
destrucción, al
humankind.
contrario,
There is this power
los
of
que tenemos
destruction,
el poder de sostener la vida en
but
el
who are
planeta,
important to those who really have
hablamos
the
sin
power
mucha
to
atención
sustain
prestada.
life. We
y muchas
speak,
veces
but we're
quizás
often not listened
solo
to.
para nuestros propios
And
pueblos.
sometimes perhaps the only people
Por eso
listening
no
to those
nos
of us that
escuchan
want to sustain
cuando
life are our
votamos
own
que
peoples.
se
That's
detenga
why
el genocidio en Gaza.
that we're not listened to when
Aunque
we
seamos la
speak
mayoría
out
de
for
los
the
presidentes
genocide
del
in,
mundo
in Gaza
y
to be detained, even though
representantes
we
de la
do
mayor
speak
parte
for the
de la
majority of the
humanidad,
world and we represent vast
no nos
swathes of
escucha
humankind.
una
However,
minoría de
nevertheless, we're not
presidentes
listened to. A
que
small
pueden
minority of
detener el
presidents that
bombardeo.
are able to
Es
stop
decir,
the
no nos
bloodshed
escuchan
and
los
say,
presidentes
but they're
de los
not listened
países que
to.
pueden destruir la humanidad.
And we're not listened
pedimos
to
que
by
se
the
cambie
presidents
la
that
deuda
can
por acción
destroy
climática,
humankind. We're
no nos
asked to
escuchan
we're
las
a-
minorías
we ask
poderosas.
them to swap debt for
Si pedimos
climate
que
change
dejen las
spending, but we're
guerras
not
para
listened to. If we
concentrarnos
ask for war
en
to
la
stop so that we
transformación
can
rápida de la
concentrate
economía
on the
del mundo
expeditious
para
transformation
poder
of the
salvar
global
la vida
economy
y
so
la
that we
especie
can
humana,
save the very human
tampoco nos
species,
escuchan.
we're not listened to either
Es el
then.
poder de destrucción de
The
la
power
vida
to
lo
destroy
que da
life
volumen a la
is
voz en el
the
recinto de las
power
Naciones
that allows
Unidas y
voices to
congrega a la mayoría
reverberate
de sus
throughout
representantes
United
y
Nations
delegados.
House, and it's that destructive power that gives
No se
convening
escucha
power
la
to
voz de las
representatives.
naciones
The voice
y pedimos unir
of
el
nations is
esfuerzo
not
humano en pos de
heard
la
when we
existencia.
ask
Aquí
humankind
hablamos,
to
pero no
unite
se
to
nos
preserve
escucha.
existence. We speak
Sin
here, but
embargo,
we're not listened to.
quizá ya no hablamos
However,
para que nos escuchen
perhaps we're not really
y
speaking any
dialoguemos con
longer
los
to be listened
presidentes del
to.
poder mundial,
We
sino
need
para que
to
escuchen los
speak
pueblos del mundo.
so that the peoples
Hoy las
of the
cosas
world
están
are listening.
peores que hace
That's
un
now
año.
what we're interested in.
Se han quemado 11
In the
millones
last
de
year,
hectáreas en la
11
selva
million
amazónica
hectares
en
of the
tan solo
Amazon
un
jungle have
mes
been built,
por el
burned
calentamiento
in
global
only
y la
actually
crisis
1 month
climática.
as a result of global
Los
warming and
científicos
climate
dijeron
change. Scientists
que si se
said
quemaba la
that
selva
if we
del
were to
Amazonas,
burn the
llegábamos
Amazon
al punto de
rainforest,
no
we
retorno
would reach a
climático,
point of no return
donde
in
las
climate
decisiones
terms,
humanas
where
para
human
detener el
decisions
colapso
to
ya
halt
serán
the collapse of the
inocuas.
climate would now
Pues bien,
have no effect
la selva
whatsoever.
amazónica
Well,
se está
the
quemando.
Amazon rainforest is burning.
Ya doblan por todo el
Bells
planeta.
are already tolling
ti,
for the whole planet.
nosotros,
Bells are tolling for
por
you,
la vida
for
y la
us,
humanidad,
for humankind and life.
Ernest Hemingway.
That was said by Ernest
Las
Hemingway.
no
The
solo
bell
doblan
tolls
por
for
ti,
thee.
sino por toda la
Bells
vida.
are not only tolling for you, but for all of
fin.
life. The end has
Hace un
begun.
año pedí una
A year
conferencia
ago,
de
I
paz por
called for
Palestina
a
en este
conference
mismo
for
lugar,
peace on Palestine
sin
at
que
this
hubiera
very
estallado aún la
rostrum.
primera bomba.
But the first bomb
Hoy
yet had
tenemos
not been
20,000
dropped.
niños y niñas
Now
asesinados
20,000
bajo las
boys and
bombas,
girls have been
y los
killed under the
presidentes
bombs.
de los países de la
And the
destrucción
presidents
humana
of the
se
countries of
ríen
human
en estos
destruction are
pasillos
laughing in these
con
very
ayuda del
corridors
poder de
with
comunicación de
the
los medios
help
mundiales
of mass
que hoy están en
media
propiedad de
that
los grandes
today
capitales,
are
reordenan
the
el
owners of
mundo
major
sin
capitals.
democracia,
They are
sin
reordering
libertad.
a world and they're
El
creating a world
proyecto
without democracy
democrático
and
de la
without freedom.
humanidad
The
está
democratic project
muriendo
of
con la
humankind
vida,
is dying
mientras
along
los
with life,
racistas,
while at the same
los
time
supremacistas,
racists,
los que
supremacists,
creen
those
estúpidamente
who
que los arios
stupidly believe
son la raza superior,
that the
se
Aryan race is
aprestan a
the
dominar el
superior
mundo
race, are
esgrimiendo el
getting
terror
ready
de las
to dominate
bombas
the world,
sobre los
brandishing the
pueblos.
threat of bombs and
El
terror
control
over
de la
human
humanidad
beings.
sobre
The
la base
control
de
of
la
humankind
barbarie
on the
está
very
en
foundations of
construcción,
barbarism
y
is
su
being
demostración
built.
es Gaza.
And that
El
is being
Líbano.
played out in Gaza,
Cuando muera
Lebanon.
Gaza,
When
morirá
Gaza
la
dies,
humanidad toda.
humanity will die, the whole of
Resulta que
humanity.
el pueblo de Dios
The people
no
of
era el
God
pueblo de Israel,
was not the people
no
of Israel.
es el
It
pueblo
would
de
seem.
los Estados
It is
Unidos
not
de
the people of
Norteamérica,
the USA.
sino que el pueblo de
Rather,
Dios
the
es la
people of God
humanidad toda.
is
Y los niños
humankind
de
as
Gaza,
one.
eso eran
The children
humanidad,
of Gaza, they were
el pueblo
humankind,
elegido de Dios.
the chosen people of God.
Están matando el pueblo
They
elegido
are
de Dios,
killing God's chosen
los niños
people,
de la
the
humanidad.
children of our very
Hay una razón
humankind.
para este
There is
Armagedón
one
del
reason
mundo contemporáneo.
for this contemporary Armageddon.
En la sinrazón de los
In
gobiernos
the
que aplauden el
senselessness of
genocidio
governments that
y
applaud
que no actúan
genocide,
pronto
governments
para
that
cambiar
don't
las
act
economías
to
hacia la
change economies
descarbonización,
and
hay una lógica.
decarbonize them.
La lógica no
There is
está
a
en el
logic
mundo
behind
político
all of this.
ni en este
It's
atril
not
donde hablan todos los
politics or
presidentes.
this atrium where
La
all
lógica está
presidents
afuera
speak. That
y
logic,
se
that
llama
rationale
desigualdad
lies
social.
outside, and it's called social
Oxfam
inequality.
dice
Oxfam
que el
says
1%
that
más rico de la
the richest
humanidad
1% of,
tiene más
of
riqueza que
humankind
el
has more wealth than
95% de
95%
toda la humanidad
of
junta.
all humankind
Es en
combined.
esta desigualdad
It is in
alcanzada,
that
la
level
mayor
of
de nuestra
inequality
historia como especie,
where the
donde
best
se
of
encuentra la
our
lógica
history
de la
lies.
destrucción
That is where the
masiva
logic of
desatada
mass
en la crisis
destruction
climática
lies.
y la lógica de las
Destruction
bombas
that's been
que
unleashed by
suelta
climate
un
change, the
criminal
logic
como
of bombs.
Netanyahu sobre Gaza.
Netanyahu, as a criminal, is
Netanyahu
letting
es un
those
héroe
bombs
para el
raise down
1%
on
más
Gaza.
rico de la
Netanyahu
humanidad,
is a hero for the
porque es
richest
capaz
1%
de
of
mostrar
humankind because he's
que los
able to
pueblos se
demonstrate
destruyen
that
bajo las bombas.
people can destroy
Si la
themselves
riqueza la
with
medimos en
bombs.
CO2
If wealth is measured in
emitido y no en
CO2
dólares,
issued and not in dollars,
tenemos la
we
respuesta.
have the
El
answer.
1% más rico de la
The richest
humanidad
1% of
es
humankind
responsable de
is
la crisis
responsible
climática
for
que
the
avanza
climate
y
change,
se opone a
which
acabar
is
el
gaining
mundo del
ground and is
petróleo y
getting
del
ready
carbón,
to
porque es su
destroy
propia
the world
fuente de riqueza.
with oil and carbon,
Los
because that
políticos,
is how the
incluidos
world
los
grows rich.
presidentes
The
de
politicians,
los países más
including the
poderosos
presidents
de
of
la
the most
tierra,
powerful countries of
simplemente
earth,
les obedecen.
quite simply obey them.
Ellos pagan las
They
campañas.
pay their
Ellos
campaigns.
son los dueños de
They
los
are
medios de
the owners
comunicación.
of the means of
Ellos son
communication, the
los que
global media.
ocultan la
They
verdad
are
de la
those who
ciencia,
conceal the truth
como en
of
la película
science.
No mires arriba.
Like we
Ellos son
see in
los
the
que
film
dicen
Don't Look
qué
Up.
se
They are the
piensa,
people
qué
who
se dice y que
decide
debe
what
ser
is thought,
prohibido
what is said,
y
what should
silenciado.
be forbidden, and what
En su
should
poder
be
de
silenced.
prohibición
In
y
their
censura
power
gritan
to
¡Viva la
prohibit and to
libertad,
ban,
carajo!
they scream,
Pero es
long
solo
live
la
liberty.
libertad del 1%
But what they're
más rico
talking
de la
about is
población
nothing
mundial,
more than the freedom
que
of
en
the
su
global
sentir
1%.
mercantil y libre
They
nos
are
lleva a la
obsessed with
destrucción
the
de la
free
atmósfera
market, and that,
y de la
that
vida.
obsession brings us to the
El libre
destruction of
mercado
life
no
and
era
our
la
atmosphere. The
libertad,
free
como
market
decían,
wasn't freedom,
sino la
as they claimed it
maximización
would
de la
be.
muerte.
rather what it meant was the maximization of death. The richest 1% of humankind is the powerful global oligarchy. They are the people who allow us to drop bombs on women, elderly people, and the children of Gaza, Lebanon, or Sudan. They impose economic blockades on rebel countries that don't yield to their domination, Cuba, Venezuela, because they need to demonstrate their destructive capacity to the remaining 99% of humankind, so that they let them continue to wield power, continue to grow their wealth, and continue to tighten their control. This oligarchy is bringing humankind to the very brink of its own destruction. Politics just nods its head at them.
y del poder de los pueblos, la idea de la democracia. La pregunta que hay que hacer desde esta tribuna es si los pueblos lo permitirán. Ya no hay más tiempo. Los gobiernos son incapaces de detener la extinción de la vida. Hoy hay que escoger si es la vida o es la codicia, si es la humanidad o es el capital. No puedo más que decirle a los pueblos del mundo desde la voz débil de un país sin armas de destrucción masiva, sin dólares, pero hermoso por su diversidad natural y cultural, el país de la belleza y la mariposa de todos los colores, que ya no es la hora de los gobiernos, sino la hora de los pueblos. El tiempo ya se acabó. O levantamos la bandera de la vida, o nuestros pueblos se llenarán de cementerios, como nos lo mostró la epidemia. Es la hora de los pueblos y hay que actuar localmente y concertar mundialmente. El capital fósil puede seguir. El capital fósil no puede seguir. Los pueblos deben detenerlo. El veneno arrojado en la atmósfera es fatal y las chimeneas que lo emiten deben detenerse. Cada rincón del mundo puede ser una batalla contra esas chimeneas. Hace un siglo se levantaba una bandera roja en manos de las multitudes obreras, hablando de una revolución contra el capital. Ese mundo se acabó. Perdido en el gigantismo de los estados y la ausencia de la libertad, la bandera roja no encontró su lugar en la historia de la humanidad. Pero hoy, con más razón, ya no para defender una clase, un sistema de ideas, sino para defender la vida colectiva, se necesita de nuevo la bandera levantada, quizás ya no roja, sino de todos los colores, una bandera de toda la humanidad, para defender su propia existencia en el planeta. Quizás la palabra socialismo hoy tiene una nueva significación. Los cerebros, que son la base verdadera del trabajo, hoy están más conectados que nunca. Hoy el saber humano es más colectivo que nunca. Ayudarnos siempre fue la magia que nos permitió sobrevivir durante 1 millón de años en este planeta. Los individuos solo son débiles y terminan en manos del fentanilo, la droga de la muerte, de la derrota humana. Las personas somos fuertes si nos ayudamos, y esta ayuda alcanza la escala planetaria. La ayuda mutua, la construcción colectiva del saber, la humanidad como nuevo sujeto político es la base de una nueva significación del socialismo. Somos lo más avanzado de la vida. La vida inteligente debe defenderse, la vida inteligente, y defender las otras vidas de una oligarquía global que la ataca. Una nueva riqueza debe construirse, ya no basada en el petróleo, sino en la intensidad, en el trabajo creador y libre que permite la altísima productividad alcanzada ahora, incluida la inteligencia artificial
allow us make progress even with AI, but that AI does need to be controlled at a global level with public power. Productivity allows us to have creative free time. It allows human brains to come together, and coming together, human brains can achieve more. That network of humanity's neurons is what will allow us to vanquish with our flag held high. That is the flag of life.
A Macron,
now I'm not really talking
Scholz,
to Biden,
o a Xi Jinping,
Macron,
o a Putin.
Scholz, Xi Jinping, or Putin.
De la China recojo su idea de un diálogo entre civilizaciones.
From China, I have the idea of a dialogue between civilizations. From Europe, I've taken the idea of its social compact. From the United States, I've taken its love of its original democracy, the democracy of its founding fathers. From South America, I've taken its diversity, its jockey on a horse, it's Simón Bolívar. From Africa, I've taken their drums, the drums that summon us to communicate with the spirits of nature.
La idea del amor universal,
Jesus, I've taken the idea
su
of
juntura de la luz
love,
con la vida,
light,
de esas fuentes civilizatorias y más que están en todos los pueblos del mundo. Debemos tomar las fuerzas de la mayor batalla por la vida de la historia humana. Esa batalla indudablemente es
that battle is, and about this there can be no doubt, a global revolution.
Necesitamos construir el mayor ejército de todos los tiempos,
largest army ever seen,
compuesto de guerreros y guerreras de la vida. El ejército de la vida no tendrá las armas de la oligarquía global, no tendrá armas nucleares, no competirá por armas, ni tendrá los dineros a manos llenas de los bancos, ni el poder de destrozar los niños en los genocidios de la oligarquía, pero tendrá el mayor poder de todos, el poder de una humanidad unida que no se dejará quitar su existencia en el planeta. Solo hay un punto de vida infinitesimal en millones de años luz alrededor del universo y se llama Tierra. Y en ella hay una vida superior, que es la vida inteligente, la humanidad. No podemos dejar apagar esa perla del universo. Sin la vida, solo la oscuridad inerte dominaría, y es esa oscuridad inerte la que llena el corazón y el alma de la oligarquía global y sus ídolos de barro. Le corresponde a la humanidad dar la batalla. Es la hora de los pueblos. Si los gobiernos no pudieron, como aquí se demuestra, y decidieron jugar con bombas y guerras sin sentidos y matar niños y niñas, juegos de poder, entonces es la hora de tomar la solución de los grandes problemas de la humanidad en las manos de la misma gente, de la gente sencilla de la humanidad. En lugar de dirigirnos a gobernantes insensibles, dirijámonos a nosotros, el común. Dirijámonos a los pueblos para concertar las acciones comunes, las demostraciones de otro poder democrático en medio de ese poder de la humanidad convertida en conciencia actuante. Aparecerán nuevos gobiernos, nuevos liderazgos. Si la vida vence su extinción, ya no será la oligarquía global la que gobierne el mundo. Será derrocada para construir una democracia global.
Allow for the building of a global democracy. A new story is about to begin. Thank you for your kind attention. I thank, on behalf of the General Assembly, the President of the Republic of Colombia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Excellencies, may the peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, wishing him every success in his tasks. I express appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis for his efforts during his presidency of the previous session, and we commend the prominent role played by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, in strengthening its role and achieving its lofty goals.
إنما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة اليوم من عدوان سافر هو الأشد همجية وبشاعة وأكثر انتهاكا للقيم الإنسانية والمواثيق والأعراف الدولية. ليست هذه حربا بمفهوم الحرب المعروف والمتداول في العلاقات الدولية، بل هي جريمة إبادة بأحدث الأسلحة لشعب محاصر في معسكر اعتقال لا مهرب فيه من وابل
in a detention camp where there is no escape from the barrage of aerial bombing. Resolutions, condemnations, and reports have been exhausted. Nothing is left except the undeterred, ongoing, and premeditated stark crime with children, women, and the elderly as their victims. We oppose violence and the targeting of innocent civilians by any party. But after a year of this war, and with all that has taken place and that continues to take place, it is no longer tenable to talk about Israel's right to defend itself in this context without being complicit in justifying the crime. It is no longer plausible for any official to claim that they do not know. The facts are well known, and reports issued by international organizations about the bombing of schools and hospitals, weaponizing access to food and medicine, in addition to the published and publicly uttered intentions of Israeli leaders. Therefore, the failure to intervene to stop the aggression is a major scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, every year I stand on this podium and I begin by talking about the Palestinian cause, the absence of justice, the perils of believing that it can be neglected, and the illusions of making peace without a just solution to the Palestinian cause. I have done so every year at a time when the Palestinian cause has become absent from the speeches of major powers representatives in our world. There are those who are tempted by the possibility of marginalizing this issue to get rid of its burden, or seeing it vanish without resolving it. But the Palestinian cause is resistant to marginalization because it is an issue of indigenous people on their own land, a people who are subjected to a settler colonial occupation. This occupation has taken the form of an apartheid system in the 21st century. Can this be overlooked?
لن تزول قضية فلسطين
إلا في حالتين زوال الاحتلال أو زوال الشعب الفلسطيني ويبدو أن في إسرائيل من يمني النفس بالقضاء على هذا الشعب. إن العدوان الإسرائيلي المستمر منذ قرابة عام ليس إلا محصلة غياب إرادة سياسية صادقة is nothing but a result of the absence of a sincere political will, a deliberate international failure to resolve the Palestinian issue with a just solution and insistence of the occupying Israeli authorities to impose a fait accompli on the Palestinians and the world with all types of force. The ongoing brutal war has fired the coup de grace at international legitimacy and inflicted serious damage on the credibility of the post World War II concepts on which the international community was founded. As if the dire consequences of this approach, which are visible before our very eyes, are not enough to prove that ignoring a just solution is conducive to disaster. We discover, to our disbelief, that some are still trying to find innovative measures to run Gaza after the war, with or without an authority.
من منطلقات أمنية
on the
فحسب
basis of security considerations.
والمقصود بالطبع أمن الاحتلال لا أمن الرازح تحت الاحتلال إنها نفس طريقة التفكير التي قادت من كارثة إلى أخرى إنه النهج الذي يريد تفصيل المنطقة كلها على قياس إسرائيل ويبحث عن طرق التفافية لتجنب إنهاء الاحتلال وفرض حكم شعب على شعب آخر بالقوة. أيعقل أنه حتى بعد هذه الكارثة لم تستنتج الدول الكبرى ذات القدرة على التأثير في سير الأحداث ضرورة وقف الحرب والتوجه إلى الحل العادل على الفور بدلا من التفنن في الصياغات للتهرب منه. إن زوال الاحتلال وممارسة الشعب الفلسطيني حقه في تغيير المصير ليست منة أو مكرمة من أحد. ومن المؤسف أن يفشل مجلس الأمن في تنفيذ قراره بوقف إطلاق النار في قطاع غزة أو يمتنع عن منح دولة فلسطين العضوية الكاملة في الأمم المتحدة على الرغم من اعتماد الجمعية العامة في شهر مايو الماضي قرارا يدعم طلب فلسطين لهذه العضوية. ليس حصول دولة فلسطين على العضوية الكاملة في الأمم المتحدة تحقيقا لسيادتها أو تصفية للاحتلال، ولكنه على الأقل يرسل رسالة لحكومة اليمين المتطرفة الضالعة في تحدي الشرعية الدولية بأن القوة لا تلغي الحق. والحديث عن إضرار مثل هذه الخطوة بعملية السلام هو ذر للرماد في العيون، فلا يوجد شريك إسرائيلي للسلام في عهد الحكومة الحالية، ولا تجري عملية سلام بل عملية إبادة. وفي هذا الصدد يثمن عالي الموقف الدول التي اعترفت بدولة فلسطين على حدود عام 1967. إن استمرار المأساة الإنسانية للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق منذ أكثر من 7 عقود ونصف يعد وصمة عار في جبين المجتمع الدولي ومؤسساته، ولا معنى لأي حديث عن الأمن والسلام والاستقرار في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والعالم بأسره إذا لم ترافقه خطوات عينية تقود إلى الوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار وإنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لكافة الأراضي العربية. الحضور الكرام، لا يخفى عليكم أننا أمام كارثة إنسانية في غزة والأراضي الفلسطينية الأخرى التي تتعرض لهجمات منسقة بين جيش الاحتلال والمستوطنين في محاولة لتطبيق خطط لتوسيع الاستيطان وضم الضفة الغربية وتهويد القدس. يتحمل المجتمع الدولي تبعات ما يحدث للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق الذي يتعرض لحرب إبادته ترتب عليها سقوط أكثر من 41,000 شهيدا حتى الآن، عدد المفقودين تحت الأنقاض من بينهم 17,000 طفل و11,000 امرأة و100,000 مصاب، بينهم آلاف المصابين بإعاقة، وتشريد الملايين عدة مرات، وتدمير كامل للبنية التحتية من مستشفيات ومدارس ومباني بما في ذلك المساجد والكنائس. خلال الإبادة الجماعية لأجزاء من الشعب الفلسطيني تجري عملية تدمير مجتمعا بأسره، إنه المجتمع الفلسطيني الغزي الذي حافظ على رقيه وحقق درجة مثيرة للدهشة من التطور في ظل حصار خانق ممتد منذ أكثر من 17 عاما. السيد الرئيس، لقد اختارت دولة قطر الاطلاع بجهود الوساطة سعيا منها لوقف العدوان على غزة وإطلاق سراح الأسرى والمعتقلين، وإنها وساطة
It is a mediation amidst fierce war and complex circumstances during which one party would not hesitate to assassinate counterpart political leaders with whom it negotiates, such as the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, who many people feign forgetfulness that he was not only the political leader of Hamas, but also the first elected Palestinian Prime Minister. For us, mediation and humanitarian work are both a strategic political choice at the regional and international levels and a humanitarian duty before being a political one. We're not being boastful. Our mediation efforts in partnership with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America culminated in a humanitarian agreement last November. It resulted in a brief ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, the release of 240 Palestinian prisoners and 109 of the detainees in Gaza. It increased the flow of relief shipments. We also provided humanitarian support to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip and contributed to evacuating the wounded and the sick. We supported humanitarian initiatives to deliver aid through all accessible routes. We increased our support to UNRWA, an irreplaceable international agency whose services are indispensable and which has been subjected to defamation for political purposes related to the Israeli government's desire to eliminate the refugee crisis without resolving the Palestinian cause. The state of Qatar will spare no effort to provide various forms of humanitarian assistance to the brotherly Palestinian people until this crisis is resolved. Despite the daunting challenges, obstruction attempts and the aspersions we are subjected to, we will continue our efforts of mediation to resolve the disputes through peaceful means, as we are cognizant that any dispute will never lack a force interested in its continuation while being skeptical of any mediation regardless of the intentions. We will continue to make every effort with our partners until we reach a permanent ceasefire, secure the release of prisoners and detainees, take the path of a just solution in accordance with the resolutions of the international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative to enable the Palestinian people to obtain all their legitimate rights, foremost of which their independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the 1967 borders. The establishment of an independent Palestinian state within a just and permanent solution is in the interest of the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. We will not achieve this goal except with a serious partner who is aware of the importance of renouncing discord and ending the occupation and all forms of aggression so that we can reach together the desired peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, apart from committing a major crime by rigging wireless communication devices and exploding them simultaneously across thousands of people with total disregard for their identity or location, Israel is currently waging a war on Lebanon, and no one knows to what extent this war could escalate. This is what we have repeatedly warned against. If the brutal war on Gaza does not end, this systematic destructive war must stop. And this is the choice before Israel, as its leaders know very well. They know that it will neither bring security nor peace to northern Israel nor to Lebanon, and that the key to security rests on a just peace. Stop the aggression on Gaza. Stop the war on Lebanon.
وفي اليمن الشقيق نتطلع إلى الحفاظ على هدنة عام 2022 والانطلاق منها نحو وقف شامل لإطلاق النار وتسوية الأزمة وضمان وحدة اليمن
ensuring Yemen's unity and achieving the aspirations of its brotherly people through negotiations between the Yemeni parties based on the outcomes of the national dialogue, the Gulf Initiative, and relevant Security Council resolutions. As regards to the crisis in Syria,
فإن موقف دولة قطر واضح منذ البداية وحريص على مصلحة الشعب السوري الشقيق ونتطلع إلى أن
and that is that Qatar is keen on the interests of brotherly Syrian people, hoping that the parties and countries involved in the crisis will be convinced of the necessity for dialogue and understanding to end this crisis in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and Security Council Resolution 2254 in a way that will achieve the aspirations of the Syrian people and preserve Syria's unity, sovereignty and independence. Regarding the Sudanese issue, we call on all the Sudanese parties to stop the fighting, and we reaffirm our support for all regional and international efforts to end this crisis in a way that will ensure the unity of state institutions and the sovereignty and stability of Sudan.
ندعم المسار السياسي وتنفيذ قرارات مجلس الأمن ونحث كافة الأطراف على العودة إلى الحوار وتجاوز الخلافات من أجل إتمام المصالحة الوطنية الشاملة والحفاظ على التقدم والمكاسب التي تحققت على المسارات الأمنية والسياسية والاقتصادية وتوحيد مؤسسات الدولة. لا يمكن للبلدان العربية أن تحقق الأمن والاستقرار من دون دول راسخة قادرة على التشريع وإنفاذ القانون ووضع سياسات وطنية متنفيذة. developing and implementing national policies. No state can firmly be established and be stable in the presence of armed factions that are not under its control. These are self-evident and unquestionable matters. Ladies and gentlemen, لقد تسببت الحرب بين روسيا وأوكرانيا بمعاناة إنسانية كبيرة وآثار على أوروبا والعالم. ونحن نكرر دعوتنا لجميع الأطراف إلى تطبيق أحكام ميثاق الأمم المتحدة وقواعد القانون الدولي والعمل على إيجاد حل سلمي بوصفه الحل الوحيد الممكن. وفي هذا السياق وانطلاقا من إيماننا الراسخ بمبدأ التسوية السلمية للنزاعات قدمنا خلال العام الماضي سهاما ملموسا حيث أدت الوساطة القطرية إلى تبادل للمحتجزين بين الولايات المتحدة وفنزويلا كما تم لم شمل عشرات من الأطفال الأوكرانيين مع ذويهم بعد أن فرقتهم الحرب. وختاما نؤكد أن دولة قطر لن تدخر وسعا في العمل مع شركائها الدوليين ومنظمة الأمم المتحدة لتوطيد أركان السلم والأمن والتنمية المستدامة وحقوق الإنسان وسيادة القانون على جميع المستويات والتصدي للتحديات العالمية من أجل تحقيق مستقبل أفضل للجميع. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Assembly. We take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Assembly to give us a chance to speak. 30 years ago, South Africa was born as a new nation, equal, united, and free from apartheid. We adopted a new constitution as the birth certificate of our new nation. Our first democratic elections brought the tyranny of apartheid to an end, a system that this General Assembly had declared to be a crime against humanity. In adopting Resolution 2202A in 1966, as later endorsed by the Security Council in 1985, the United Nations was a beacon of hope in our quest for justice. The great wave of solidarity of the peoples of the world, led by the United Nations, turned the tide against apartheid. Today, democracy flourishes in South Africa. We have a progressive constitution, an entrenched human rights culture, and strong institutions. We have laws to advance equality and programs to protect society's most marginalized and vulnerable. We continue to transform our economy so that it is in a more competitive position to create jobs, to attract more investment, and that it should benefit all. South Africa is a party to global treaties on human rights, gender equality, children's rights, refugee protection, and environmental protection. A few days ago, South Africa also endorsed the pact that charts the course for a better future for global governance and towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort and have a just energy transition plan to guide our carbon journey and climate resilient development. Through the African Union, we are working to advance Agenda 2063. We're involved in mediation and conflict resolution across our continent and actively contribute to peacekeeping missions. Our political culture has evolved and it continues to mature. We have just held our 7th free and fair general elections since our democracy, paving the way for the formation of the Government of National Unity. 10 political parties have coalesced around a common agenda for economic growth, job creation, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. South Africa is in a new era, an era of great promise. In what some have called our second miracle, South Africans of all races have rallied behind the Government of National Unity. We are making headway in resolving some of our most pressing challenges. Our economy has started to improve, and investor confidence is on the rise. Our country's prospects look bright, and we look to the future with great hope. The South African story bears witness to the enduring role of the United Nations in global matters. In supporting our struggle, the United Nations affirmed the principles of the UN Charter, the fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of every person, and the equal rights of nations, large and small. It affirmed the aspiration contained in the Universal Declaration of Rights that we should strive for a world free of barbarous acts that outrage the conscience of humankind. Genocide was declared to be a stain on the conscience of the world, and the world community took a stand against genocide. Apartheid was declared a crime against humanity and a stain on the conscience of the world. The United Nations took a stand against apartheid. These were seen as crimes against humanity then, and they continue to be crimes against humanity now. It has been 11 months since the Hamas attack that killed 1,200 people and where hostages were taken. As South Africa, we have condemned this attack. In response, Israel embarked on an act of collective punishment in its assault on the people of Gaza. The torment of the people of Gaza continues unabated. More than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed. Homes, hospitals, churches, mosques, and schools lie destroyed. Famine and disease stalk the streets of Gaza. This cannot but shock our collective humanity. The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid that has been perpetrated against Palestinians by Israel. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We lived through apartheid. We suffered and died under apartheid. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others. Through the United Nations and the instruments it wields, we must end the suffering that Palestinians are being subjected to. We are called upon to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold consistently and in their entirety the fundamental tenets of international law. International law cannot be applied selectively. No one state is more equal than any other. In December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice, seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the people of Gaza. We did so in terms of our obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As South Africa, we welcome the support that a number of countries have given to the case that we have launched at the ICJ. The ICJ's orders make it clear that there is a plausible case of genocide against the people of Gaza. They further make it clear that states must also act to prevent genocide by Israel and to ensure that they are not themselves party to the violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. The only lasting solution is the establishment of a Palestinian state, a state that will exist side by side with Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Our moral conscience further demands that we exert every effort to bring peace also to other countries, especially the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Sudan, to Ukraine, and other parts of the African continent. We must realize the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. Achieving and maintaining peace and security requires the collective will of the community of nations gathered here. It requires that the UN Security Council should be a more representative body and inclusive. 78 years since its formation, the structure of the United Nations Security Council remains largely unchanged. Africa and its 1.4 billion people remain excluded from its key decision-making structures. This cannot continue. The Security Council has not fulfilled its mandate to maintain international peace and security. The UN Security Council must be reformed as a matter of agency. We would like to see the Security Council being more inclusive so that the voices of all nations can be heard and be considered. It cannot remain an exclusive club of just 5 nations to the exclusion of the many nations in the world. Africa stands ready to play its role in building a safer global order by participating in the work of the UN Security Council on the basis of respect and acceptance. The African Union and its member states are engaged in mediation, in dialogue and diplomacy across our continent to create conditions under which peace and development can take hold. There must be greater collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union towards resolving a number of conflicts and also in addressing the root causes of conflicts that continue to rage. Pandemics and endemics pose a serious threat to us all. We are concerned by the spread of mpox across the world and in Africa in particular. We urge the international community to mobilize vaccines and other medical countermeasures for deployment where they are most needed. Economic prosperity is key to sustainable peace. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are establishing the foundation for a massive increase in trade and investment and infrastructure in our continent. The AFCFTA will further integrate regional economies and accelerate Africa's industrialization and economic growth. The climate crisis is now a full-blown climate emergency in the world. It impacts very devastatingly to both countries and citizens of many countries. Extreme weather, such as flooding, fires, and droughts, are becoming wreaking havoc on societies, economies, and the livelihoods of ordinary people. Despite being least responsible for climate change, developing economy countries, and particularly African countries, are bearing the brunt of what they did not create and are in the front line. As South Africa, we remain committed to contributing our fair share to reduce global emissions, guided by the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. We have adaptation and mitigation programs and policies in place and have passed a climate change law to further support our emissions reduction targets. It is essential that climate actions do not deepen global inequality or stifle the developmental aspirations of the Global South. The industrialized nations are not honoring their climate commitments, and we repeat the call for predictable and sustainable financing for climate action. We must operationalize the agreed-upon climate financing and capacity-building instruments to advance mitigation and adaptation. Pursuing sustainable development necessitates that those with greater means should support those who lack them. The world faces annual financing gap of some $4 trillion to achieve sustainable development. We call on better resource countries to scale up their levels of support to developing economy countries. Debt is the millstone around the neck of many developing economy countries, stifling their potential and development. Debt servicing is robbing a number of countries of much-needed funds to support health, education, and social spending. South Africa endorses the United Nations Secretary General's call for the reform of the global financial architecture to enable developing economy countries to lift themselves out of the quicksand of debt. We must commit to systems for financing development that are more accessible, agile, and equitable. In 2025, South Africa will assume the presidency of the G20. We will use this important role to advocate for the peoples of Africa and all of the Global South, for their development and advancement. South Africa welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and congratulate our sister country, Namibia, as well as for the Federal Republic of Germany for having ably steered the United Nations towards the adoption of the resolution in this regard. This Pact of the Future is a platform for us to focus on those actions we need to take together to build a world in which the equal worth of every person and the equal worth of every country is recognized and valued. We particularly welcome the commitments to place poverty eradication at the center of all our efforts, and for the Sustainable Development Goals financing gap in developing countries to be closed. The disparities in wealth and development within and between countries is simply unjust and unsustainable. We must continue to strive for equal treatment, for equal opportunity and advancement for all individuals and all nations. The Pact for the Future must reinvigorate international solidarity. Like veins that carry sustenance to every part of the body, solidarity is the lifeblood of human progress. It binds us together to nourish the greater good. It is achieving the greater good for the common good to which we all strive. Through dialogue, through respect for the rule of law, through the advancement of human rights, through cooperation and solidarity, we can and we will be able to achieve a better world for all the peoples of the world. I thank you.
Agradezco en nombre de la
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Muizu, President of the Republic of Maldives. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Mr. President, congratulations on the assumption of your presidency of the General Assembly. Our appreciation also to your predecessor for his strong leadership. We extend our gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in steering the Secretariat. We gather here today at a delicate moment in the world history. Let's not mince our words today. Humanity is in deep trouble, facing an ever-growing list of crises: conflict, poverty, hunger, climate change, the wealth gap, the cost of living crisis, migration, occupation, opioid addiction. The list goes on and on and on. In fact, I have a map here of the world with countries which are facing some sort of crisis in red. Do you see any countries in green who are not facing any crisis? Do you know why? Because we are all deep in the red. Humanity is in crisis, and in many cases, it's man-made. But we look the other way, continuing with business as usual. While the alarms are ringing, the band is still playing the same old tunes as the whole ship descends deeper and deeper into uncharted waters. We need nations united in harmony, not united nations in misery. These are crucial times for the world, important years for my country. In 2040, the Maldives will celebrate 75 years regaining its independence. 75 years as a sovereign nation. As we look forward to that milestone in our nation's life, what we can hope to achieve? What do we wish to accomplish? And is the world ready to play its part? I took office as the President of Maldives last November, duty-bound by the aspirations of my people. The same aspirations I hold dear to my heart, not just for the present, but for the future too. Today, I'm here at the United Nations with a vision of where I want to take my country. By 2040, I wish to see the Maldives as a full-fledged developed nation. A nation that commands respect, is relevant, and one that embodies resilience. A society that is inclusive and just. A country that exemplifies sustainability and democratic governance. Destiny is not mere fate. It is a consequence of the many choices we make, the many decisions we take, and the many hours we work. Becoming a developed nation may seem like a daunting task and a distant possibility, but I can tell you this, with a goal in sight and a plan in hand, it is achievable, because prevailing and even flourishing against formidable odds is nothing new for the Maldivians. In 1965, when we regained independence, we were among the poorest countries in the world. 1/3 of our population was illiterate. More than 1 out of every 10 babies were dying before their first birthday. We had no industries, barely any exports, and even fewer prospects. And in just 5 decades, we have reached upper middle income status. a feat we are incredibly proud of. I believe the Maldives can become a developed country by investing in the country's productive capacity and increasing its productivity, by transforming our economy into one that is fully digitized and driven by artificial intelligence, and most importantly, by leveraging the natural beauty and marine resources of our country. Boosting productivity will be the key to economic transformation. This we will do by reforming and strengthening our institutions, increasing our state capacity, and leveraging the private sector. We will also identify and implement policies that support investments in key sectors, such as the digital economy. The Maldives has over 1,100 islands spread across 90,000 square kilometers. Enhancing digital connectivity is key to achieving inclusive development, mobilizing economic activity, and fostering a more diversified and resilient economy. We believe the future is intelligence-driven. This is why we are working towards a digital economy that can contribute up to 15% of our GDP by 2030. This can be achieved through investing in our ICT infrastructure. We are using and expanding artificial intelligence systems to deliver essential services such as healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also delving into cutting-edge applications of 5G technology, using drones for medical supplies, delivery, and implementing smart road systems, and using AI-enhanced technology for erosion detection and environmental monitoring. The transformation can be sustainable only if we transform our education and financial systems. We need to invest in digital literacy from a young age, to build a generation that can use artificial intelligence to enhance public service delivery, build new products, and successfully compete in the global digital economy. We need to bridge the digital divide within the country, including through improving data collection and utilization. We need to strengthen the regulatory frameworks, strengthening existing institutions, cultivating startup ecosystems, and providing the impetus for the future we envision. Becoming a developed country will also require fostering new industries. This is why we are also working on building a robust financial sector in the Maldives. With this in mind, in May this year, I set up the Development Bank of Maldives with a focus on improving and investing in economic diversification. The result we desire is inclusive development, where equality of access to opportunities is guaranteed, where women and young people play key players in development, not mere spectators, and where every Maldivian citizen has adequate housing. To support objectives, my government has launched $6.5 million loan facility. It's specifically for women entrepreneurs, of which 25% is allocated to those with disabilities. In the first phase, over 100 projects will be funded across 19 of the 20 atolls and Male, and across 21 business activities. I have also recently launched a Presidential Youth Advisory Board. This board will advise and inform me directly on the needs and views of young people. Inclusivity is at the heart of one of the most ambitious large-scale urban development projects in the country's history, Ras Male. This is my promise to the Maldivian people, a solution to alleviate the long-term housing crisis, an urban oasis where citizens can fully participate in all aspects of city life. Ras Male will utilize modular housing, leverage a state-of-the-art transportation system that is accessible to all. It will be developed as a climate-resilient and safe island. Tourism drives the Maldivian economy. My vision is to expand the tourism sector further. This means building complementary industries centered around innovation and creativity. This means more sustainable and construction practices emphasizing on green and sustainable tourism. We are also expanding our main international airport, our air connectivity, and the fleet of our national airline. These steps will support the expansion of the tourism sector and at the same time generate more revenue for the country. But tourism is also highly vulnerable to external shocks, conflicts, calamities, and causes beyond our control can and have had far-reaching critical implications in the past. We need the international system to anticipate and address these threats. Threats such as armed conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, climate change, ocean degradation, crimes that transcend national borders. Part of addressing these threats is to safeguard and protect people's fundamental rights. In 2015, the world came together to endorse humanity's fundamental rights by committing to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. But 6 years to the SDGs deadline, we are only on track in less than a fifth of those targets. In June, this organization, the UN, issued a report saying the world is failing to deliver on Sustainable Development Goals. This week, we agreed on a pact for the future. But do we want this document, the pact, to go the same way as this one, the 2015 SDG commitments? I'm sorry, but we can't keep doing this. We can't keep meeting, talking, pledging, but not doing. We don't want these days to come back to haunt us. The days when we had a chance but not a will. We believe the best approach to protecting fundamental rights is to cultivate a culture of respect. This requires support. The Maldives has a good track record of treaty ratification, implementation, and reporting. We champion the right to environment because we are keenly aware of the consequences of environmental degradation. We also believe that violation of a right by any country, large or small, rich or poor, with powerful friends or not, must not be tolerated. This is why the ongoing massacre, the genocide by Israel in Gaza, is a travesty of justice and the international system. The repeated destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, humanitarian infrastructure, the repeated cycles of killing of men, women, children, babies, thousands upon thousands. The world is struggling to process the deaths of so many civilians in Gaza, and now Israel raids Lebanon, claiming hundreds more civilian lives there. Their cries haunt anyone with humanity. Their tears bitter our conscience. Israel's targeting of journalists, the eyes and ears of humanity, the killing of journalists, Palestinian journalists, Lebanese journalists, Al Jazeera journalists, the closure of Al Jazeera officers. How can we interpret this as anything other than brutal attempts to prevent the world from knowing about the crimes taking place? Israel must be held accountable for these acts of terrorism, for these violations of international law and UN resolutions. We must accept a sovereign and independent Palestinian state on the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We welcome the decision to seat our brothers and sisters from Palestine with us here in the General Assembly for the first time, instead of behind us. Now we must ensure that Palestine becomes a full member of the UN. Mr. President, the Maldives is gearing up for an economic transformation that will change lives. But our policies can deliver the results only with sufficient international financial support. The Maldives has always taken ownership and responsibility for its own development. While we have received extensive support towards our development, we urge the multilateral development funds, banks, and bilateral donors to view us as your partners, not just as recipients of aid, to stop looking at our inherent vulnerabilities as limitations, to adopt tailor-made approaches which are mutually beneficial, to reduce the cost of borrowing, to make the financial system work for us, not penalize us, to make your terms flexible, your financing less rigid, to make your lending targeted, affordable, and responsible. Mr. President, Climate change is the most serious threat to our world, the defining challenge of our generation. It's washing away decades of progress in mere minutes. It's diverting already depleted resources of long-term development to emergency relief and reconstruction, preventing countries from adapting to climate impact. And the vicious cycle continues. The Maldives has always walked the talk. We are investing in renewable energy. Our goal is to have 33% of the country's electricity demand from renewable energy sources by 2028. On behalf of the Maldivian people, I implore you, do your part, act now. We must face the climate emergency head on, with science, determination, and resources. The rich and emitting countries need to meet the financial pledges already made, especially on adaptation, where the financing gap continues to widen. As we work towards COP29, we must ensure the new goal on climate finance matches the level of climate action required. This means the new goal must go beyond the $100 billion. It must include, as a minimum, loss and damage response, mitigation and adaptation as sub-goals. One of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean. The Maldivian people and their livelihoods are dependent on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. This morning, I ratified the Global Ocean Treaty. We urge you all to do the same. We urge you to do your part to address climate change, overcome pollution, and reverse biodiversity loss. The transformation the Maldives seeks cannot be achieved without an enabling global environment. Small countries like mine need a multilateral system that champions us and delivers for us. The United Nations is the epitome of the multilateral system. It is well positioned to promote sustainable development, to maintain peace and security, to promote and protect human rights, to enforce equality, the rule of law, inclusivity, and representativeness. But what we are witnessing is the opposite. Inability to stop climate change and environmental degradation, inability to stop war and genocide, inability to stop exploitation and suffering, inability to stop unequal representation. Hence, the United Nations needs reform and revitalization. It needs to be representative. The Maldives cannot and will not watch and stand idle while the multilateral system fails, because our development, our advancement, and our survival is tethered to the world. That's why the Maldives is seeking to get elected to the Economic and Social Council for the 2027 to 2029 term. We count on your support. If elected, the Maldives will strive to make the UN development system more relevant to our times, continuously recalibrating and adjusting, utilizing the latest science and evidence, listening to the variety of opinions and views. The United Nations must enforce its decisions across the UN system and at local level. The United Nations is only relevant when it makes a real difference in our lives. Mr. President, 59 years ago, the Maldives reached out to the United Nations as its first port in a sea of uncertainty. We came here to this great hall, seeking recognition, seeking a partner. We came to you as a poor and impoverished country, but with a vision of prosperity, a vision which we made great progress with your support. Today, once again, we come to you aiming higher, to reach further, and to do better, with a vision to make the Maldives a developed nation by 2040. For I believe development is destiny, and our destiny beckons towards a brighter future for the present and future generations. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la
On behalf of the
República de
Assembly,
Malta.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Maldives.
A continuación,
The
la Asamblea
Assembly
escuchará
will
un
now
discurso
hear an
del
address
excelentísimo
by
señor
His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Honorable President, Excellency Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I at the onset extend my warm words of congratulation to His Excellency Mr. Filimon Yang on his election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My heartfelt thanks also go out to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis in recognition of his fruitful engagement as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Distinguished delegates, today the world is facing up to a turbulent and intricate situation. The controversial geopolitical crisis, rapid weaponization, escalation of the Cold War, armed conflicts, aftermath of climate change, and other global jeopardies and threats will undoubtedly give rise to the long-term negative consequences. In this context, it is critical more than ever that we consolidate joint efforts of the international community to protect security, maintain stability, and ensure overall sustainable development. Obviously, we can bring lasting peace, build harmonious life of mankind, and prosperity of countries primarily on the basis of mutual understanding and constructive cooperation. We ought to be united to achieve these objectives, bring all wars and conflicts to an end, as well as implement other peaceful goals. It is high time now to take bold and effective steps forward to strengthen the key role of the United Nations in resolving conflicts and restoring peace and stability across the planet. I, in this regard, would like to propose to adopt a special United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the decade of promotion of peace for future generations. As I've stated time and again, Tajikistan always advocates the solution of all conflicts only through political and diplomatic means. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that the Republic of Tajikistan continues uninterrupted, unwavering support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda to achieve sustainable development goals. It is worth noting that the principal message of this agenda is also reflected in Tajikistan National Development Strategy 2030, and continued efforts are being taken to achieve the primary goals. Nevertheless, the existence of a wide range of difficulties hinder the timely financing of sustainable development. Challenges include security turmoil, economic and financial crisis, unprecedented warming due to climate change, and loss of biodiversity, as well as an outbreak of contagious diseases. In a political declaration recently adopted by the General Assembly, Member States have admitted that achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is in threat. According to the United Nations Secretary General's report, the international community will be able to achieve only 17% of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are witnessing the setbacks in results achieved within the Sustainable Development Goals in many developing countries. وابسته به این ما را ضرور است که تلاش‌های خود را به خاطر تطبیق سری وقتی روزنامه 2030 فعالتر کرده با مسئله مبلغ‌زاری رشد استوار اهمیتی مخصوص ما همچنین کنفرانس چهارم بین‌المللی اوید به مبلغ‌زاری رشد را که برگزاری آن طبق قطعنامه مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد ماه ایون سال 2025 در اسپانیا در نظر است برای دریافت راه‌های رفع مانع‌ها در سمت مبلغ‌زاری رشد مهم ضرور است که فعالیت نظام بین‌المللی مالیوی و اقتصادی با احتیاجات کشورهای رو به ترقی جوابگو باشد تا تواند با واکنش سری وقتی کشورهای عضو و تهدید و خطرهای معاصر مساعدت نماید. در این راستا با ادامه مبلغ‌زاری اینستیتوت‌های بین‌المللی مالیوی بخصوص توسط اساسات بین‌المللی رشد را با کشورهای نیازمند و مقصد تطبیق هدف و برنامه‌های پیش‌بینی شده مهم می‌شماریم. تکنولوژی‌های رقمی و ذهن صنعی برای نائل شدن به هدف‌های رشد استوار زمینه مناسب به شمار می‌روند. تاجیکستان توسط قبول استراتژی و دیگر سنت‌های کانسپتوالی جهت مرحله به مرحله گذاشتن به نظام رقمی کنانی تدبیرهای ضروری می‌اندیشد. وابسته به این پیشنهاد دارم که مجمع عمومی در اجلاس نوبتی اوید به نقش ذهن صنعی در فراهمسازی امکانیت‌های نو برای رشد ساحه‌های اقتصادی و اجتماعی و صورت بخشی جهت رسیدن به هدف‌های رشد استوار در آسیای مرکزی قطعنامه مخصوص قبول نماید. تاجیکستان در چارچوب اجلاس کنونی مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد برگزار گردیدن سمیت آینده را مهم ارزیابی می‌کند. سند بین دولتی پیمان به خاطر آینده که در جریان سمیت قبول گردید در جاده تامین صلح و امنیت و رشد استوار نقش کلیدی دارد و ما از آمادگی جامعه جهانی برای تطبیق آن استقبال می‌نماییم. این پیمان در شرایط قبول گردید که میلیون‌ها نفر مردم آسایشته در منطقه‌های گوناگون جهان با خطر و خطرهای امنیتی دچار گردیدند. ما بر این نظریم که جامعه جهانی در روبروی تهدیدهای تروریسم و افراط‌گرایی، سودگرایی، کیبرجنایت‌ها، گردش غیرقانونی اسلحه و مواد مخدر، اینچنین دیگر ظهورات جنایتکاری فرامرزی باید عملهای مشترک و مؤثر را انجام دهیم. در برابر این سالهای آخر افزایش افکار اسلام ستیزی اینچنین پدیده استفاده از سیاست دکوره در مناسبت‌های بین المللی باعث نگرانی گردیده است. کشور ما در همکاری با سازمان ملل و نهادهای دخلداریان اینچنین دیگر شریکان جهت مقاومت به خطر و خطرهای امنیتی پیوسته اقدام‌های مشترک را راه‌اندازی می‌کند. با این مقصد تاجیکستان و دولت کویت در همکاری با دفتر ضد تروریستی سازمان ملل ماه نوامبر سال جاری در شهر الکویت کنفرانس نوبتی را در دایره روند دوشنبه اوید به مبارزه با تروریسم برگزار می‌نمایند. باور دارم که این چاره‌بینی مسائل پایداری امنیت و ثباتی فراگیر را در محور خود قرار داده و ادامه مکالمه وسیع و با اعتماد اینچنین تبادل تجربه و افکار سازنده در این جاده مساعدت خواهد کرد. حاضرین گرامی، در رابطه با مسائل امنیتی میخواهم تأکید نمایم که بحران فلسطین همانا باعث نگرانی عمیق کشوری ما می باشد. وضع فاجعه بار امروزه در آن منطقه بار دیگر ثابت می سازد که قضیه فلسطین رای حل نظامی ندارد. تاجیکستان بر آن نظر است که حل نهایی و واقعی این قضیه تنها توسط اجرای قرارهای سازمان ملل متحد آید به تأسیس دولت مستقل فلسطین در اساس مرزهای سال 1967 امکان پذیر می‌باشد. امید داریم که جانب‌های درگیر برای آتش بس و راه اندازی مذاکرات صلح اقدام کرده جامعه جهانی جهت احیای ثبات پایدار در فلسطین تدبیرهای مؤثر خواهد نمود. همچنین ما جانبدار استقرار صلح، ثبات پایدار و رشد اقتصادی و اجتماعی در افغانستان همسایه هستیم و این مقصد تاجیکستان همیشه آماده مساعدت در مسیر احیا و رشد ساحه‌های گوناگون حیات آسایشته در افغانستان میباشد. در برابر این از جامعه بین المللی باز هم دعوت می نمایم که با مقصد پیشگیری از بحران بشری کمک‌های خویش را به مردم اذیت کشیده افغانستان از جمله به منطقه‌هایی که در پی آفت‌های طبیعی ضرر دیده‌اند دریغ ندارند. حاضرین گرامی، از برگزاری کنفرانس آبی سازمان ملل متحد 2023 زیاده از یک سال سپری گردید. در اساس معلومات نهادهای مربوطه سازمان ملل، پیشرفت در ساحه آب و بهداشت با وجود بهبودی‌های علاید هنوز قانع کننده نیست. بنابراین تاجیکستان همچون کشوری تشبثکار جهت تطبیق عهده‌داری‌هایی که از نتیجه کنفرانس آبی سال 2023 در روزنامه عمل آب برمی آید با همه طرف‌های منفعت‌دار همکاری فعال دارد. اجرای موفقانه این و دیگر عهده‌داری‌ها و هدف و وظیفه‌های مربوط به آب از شریکی مؤثر بسیار جانبه که روش‌های همگرایی و سلسله‌ای را تأمین می‌کنند وابسته خواهد بود. در رابطه با این استفاده پلتفرم روند آب دوشنبه را برای پیگیری نتیجه‌های کنفرانس آب سازمان ملل مهم می‌دانیم. باور داریم که روند آب دوشنبه به صفت میدان مکالمه وسیع جانبه‌ای منفعت دار برای آمادگی همه‌جانبه بر برگزاری کنفرانس آب سازمان ملل در سال 2028 در دوشنبه نقشی مهم خواهد بود. حاضرین گرامی، در پس منظر پیامدهای تغییر آب اقلیم جامعه جهانی را ضرور است که در جریان استفاده ذخیره‌های طبیعی و فعالیت بی‌میان ساحه‌های مختلف حیات انسان از ابتکارهای دستجمعانه کار بگیرد. سالهای آخر آفت‌های طبیعی در برابر خوشسالی‌های پی در پی مسائل‌های کشاورزی، محیط زیست و در مجموع با اقتصادیات کشورهای رو به ترقی خسارات زیاد وارد می‌نمایند. تاجیکستان نیز که 93% قلمروش کوسار میباشد، بنابر منتظم رو دادن آفت‌های طبیعی از تغییر آب اقلیم آسیب پذیر است. آفت‌های طبیعی همه ساله و اقتصادیات تاجیکستان با مبلغی $100 میلیون امریکایی ضرر رسانیدند. متاسفانه در بسیار موردها باعث تلفات زیادی جانی نیز می‌گردند. تغییریابی اقلیم باعث آبشوی با صورت پیریک‌ها و کاهش حجم آب دریاها در مناطق گوناگون جهان از جمله در آسیای مرکزی گردیده ایستاده است. این روند با بخش‌های واقعی اقتصاد ملی از قبیل انرژی، صنعت و کشاورزی تأثیر منفی می‌رساند. تا امروز از 14,000 پیریک تاجیکستان که سرچشمه اساسی آب آشامیدنی در منطقه می باشد، زیاده از 1,000 پر آب شده، سرعت آبشوی آنها رو به افزایش آن در حالی است که بارشات و پیریک‌های تاجیکستان تا 6% منبع تشکل یابی ذخیره‌های آب آسیای مرکزی را تشکیل می‌دهند. ضمناً با تشبث تاجیکستان از جانب سازمان ملل اعلام گردیدن سال 2025 همچون سال بین المللی پیریک‌ها برای رشد همکاری طرف‌های مرکزدار زمینه مناسب را فراهم می‌آورد. طبق قرار مذکور مجمع عمومی همچنین 21 مارس همه ساله همچون روز جهانی پیریک‌ها مقرر گردیده. تحت سرپرستی دبیر کلی سازمان ملل متحد فاند مقصدناک آید به حفظ پیریک‌ها تأسیس یافته است. در این زمینه سال آینده در شهر دوشنبه کنفرانس اولین سطح بلند آید به مسئله پیریک‌ها برگزار می‌گردد. با استفاده از فرصت از کشورها و سازمان‌های شریک دعوت می‌نمایم تا در کار این کنفرانس و طور فعال شرکت ورزند و سهم بگیرند. ما بر آن نظریم که این همایش مهم بین المللی که در همکاری با یونسکو و سازمان جهانی مترولوژی دایر می‌گردد، جهت ارزیابی مشکلات گلوبالی پیریک‌ها و دریافت راه‌های مشخص حل آنها نقش مؤثر خواهد بود. همزمان با این ما از همه شریکان دعوت به عمل می‌آوریم که سهم مالیوی خود را در فاند بین المللی مقصدناک آید به حفظ پیریک‌ها فعالانه گذرانند. قابل ذکر است که تاجیکستان در ادامه پیشبرد روزنامه حفظ پیریک‌ها یک جا با فرانسه تشبث نوبتی را آید به اعلان سالهای 2025 2034 همچون 10 ساله عمل برای علم‌های یکشناسی پیشنهاد کرد. کشور ما بر اساس عهده‌داری‌های بین‌المللی خود از جمله بر پایه مقررات سازشنامه پاریس استراتژی ملی را آید به مطابق شوی و تغییریابی اقلیم تا سال 2030 قبول نموده است. مسلم است که یکی از راه‌های حل موفقانه مشکلات مربوط به تغییریابی اقلیم رشد اقتصادی سبز میباشد که در نوبت خود ضرورت رشد انرژی سبز را به میان می‌آورد. با در نظر داشت این واقعیت کشور ما استراتژی رشد اقتصادی سبز را برای سالهای 2023 2037 قبول و مورد تطبیق قرار داده است. حالا ما 98% نیروی برق را از حساب ذخیره‌های هیدروانرژی کشور استحصال می‌کنیم و از روی حصه تولید انرژی سبز از منبع‌های تجدید شونده در جهان جای ششم را اشغال می‌نماییم. هدف از تطبیق نقشه‌های ما در این سمت تا سال 2037 و کشور سبز تبدیل دادن تاجیکستان می‌باشد. 37.
Today, finding solutions to the daily issues of adaptation to climate change and reducing the severity of its negative consequences is considered one of the top priorities for the international community. We hope that developed countries, the United Nations, and its specialized agencies, influential international financial institutions, and other international and regional multilateral entities will further continue to pay serious attention to these important and critical issues. We are convinced that the international community succeeds to achieve its common goals and objectives through the development of trustful dialogue, mutual understanding, and constructive, rewarding cooperation. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days in this very room, global leaders welcomed the Pact for the Future. Together, we reaffirmed our commitment for multilateralism anchored in the 3 pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, peace, and security, and human rights. These are all great and noble principles that have defined the essence of the United Nations systems since the end of the Second World War. Most significant global political developments, from decolonization to the end of the Cold War and the singing revolutions in Europe, have seemed to bring us closer to the bright future of peace, freedom, and human dignity. While this international rules-based world order was never perfect, it helped us to search for joint solutions. For many decades, we have been trying to resolve multiple conflicts and crises and address emerging global challenges such as climate change, unequal development, food insecurity, terrorism, and illegal migration. And then, more than 10 years ago, something entirely different happened. A permanent member of the Security Council began military aggression against a peaceful member state. At first, covertly, then more and more openly, breaking ever more international norms. And finally, Russia started the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Today, even though we face yet another distressing crisis in the Middle East, as well as rising tensions in the Indo-Pacific region, the Russian war of aggression is the most dangerous threat. The entire international order, defined by sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders, is under assault in Ukraine. Each and every member of the United Nations, every sovereign nation, has also much to lose. To fully understand what is presently at stake, we must all start paying attention to the words of Russian leaders and their representatives at the United Nations Security Council. How many times they have openly admitted the Kremlin intends to wipe Ukraine from the face of earth. If any sovereign nation is under the threat of complete destruction, no country is truly safe anymore. If the international community looks away and ignores the unpleasant truth, no country is safe anymore. And if mass killings, deportation, and deliberate actions on civilian population became the new norm, no country is truly safe anymore. That should be perfectly clear to anyone. That should disturb us all. Ladies and gentlemen, what Russia presents to the world is a return to the era of imperial conquest, colonial domination, and genocide. And I do not believe we are ready to follow this path. I do not believe any of us want to see powerful neighbors convincing themselves that from now on every dispute should be settled by force. Therefore, right now, Ukraine is fighting not only a war of self-defense. Ukraine is also fighting for the future of all those countries who believe in the United Nations Charter and its principles. Ukraine is fighting for us all. And yet, our joint collective response to this day is insufficient. We have not been able to stop this madness. We have not been able to force Russia to reconsider its dangerous course. We have not been able to hold it accountable for so many violations of the United Nations Charter. Why was that the case? Because to this day, the aggressor is hiding under the cover of the Security Council's permanent membership, hiding in plain sight, mocking every one of us with its unrestricted veto power. It is a terrible blow to the very credibility of the United Nations system. And still we keep hearing some calls for Ukraine to surrender, to compromise on its sovereignty and territorial integrity, or to accept Russia's ultimatums. Why should the aggressor be rewarded? Why should appeasement work this time when it failed so spectacularly almost 90 years ago? Why should the victim agree to the demands of the aggressor, sitting safe in the Kremlin after so much bloodshed and loss of innocent lives? Ukraine is still fighting. Ukraine is still going strong, regardless of all the appeasers and doomsayers. And only Ukraine has the right to determine the actual conditions for peace. Meanwhile, we have the duty to support Ukraine, to restrict Russia's ability to wage war and ensure the accountability of those responsible for the crime of aggression and crimes against humanity, to reform the Security Council and to rebuild the credibility of the United Nations Charter. To withstand enormous pressure and win this war, Ukraine will need more military equipment, ammunition, medical supplies. Ukraine also urgently needs humanitarian and financial aid. This upcoming winter will be extremely difficult for the Ukrainian people. Constant deliberate Russian attacks on critical energy infrastructure have destroyed more than 80% of Ukraine's thermal energy generation and a third of its hydro generation. To prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, our assistance should be swift and focused on the energy sector. Lithuania calls on other parties, including Belarus, Iran, North Korea, and China, to stop providing Russia with military support, including the transfer of dual-use materials. More arms for Russia means more civilian deaths, more civilian infrastructure destroyed, more chaos. There is only one path towards comprehensive, just, and lasting peace: Ukraine's peace formula. It deserves universal support because it is based on the universal principles of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. Lithuania urges all peace-loving countries to actively engage in these efforts, including preparation for and participation in the next summit of the peace formula. The war could enter the end phase tomorrow if only Russia agrees to disengage and withdraw its forces from all the occupied territories. Ukraine does not want Russia's territories. It wants to liberate its own people, not Russia's. It wants to see prisoners of war and abducted children, thousands of them, returned. It wants the constant, deliberate bombing of civilian infrastructure, of so many schools, hospitals, and power stations to finally stop. To achieve lasting peace, more actions will have to follow. Justice will have to be served. Russia will have to atone for its many crimes and pay damages. The main culprits of the war of aggression and numerous war crimes will have to stand before the court. Vladimir Putin is already under an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court for his crimes, specifically unlawful deportation and unlawful transfer of children. Immobilized Russian foreign assets should also be used to pay for the damage done to Ukraine. Finally, we must all join forces in pushing for a comprehensive Security Council reform. There is simply no place for Russia in the Security Council, which was created to maintain international peace and security. Excellencies, Lithuania hopes to witness Ukraine's victory soon. Until this becomes reality, Lithuania's position remains steadfast. We will not recognize Russia's illegal annexation of any Ukrainian region, be it Crimea, Sevastopol, Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, or Zaporizhia. We will not stop demanding that Russia ends grave violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the occupied territories of Ukraine. Lithuania will continue providing shelter to Ukrainian war refugees. Lithuania will continue supporting Ukraine with all possible means. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as the political divisions deepen and democracy seems to falter all around the globe, multilateralism remains our greatest hope. The United Nations has a crucial role to play not only in Ukraine, but also in the Middle East, Sahel, Horn of Africa, and in the Indo-Pacific region. We, as representatives of the international community, cannot remain indifferent in the face of the global crisis. We cannot stay silent on the breaches of international law and universal human rights, thus normalizing them. The pursuit of peace and justice requires our collective determination. It requires our unwavering adherence to the guiding principles of the United Nations. Now, as always, Lithuania is committed to promoting democracy, human rights, and accountability on the global stage. We call on all the members of the United Nations to unite in securing a better future for all, a future where every sovereign country is protected from imperialism and every human being from arbitrary violence and war. Let us build a safe future together. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, I congratulate His Excellency Philmon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations Secretary General and express Sierra Leone's support to you during your tenure. I extend my deep gratitude to His Excellency Dennis Francis for his principled stewardship as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I appreciate and thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless effort and global leadership. Madam President, more than 30 years ago, Sierra Leone was plunged into a decade-long brutal civil war. More than 50,000 people were killed, and millions fled their homes as refugees and internally displaced persons. The situation in Sierra Leone at that time was not unique. Conflicts existed in other parts of West Africa, in Africa, and around the world. In Sierra Leone, however, we overcame our challenges with a common vision for peace through genuine dialogue, committed leadership, and action. Notably, the hard-won peace we enjoy is not without its fragility, and we remain vigilant in safeguarding it. Sierra Leone's peace journey exemplifies the values of ownership, engagement through dialogue, and our partnership with ECOWAS, the United Nations, and the broader international community, which yielded the peace dividend. This story has shaped our engagement at the United Nations Security Council since the commencement of our second tenure in January this year. For almost 9 months, Sierra Leone, as an elected member of the United Nations Security Council, has endeavored to be a voice of reason and a bridge builder with balance and objectivity. We will continue to promote respect for and adherence to international law and the UN Charter, ensure the protection of civilians, end impunity through accountability, and foster dialogue for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Our commitment to these principles is even more imperative now than ever before, as we are confronted with conflicts of great magnitude in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe. The need for a ceasefire in Gaza and the wider Middle East, as well as in Sudan, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ukraine, is not just pressing, but urgent. Immediate action is required to prevent further loss of precious lives and human suffering. We need collective action to stop all conflicts and engage in meaningful dialogue so that the countries can move forward with their development agenda in peace, security, and stability. As a country that has experienced the devastating consequences of armed conflict, we acknowledge that peace cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires inclusive political processes, economic development, and respect for human rights. For the millions of civilians trapped in ongoing armed conflicts, words of condemnation and empathy alone are not enough. It is imperative that we act together as the United Nations with a sustained commitment to end the cycle of violence and give innocent civilians the opportunity to enjoy lasting peace and prosperity. In the Sahel and West Africa, the regional leadership has been hard at work to find urgent solutions to the numerous peace and security challenges, particularly to curb the spread of terrorism and violent extremism. I call upon the international community to strengthen support for African-led peace initiatives and for the United Nations to play a more active role in addressing the root causes of conflicts. The safety and security of the people in the Sahel and parts of West Africa require a strong commitment from all relevant actors to engage in political dialogue and diplomacy actively to ensure we provide countries in the front line, especially Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, the necessary support they need. Commitment to political transition is necessary, but it should never be at the expense of the safety of vulnerable civilians. There can be commitment and action on both. I've called for meaningful dialogue and led by example by visiting the head of state of Burkina Faso before Sierra Leone assumed the presidency of the United Nations Security Council in August 2024. We need to build bridges, and this requires the international community's commitment to working with the regions to implement dialogue-based, region-led, and region-owned solutions. Madam President, our current tenure at the United Nations Security Council has reinforced the view that there is an urgent need for reform. Nearly 80 years after its creation, the Security Council has been stuck in time. Its imbalanced composition is unjust and at odds with current realities, undermining its legitimacy and effectiveness. Unfortunately, Africa remains the unquestionable victim in all of this. Without structural change, the Security Council's effective performance and legitimacy remains unquestionable. In a historic and successful debate, which I presided over during Sierra Leone's August presidency of the Security Council on addressing the historic injustice and enhancing Africa's effective representation in the Security Council, I spoke as a representative of the continent that has long been underrepresented in the decision-making processes that shape our world on matters of peace and security. That debate had an indisputable resonance. One, that the historical injustice being perpetrated against Africa must be rectified. Two, that Africa must be treated as a special case. And three, that it must be prioritized in the reform process. In expressing appreciation for the active and supportive engagement by the many interest and regional groups, as well as invited member states to the debate, the facts and issues are now clear to all. Africa has long been marginalized in global decision-making processes, and its voices are often drowned out. The legacy of colonialism, economic exploitation, and political marginalization has left deep scars on the African continent, thereby affecting its development, stability, and influence in international affairs. This results in a lack of meaningful representation on issues that directly affect the continent, such as conflict prevention, conflict resolution, peacekeeping operations, and sustainable development. Addressing contemporary global security challenges require the collective wisdom and the cooperation of all nations, not just the privileged few or the most militarily or economically powerful. We urge that equitable representation of Africa, we argue that equitable representation of Africa will better equip the United Nations to tackle global challenges and foster a more just, fair, and peaceful world. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on the reform of the Security Council, Sierra Leone remains fully committed to promoting, defending, and soliciting support for the common African position as espoused in the Ezowini Consensus and SAT Declaration. Africa, therefore, demands no less than 2 permanent seats with all the rights and privileges of the permanent members, including the right to veto and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent category of the Security Council. Sierra Leone welcomes the consensus that has emerged from the UN General Assembly intergovernmental negotiations, as reflected in the Pact for the Future. And I quote, "To address the historical injustice against Africa as a priority, and while treating Africa as a special case, improve the representation of the underrepresented and unrepresented regions and groups," end of quote. Let us work together to redress historical injustice and recreate a Security Council that truly reflects the diversity of the world that we live in today. As I stated in the Security Council debate, the time for half-hearted measures and incremental progress is over. Africa's voice must be heard, and its demands for justice and equity must be met, and now. Madam President, the Summit of the Future for Sierra Leone is about delivering peace, human rights, and the dividends of democracy for everyone, everywhere, and now. Accordingly, my government has laid out a strategic vision for Sierra Leone as captured in Sierra Leone's Medium-Term National Development Plan 2024-2030, a framework for delivering socio-economic development and prosperity for our people. Aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063, our development plan serves as a comprehensive blueprint for transformative acceleration in critical areas such as agriculture, food security, human capital development, job creation for our youth, infrastructure development, and technology. With the adoption of the Pact for the Future, including the Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future, my government is reinforcing its commitment to championing and investing in human capital development. Human capital development is a profound commitment to our people's well-being and future. By investing significantly in education, healthcare, and agriculture, my government is laying the foundation for a prosperous and equitable Sierra Leone. Over the past 6 years, our achievements through our free quality education program, legislative reviews, and governance reforms in the education sector, and radical inclusion strategy have been highly impactful, well acclaimed, and seen as a good model for the world. We welcome the Global Digital Compact's principle of ensuring safe, secure, and trustworthy emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, to offer new opportunities to accelerate development and leaving no one behind. In the area of gender equality and women's economic empowerment, significant strides have been made, and they are some of the legacies my government will bequeath to our current and future generations. I recently signed into law this year a bill prohibiting child marriage. Following the historic signing into law of the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023. This is all meant to ensure the realization of the national aspiration for our women and girls to build an inclusive and equitable society. I remain steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that every girl and woman lives in a safe environment with ample opportunities to realize their full potential and thrive equally in the world. From prioritizing the women's peace and security agenda at the Security Council to adoption by the General Assembly of a resolution condemning all forms of sexual and gender-based violence, and urging all countries to provide victims and survivors with access to justice, reparation, and assistance. We will continue to advocate for women and girls across the globe. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that Sierra Leone will commence preparatory work that will lead to the convening of a diplomatic conference to conclude an internationally legally binding instrument on access to justice for sexual violence survivors. The proposed treaty, Freetown Treaty, in accordance of the success of the United Nations resolution on access to justice, remedies, and assistance for survivors of sexual violence. Madam President, leaving no one behind and acting together to achieve sustainable development similarly means that we have to end global economic inequalities and ensure that government in least developed countries can deliver on the dividends of democracy. The unmanageable debt crisis, lack of capital flow, the devastating impact of climate change and lack of climate finance, conflicts, and political instability around the world are increasing the odds of developing countries not achieving the SDGs. The role of development finance institutions in supporting the objectives of national development plans of low-income countries, particularly those emphasizing the SDGs, is of great significance to their socio-economic development. At the International Development Association for Africa Heads of State Summit in Nairobi, April this year, Sierra Leone unreservedly expressed its endorsement of the Nairobi IDA communique. The communique exemplifies the collective aspiration of the African heads of state present to raise the level of development support in Africa through the IDA 21 replenishment. I wish to re-echo that endorsement at this August gathering. IDA's affordable concessional finance allows African leaders to develop our economies, enhance education and healthcare, deal with increasing effects of climate change, and expand electricity and digital access without becoming buried in unsustainable debt. To conclude, Madam President, the end of the Second World War in 1945 did not only unite leaders, but also urged them to cooperate. This was the birth of multilateralism. As the African proverb says, our two hands do not wash themselves, they wash one another. As leaders, we must cooperate to achieve the purposes of this United Nations and deliver peace and security, stability and prosperity for our people. Divisions and unhealthy competition will only lead to humanity's destruction. We must ensure unity in diversity, where the rights of the weak and the minority are protected. So let us safeguard our multilateral system. Let us cooperate, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mahatma Gandhi said, "There is no path to peace. Peace is the path." In the same spirit of fraternal love and open heart, I address you today on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding country of the United Nations, a country of freedom and justice. It is my honor to address you as President of the Republic of Serbia, the country on whose behalf I stand proudly before you today. A country that, despite the current global challenges, consistently perseveres in defending the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, and that, through its activities and principled policy, strongly advocates the idea that is the main topic of this year's session. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the current moment this year again, to my immense regret, I have to state that the situation in the world seems even more difficult and dark than a year ago. The tensions are growing and challenges are becoming more numerous and complex. What worries me the most is that despite our declaratory efforts for peace, development and prosperity of humanity, there is no end in sight to this geopolitical nightmare. I would not like to see the wise words of the former President John Fitzgerald Kennedy becoming the words of a prophet. Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. Today, mankind relies more on technology than it relies on mankind. This year, we are once again talking about tragic conflicts and destruction that bring suffering and enormous human losses, as well as about the numerous serious consequences that inevitably accompany armed conflicts. The Republic of Serbia and the Serbian people deeply sympathize and share the grief for all the lives lost in the conflicts happening around the world, including the tragic events in the Middle East and Ukraine. It is unforgivable that today, in the 21st century, we are talking about gruesome figures related to children who have died in conflicts. It seems absolutely incredible, but the world is on the verge of nuclear disaster and nuclear holocaust. In a desire to win and destroy the other one, step by step, we were getting closer to the verge of precipice, and eventually we got there. We live in a world where no one listens to anyone. There are only our arguments and our truth, while the other ones must disappear because they always endanger our or universally false values. We need to talk, even when we disagree. We need to restore the eroded credibility and authority of the United Nations. And I need to say, that's why Serbia will strongly support a bigger presence of African country in the United Nations Security Council, and we believe that bigger African presence will mean a lot for the world's peace. We need to stop the practice of double standards being applied to restore faith in international law and the principles we all agreed on long ago. We must restore faith in peace, the only path that has no alternative. We owe that to every innocent victim anywhere in the world, to all the current and future generations. The future of the world in the next 5 or 25 years is a matter of our choice, but it is also our responsibility. All of us that have gathered here from all over the world did that for, we'd say, noble, but first and foremost for selfish reasons. Almost always the leaders from all and even the most powerful countries speak in front of you, allegedly addressing you, but actually addressing only their public and not caring substantially for the real concerns of the world today. I'm not very much different. But today I will not present to you only Serbia, the founder of the United Nations, its successes, its high growth rate, because I have and I will have the opportunity to brag about the results we have achieved in my country. And by the way, I know that all of you here are not very much interested in the respective. Today, I will speak about how the collapse of the modern world had started, about when and how the UN Charter was discredited, and when we stopped believing in law and started appeasing the force. I will explain it to you on the example of my country, to me the most beautiful country in the world, Serbia, how it was being destroyed and trampled on, and how today, because of its tenacity and freedom-loving tradition, it is a small stone in the shoe of the big and powerful ones. After the big victories that a better part of humanity won in the World War I and the World War II, and Serbs as the nation suffered the biggest losses proportionally to its size in the Great War as well as in the World War II, where they were one of the few nations in the Southeast Europe that had confronted the Nazis from the very beginning. And that is why Belgrade, as the capital of Serbia, was perhaps the only city that was brutally bombed and devastated already at the beginning of 1941. We Serbs were not, unlike the others, welcoming Nazi tanks with flowers, and we paid a high price for that. Nevertheless, neither crying nor laments from the distant past, nor the self-victimization are the subject of my speech today. I would like to warn you, dear friends, of what had happened to Serbia, a precedent that is being used and abused in different parts of the world, to warn you of the Pandora's box that was opened neither 2 nor 5 years ago, but much before, and that everybody is so loudly silent about. The absolute dominance of the Western capitalist way of manufacturing, its science and technology supremacy, convincing victory against the Eastern contenders, Soviet Union first of all, within the framework of the Third Industrial Revolution, brought the world, some would say, to the end of history and complete hegemony of the Western ideas in all spheres of social life. Apart from, of course, good things it had brought to the mankind, such a dominance of non-existence of balance and political multilateralism destroyed at the same time Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. Of course, it did not happen by accident. By all means, it did not happen by itself, but it was helped by the decisive involvement of the Western intelligence services, which were supported by the national corrupted elite, both in the Soviet Union and in Yugoslavia. Why am I mentioning all this? Because even today we heard from many that by attacking Ukraine, Pandora's box was opened. The undermining of international law took place, that it was the precedent not witnessed by Europe since the World War II. This is the utter untruth. Just to make things clear, Serbia supports the UN Charter, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we did not question it for a moment, nor shall we. However, when the big leaders speak vigorously and ardently here about the need for Ukrainian freedom, about the observance of the UN and its Charter resolutions, I ask myself, why don't they observe the UN Charter and Resolution 1244 when it comes to the territorial integrity of Serbia, which in the strike of their own power in moments when they thought that they would violate the norms of international law the way they wanted, to the extent they wanted and so long as they wanted, because they had finally won against all the opponents, so it was possible for them to spill the rage upon one small nation and to relentlessly rush towards violation of all norms and regulations, not even trying to provide some explanations. That is why in 1999, here at the United Nations, they had tried to pass the decision on the attack and aggression against Serbia. And since the consent had not been reached, they had nevertheless taken the decision to attack, to bomb Serbia and commit aggression, because at that time they couldn't care less about the UN Charter, its resolutions and international law. They were uncontested power that did not ask anyone about anything, and they thought it would go on like that for hundreds of years. It was by accident that we, citizens of Serbia, were the ones who paid the high price. It could have been anybody else. Thereby, it does not even occur to me to say that we were angels and that there was no our responsibility in all that. But, substantially, the destiny of one small nation, with no right and justice applied, was decided by the big and mighty Western powers. It is interesting that first they helped tear apart the big Yugoslavia along the lines of internal communist borders. Interestingly, once they were finished with that, we thought it was the end, but there was no end. That is, when they started with tearing Serbia independent, democratic, and internationally recognized country member of the UN and the OSCE, and only Serbia. And today, please pay attention to it. They speak passionately about defense of alleged sovereignty of the states from secession and separatism until the next opportunity, when secession and separatism will be justified by the alleged humanitarian disasters and everything else that they will never accept as an argument in some other cases. And to give you the last example, dear representatives of the countries and nations worldwide, in this paper that I am holding in my hand, it is written that except for the forces under the control of the United Nations, in this moment those are KFOR, NATO forces, with which we have fair cooperation, no one can have armed forces in the territory of Kosovo and Metohija, which is in adherence with the Resolution 1244, part of Serbia. And those who committed the aggression against Serbia, who tried to separate a part of its territory, still try, convincing us that it is the only democratic and reasonable solution to secede Kosovo and Metohija from Serbia, and they have been providing arms on a daily basis to that what is today called the so-called Kosovo Security Forces, and what will already tomorrow become armed forces of Albanians in the territory of Serbia. And when we ask them, in accordance to which international document you do that? Because all that is the attempt to provoke a war, violation of the UN norms, and then, like a fig leaf, you get the stupidest possible answer in the world. Well, We do not accept the UN Charter and the UN resolution because for us the situation is changed, because we recognize the independence of Kosovo 15 years ago. And what is their message to us, my dear friends? Their message is, we are the power, we are God, we don't care about United Nations, the law of the United Nations and UN resolution. We can do whatever we want, the way we want, and as long as we want. And now I'm asking you, dear friends, dear representatives, not the ones of obedient and satellite puppet countries, but you freedom-loving nations and countries, what we as a small country can do. How can we fight? Because everybody in the world speaks about Ukraine, no one dares to speak about Serbia. And even if they do, they say how we will start the war in the Balkans upon the Russian order. And they have been lying all the time for more than 2.5 years. We are neither servants of Russia nor the United States of America. We have our own politics and our own interests. And that is why I want to ask you something and tell you that the only hope, not only for my country, which I love more than anything in the world, but also for your countries, to understand well the mechanisms of lies, the mechanisms of fraud in international relations, and to try to gather here in the most important organization, to try to change it, to try to respect it, because it is the only way to preserve peace. This way, the world is on the verge of disaster, and everyone is allegedly defending principles. No one admits any mistakes, and it is clear to everybody that there are no principles anywhere, nor anybody has them. Neither ones nor the others. Only the small ones that have nowhere else to go, and the principles are the only thing they can grasp. And the only thing that has left to the big ones, once they have crushed all the small ones, is to eat each other. And when the bite is no longer so easy and small, it is then that they remember the principles and accuse the others for violating those same principles. A representative of my country, Vladislav Jovanovic, exceptional Serbian diplomat, very respected one, on that 24th of March 1999, when the aggression against Serbia started in the Security Council of the United Nations, on behalf of the government of the then Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, made an urgent appeal to all countries to categorically oppose to aggression against our country. And just hear his words 25 years after. If the aggression is not stopped, the precedent of such unpunished aggression will sooner or later lead to aggression against a number of other smaller and medium-sized countries. The real question is, which country is next? You could have heard today several proposals which country would be the next. Let me quote this time the Nobel Prize winner and the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. He said, "Peace is not merely the absence of visible conflict. It is the presence of justice, freedom, and opportunity for everyone." The unreasonable nature of the policy pursued by Pristina, so-called Kosovo authorities, the fanaticism and the persecution of everything Serbian in Kosovo and Metohija is reflected in a series of disturbing moves, from the ban on payments in the Serbian currency, dinar in Kosovo and Metohija, which has lasted for more than 6 months, and the ban on postal services, which is unique in the world, even for conflict areas, and which endangers the daily life of Serbs and other non-Albanian population, up to the ban on the visit of the head of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Porphyrie, to the Patriarchate of Peć. Can the intrusion of the armed special so-called Kosovo police on 9th of September into the premises of the Support Me Association, made up of parents and children with developmental disabilities, be described as anything other than brutality and cruelty as well as insanity? Real and lasting peace can be reached only by justice and respect for human rights, Nelson Mandela said. And how can there be peace in Kosovo if the legal order and fundamental rights of one entire nation are being systematically undermined? After everything the aforesaid, the key question today is, what is the path for Serbia and how can we resolve this situation? First and foremost, Serbia is on its European path and it sincerely wants to be a part of the European Union. Serbia's economy is the most successful economy today in the entire Western Balkans region. But even today, the very same EU we strive to makes it clear to us through the statement of its spokesperson, Peter Stano, that it does not observe principles based on the UN Charter and not even the decisions of their own European Council by supporting the independence of the so-called Kosovo, because that is the interest of the biggest and most powerful ones in the European continent. Serbia is a small country which cannot compete with the big powers, and we are fully aware of that. But nevertheless, we are obliged to ourselves and to our people, but also to all the friends in the world. And that obligation is not to lie to anyone, but to tell the truth to everybody. Since all these big ones are interested neither in law nor in truth, there is nothing left to small but proud Serbia, but to be dedicated and committed to its economic progress, accelerated growth, new technologies and innovation, to look towards the future and to wait for the moment when the principles of international law observance will be brought back to the world's political stage. We will remain committed to the dialogue with Pristina and under the auspices of the EU, and we will fight to preserve peace. There is only one thing that we will never give to anyone, that is freedom and independence of Serbia. As the President of Serbia, I believe in a world based on real and not false values, and I believe that the strength of the developing countries, all of us who have raised our heads and who dare to say the truth, will be a foundation of a new, different and a better world. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sua Excelência,
Your Excellency,
Sua Excelência Philemon Yang, President
of the
da 79ª sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Sua Excelência António Guterres, Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, distintos chefes de Estado e Governo, chefes de delegação, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. É com um sentimento de honra muito particular que me dirijo a Vossas Excelências e a todos os participantes nesta 79ª sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, que se realiza dentro de um contexto internacional bastante preocupante, onde sobressai o agravamento das tensões nas relações internacionais pela multiplicidade de conflitos de natureza e intensidades distintas em vários pontos do nosso planeta. Afigura-se naturalmente compreensível que em presença de um ambiente de instabilidade e insegurança tão elevadas, seja muito mais difícil realizar os grandes objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável e outros traçados por esta organização, para que consigamos alcançar todas as metas a que nos propusemos. Permitam-me que dirija uma saudação especial à Sua Excelência Philemon Yang pela sua eleição ao cargo de Presidente da 79ª sessão da Assembleia Geral, o que assume um significado especial para todo o continente africano e para o país de Vossa Excelência, a República dos Camarões, onde as funções que aí desempenhou com dedicação e eficácia comprovadas o colocam em posição capaz de orientar com êxito os trabalhos desta sessão. Permita-me apresentar os meus sinceros votos de sucesso nestas funções, convicto de que o empenho constituirá um importante contributo para o reforço do papel da nossa organização como ator decisivo e insubstituível da governação global. Felicito igualmente o Presidente cessante, Sua Excelência Denis Francis, ao qual dirijo uma palavra de grande apreço pela forma como desempenhou desempenhou as suas funções e pelos resultados que alcançou durante o cumprimento do seu mandato. Gostaria também de enaltecer e louvar a grande dedicação do Sr. António Guterres, Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, à nossa causa comum de edificar um mundo de paz, segurança, de harmonia e concórdia, de desenvolvimento e oportunidades iguais para todos. Valorizamos ainda mais o seu trabalho por estar a ser realizado numa conjuntura mundial complexa, carregada de desafios e ameaças com os quais tem sabido lidar com pragmatismo, responsabilidade e muita sensatez e coragem. Excelências, desde a criação das Nações Unidas, após o fim da Segunda Guerra Mundial, que os povos do nosso planeta almejavam uma convivência pacífica a nível global, acreditando que os episódios que pudessem pôr em risco a harmonia, a paz e a segurança universal seriam objeto de uma cuidadosa atenção e tomada de medidas preventivas no âmbito da nossa organização para que não se degenerassem em conflitos e guerras que fizessem reviver os momentos angustiantes vividos durante o período de 1939 a 1945. Passadas quase 8 décadas, a constatação objetiva que podemos fazer na atualidade é a de que essa perspectiva não só não foi concretizada, como parece estarmos a nos distanciar dos propósitos fundacionais das Nações Unidas. Perante esta realidade, precisamos de analisar aonde falhamos e que medidas coletivas devemos tomar para tornar mais atuante e ativa a intervenção das Nações Unidas na busca de soluções que concorram para a prevenção dos conflitos, o reforço da paz e da segurança mundial, o reforço do comércio e da cooperação internacional para garantir a prosperidade das nações e o bem-estar dos povos do nosso planeta. Assistimos hoje a uma tentativa de se esvaziar, ignorar ou mesmo substituir o papel e a importância das Nações Unidas na resolução das grandes questões que afligem a humanidade, nomeadamente aquelas que têm a ver com a paz e segurança universais. Neste contexto, não existe palco mais adequado do que esta magna Assembleia para inverter esta realidade e assumirmos a urgente necessidade da reforma desta instituição, colocando especial ênfase na adequação do Conselho de Segurança às realidades do mundo contemporâneo. O seu atual formato e composição ainda refletem a realidade do pós-guerra, em muito ultrapassada pelo tempo e desenvolvimento de outras regiões do planeta, muitas delas de países então colonizados, que hoje são países independentes, membros das Nações Unidas. A reforma do Conselho de Segurança da Organização das Nações Unidas e das instituições financeiras internacionais saídas de Bretton Woods afigura-se urgente e premente para dar voz aos países do sul global, nomeadamente à África, à América Latina, ao Médio Oriente e ao subcontinente indiano. O imperativo do multilateralismo deve prevalecer como o único quadro verdadeiramente capaz de salvaguardar os interesses comuns a toda a humanidade, em cujo âmbito devemos reafirmar o nosso resoluto compromisso com a diplomacia, o diálogo inclusivo e o recurso a meios pacíficos para a resolução de conflitos.
É dentro deste espírito que a República de Angola está profundamente empenhada no processo de busca de soluções para conflitos em África, dando aqui nota de que o esforço maior neste momento centra-se no conflito que se desenvolve no leste da República Democrática do Congo, sem descurarmos os que ocorrem no Sudão e na região do Sahel. No quadro do processo de Luanda, foi alcançado um cessar-fogo no leste da RDC, que entrou em vigor no passado dia 4 de agosto do corrente ano. Para que se consolidem os ganhos obtidos, foi colocada sobre a mesa uma proposta de um acordo de paz formulada pela República de Angola, envolvendo a República Democrática do Congo e a República de Ruanda, cujos termos vêm sendo discutidos pelas partes a nível ministerial, com a perspectiva de que venham a alcançar entre si um entendimento que justifique a realização de uma reunião cimeira para selar a assinatura do acordo de paz definitivo e o restabelecimento das relações entre a RDC e o Ruanda. Preocupa-nos muito seriamente a situação que prevalece no Sudão, onde se desenrola uma guerra violenta com consequências humanitárias de proporções dramáticas, perante uma certa apatia da comunidade internacional, que deve procurar convergir os seus esforços e agirem em coordenação com a União Africana no sentido de se promover e se alcançar a paz duradoura. Estamos a colocar em benefício da paz em África a experiência adquirida por Angola com a resolução do seu conflito interno, que após várias décadas ficou resolvido de forma definitiva por via de um diálogo inclusivo entre as partes beligerantes. Aprendemos com o nosso próprio conflito que não há paz sem diálogo e não há paz sem concessões de parte a parte. Este é um caminho que não pode ser negligenciado no contexto de todos os esforços a desenvolver para se resolverem as graves crises de segurança que o mundo enfrenta atualmente. A guerra da Rússia contra a Ucrânia tem abalado de forma séria e profunda a estabilidade e a segurança na Europa, com fortes reflexos no resto do mundo, no que se refere à estabilidade econômica e à segurança alimentar e energética. Temos assistido a um contínuo recrudescimento desse conflito, que vem escalando de forma inquietante, com efeitos devastadores sobre a situação interna dos países contendores, pela utilização de armamento cada vez mais letal, sem que isto prenuncie uma perspectiva de solução para este intrincado problema. Apesar de estarem a ser empregues meios militares e outros cada vez mais sofisticados no teatro de operações, não se vislumbra nenhuma vitória militar nesta guerra, com tendência de se alastrar para o resto da Europa, se não se encontrar uma solução negociada, assente na observância dos princípios das Nações Unidas, que salvaguardem a soberania dos Estados, a indivisibilidade e a integridade territorial dos países. A inobservância dos princípios da Carta das Nações Unidas está na base de grande parte dos problemas e tensões que proliferam um pouco por toda a parte do nosso planeta, onde os interesses e ambições geopolíticas particulares, contrários aos valores defendidos pela comunidade internacional, afetam muitas vezes a segurança e a estabilidade de regiões inteiras do nosso planeta.
No Médio Oriente, assistimos e condenamos a morte e rapto de indefesos civis israelitas a 7 de outubro do ano passado. Na sequência disso, embora Israel tenha o direito de proteger seu território, de garantir a segurança de seus cidadãos e de procurar resgatar os reféns ainda em paradeiro incerto, mas por ter responsabilidades de um Estado, tudo deveria fazer para evitar o genocídio a que o mundo assiste em direto na faixa de Gaza e os ataques dos colonos e expansão dos colonatos na Cisjordânia. Neste conflito, as principais vítimas são seres humanos indefesos e vulneráveis, nomeadamente crianças, mulheres, velhos e doentes, mortos indiscriminadamente não só pelas bombas da aviação e artilharia, mas também por estarem impedidos pela força das armas de aceder e usufruir dos mais elementares direitos, de acesso aos alimentos, à água potável, aos medicamentos, à habitação e assistência médica e medicamentosa, pela destruição das principais infraestruturas escolares, hospitalares, habitacionais, energéticas e outras. Assistimos à morte em números alarmantes de jornalistas de cadeias internacionais, de funcionários das Nações Unidas e de trabalhadores de organizações humanitárias internacionais, o que é inaceitável e condenável. Não se pode continuar a permitir que em apenas 11 meses, num pequeno território sem escapatória, sejam mortas perto de 43 mil pessoas e que seus autores não sejam responsabilizados pela comunidade internacional. A comunidade internacional não pode ficar indiferente a esta situação que ameaça a existência do povo palestino, que tem o mesmo direito a viver em paz e segurança no território dos seus ancestrais, tanto como o povo judeu também tem. Preocupa-nos a escalada deste conflito para outros países, porque ameaça a paz e segurança em todo o Médio Oriente e abre a perigosa possibilidade do envolvimento direto das grandes potências mundiais e, com isso, a internacionalização do conflito, com todas as consequências possíveis à escala global. Estamos perante um facto que, mais uma vez, coloca em destaque o papel das Nações Unidas, as suas decisões e resoluções, que, se forem estrita e rigorosamente observadas, resolvem o impasse à volta da criação do Estado soberano da Palestina, única via capaz de pôr um fim definitivo ao problema que o Médio Oriente enfrenta há décadas. Aproveito esta ocasião para apelar mais uma vez à necessidade de se pôr fim ao embargo contra Cuba e as sanções contra o Zimbábue. A atual presidente em exercício da nossa Comunidade Econômica Regional, a SADC, por serem injustas e desumanas, por aumentarem o sofrimento de seus povos e entravarem sobremaneira o desenvolvimento econômico e social daqueles países. Excelências, dentro do esforço coletivo empreendido pelas nações do nosso planeta em favor da consolidação da paz, os países africanos têm procurado contribuir de forma cada vez mais efetiva em missões das Nações Unidas destinadas a estabilizar países e regiões em conflito. Muitas vezes, estas operações de paz não se realizam com a frequência e a efetividade que se impõem por limitações financeiras dos países que se dispõem a participar. Felizmente, esta condicionante parece estar finalmente ultrapassada ao nível do Conselho de Segurança, o que representa um passo determinante no reforço da operacionalidade e efetividade das missões de paz e estabilidade lideradas pela União Africana, que dispõe doravante de um mecanismo de financiamento mais adequado às suas operações.
Saúdo vivamente estes desenvolvimentos, sobretudo porque a África quer estar cada vez mais presente, não só na abordagem, como também nos processos de decisão e resolução relativos aos grandes temas mundiais. Excelências, pretendemos ser parte da construção de uma nova arquitetura financeira internacional, em cujo âmbito se impõe uma colaboração mais estreita entre os Estados, com vista a um combate efetivo ao fluxo ilícito de capitais e à recuperação dos ativos, que é, muitas vezes, incompreensivelmente dificultada pelos países que detêm os fundos sob seu controle. É importante fazer notar que os recursos que advêm da recuperação de ativos tenham um efeito direto sobre a implementação dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e, por conseguinte, sobre a melhoria das condições gerais de vida das populações. Angola tem tido importantes progressos na luta contra a corrupção, com casos concretos de cidadãos julgados e condenados que viram seus bens recuperados a favor do Estado por força das sentenças ditadas em tribunal e confirmadas pelo competente Tribunal de Apelação. No que diz respeito à recuperação de ativos, tivemos 2 casos de sucesso em que contamos com atitude bastante responsável e de respeito à nossa soberania por parte das autoridades do Reino Unido, que devolveram a Angola 2,5 mil milhões de dólares americanos que estavam num banco em Londres, sendo justo reconhecê-lo publicamente a partir desta tribuna mundial. Lamentavelmente, nem todos os países que aceitaram receber esses ativos da corrupção, sem questionar na altura as origens dos mesmos, respeitam hoje as sentenças dos nossos tribunais, que são de cumprimento obrigatório. Alguns desses países se arrogam mesmo ao direito de questionar a credibilidade dos nossos tribunais, quase que querendo rever as sentenças emitidas pelos mesmos, como se de órgãos de apelação extraterritoriais se tratasse. Esses ativos são propriedade dos nossos Estados já empobrecidos ao longo do período colonial. Vamos, por isso, continuar a lutar com todas as nossas forças para a recuperação dos ativos desviados do erário público e que muita falta fazem para a construção de infraestruturas escolares, hospitalares, de energia e água, rodoviárias e outras. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a República de Angola defende a implementação urgente de reformas que conduzam a uma representatividade mais justa dos países africanos no seio das principais instituições financeiras internacionais, para defendermos a tomada de decisões e a elaboração de políticas que impactam no cotidiano das populações dos países-alvo das mesmas. Estamos firmemente empenhados em não deixar ninguém para trás, atuar em conjunto para a promoção da paz, do desenvolvimento sustentável e da dignidade humana para as gerações presentes e futuras. Em torno deste lema, da 79ª sessão, devemos mobilizar esforços, capacidades e todos os recursos ao nosso alcance para promover políticas, medidas e programas que tornem possível a concretização das intenções que o mesmo encerra. Minhas senhoras, excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, a República de Angola realiza um grande esforço para colocar o país na rota do progresso e do desenvolvimento, na base de políticas que estabelecem prioridades contidas
priorities contained in the National Development Plan, whose main pillars are economy diversification, public debt reduction, mobilization of domestic revenues, optimization of public expenditures in priority sectors such as health and education, and implementation of special social protection schemes.
As tarefas a que nos propusemos realizar nos domínios que referi são complexas, requerem tempo e recursos humanos suficientemente capacitados para as executar com sucesso, mas não obstante este quadro, estamos a registrar progressos encorajadores cujos benefícios se farão sentir com o decorrer do tempo. Inscrevo no conjunto das iniciativas bem-sucedidas a construção de sistemas de transferência de água para zonas fortemente afetadas pela seca no sul de Angola, onde a pobreza e a miséria estão a abrir caminho a uma perspectiva de prosperidade e uma vida mais digna para as populações que passaram a poder contar com água disponível em quantidade suficiente para transformar zonas áridas em zonas de produção agrícola e de criação de animais sem os riscos anteriores que punham em causa a própria sobrevivência humana e animal. No âmbito das ações do Governo de Angola para melhorar o quadro social nacional e criar fatores que potenciem o desenvolvimento da indústria e da agricultura, enveredamos pela via da eletrificação do país em todas as suas latitudes. Fizemos uma aposta na produção de energias limpas, com a construção de grandes barragens hidroelétricas e de parques fotovoltaicos, fazendo com que cerca de 67% da matriz energética do nosso país seja já de fontes limpas e com uma tendência de supressão das centrais térmicas ainda em funcionamento já nos próximos 3 anos. Em termos de produção de energias limpas, para além dos mais de 6.500 megawatts que hoje produzimos, estamos a construir a barragem hidroelétrica de Kakulu Cabaça, que vai produzir mais 2.000 megawatts e daremos início em breve a construção do maior parque fotovoltaico do país, com um financiamento de 1,5 mil milhões de dólares americanos, financiados pelo Exim Bank americano, para alimentar fora da rede um número considerável de localidades nas províncias da Huila, Cunene, Namibe e Cuando-Cubango. Com estes projetos de produção adicional de energia a decorrerem, nossa maior aposta do momento está voltada para o investimento público ou em parcerias público-privadas de construção de linhas de transportação em alta e média tensão para o leste e sul do país, na perspectiva da interconexão com a rede da SADC, a leste via Zâmbia e a sul via Namíbia. Dispomos atualmente de uma considerável oferta de produção de energia elétrica que carece de redes de transportação e distribuição para a levarmos aos potenciais beneficiários em todos os pontos do país e também aos países da África Austral que necessitam deste recurso para o seu desenvolvimento. Os investidores interessados têm agora a oportunidade de vender energia elétrica produzida em Angola aos clientes das zonas de exploração mineira da RDC e da Zâmbia, assim como aos países da SADC no geral, com destaque para o maior consumidor industrial e doméstico, que é a África do Sul. Angola desenvolve um conjunto de iniciativas que se enquadram no esforço de assegurar a implementação da Agenda Climática Internacional, dando realce às medidas destinadas à mitigação e adaptação às alterações climáticas, cuidando sempre da exploração responsável dos nossos recursos fósseis, para garantir o desenvolvimento e o bem-estar das nossas populações. Importa realçar o grande investimento público
que Angola vem realizando no setor da saúde em todo o país, com a construção a ritmo acelerado de infraestruturas hospitalares dos 3 níveis de atendimento, bem equipadas e com um ambicioso programa de formação e recrutamento de profissionais de saúde para o nosso Sistema Nacional de Saúde. Minhas senhoras, meus senhores, nos tempos que correm, de entre as grandes prioridades do continente africano, inscreve-se a questão do desenvolvimento assente na promoção e intensificação do comércio, para o que se afigura essencial a construção de infraestruturas que garantam a conectividade entre os países africanos, a mobilidade dos operadores econômicos e favoreçam o livre comércio entre todos no âmbito da zona de livre comércio continental africana. Dentro desta perspectiva, a República de Angola estabeleceu parcerias ao nível internacional para garantir a operacionalização do caminho de ferro de Benguela, dos portos mineraleiro e comercial do Lubito, no quadro do grande projeto transnacional de transporte e de logística do corredor do Lubito, que vai assegurar o escoamento mais rápido, mais seguro e a preços mais competitivos dos minérios, produtos agrícolas e industriais produzidos na República da Zâmbia, na República Democrática do Congo e em Angola, através do Oceano Atlântico para o resto do mundo. Este é um projeto catalisador que vai mudar o panorama econômico em Angola e na África Austral, permitindo o surgimento de um conjunto de vários empreendimentos ao longo do mesmo corredor do Lubito, com impacto direto nas economias da sub-região austral de África e de outras do nosso continente. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, a República de Angola é um país hospitaleiro, aberto ao mundo e sempre disponível para funcionar como parceiro proativo para ajudar no incremento da cooperação global, em prol do desenvolvimento e da implementação de ações conjuntas e complementares que ajudem a responder aos desafios permanentes do combate ao terrorismo internacional e de outras ameaças à paz, à segurança mundial e ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Com a melhoria do ambiente de negócio nos últimos anos, estamos abertos ao turismo e ao investimento privado direto em praticamente todos os ramos da nossa economia que sejam do interesse dos investidores. Bem-vindos a Angola. E muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 8th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم. السيد الرئيس صاحب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو صاحب المعالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السادة والسيدات. أود ابتداء أن أتقدم بأحر التهاني إلى صاحب المعالي السيد فيليمون يانغ على توليه رئاسة الدورة 79 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، راجيا له كل التوفيق في قيادتها
wishing him every success at the head of the
بالآن
General
ذاته
Assembly.
صاحب السعادة
I would
السيد
also
دينيس
like to congratulate His Excellency
على
Mr.
ما
Dennis
أبان
Francis
عنه من حكمة وكفاءة عالية في إدارته للدورة الماضية الثامنة والسبعين.
on his great wisdom
كما يطيب
in
لي
managing the
الإعراب
work of the 78th session
عن
of the
عظيم
General Assembly.
تقديري وتثميني
Allow me
للجهود
also to
التي
express
يبذلها
my
سعادة
great
الأمين العام
appreciation
للأمم المتحدة السيد
for the
أنطونيو
efforts
غوتيريش
made by Mr.
بسبيل
Antonio
تطوير
Guterres, the
منظمتنا
Secretary General of the
وتعزيز
United
دورها
Nations, to
كتعبير
develop our
مؤسسي
organization
فعال
and to enhance
عن
its
إرادتنا
role
الجماعية
as
في
an
رفع
effective
مختلف
institutional
التحديات التي
expression of
تواجه
our
عالمنا
collective
على
will
طريق
to
تحقيق التنمية
address the
المستدامة
various
الشاملة.
challenges facing our world on the path of
أصحاب الجلال
comprehensive
والفخامة
sustainable
والسمو والسادة
development.
والسيدات، إن شعار قمتنا
Your
هذه
Majesties, Excellencies,
الداعي
Highnesses,
إلى
ladies and
العمل معا من
gentlemen,
أجل النهوض
the
بالسلام
theme of
والتنمية
this
المستدامة
session,
والكرامة
leaving
الإنسانية
no one
للأجيال
behind,
الحالية
acting together
والمقبلة
for the advancement of
على
peace,
نحو
sustainable
لا
development,
يستهني
and human
أحدا
dignity for present and
لا
future
يختزل بقوة
generations,
ووضوح أهداف ومقاصد
powerfully
ميثاق
and
الأمم
clearly
المتحدة
encapsulates the
مترجما في
goals
الوقت
and
ذاته
objectives of the Charter of the
عمق
United
إدراكنا
Nations,
جميعا
and at the same
لضرورة
time
تعزيز
translates the depth of
تعاوننا
our collective
وتنسيق
awareness
جهودنا
of
لرفع
the need to
التحديات
enhance
القائمة.
our cooperation and coordinate our efforts to address
فإن
the
ما
existing
شهده
challenges.
فإن ما شهده ويشهده عالمنا اليوم من صدمات عنيفة
What the world
وأزمات
has
غير
been through
مسبوقة
and what it is
على
currently
مختلف
going
الأصعدة
through in terms
ليضعف كثيرا من
of
قدرتنا
violent crises and
آحادا
unprecedented
ومستمعين
shocks at every
على
level
الوفاء بما
has greatly
قطعناه على
weakened our
أنفسنا
individual
جماعيا
and collective
من
ability
التزامات
to
في إطار
fulfill
أجندة
our common
2030.
commitments in the context of the
فالظرف الدولي
2030
القائم
agenda.
بالغ الأثر السلبي على جهود
The
تحقيق
current
التنمية
international
المستدامة
situation
خاصة في
is having a
قارتنا
very negative
الإفريقية التي
impact on efforts
تعاني
to
أصلا
achieve sustainable
من اختلالات
development,
وعوائق
especially
بنيوية
on the
وظرفية
African continent,
تعيق
which
جهودها
already suffers
الإنمائية
from structural and
وتبطئ وتيرة
circumstantial
تقدمها
imbalances
على
and
طريق
obstacles
تحقيق
that hinder
أجندتي
its development efforts and slow down its progress
2030
towards achieving the 2030 Agenda of the United Nations and
فلا
the
تزال
2063
قارتنا
Agenda of the African
تعاني
Union.
الفقر والهشاشة والبطالة.
Our continent continues to suffer from poverty, vulnerability, unemployment, weak health and education systems in terms of quality and inclusiveness, not to mention the spread of terrorism, armed conflicts, and the devastating effects of climate change. This bleak outlook in Africa very strongly confirms the urgent need to alleviate the enormous debt burden of African countries and correct the obvious imbalances in the development assistance system and in international governance, both political and financial, and to strengthen multilateral cooperation in general. This could bring the continent towards economic growth in a way that doubles the effectiveness or to redouble efforts to fulfill the commitments made by countries vis-à-vis the 2030 Agenda and the international community.
عملا بمقتضى هذا الالتزام جعلنا من تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة هدفا مركزيا تتكامل في العمل على تحقيقه كل سياساتنا العمومية. وقد تمكنا وإن بنحو طفيف من تحسين مؤشرات العديد من أهداف التنمية المستدامة في بلادنا. كما يعكس ذلك تحسن ترتيبنا بين الدول في التقرير الأممي حول التنمية المستدامة لسنة 2024. ومع ذلك وما ذاك إلا بفضل ما بذلناه من جهد مكثف في سبيل تكريس دولة القانون والمؤسسات القوية وتقوية الديمقراطية والحريات الفردية والجماعية واعتماد سنة الحوار والتشاور أسلوبا ثابتا لإدارة الشأن العام ودعم استقلالية القضاء واعتماد الشفافية ومحاربة الرشوة وكل أشكال الفساد إداريا كان أو ماليا. وكذلك بفضل جهودنا المتواصلة لحماية وتقوية حقوق الإنسان من خلال مكافحة مخلفات الرق وأشكاله الحديثة والاتجار بالبشر وحماية حقوق المرأة والطفل ومحاربة الهجرة غير النظامية والجريمة العابرة للحدود. ينضاف إلى ذلك ما استطعنا بحول الله وقوته وبفضل التمويل الناجع لاستراتيجيتنا الأمنية المندمجة In addition, we have been able to achieve security and stability despite the prevailing situation in our region and internationally. Indeed, violence and terrorism are reigning, as well as political and social crises, but through the help of God and with our national integrated security strategy, we have been able to achieve this. Likewise, we have given great attention to the role of young people in the advancement of countries and advancing growth. We are focusing on developing plans and strategies that guarantee that young people have education qualifications, are integrated into active life, and strengthening their presence in various areas of public life. All of the above has played a positive role in consolidating our national unity and strengthening our social cohesion. To do this, we have made intense efforts to eliminate various forms of exclusion, injustice, and vulnerability. To do this, we have built a social safety, a vast and varied social safety net that aims to alleviate the burden of the constraints and hazards of daily life on the poorest and to enhance their ability to withstand these vicissitudes and to access all public services. We have also launched a promising reform process for our educational system in the aim of establishing a Republican school that embodies the values of equality and fairness and that guarantees that everyone in the same conditions can have high-quality education that will be a lever for social advancement. In parallel, we have redoubled our efforts to expand and improve the scope of health services that we offer to our population and to ensure access to medicines. We have created a health insurance system for citizens not covered by traditional insurance programs. In addition, we are providing some basic medical services free of charge, especially for mothers, older persons, and persons with disabilities. We are aware of the negative repercussions of climate change and environmental challenges in general on our planet, the economy, society, and political and security implications, particularly in the African continent and the Sahel in particular. We have worked to reduce our carbon emissions by 11% and to raise the share of renewable energy in our total energy mix to 50% by 2030. في أفق 2030 وستتعزز جهودنا في هذا المجال ببرنامج واسع لتطوير الهيدروجين الأخضر وعلاوة على جهودنا بترقية الطاقات النظيفة التي تغطي اليوم نسبة 48% من مجموع الطاقات المستخدمة which today covers 48% of our energy use. We are continuing our fight against desertification in the context of the Great Green Wall and the Joint Committee to combat the effects of desertification in the Sahel. In this context, I would like to applaud the outcomes of COP28, which was hosted by the United Arab Emirates at the end of last year. I would like to hope that these environmental gains will be strengthened during the upcoming session, which will be hosted by Azerbaijan this year. We are hopeful that industrialized countries will respect their commitments to reduce their emissions and fulfill their pledges from the Paris Summit. Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply convinced in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania إن لدينا في الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية قناعة راسخة بأن التعاون بين الدول لا يكون مزمنا وفعالا إلا بقدر ما يكون قائما على الصداقة والثقة
The effectiveness of cooperation between states depends on relationships based on friendship, trust, and mutual respect. Therefore, our foreign policy is based on non-interference in the internal affairs of states, strengthening cooperation and friendship, the maintenance of international peace and security, and supporting just causes based on international law, the Charter of the United Nations, the African Union, the League of Arab States, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. For that reason, we would like to reiterate the following. Our strong condemnation of the war of genocide practiced by Israel against the defenseless Palestinian people in flagrant violation of international law and international humanitarian law. We demand the immediate end of this war, and we reiterate our commitment to the right of the Palestinian people to dignity and sovereignty within the framework of an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, as provided for in the Arab Peace Initiative and relevant international resolutions. Our condemnation of the current Israeli attacks on Lebanon and our demand that they end immediately. Our call to find a solution that preserves the unity and sovereignty of the Libyan state, and our commitment to supporting African efforts and international efforts in this regard. Our support for the security and stability of brotherly Sudan and its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as our call to ensure that dialogue and reason prevail to resolve the outstanding issues leading to an immediate end to the war, ending the humanitarian suffering of the brotherly Sudanese people, and ensuring respect for international humanitarian law. Our commitment to serious efforts to achieve a political solution that preserves the unity of the Syrian Arab Republic, its independence, the dignity of its people, and their right to live in peace and security. Our support for the brotherly Yemeni people and our call for peaceful solutions in accordance with Arab initiatives and the relevant international resolutions, our firm position on the conflict in Western Sahara, and our support for the efforts of the United Nations and all relevant Security Council resolutions aimed at finding a lasting solution that is acceptable for everyone. Our concern about the continuation of the Russian-Ukrainian war and our demand that a solution be found that ends the war and takes into account the concerns of both parties in accordance with international law and the United Nations Charter, thus sparing the region and the world further tragedy and destruction. Your Majesties, Highnesses, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future, which concluded its work yesterday, revealed how aware we are of our collective responsibility towards our common future. Through what was adopted in terms of measures and plans, the summit confirmed that we are still able to make this future one of security, peace, prosperity, comprehensive sustainable development that will not exclude any people or country. Let us therefore strengthen mutual trust, intensify our multilateral cooperation, and accelerate the reform of international political and financial governance rules so that they are more just, more balanced, and more equitable. And then, God willing, we will be able to save our planet from perdition and secure a bright future for current and future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my congratulations to the African nations and the esteemed Mr. Philemon Yang on being elected as
Сизге бул жоопкерчиликтүү кызматта ийгиликтерди каалайм жана Кыргыз Республикасы сиздин төрагалыгыңызга тынчтык менен туруктуу өнүгүүнүн кызыкчылыгында толук колдоо көрсөтө тургандыгына ишендирип кете аламын. Ошондой эле урматтуу Денис Фрэнсиске 78-чи сессиядагы активдүү иши үчүн ыраазычылык билдирем. Кыргыз Республикасынын атынан эл аралык укукка, Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун уставынын принциптерине жана жоболоруна берилгендигибизди тастыктайм жана уюмдун эл аралык коопсуздукту камсыз кылуу, глобалдык социалдык, экономикалык жана климаттык чакырыктарды чечүү, ошондой эле адам укуктарын жана эркиндиктерин коргоо боюнча аракеттерин толук колдойбуз. Заманбап глобалдык көйгөйлөр, анын ичинде климаттык кризис, азык-түлүк коопсуздугуна болгон коркунуч жана өсүп жаткан теңсиздик эл аралык коомчулуктун биргелешкен аракеттерин талап кылат. Бул турбуленттүү мезгилде мен бардык мамлекеттерди Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун негизги миссиясын тынчтыкты камсыз кылуу жана учурдагы тобокелчиликтер менен коркунучтардын алдын алуу ишин улантууга чакырамын. Азыр бул колдоо өтө маанилүү. Мен генералдык катчы мырза Антонио Гутерриштин жетекчилиги жана мамлекеттердин активдүү колдоосу менен биздин уюм өзүнүн милдеттерин натыйжалуу аткарып, мамлекеттерге глобалдык көйгөйлөрдү чечүүгө жардам берет деп үмүттөнөм. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, биз жылдан жылга туруксуз жана татаал болуп бараткан дүйнөдө жашап жатабыз. Алдыбызда мурун болуп көрбөгөндөй чакырыктар турат. Глобалдык климаттык катастрофа, континенттерди бөлгөн экономикалык теңсиздик жана албетте элдердин келечекке болгон тынчтык үмүтүн жок кылган кагылышуулар. Ушул учурда биз дүйнөдөгү куралдуу чыгымдардын жыл сайын өсүп жатканын көрүп турабыз. Ошол эле учурда жакыр жана аялуу мамлекеттер өздөрүнүн өнүгүүсүнө жана жашоо шартын жакшыртууга жетишпей жатышат. Мен биздин доордун эки карама-каршы чындыгына көңүлүңүздөрдү бургум келет. Биринчи чындык бул куралдуу керектөөлөргө болгон чексиз чыгымдар. Стокгольмдогу эл аралык тынчтык изилдөөлөр институтунун маалыматы боюнча 2023 жылы дүйнөлүк куралдуу чыгымдар 6,8%га өсүп, рекордтук 2,5 триллион долларга жеткен. Же глобалдык ички дүң өндүрүшүнүн 2,3%-ын түзөт. Бул акыркы 19 жылдардагы эң жогорку сумма. Алдыңкы державалар ири каражаттарды куралдуу күчтөрдү түзүүгө жана өнүктүрүүгө, арсеналдарды кеңейтүүгө жана жаңы кыйратуучу куралдардын түрлөрүн иштеп чыгууга жумшап жатышат. Тилекке каршы, бул көптөгөн мамлекеттер жана элдер негизги кызматтарга, сууга, медициналык жардам жана билимге жетпей жаткан дүйнөдө болуп жатат. Биз согушка, кыйроолорго жана өлтүрүүлөргө кетип жаткан акчаларды жаратууга же бүткүл адамзат үчүн глобалдык көйгөйлөрдү чечүүгө багыттап, климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы күрөшүүгө, глобалдык миграцияны алдын алууга, жакыр мамлекеттерге жардам берүү үчүн колдонсок жакшы болмок. Аскердик чыгымдар жана куралдуу чыр-чатактар көптөгөн мамлекеттерге кыйратуучу таасирин тийгизип, жакырчылыкты жана теңсиздикти ого бетер күчөтүп жатат. Чыр-чатактар жана куралдуу кагылышуулар инфраструктуранын кыйрашына, элдин жашоо деңгээлинин төмөндөшүнө жана массалык миграцияга алып келди, жакырчылык менен туруксуздуктун татаал айлампасын жаратты. Бир катар мамлекеттер курал-жаракка бюджеттерин көбөйтүп жаткан учурда жардамга муктаж болгон көптөгөн мамлекеттер кадимки жашоого мүмкүнчүлүктөн ажырап жатышат. Экинчи чындык бул жакыр жана аялуу мамлекеттерге жардам берүүдө прогресстин жоктугу. Биз баарыбыз билебиз, экономикалык теңсиздик өсүүдө. Дүйнө лидерлери ондогон жылдар бою жакырчылыкты жоюу зарылчылыгы жөнүндө өздөрү айтып келишет, бирок бул үчүн өздөрүндө жетиштүү эрк болбой жатат. Африка, Түштүк Азия жана Латын Америкасынын мамлекеттери дагы деле өнүгүүгө керектүү каржылоо тартыштыгына, эл аралык коомчулуктун колдоосунун жоктугуна жана экономикалык системалык кризистерге туш болууда. Бул проблеманы алар өз алдынча албетте чече алышпайт. Эң төмөнкү экономикалык деңгээлде турган өлкөлөр саламаттыкты сактоо, билим берүү,
инфраструктура жана климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы күрөштө инвестицияларга муктаж. Курал жаракка кеткен чыгымдардын ылдам өсүшүнүн кесепетинен бул мамлекеттерге жардам жетишсиз бойдон калууда. Гуманитардык жардам көрсөтүү жана өнүгүүгө көмөктөшүү программалары көп учурда каржылык тартыштыкка туш болуп турганда бул ресурстар курал жарак сатып алуу жана аскердик операцияларды жүргүзүү үчүн колдонулууда. Мамлекеттер арасындагы теңсиздик азайбастан күчөп жатат. Урматтуу жыйындын катышуучулары, дүйнө алдында эң маанилүү эки тандоо турат. Биз коопсуздукту куралдуу күчтөр аркылуу курал жаракты көбөйтүүнү тандап алабыз, же жакырчылыкты жоюуга жана эң аялуу болгон мамлекеттерди колдоого багытталган туруктуу өнүгүүнү тандап алабыз. Аскердик чыгымдарга жумшалган ресурстар таза сууга жетүү, өнүгүп келе жаткан өлкөлөрдөгү балдардын билими, ачарчылыкка каршы күрөш же климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы күрөшүү программаларына жумшасак чоң салым болмок. Бул багытта прогресске жетишүү үчүн бай жана муктаж болгон мамлекеттердин биргелешкен аракеттери зарыл. Биринчиден, өнүккөн мамлекеттер муктаж өлкөлөргө финансылык жардамды көбөйтүп гана тим болбостон, аны максаттуу жана инфраструктуралык долбоорлор менен социалдык өнүгүүгө багытташы керек. Экинчиден, муктаж өлкөлөр уктап жатпай туруктуу өнүгүү боюнча эл аралык демилгелерге активдүү катышып, берилген ресурстарды туш келди чачпай, натыйжалуу пайдалануу боюнча милдеттенмелерди өз моюндарына алышы керек. Үчүнчүдөн, заманбап технологияларды бай өлкөлөрдөн муктаж өлкөлөргө өткөрүү маанилүү. Бул муктаж өлкөлөрдүн экономикасын өз алдынча өнүктүрүүгө жана тышкы жардамга көз карандылыкты азайтууга мүмкүндүк берет. Бүгүнкү күндө геосаясий чыр-чатактар коргонуу чыгымдарын көбөйтүүнү талап кылбастан, аларды чечүү үчүн эл аралык кызматташтыктагы маанилүү болуп жатканын байкоодобуз. Эгерде дүйнөлүк коомчулук ресурстарды адилеттүү бөлүштүрүү, аялуу мамлекеттерге жардам берүү жана куралдуу кагылышуулардын себептерин жоюу үчүн күчтөрүн бириктире алса, анда биз коопсуз жана гүлдөгөн дүйнөнү түзө алабыз. Эгерде биз согушка эмес, кедей адамдарга, жакын өлкөлөргө инвестиция жасай алсак, курал жаракка эмес, билимге, медицинага жана туруктуу өнүгүүгө каражат салсак, гүлдөгөн дүйнөнү сөзсүз курабыз. Глобалдык коопсуздуктун приоритеттерин кайрадан карап чыгуунун мезгили келди. Коопсуздук бул күчтүү армиялардын жана массалык кыргын куралдарынын болушу гана эмес. Чыныгы коопсуздук элдердин ишеними, теңчилиги жана гүлдөө өсүүсү аркылуу жетишет. Муктаж өлкөлөрдүн келечегине инвестиция салып, аларга жакырчылыкка каршы күрөшүүгө жардам берип, туруктуу өсүү үчүн мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү түзсөк, биз туруктуу жана коопсуз дүйнөнү сөзсүз кура алабыз. Бул контекстте мен глобалдык түштүктүн туруктуу өнүгүүсүнө жана биринчи кезекте эң өнүкпөгөн өлкөлөрдүн, деңизге чыгууга мүмкүнчүлүгү жок, жаңыдан өнүгүп келе жаткан өлкөлөрдүн жана өнүгүп келе жаткан чакан арал мамлекеттеринин кызыкчылыктарын коргоого эл аралык коомчулук көбүрөөк көңүл бурушун маанилүү жана адилеттүү деп эсептеймин. Урматтуу кесиптештер, биздин планетанын жашоосуна коркунуч келтирген эң кооптуу чакырыктардын бири болуп климаттын өзгөрүшү саналат. Ал күн сайын тездеп, дээрлик бардык өлкөлөрдү жана элдерди камтып. Мөңгүлөрдүн тез эриши, табигый катаклизмдердин көбөйүшү жана тоолуу экосистемалардагы суу ресурстарынын азайышы терең тынчсызданууну жаратууда. Бул терс кесепеттер жергиликтүү жамааттардын жашоосуна коркунуч туудурат, жакырчылыктын деңгээлинин жогорулашына, инфраструктуранын абалынын начарлашына жана өлкөлөрдүн экономикасына олуттуу зыян келтирет. Кыргызстан 3 эсе чакырык алдында турат. Бул өнүгүүгө инвестиция салуу, жакырчылыкты азайтуу жана климаттын өзгөрүшүнө адаптациялоо муктаждыгы менен көмүртек нейтралдуулугуна жетүү. Бул багыттардын ар бири биздин өлкө жана аялуу жамааттар үчүн климаттык туруктуулукту камсыз кылуу контекстинде өзгөчө каржылоону талап кылат. Биз өнөктөштөрүбүз менен биргеликте иш алып барып, ийгиликке жетүүгө бекем ниеттенип жатабыз. Кыргызстан жашыл экономикага карыз алмашуу механизмин күчөтүп жана бардык жерде жайылтууну сунуштайт.
We believe this will help developing and less developed countries collectively combat climate change. Kyrgyzstan supports the view of the UN Secretary General on the need to reform the international financial architecture and reduce the debt burden of developing countries. We also propose a mechanism to replace external debt with projects aimed at climate and sustainable development, and we are working to establish a climate trust fund to finance environmental projects in mountainous regions. The Kyrgyz Republic pays special attention to climate issues in implementing its national policy, and based on the principles of green development, has set an ambitious goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. Over 90% of our energy is produced primarily by hydropower plants, which are the main drivers towards achieving net zero emissions. Our country has extensive opportunities to integrate renewable energy sources into various sectors of the economy, develop electric transport infrastructure, promote sustainable agriculture, and enhance ecotourism. We are actively taking measures to encourage the use of electric vehicles and improve the energy efficiency of buildings. I would like to provide just one example of our commitment to building a green future. Projects such as NEOM, Masdar City, Western Harbor, and Solar Valley that are focused on sustainable development are being implemented and successfully developed. The dreams of the people in these countries have come true and serve as an example for us as well. We have begun constructing the modern and innovative city of Asman on the shores of Lake Kızılkuyu. Next year we will start building the city of Kemin. We are striving to create green cities that will serve as a model for other regions of our country, helping to preserve the natural environment for future generations. I firmly believe that the city will become an economic trade, cultural, tourist hub, as well as center for innovation and new technologies. Central Asia is becoming an important region in terms of global security and the world economy. Kyrgyzstan, together with its neighboring states, continues to work on the sustainable development of the region. Together with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, we are building the Khambarata 1 hydropower station, which will meet the region's energy and water needs. We are also participating in the construction of China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan Railway, which will enhance trade and transport cooperation and connect the east and west of the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of our world depends on the path we choose. We should not increase military spending, leading to further escalation of conflicts and disasters. Instead, we must direct our efforts towards building a just, safe, and prosperous world for all. Our choice today will determine what tomorrow will be like for our future generations. We all need to ease international tensions. The Kyrgyz Republic is ready to support the efforts of UN General Assembly and Security Council aimed at establishing a stable world order and achieving sustainable development goals, as well as to contribute to the international community's joint efforts to address global challenges and threats. At the same time, we propose our candidacy for non-permanent membership in the UN Security Council for the years 2027-2028.
Kırgız Respublikası bu негизги органга эч качан шайланбаган өлкө катары 2026 июнь айында Нью-Йорк шаарында өтүп турган шайлоолордо сиздердин колдооңуздарды үмүт артабыз. Кыргызстан шайланган учурда кеңештин ишинин натыйжалуулугун жана ачык айкындуулугун жогорулатуу, ошондой эле анын курамын аймактык өкүлчүлүктүн тең салмактуулугун эске алуу менен кеңейтүү ишин улантат. Африка өлкөлөрүнүн коопсуздук кеңешиндеги өкүлчүлүгүнүн жетишсиздигин оңдоо жана Кыргызстанды кошкондо 60 мамлекеттин эч качан коопсуздук кеңешине шайланбагандыгын эске алып, тарыхый адилетсиздикти жоюу убактысы келди. Келечек саммитинде Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун мүчө мамлекеттери туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарынын маанилүүлүгүн жана алардын толук ишке ашырылышынын зарылдыгын дагы бир жолу тастыкташты. Кыргызстан 2030 жылга чейинки глобалдык туруктуу өнүгүү күн тартибине бекем берилген бойдон кала берет жана биздин жетишкендиктер улуттук артыкчылыктар жана каржылык мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү эске алуу менен максаттарга жетүү боюнча бекем ниетибизди тастыктайт. Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун туруктуу өнүгүү максаттары Кыргызстандын 2040 жылга чейинки улуттук өнүгүү стратегиясына интеграцияланган. Бул стратегия туруктуу экономикалык жана социалдык өнүгүүгө, санариптештирүүгө, ишкердикке, ошондой эле учурдагы жана келечектеги буюмдар үчүн инновациялык жана экологиялык жактан таза технологияларды киргизүүгө мүмкүнчүлүк берет. Ушул жылдын 22-июлунда жеке ишкерлер менен чет өлкөлүк инвесторлордун укуктарын жана каражаттарын коргоо боюнча мыйзам кабыл алдык. Бул мыйзам инвесторлорду ишкердик жактан коргоо боюнча тиешелүү чараларды көрүүнү аныктайт. Ошондой эле бул мыйзамда тиешелүү мамлекеттик кызматкерлерди жазалоо чаралары да каралган. Мамлекеттик каттоодон мыйзамсыз, негизсиз баш тартуу, мыйзамсыз жана негизсиз лицензия берүүдөн баш тартуу, ишмердүүлүгүн негизсиз жана мыйзамсыз чектөөгө алуу, инвесторлордун жана жеке ишкерлердин ишмердүүлүгүнө негизсиз жана мыйзамсыз кийлигишүүсү. Жогоруда көрсөтүлгөн мыйзам бузуулар үчүн мамлекеттик кызматкерлерге эң катаал жазалар берилет. Алар 2 жылдан 5 жылга чейин эркинен ажыратуу жана мүлкүн конфискациялоо же ири өлчөмдө акчалай айыптар салынууга каралган. Кийинки жылы биздин өлкө туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарынын аткарылышы боюнча улуттук ыктыярдуу отчетун сунуштайт. Биз өз тажрыйбабызды бөлүшүүгө, жетишилген натыйжаларды талкуулоого жана 2030 жылга чейинки туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарын ишке ашыруу боюнча дүйнөнүн алдыңкы 30 өлкөсүнүн катарына кирүү максатына умтулууну улантууга даярбыз. Кыргызстан тоолуу өлкө катары 2000 жылдардан баштап дүйнөлүк коомчулуктун көңүлүн тоолуу аймактардагы туруктуу өнүктүрүү көйгөйлөрүнө бурду. Биздин демилгебиз менен жана тоолуу өлкөлөрдүн кеңири колдоосу менен тоолуу аймактарды өнүктүрүү боюнча 5 жылдык аракеттер программасы 2023-2027 жылдарга ишке ашырылып жатат. Мен бардык мамлекеттерди бул программага активдүү катышууга чакырам. Сиздерди 2027 жылы өтө турган Бишкек +25 экинчи глобалдык тоолуу саммитине катышууга чакырам. Анда тоолуу аймактардын 5 жылдыгынын жыйынтыктары чыгарылат. Мындан тышкары биз тоолор жана климат боюнча глобалдык диалогду Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун климаттын өзгөрүшү боюнча жылдык конференциясынын программасына бекитүү демилгесин илгерилетип жатабыз. Кыргызстан аймактын узак мөөнөттүү туруктуу өнүгүүсүнүн символу болуп калган ак илбирсти коргоо боюнча активдүү иш алып барууда. 2023 жылдын декабрь айында ак илбирс Кыргызстандын улуттук символу катары таанылган. Биз 11 өлкө менен биргеликте бул уникалдуу жаныбарды коргоо багытында иштеп жатабыз. Ушуга байланыштуу мен Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун башкы ассамблеясына эл аралык ак илбирс күнүн жарыялоо резолюциясын киргизүү жөнүндө билдирүүбүздү бардык мамлекеттерге колдоого чакырам. Тоолуу аймактардын тургундары күн сайын суу жетишсиздиги, азык-түлүк коопсуздугу, жакырчылык жана негизги кызматтарга жеткиликтүүлүктүн жоктугу сыяктуу кыйынчылыктарга туш болушат. Бул өлкөлөр өз көйгөйлөрү менен жалгыз калбашы керек. Биз дүйнөлүк коомчулукта бул маселелерди чечүү үчүн активдүү аракеттерди көрүүгө чакырабыз. Урматтуу кесиптештер, айымдар жана мырзалар, эл аралык коомчулукка ишеним жана бардык мамлекеттердин кызыкчылыктарын эске алган жаңы консенсусту түзүү убактысы келди. Сөзүмдү жыйынтыктап жатып, элдердин достугу, биримдиги жана тилектештиги тууралуу океандай тереңдикти камтыган Манас эпосунан төмөнкү сөздөрдү айткым келет. Бир жакадан баш, бир жеңден кол чыгарып күч кубатты бириктирели. Биримдик бар жерде ырыс бар. Ошондо гана биз бекем жана жарык келечекти кура алабыз. Көңүл бурганыңыздарга терең ыраазычылык билдирем.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Javier Gerardo Milei, President of the Argentine Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
las autoridades de las Naciones Unidas,
to the authorities of the United Nations, representatives of the various countries, member countries, and all of the citizens of the world that are watching us. Good afternoon.
yo no soy político.
For those of you who are not aware, I'm not a politician. I'm an economist. I'm a liberal, libertarian economist who never aimed to be a politician, but who was honored to become the President of the Republic of Argentina following the resounding failure of more than a century of collectivist policies that destroyed our country.
Este es mi primer discurso frente a la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Y quiero aprovechar para con humildad alertar a las distintas naciones del mundo sobre el camino que están transitando hace décadas y sobre el peligro que implica que esta organización fracase en cumplir su misión original. No vengo aquí a decirle al mundo lo que tiene que hacer. Vengo aquí a decirle al mundo, por un lado, lo que va a ocurrir si las Naciones Unidas continúan promoviendo las políticas colectivistas que vienen promoviendo bajo el mandato de la Agenda 2030, y por el otro, cuáles son los valores que la nueva Argentina defiende. Quiero sí comenzar dando crédito cuando el crédito corresponde. La Organización de Naciones Unidas nace del horror de la guerra más cruenta de la historia global, con el objetivo principal de que nunca volviera a ocurrir. Para ello, la organización grabó en piedra sus principios fundamentales en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos. Ahí se consignó un acuerdo básico en torno a una máxima, que todos los seres humanos nacen libres e iguales en dignidad y derechos. Bajo la tutela de esta organización y la adopción de estas ideas, durante los últimos 70 años la humanidad vivió un periodo de paz global más largo de la historia, que coincidió también con el periodo de mayor crecimiento económico de la historia. Se creó un foro internacional donde las naciones pudieran dirimir sus conflictos a través de la cooperación, en vez de recurrir instantáneamente a las armas, y se logró algo impensado: sentar de manera permanente a las 5 potencias más grandes del mundo en una misma mesa, cada una con el mismo poder de veto, a pesar de tener intereses totalmente contrapuestos. Todo esto no hizo que el flagelo de la guerra desapareciera, pero se logró por ahora que ningún conflicto escalara a proporciones mundiales. El resultado fue que pasamos de tener 2 guerras mundiales en menos de 40 años, que en conjunto se cobraron más de 120 millones de vidas, a tener 70 años consecutivos de relativa paz y estabilidad global, bajo el manto de un orden que permitió al mundo entero integrarse comercialmente, competir y prosperar. Porque donde entra el comercio no entran las balas, decía Bastiat. Porque el comercio garantiza la paz, la libertad garantiza el comercio, y la igualdad ante la ley garantiza la libertad. Se cumplió en definitiva lo que consignó el profeta Isaías, y se lee en el parque cruzando la calle: Dios juzgará entre las naciones y arbitrará por los muchos pueblos, forjarán sus espadas en rejas de arado y sus lanzas en podadoras. Nación no tomará espada contra nación, nunca más conocerán la guerra. Esto es lo que ha ocurrido mayormente bajo la tutela de las Naciones Unidas en sus primeras décadas. Y por eso, desde esta perspectiva, estamos hablando de un éxito destacable en la historia de las naciones que no puede ser soslayado. Ahora bien, en algún momento, y como suele ocurrir con la mayoría de las estructuras burocráticas que los hombres creamos, esta organización dejó de velar por los principios esbozados en su declaración fundante y comenzó a mutar. Una organización que había sido pensada esencialmente como un escudo para proteger el reino de los hombres se transformó en un leviatán de múltiples tentáculos que pretende decidir no solo qué debe hacer cada Estado-nación, sino también cómo deben vivir todos los ciudadanos del mundo. Así, como pasamos de una organización que perseguía la paz a una organización que le impone una agenda ideológica a sus miembros sobre un sinfín de temas que hacen a la vida del hombre en sociedad. El modelo de Naciones Unidas que había sido exitoso, cuyo origen podemos rastrear en las ideas del presidente Wilson, que hablaba de la sociedad de paz sin victoria y que se fundaba en la cooperación de los Estados-nación, ha sido abandonado. Ha sido reemplazado por un modelo de gobierno supranacional de burócratas internacionales que pretenden imponerle a los ciudadanos ciudadanos del mundo un modo de vida determinado. Lo que se está discutiendo esta semana aquí en Nueva York, en la Cumbre del Futuro, no es otra cosa que la profundización de ese rumbo trágico que esta institución ha adoptado. La profundización de un modelo que, en palabras del propio secretario de las Naciones Unidas, exige definir un nuevo contrato social a escala global, redoblando los compromisos de la Agenda 2030. Quiero ser claro en la posición de la Agenda Argentina. La Agenda 2030, aunque bien intencionada en sus metas, no es otra cosa que un programa de gobierno supranacional de corte socialista que pretende resolver los problemas de la modernidad con soluciones que atentan contra la soberanía de los Estados-nación y violentan el derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad de las personas. Es una agenda que pretende solucionar la pobreza, la desigualdad y la discriminación con legislación que lo único que hace es profundizarla. Porque la historia del mundo demuestra que la única manera de garantizar la prosperidad es limitando el poder del monarca, garantizando la igualdad ante la ley y defendiendo el derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad de los individuos. Ha sido precisamente la adopción de esa agenda que obedece a intereses privilegiados y el abandono de los principios esbozados en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas lo que tergiversó el rol de esta institución y la puso en una senda equivocada. Así, hemos visto como una organización que nació para defender los derechos del hombre ha sido una de las principales propulsoras de la violación sistemática de la libertad, como por ejemplo con las cuarentenas a nivel global durante el año 2020 y que debería ser considerado un delito de lesa humanidad. En esta misma casa, que dice defender los derechos humanos, han permitido el ingreso al Consejo de Derechos Humanos a dictaduras sangrientas como la de Cuba y Venezuela sin el más mínimo reproche. En esta misma casa, que dice defender los derechos de las mujeres, permite el ingreso al Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer a países que castigan a sus mujeres por mostrar la piel. En esta misma casa, sistemáticamente se ha votado en contra del Estado de Israel, que es el único país de Medio Oriente que defiende la democracia liberal, mientras se ha demostrado en simultáneo una incapacidad total de responder al flagelo del terrorismo. En el plano económico, se han promovido políticas colectivistas que atentan contra el crecimiento económico, violentan los derechos de propiedad y entorpecen el proceso económico natural, llegando a impedirle a los países más postergados del mundo gozar libremente de sus propios recursos para salir adelante. Regulaciones y prohibiciones impulsadas precisamente por los países que se desarrollaron gracias a hacer lo mismo que hoy condenan. Se ha promovido además una relación tóxica entre las políticas de gobernanza global y los organismos de crédito internacional, exigiéndole a los países más relegados que comprometan recursos que no tienen en programas que no necesitan, convirtiéndolo en deudores perpetuos para promover la agenda de las élites globales. Tampoco ha ayudado el tutelaje del Foro Económico Mundial, donde se promueven políticas ridículas con antiojeras maltusianas como las políticas de emisión cero, que dañan sobre todo a los países pobres, a las políticas vinculadas a los derechos sexuales y reproductivos, cuando la tasa de natalidad de los países occidentales se está desplomando, anunciando un futuro sombrío para todos. Tampoco la organización ha cumplido satisfactoriamente su misión de defender la soberanía territorial de sus integrantes, como sabemos los argentinos de primera mano en la relación con las Islas Malvinas. Y llegamos incluso a una situación en la que el Consejo de Seguridad, que es el órgano más importante de esta casa, se ha desnaturalizado, porque el veto de sus integrantes permanentes se empezó a utilizar en defensa de los intereses particulares de algunos. Así estamos hoy, con una organización impotente en brindar soluciones a los verdaderos conflictos globales, como ha sido la aberración y aberrante invasión rusa a Ucrania, que ya le ha costado la vida a más de 300.000 personas, dejando un tendal de más de 1 millón de heridos en el proceso. Una organización que en vez de enfrentar estos conflictos invierte tiempo y esfuerzo en imponerle a los países pobres de cómo y deben producir, con quién vincularse, qué deben comer y en qué creer, como pretende dictar el presente pacto del futuro. Toda esta larga lista de errores y contradicciones no ha sido gratuita,
the Pact
sino
for
que ha
the Future
redundado en la
purports to
pérdida de credibilidad de las
dictate.
Naciones
This long
Unidas
list of
ante los
errors and
ciudadanos del mundo libre,
contradictions
en la desnaturalización de
has
sus
led to
funciones.
a loss of credibility
Por eso,
for the United
quiero hacer una
Nations before the
advertencia.
citizens of the free world.
Estamos
And I'd
ante
like
un
to
fin de
issue a
ciclo.
warning here.
El colectivismo y el postureo moral de la
Coming to the
agenda
end of a
woke
cycle,
se han chocado con la
collectivism
realidad
and the
y
moral
ya no tienen
posturing and the
soluciones
woke
creíbles para
agenda
ofrecer a los
has,
problemas reales del mundo. De
is
hecho, nunca
coming
las
up against
tuvieron.
reality. There are no further
Si la
credible
Agenda
solutions
2030
to the real
fracasó,
problems of the
como
world.
reconocen sus
If
propios
the
promotores,
2030
la
agenda
respuesta
fails as
debería ser
recognized by its
preguntarnos si
own
no fue un
promoters,
programa
the
mal
response
concebido de inicio,
should be to wonder
aceptar
whether or
esa
not this was
realidad y cambiar el
an
rumbo.
ill-conceived
No se puede
program from the
pretender persistir en el
outset.
error
We
redoblando
should
la
accept
apuesta
this reality
de una
and
agenda
change
que
what
ha
we're doing.
fracasado. Siempre ocurre lo mismo con las ideas que vienen de la izquierda.
The same thing always happens
Diseñan un
with ideas
modelo
that come
acorde a
from
lo
the
que el
left.
ser humano
They're
debería
designing
hacer,
a model in
según
line
ellos,
with what
y cuando los
human
individuos
beings
libremente
should
actúan de otra
do,
manera,
and
no
when
tienen mejor
individuals
solución
freely
que
decide to
restringir,
act
reprimir y
otherwise, they
coartar
have
su
no better
libertad.
solution than to restrict, repress,
Nosotros en
or cut off
Argentina
their
ya hemos
freedom.
visto con nuestros
In
propios
Argentina,
ojos
we've seen with
lo
our
que hay
own
al final
eyes
de
what
este
they
camino de
have done at
envidia
the
y
end of
pasiones
this
tristes.
path of envy
Pobreza,
and
embrutecimiento,
sad passion,
anarquía
poverty,
y una ausencia fatal de
anarchy, and a
libertad.
total lack of liberty.
Todavía estamos a tiempo de apartarnos de ese rumbo.
We still
Quiero
have
ser
time
claro con
to
algo
choose
para
another
que no haya
direction.
malas
I want to be
interpretaciones.
clear so
La
that there's no
Argentina está viviendo un proceso
misunderstanding
profundo
here.
de cambio en la
Argentina
actualidad.
is living
Ha decidido
going
abrazar
through a
las ideas de la
profound
libertad.
process of change currently, has
Esas ideas
decided
que
to
dicen que
embrace
todos los
the ideas
ciudadanos
of
nacemos
freedom.
libres e
These
iguales
are
ante la ley,
ideas that say that
que
all
tenemos derechos
citizens are born
inalienables
free and
otorgados
equal
por el
before the law,
Creador,
that we have
entre los que se
inalienable
encuentra el
rights
derecho a la
granted
vida,
by
a la
our
libertad
Creator
y a la propiedad.
to life,
Esos
to freedom,
principios
and
que
to
ordenan el
property.
proceso de
These
cambio que estamos
principles
llevando adelante en la
that
Argentina
are
son
setting
también
the
los
framework
principios
of the
que
process of
guardarán
change
nuestra
that we're
conducta
undertaking in
internacional a
Argentina
partir
are
de
also the
ahora.
principles that will guide our international
Creemos en
conduct
la
from now
defensa de
on.
la vida
We believe
de
in the
todos.
defense of life
Creemos
for
en la
all.
defensa
We
de la
believe in the
propiedad
defense of
de
property
todos.
for all.
Creemos en la
We
libertad de
believe in freedom
expresión
of expression
para
for
todos.
all.
Creemos en la
We
libertad de
believe in
culto
freedom of
para
worship
todos.
for all.
Creemos en la libertad de
We
comercio
believe in freedom
para
of
todos.
trade for
Y
all.
creemos en los gobiernos
And
limitados,
we believe in
todos
limited
ellos.
government. All.
Y como en estos tiempos lo que sucede en un país impacta
And
rápidamente en otros,
in these times,
creemos
what
que
happens
todos
in
los
one
pueblos deben
country
vivir
has a swift
libres de la
impact on
tiranía y la
others, and we
opresión,
believe that
ya sea que
people
tome
should
forma de opresión
be able to
política,
live
de
free of
esclavitud
tyranny and
económica
oppression,
o de
be it
fanatismo
political
religioso.
oppression, economic slavery, or
Esa idea
religious
fundamental
fanaticism.
no debe quedarse en
This
meras
fundamental
palabras,
idea
tiene
shouldn't
que
be
ser
mere
apoyada en
words.
los
It should be
hechos,
supported by our
diplomáticamente,
acts, diplomatically,
económicamente y
economically, and
materialmente,
materially,
a través de la
through
fuerza
the joint
conjunta de
force
todos los
of
países
all
que
of the
defendemos la
countries
libertad.
that stand up for freedom.
Esta doctrina de la nueva
This
Argentina
doctrine
no es
of
más ni
the
menos
new
que la
Argentina
verdadera
is no
esencia de la
more and no
Organización de las
less than
Naciones
the
Unidas,
true
es
essence of the
decir, la
United
cooperación de
Nations, that
naciones
is,
unidas
the
en defensa de la
cooperation of
libertad.
nations united in
Si
the
las
defense of
Naciones
freedom.
Unidas deciden
If the
retomar
United
los
Nations
principios que
wants
le
to
dieron vida y
resume
volver
the
a adaptar el
principles
rol
that
para la que
led
fue
to its
concebida,
birth and
cuente con el
adopt
apoyo
the role for
inclaudicable
which
de
it
la
was
Argentina en la
designed,
lucha
it
por
can
la
count
libertad.
on the full support of
Sepa también
Argentina
que
in
la
its
Argentina
struggle
no
for freedom.
acompañará ninguna
You should be
política que
aware that
implique la
Argentina will not
restricción de las
support any
libertades
policy that
individuales,
implies
del
restricting
comercio ni la violación de los
individual
derechos
or
naturales de
trade
los individuos.
freedoms,
No
nor the
importa quién
violation
la
of
promueva
natural
ni
rights of
cuánto
individuals,
consenso tenga esa
regardless of who
institución.
promotes these
Por
or
esta razón,
how
queremos
big the
expresar
consensus is in this
oficialmente nuestro
institution.
disenso
For this
sobre el Pacto del
reason, I'd
Futuro
like to
firmado el día
officially
domingo.
express our
E
dissent
invitamos
on
a
the
todas
Pact
las
for the
naciones
Future
del
that was
mundo
signed on
libre a que nos
Sunday,
acompañen,
and I invite all
no solo en
nations
el
of the free
disenso de este
world to
pacto,
support us,
sino en la
not only
creación de una
in
nueva agenda para esta
in
noble
relation to this
institución,
pact, but
la
also in the
agenda de la
la libertad. A partir de este día, sepan que la República Argentina va a abandonar la posición de neutralidad histórica que nos caracterizó y va a estar a la vanguardia de la lucha en defensa de la libertad. Porque, como decía Thomas Paine, aquellos que desean cosechar las bendiciones de la libertad deben, como hombres, soportar la fatiga de defenderla. Que Dios bendiga a los argentinos y a todos los ciudadanos del mundo y que la fuerza del cielo nos acompañen. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Argentine Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General,
President of the General Assembly,
excelentísimos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno,
Your Excellencies, heads of
honorables
state and
miembros de las
government,
delegaciones que nos
distinguished
acompañan en
members
este
of the
día,
delegations with us here today,
señoras y señores.
ladies and gentlemen.
Cuando vine por primera vez a la
When I
Asamblea
came to
General
this
de las
General
Naciones
Assembly for the
Unidas
first time
en 2019,
in
sé que muchos no
2019,
conocían El
I know
Salvador
that
o
many of
ni
you
siquiera
didn't
habían
know El
oído hablar
Salvador
del
or
Salvador.
hadn't even heard of El Salvador.
Y si lo conocían,
And if you had
solo
heard of
tenían
it,
malas referencias.
you only had heard
O el país
bad
más violento del
references,
mundo,
either the most violent
o el
country in
país
the
de las
world,
maras.
or the country of
Otros
gangs.
no sabían de dónde quedaba en el mapa.
Others didn't even know where to put us
Pero
on the map.
gracias a Dios,
But thanks to God,
eso ha cambiado
this has
significativamente y en muy
significantly
poco tiempo.
changed, and in a very
5
short
años
time,
después de aquel primer
5
discurso,
years after
vengo acá como
since my
presidente
first
de
speech,
un
I come
país que
here
ahora
as
tiene voz en el
the,
mundo.
president of a country that now has a voice
En
in
mis
the
discursos
world.
anteriores
In my
ante esta
previous
Asamblea General,
statements to this General
les hablé sobre la
Assembly,
búsqueda de
I
nuestra
talked
verdadera
about the quest
independencia.
for our true independence.
Por décadas
For
estuvimos
decades,
encadenados por las
we
consecuencias de
were
una guerra civil
in
importada
chains
y
due
luego
to an
por una
imported
falsa
civil
paz
war, and then
que
a
dejó más
false
muertos
peace
que la propia
that
guerra.
left behind more dead
También
than
les hablé
war
de la
itself.
importancia de
I also
recordar
talked
que la
about the
primera
importance of
responsabilidad de
remembering
un
that the
gobierno es
main
con su propio
responsibility of a
pueblo,
government is towards its own
así como la
people,
trascendencia de
and
tomar
the
nuestro propio
crucial
destino en nuestras propias manos.
importance of taking our own
Fuimos
fate into our
ingenuos
own hands.
en pensar que otros países
We
nos salvarían,
we shouldn't believe that other countries
o que otras
would save
naciones
us, or that
nos
other
regalarían nuestra libertad
nations would
por
give us
simple
our own
bondad.
freedom.
Tuvimos que entenderlo
We had to
para
understand
luego tener
this,
la valentía de romper
to
nuestras
then
cadenas
have
nosotros
the
mismos
courage to break
y
these
reclamar
chains
nuestro derecho
ourselves
legítimo a
and to
ser libres.
reclaim our own legitimate right to be free.
En los últimos 5 años,
Over the last 5
El
years,
Salvador
El
renació.
Salvador has been born
Devolvimos
again.
las calles de nuestro país a nuestra gente
You
y
can see this in
establecimos
the
una
countries
floreciente
and in the
industria
people.
turística,
We have a
siendo sede de eventos
flourishing tourist
internacionales de surf, de
industry.
deportes, de
We are a
entretenimiento.
country of sports, surf,
Le
and
dimos a miles de
entertainment.
salvadoreños que
Thousands of
huyeron de las guerras
Salvadorians
y de la
fled
pobreza
war and
un país
poverty.
al cual
They're
regresar.
now coming. We've now made this a
Hicimos de
country to
nuestra
return
nación,
to.
que fue
And
una vez la
our
capital
nation
mundial
was
de los
once
homicidios,
the
el
global
país
capital
más
of
seguro de
homicides.
todo el
We've
hemisferio
now made
occidental.
this the safest
Fue el
country
desafío más grande
in
que
our
nuestra nación
region.
ha superado.
This was a great
Y
challenge
aunque
that our
todavía
nation
nos queda un largo
overcame.
camino por
But we
recorrer
still have a
y
lot to
muchas
do
cosas por
and
lograr,
many
estamos
things
al
to
alcance
achieve.
de la verdadera
But we are now on the
independencia
cusp
y en el
of
camino
true
a la libertad
independence
plena.
and the path towards true freedom.
La transformación del Salvador no
The
tiene
transformation of El
comparación y
Salvador
nuestro
is
éxito es
without
innegable.
comparison, and our
Cualquiera
success
puede
is
visitar El Salvador
undeniable.
y
Anyone
comprobarlo
can
por sí
visit El
mismo.
Salvador and see this for yourself.
Los salvadoreños,
Salvadorians,
independientemente de por quienes hayan
regardless
votado,
of for
del
whom
pueblo
they
o la ciudad donde hayan
voted,
nacido,
where they were
de lo poco o
born,
mucho que hayan tenido, de si están dentro o
will
fuera de
at
nuestras
least
fronteras,
say whether or
se
not
han
they are
unido para
within or
trabajar y
outside our
apoyar
borders,
cada
have
una de
come
nuestras
to
decisiones,
support all
cada
of our
una de las
decisions,
decisiones que
each
le
of the
permiten a El
decisions that
Salvador
allow El
ser el
Salvador
país donde
to
la
be
gente
the
puede vivir
country in
tranquila y
which
feliz,
people can live
donde las
calmly and
aspiraciones
in
espirituales,
peace, in which spiritual
más allá de las
aspirations
materiales,
beyond
trasciendan a
material
todos.
aspirations transcend everything.
Hoy el mundo mira el ejemplo del
Today,
Salvador y
the
se
world is
pregunta,
looking at the example
¿cómo
of El
puede una
Salvador?
nación levantarse en tan poco tiempo?
And they wonder, how can a
Pero tal
country
vez
lift itself up
esa
so
no
quickly?
sea la
But
pregunta
perhaps
que
this
deberían
isn't
hacerse.
the right question to ask.
Tal vez deberían
Perhaps
estarse haciendo otra pregunta.
they should be asking a different question.
¿Cómo es que el mundo está cayendo tan rápido?
How is the rest of the world falling down so quickly?
Dicen que El Salvador nada contra
They
la corriente,
say that
porque
El
mientras
Salvador is
El
swimming
Salvador
against
se
the
volvió más
tide, because
seguro,
El Salvador
el
has
mundo se
become
volvió más
safer. At the
inseguro.
same time, the world has become
Mientras el
less
pueblo
safe.
salvadoreño se
While the
volvió más
Salvadorian
optimista,
people has become more
la mayoría de
optimistic.
la
The
gente en el
majority
mundo
of the
moderno
people in
se
the
vuelve
modern
cada
world
vez
have
más
become
pesimista.
increasingly pessimistic.
Y sí, tienen razón.
And
El
they're
mundo
right.
se ha vuelto dividido,
The world has
deprimido,
become
preocupado,
divided,
hostil y sin
depressed,
esperanza.
concerned and hopeless.
Y lo ha hecho a una
And it's
velocidad
done
sin
so
precedentes. sorprendentes. Hoy el mundo libre ya no es libre. Esto no es una exageración. Trágicamente vemos pruebas innegables de esta decadencia todos los días. Las nuevas amenazas de guerras continúan. Cuando el mundo libre se volvió libre, fue gracias a sus principios de libertad de expresión, igualdad ante la ley, unidad y respeto por la propiedad privada. Pero una vez una nación abandona sus principios que la hacen libre, es solo cuestión de tiempo para que pierda su libertad por completo.
Las consecuencias se están desarrollando ante nuestros propios ojos. Las podemos ver. En algunas ciudades del llamado primer mundo, las tiendas necesitan asegurar sus productos detrás de puertas de vidrio con llave para evitar robos. Y no hablo ni siquiera de productos caros, sino de cosas sencillas como una barra de chocolate o una rasuradora. En otras ciudades, las calles ya no pertenecen a la gente, sino que han caído en manos de la indigencia, de las pandillas, del crimen organizado y de las drogas. No puedes reclamar el título de mundo libre si ni siquiera tu gente es libre para caminar por las calles sin temor a ser acosada, robada o asesinada. También estamos siendo testigos en tiempo real de la erosión de la libertad de expresión. Hace apenas una década, Occidente era el bastión de la libertad de expresión y ahora es sermoneado por quienes solían denunciar. Las plataformas más grandes de redes sociales en el mundo fueron obligadas a censurar a sus usuarios a petición de sus gobiernos. Ciudadanos de países occidentales han sido arrestados por compartir publicaciones en redes sociales. Los partidos gobernantes han intentado prohibir a su oposición política. Estas no son acusaciones ni teorías de conspiración. Son hechos comprobables y ampliamente documentados. No se puede ganar el respeto del pueblo sin respetar al pueblo. Esto ni siquiera comenzó hace poco, pero lo notamos más porque en los últimos años se ha acelerado. Y esta aceleración significa que estamos acercándonos a un tenebroso punto de inflexión. Estamos ante una nueva era oscura de la humanidad. Como salvadoreños reconocemos estos síntomas de la decadencia cuando los vemos, porque hemos pasado por todos ellos. Vivimos las etapas de la caída de nuestra nación una por una. Y estamos viendo esas mismas etapas una vez más, pero esta vez a escala global. No podemos ni deseamos decirles a otros países lo que tienen que hacer. Cada país debe tomar sus propias decisiones y hacer lo que sea mejor para su gente. Solo podemos ofrecer una palabra de advertencia de un amigo que ha pasado por una época oscura y ha librado la batalla de su vida para salir de ella. No podemos cambiar el curso del mundo. El Salvador es un país demasiado pequeño. Somos de hecho el país más pequeño de todo el continente americano. Esto es mucho más grande que nosotros y de hecho es más grande que cualquier nación. No podemos prevenir los tiempos oscuros que se avecinan. Pero lo que sí podemos hacer es convertirnos en un pequeño refugio ante la tormenta que se aproxima y mantener la esperanza. En El Salvador no encarcelamos a nuestra oposición, no censuramos opiniones, no confiscamos bienes de quienes piensan diferente, no arrestamos a las personas por expresar sus ideas. En El Salvador tu libertad de expresión, así como tu propiedad privada, siempre estarán protegidas. En El Salvador priorizamos la seguridad de nuestros ciudadanos honestos sobre la comodidad de los criminales. Algunos dicen de que hemos encarcelado miles. Pero la realidad es que hemos liberado a millones. Ahora son los buenos los que viven libres, sin miedo, con sus libertades y derechos humanos totalmente respetados. Queremos que nuestra gente prospere. Por eso fomentamos la innovación y alentamos las nuevas ideas. Entendemos que se necesita un espacio seguro y libre para que los conceptos florezcan. Las visiones deben investigarse, probarse y experimentarse. No deben ser sofocadas por regulaciones anticuadas o por el miedo al cambio. En El Salvador encontrarán un espacio para perseguir sus ambiciones, ya sea en el campo de la tecnología, la finanza, la energía, la medicina, las artes, la cultura, la música o la arquitectura. Hace unos años, El Salvador solía ser uno de los lugares más oscuros de todo el planeta. Pero en poco tiempo nuestra nación renació, porque nos recordamos a nosotros mismos que la libertad se toma, no se da ni se regala. Y como todo en la vida que vale la pena tener, necesita cuidado y mantenimiento. Hoy El Salvador es un país seguro para el progreso y la innovación, pero también para la familia y para la búsqueda de nuestros propósitos individuales. En el Nuevo El Salvador todos tienen cabida. Ofrecemos este espacio seguro principalmente para nuestra gente, pero también para quienes deseen compartir y contribuir a nuestra visión. No será fácil, De hecho, el paso siguiente tal vez es más difícil que el anterior. Hemos liberado nuestro país, pero debemos mantener esa libertad y debemos hacerlo en un mundo que cada vez es menos libre. El Salvador ha dejado atrás su pasado, al que juramos nunca más volver. Tal vez sea demasiado tarde para evitar los tiempos oscuros que enfrenta nuestro mundo hoy, pero no es demasiado tarde para construir una arca y capear la tormenta. Que Dios bendiga a la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
May God bless humanity. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, Excellencies, I extend my sincere congratulations both on the opening of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to you, Mr. President, on your well-deserved election. توسعه پایدار و کرامت انسانی افقی روشن در برابر نسل‌های کنونی و آینده بگشاید. سال گذشته رئیس جمهور خدمتگزار کشورم ابراهیم رئیسی از همین سخنگاه با شما سخن گفت. او در راه خدمت به مردم ایران شهید شد. روحش شاد باد. من اینک برای اولین بار از این جایگاه ریاست جمهوری اسلامی ایران با شما سخن میگویم. مردم ما در انتخاب من به شعار محوری وفاق ملی رای دادند. این شعار منطبق بر دستور خدای تبارک و تعالی در قرآن کریم مطابق آموزه های قرآن در آفرینش انسانها همگی از یک ریشه هستند. پیامبران آمدند که اختلافات را بر مبنای کتاب حل و فصل کنند. انسانها اختلاف نمی کنند مگر آنکه زیاده طلبی و تمامیت خواهی آنان را از راه حق دور کنند. امام علی علیه السلام در خطاب به یکی از فرمانداران می‌فرمایند با تمام وجود به مردم مهر بورز، محبت کن و لطف خود را شامل حال آنان بگردان. مبادا با مردمان تحت فرمان خویش با نامهربانی و خشونت برخورد کنید. Treat those under your command with harshness or violence, for people fall into two categories. They're either your brothers in religion or equals in creation. The mission of all prophets has been to establish and promote truth and justice in society among all people, regardless of color, race, gender, or language. Peace and security in the world will not be achieved unless the rights of all individuals, communities, and nations are upheld with justice and fairness. Let's ask ourselves, are the roots of war and bloodshed we see in today's world anything other than the fact that aggressors have violated the rights of others, overlooked the rights of nations, enforced discrimination and inequality, kept certain groups weak and underdeveloped, and disregarded the rights of individuals? As long as injustice, oppression, greed, poverty, and ignorance prevail in any region, violence and conflict will continue. Unless we confront the root causes of such disorders, we cannot rescue the future of our children from darkness and destruction. Mr. President, I embarked on my electoral campaign with a platform focused on reform, national empathy, constructive engagement with the world, and economic development, and was honored to gain the trust of my fellow citizens at the ballot box. I aim to lay a strong foundation for my country's entry into a new era, positioning it to play an effective and constructive role in the evolving global order. My objective is measures to address existing obstacles and challenges while structuring my country's foreign relations in cognizance of the necessities and realities of the contemporary world. Mr. President, over the past year, the world has witnessed the true nature of the Israeli regime. It has witnessed how the regime carries out atrocities in Gaza, and in 11 months has murdered in cold blood over 41,000 innocent people, mostly women and children. Its leaders label this genocide, the killing of children, war crimes and state terrorism as legitimate self-defense. They label hospitals, kindergartens and schools as legitimate military targets. They label the freedom-loving and brave people around the world who protest against their genocide as anti-Semitic. They label and oppress people who have stood up against 7 decades of occupation and humiliation as terrorists. It is Israel that has assassinated our scientists, diplomats, and even guests on our soil, and supported, both covertly and overtly, terrorist groups like ISIS. Iran, in contrast, has supported popular liberation movements of people that have been victims of 4 generations of the crimes and colonialism of the Israeli regime. We have been siding with the people across the world who have flooded the streets in outrage against Israeli atrocities. We condemn Israeli crimes against humanity. It is imperative that the international community should immediately stop the violence and bring about a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and bring an end to the desperate barbarism of Israel in Lebanon before it engulfs the region and the world. Israel has been defeated in Gaza, and no amount of barbaric violence can restore its myth of invincibility. Naturally, blind Israeli state terrorism over the past few days in Lebanon, followed by a massive aggression with thousands of victims, cannot go unanswered. The responsibility for all consequences will be borne by those governments who have thwarted all global efforts to end this horrific catastrophe and have the audacity to call themselves champions of human rights. The only path to end this 70-years-old nightmare in West Asia and the world is to restore the right of all Palestinians to self-determination. We propose that all people of Palestine, both those who live in their motherland as well as those who have been forced into its diaspora, determine their future in a referendum. We are confident that through this mechanism we can achieve a lasting peace with Muslims, Christians, and Jews living alongside one another in one land in tranquility and peace and away from racism and apartheid. Excellencies, examine the contemporary history of the region. Iran has never initiated a war. It has only defended itself heroically against external aggression, causing the aggressors to regret their actions. Iran has never occupied the territory of any nation. It has not sought the resources of any country. It has repeatedly offered various proposals to its neighbors and international fora aimed at establishing lasting peace and stability. We have emphasized the importance of unity in the region and establishing a strong region. A strong region rests on several fundamental principles. First, we must recognize that we are neighbors, and because of this bond, we will always remain together. The presence of foreign powers in our region is temporary and leads to instability. Our development and progress are interconnected, and outsourcing security to extra-regional powers will not benefit any of us. Second, the new regional order must be inclusive and beneficial for all neighbors. An order that fails to safeguard the interests of each neighboring country cannot be sustained. Third, neighboring and brotherly countries should not waste their valuable resources on attritional rivalries and arms races. Our region suffers from war, sectarian tensions, terrorism and extremism, drug trafficking, water scarcity, refugee crises, environmental degradation, and foreign interventions. We can collectively address these common challenges for a better future for coming generations. I am the president of a country that has endured threats, war, occupation, and sanctions throughout its modern history. Others have neither come to our assistance nor respected our declared neutrality. Global powers have even sided with aggressors. We have learned that we can only rely on our own people and our own indigenous capabilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran seeks to safeguard its own security, not to create insecurity for others. We want peace for all and seek no war or quarrel with anyone. We seek lasting peace and security for the people of Ukraine and Russia. The Islamic Republic of Iran opposes war and emphasizes the urgent need to end military hostilities in Ukraine. We support all peaceful solutions and believe that dialogue is the only way to resolve this crisis.
در جهان به هم پیوسته کنونی امنیت و منافع یک کشور با نابودی امنیت و منافع دیگران هرگز تأمین نخواهد شد. ما نیازمند نگاهی جدید برای حل مسائل جهانی هستیم. چنین نگاهی میبایست به جای تهدیدها بر فرصتها تمرکز کند. بر مبنای همین منطق تعاملی میتوان فرصتهای جدید را برای همکاری پدید آورد. ایران و قدرت‌های جهانی با نگرشی فرصت محور به برجام دست یافتند و ما در برابر شناسایی حقوق ایران و رفع تحریم‌ها بالاترین سطح از نظارت‌ها در حوزه هسته‌ای را پذیرفتیم. ورود یکجانبه ترامپ از برجام نشانگر دیدگاه تهدید محور در عرصه سیاسی و نگاه قدرت محور در عرصه اقتصادی بود. تحریم‌های یکجانبه مردم را هدف قرار داده و در پی نابودی بنیان‌های اقتصادی ایران است. هدف امنیت سازی ایران است و نتیجه آن ناامنی برای همه. سیاست فشار حداکثری زمانی علیه ملت ایران به کار گرفته شد که ایران به گواهی آژانس بین المللی انرژی هسته‌ای به تمامی تعهدات برجامیش عمل کرد. ما آماده تعامل با اعضای برجامی. اگر تعهدات برجامی به طور کامل و با حسن نیت اجرا شود میتوان در مورد دیگر مسائل هم وارد گفتگو شد. در اینجا خطاب به مردم آمریکا میگویم این ایران نیست که در کنار مرزهای شما پایگاه نظامی ساخته است. ایران نیست که کشور شما را تحریم کرده و مانع از روابط تجاری شما با جهان شده است. ایران نیست که مانع از دسترسی شما به دارو می شود. این ایران نیست که مانع دسترسی شما به نظام بانکی و پولی جهان شده است. ما نیستیم که سران ارتش شما را ترور کردیم، بلکه آمریکاست که عزیزترین سردار نظام ایران را در فرودگاه بغداد ترور می کند. پیام من به همه دولت‌هایی که راهبردی غیر سازنده در قبال ایران در پیش گرفتند این است که از تاریخ درس بگیریم. ما می توانیم از این محدودیت‌ها فراتر رویم و دوران جدیدی را آغاز کنیم. این دوران جدید با به رسمیت شناختن دغدغه‌های امنیتی ایران و همچنین کار مشترک بر سر مسئله‌های مشترک شروع می‌شود. تحریم‌ها سلاحی مخرب و غیر انسانی هستند که با هدف فلج کردن اقتصاد کشور اعمال می‌شود. محرومیت از دسترسی به داروهای حیاتی یکی از دردناکترین پیامدهای تحریم که جان هزاران انسان بیگناه را به خطر می‌اندازد. این اقدام نه تنها نقض آشکار حقوق بشر بلکه جنایتی علیه بشریت است. ملت ما در طول سالهای گذشته با تحمل سختی‌های فراوان ناشی از تحریم‌ها نشان داده است که در برابر ظلم و ستم ایستادگی می‌کند. اگرچه زخم‌های ناشی از تحریم‌ها بر پیکره جامعه ما عمیق است، اما مواجهه با این تجربه تلخ ما را به ملتی قوی‌تر با اراده‌ای پولادین و خودباور تبدیل کرده است.
ایران آمادگی دارد برای ساختن دنیایی بهتر با قدرت‌های جهانی و همسایگانش مراودات اقتصادی، اجتماعی، سیاسی و امنیتی مؤثر و از جایگاه برابر داشته باشد. پاسخ مناسب به چنین پیامی که از ایران صادر می شود اعمال تحریم‌های بیشتر نیست، بلکه اجرای تعهدات قبلی در رفع تحریم‌ها برای بهبود واقعی شرایط اقتصادی مردم ایران است و زمین سازی برای توافق‌های بیشتر. من امیدوارم این صدا از ایران امروز به خوبی شنیده شود. متشکرم.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to live in a world that is in peace, in a world that is not destroying itself, where proud, sovereign nations, big or small, old or young, modern or traditional, are not conquered and colonized. In a world where everybody can feel free, where AI serves and not hinders humanity, and where nobody has to fear oppression based on gender, race, nation, beliefs, or one's thoughts. I want to live in a world that is fit for freedom, because freedom paves a way for lasting solution and prosperity, because freedom is the core of humanity. Don't we all want the same? Regrettably, peace and freedom are under threat. The latest survey by Freedom House proved that global freedom declined for the 18th consecutive year in 2023. The number of those countries where political rights and civil liberties are diminishing is more than the twofold in comparison to those whose rights, liberties, and freedom are improving. Peace and freedom are words that are unfortunately blatantly misused. Too often we see how the one promising peace and freedom brings instead suppression and suffering. The weaker the mechanism that protects international law, the bigger is a threat to undermine the way most of us want to live. We may keep condemning the brutal acts of violence. We may even strongly condemn the atrocities, but without efficient acts against violence, the history will condemn us, and it will condemn us strongly. But it's not our place in history that we have to worry about. Something else keeps us awake at night. It's children who are lost to conflicts, who will never be old enough to see the high school diploma, who will never have a chance to learn how to ride a bike, who will never dance in the desert, who will not be free, who will not be smiling. But dear ladies and gentlemen, the happiness of a child is priceless. This image should set our moral compass right, personal and global, strategic and tactical. This image will be reality on those shores of Gulf of Aden, Azov Sea, Bay of Bengal, Dead Sea, Caspian Sea, Lake Tanganyika, Yellow Sea, or elsewhere in the world when the universally shared rules prevail, when the international law is respected, when UN Charter is applied. Therefore, we have no other option than to act and adjust the UN system so that it could live up to the demands and necessities of the 21st century. It means reinforcing the UN Charter. Restoring the credibility and reforming the UN should grant better and more efficient application of a charter so that the peace and security is maintained in everyone's interest and everywhere in the world. The need to reform the UN and its Security Council has been discussed for decades. I am convinced that now more than ever, the renewal and strengthening of a multilateral world order with UN Charter at its core is in the interest of all of us. Pact for Future that we adopted at the Summit of the Future just a few days ago is a good start. It is guidelines showing us the way forward. Now we must implement all we have pledged. We should have been even more ambitious. The Future Security Council has been fit for purpose, efficient, transparent, open and accountable with a strengthened decision-making capacity. The Council's composition must adequately reflect the current world. It must also be inclusive in conducting its business to better respond to the current global threats. But there is no easy formula how to grant it. Otherwise, we would have a balanced, agile and effective Security Council already in place. One thing is certain, and it is acknowledged also by the Pact for the Future, that the scope and use of a veto right has to be limited. Estonia supports all efforts to limit the use of a veto, especially on actions aimed at ending or preventing mass atrocities. Currently, the veto right in the Security Council hands its holder a great power, a power also to put finding the solution of a standstill, as sometimes that solution might sharply be against the interest of the members of the Security Council itself. The deadlocks of the Security Council can be measured directly in lost and crippled human lives. This is not right, and this is unacceptable. We believe that all states collectively should have bigger say in maintaining peace and security than one member of the Security Council, especially in the case of a deadlock in the Security Council. We cannot restore credibility of the multilateral system and the UN when a permanent member of the Security Council acts against the principles of a charter. Therefore, let us wisely use the powers of the General Assembly. We, in the General Assembly, should be able to collectively overcome the veto in the Security Council, if the situation requires. Let us analyze the options how General Assembly could gain more prominence. In addition, I recommend taking this analysis to our capitals, to different conferences around the world, collecting new ideas from the inclusive global debate. Pact for the Future acknowledges the need for revitalizing the work of the General Assembly, also in connection of strengthening the coordination with Security Council. Among other things, it means that the future peace operations would be better respond to existing challenges and emerging realities. The preciseness and sharpness of the Pact for Future allows us to believe that the United Nations 2.0 is an idea that is also capable of meeting the current challenges on the ground. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the pain of losing a close one is grave. It hurts us no matter where it happens. The life will never be the same after such a tragedy. Russia's aggression against Ukraine causes inhumane suffering, as does the war in Gaza, or the worsening fighting in Sudan, or the tensions, instability, human rights violations in Sahel, the war in Syria, the unresolved Rohingya crisis, the humanitarian catastrophe in Yemen, or the suppression and torture of girls and women in Afghanistan. Since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel almost a year ago, there has been too much suffering in Gaza and the region. The destruction, loss of life and trauma is unimaginable. It only leads to a vicious cycle of violence and deepening hatred. We believe it is high time for an agreement that would establish a ceasefire and allow for the release of hostages. Without being naive or blind to regional complexity, Estonia is deeply convinced that the two-state solution is the only way to just and lasting peace. Israelis and Palestinians both deserve to live in a free, sovereign country with secure and recognized borders. We must step up efforts to achieve this goal. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very room, the global community has condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Russia has attacked international peace and security and the UN Charter. That is a fact, confirmed also by General Assembly. We must also firmly condemn the actions of those who arm Russia in this aggression, Iran and North Korea. It has been becoming increasingly important not to lose the sight. We cannot and will not accept blurring the realities of the ground. Russia's war against Ukraine is a clear black and white situation. Russia is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. Russian violations against international law are brutal and widely documented. Russia has systematically killed civilians. Ukrainian children are deported to camps far away from their homes and parents in order to teach how to think correctly. Unfortunately, sending people in the so-called correction camps where they are taught right behavioral patterns are not precedent in today's world. It makes me wonder in which century do we actually live in. What would any of us do if the aggressor, the murderer of our parents, would stand in front of us? Would we demand justice, accountability, and the end of aggressive behavior, or would we call the aggressor for a chat, for a settled misunderstanding between us? Probably the smooth talk about dialogue and importance for Ukraine and Russia to engage in direct peace talks are only supporting Russian cause, especially when those so-called peace proposals fail to recognize who is one who has launched the aggression and who is the one suffering. We are not going to call Russia for profit. Instead, we call them to accept President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula, which has wide international support. Russia has to end the aggression, withdraw the troops and military equipment from the territory of Ukraine. Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty must be restored. We demand Russia to stop cynically and shamelessly exploiting various conflicts to its own advantage by fueling contradictions in Africa, Europe, America, or elsewhere. Russia attacks the coherence of our societies and generates instability. Misinformation is a widely used weapon for this purpose. We have to act decisively against systematic spread of lies. To succeed in this, we must develop critical thinking and knowledge. Therefore, granting education globally for everybody is so strategically important. While drafting the UN resolutions, we must consider the new mechanisms that are weaponized and used to undermine international peace and security. The world has changed. Information is rushing in various digital boomers, and we tend to live in fragmented bubbles. This can, in turn, be fertile ground to extremist terrorist groups or for neo-imperial expansionist ambitions. Similarly, refugees are sometimes used for destabilizing actions. changing world poses new challenges. Let's make sure that UN methods, agencies, and resolutions meet the requirements of the 21st century. Dear ladies and gentlemen, last year Estonia proposed the Fit for Freedom agenda that calls for global discussion. First, on how to reinforce multilateralism and international rule-based system with the UN Charter at its core. Second, how to foster inclusive decision-making of all states and societies. And third, how to ensure human rights and freedoms for all. The central idea of Fit for Freedom is simple. International law must be upheld, the rules must apply. Only then we are all better off. We do not need global cataclysm to build something instead of the UN. We have learned from the past, and we are able to build on the structures of the UN already in place. Most of all, it takes political will to succeed. The possibilities to engage with the work of the Security Council and its subsidiary organs should be improved to all the members of the General Assembly. With a distinct help from technology, the accountability of the Security Council has to be enhanced. If a working culture would be more open, hypocrisy and lies would have indeed shorter legs. Promoting new open and swift models to work and administer is the second pillar how we can make the world freer. This year, Estonia chairs the Media Freedom Coalition, and next year, Freedom Online Coalition. We will build our conviction that fundamental freedoms and human rights should be the mainstream of international policies, even more forcefully and consciously than until today. If human fundamental rights are protected, then we may conclude that international law and UN Charter are not only maintained, but they are strengthened. Then international rules apply to everyone. The world is fit for freedom. Dear ladies and gentlemen, positive change is possible. Estonia's own story is a perfect illustration of that. We have built a digital, cyber-secure society where citizens feel that they themselves are a state, as it should be. We know from our own experience that freedom combined with a proper technology and innovation-oriented mindset are the best tools for finding long-term solutions. Yes, also free societies might need some updates from time to time and the latest plugins from optimized user-friendly performance. But if maintained properly, they are not crashing and freezing like autocracies tend to do. Estonians have a vivid memory of the times when human rights were denied to us. This makes Estonia vigorous in standing up for those fighting for their rights today. We partner with those who have reached out for helping hand to enhance children's access to education and medicine. We unite with those who work tirelessly to grant women and girls equal rights with men and boys. And we are aligned with all who follow the principle of universal and indivisibility of human rights. My country stands for these principles as a candidate for the UN Human Rights Council for 2026 till 2028. Dear ladies and gentlemen, what kind of change are we going to see? We know the answer. It is up to us to fix the UN so that it could safeguard international peace and security and build a world fit for freedom. Let's get to work. Let's do something about it. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente, integrantes de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas y a todos los habitantes de nuestra tierra que nos escuchen. En el año 2025 se van a cumplir 80 años desde el día en que 51 países dieron el paso trascendental de crear la Organización de Naciones Unidas. Nuestro país, Chile, ha sido siempre parte orgulloso de este esfuerzo colectivo. Fuimos en ese entonces uno de los países fundadores y hoy, casi 80 años después, seguimos defendiendo la democracia, la paz, el multilateralismo y el respeto íntegro a los derechos humanos. El mundo, desde 1945, ha cambiado mucho. Debe haber sido complejo en esa época. Lleno de esperanzas por el fin de la guerra, pero desgarrado por la pobreza, destrucción y muerte que dejó a su paso. Aún marcado en 1945 por la infamia del colonialismo, ya comenzaban a bullir las inexorables emancipaciones de los pueblos de sus colonizadores. Vuelvo a repetir, ha pasado mucho tiempo desde entonces y el mundo ha cambiado radicalmente. Imaginen si un joven de 20 años de esa época despertara mágicamente en 2024. Seguramente no podría creer lo que está viendo. El mundo ha cambiado, pero hay cosas que se mantienen igual. Un ejemplo reiterado desde este pupitre es el Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU. Y el mundo del 2024 no es el de 1945. Escuché atentamente en la mañana al secretario general de la ONU, al presidente Lula de Brasil, al presidente Biden de Estados Unidos, manifestar explícitamente su acuerdo en reformar el Consejo de acuerdo a los tiempos de hoy. ¿Quién o qué lo impide? ¿Hay alguien acaso en esta asamblea que se oponga? Desde Chile propongo que nos pongamos un plazo para la reforma y que para cuando la ONU cumpla 80 años, lo haga con un Consejo de Seguridad acorde al curso de los tiempos actuales, del que sean parte Brasil desde América Latina, la India, al menos un país de África, entre otros. No hay nada que lo impida, salvo la falta de nuestra propia voluntad. Las instituciones humanas dependen de la voluntad de sus líderes, nosotros. Y aquellas que no son capaces de adaptarse a su época corren el riesgo de derrumbarse. Es cosa de recordar el rápido colapso de la Sociedad de las Naciones. Es que hay momentos en que el cambio es la mejor manera de asegurar la continuidad de nuestra historia. Y este es precisamente uno de esos momentos. Lo mismo respecto a la gobernanza financiera. Valoramos los esfuerzos que han hecho las instituciones financieras globales para modernizarse, pero por sobre todo, desde Chile apoyamos la propuesta de África, liderada por Nigeria, para abordar la evasión fiscal, los flujos financieros ilícitos y las desigualdades en la recaudación de impuestos a través de la creación de una convención sobre la cooperación fiscal internacional, logrando un sistema más transparente e inclusivo, un sistema de impuestos globales que apoye al financiamiento de la lucha contra la crisis climática, en el cual los países, pero también las grandes empresas, rindan cuenta de sus movimientos y aporten lo que corresponde a los países de los cuales han obtenido su riqueza. Para estos desafíos y tantos más, no me cabe duda que es el posible liderazgo de una mujer, como señala el acuerdo de la Convención del Futuro que suscribimos hoy en la mañana, que provenga de nuestra América grande, según el criterio de rotación territorial de la ONU, el que podrá encabezar este proceso siguiendo la senda reformista de Antonio Guterres. Señor presidente de la Asamblea, líderes del mundo, en ocasiones la comunidad internacional es acusada de doble estándar frente a las violaciones de los derechos humanos que ocurren en una u otra parte del mundo. Se condena lo que hace el adversario, pero cuando un supuesto amigo o alguien del mismo color político el que vulnera la Carta de la ONU, se mira hacia el lado o campea la ambigüedad. Desde Chile nos rebelamos contra el doble estándar en materia de derechos humanos. Como presidente joven, latinoamericano y de izquierda, digo fuerte y claro que los derechos humanos se deben respetar siempre y en todo lugar. Y debemos exigir este respeto sin importar el color político del dictador o presidente de turno que lo vulnere. Y es que la adolescente palestina asesinada en Gaza, el trabajador venezolano obligado a migrar de su patria, el niño ucraniano secuestrado por Rusia, el opositor silenciado en Nicaragua, o la mujer expulsada de la escuela en Afganistán solo por ser mujer, son, antes que todo, seres humanos. Y la voz de todas las naciones, sin importar su posición política, debe alzarse para defenderlos. Esa es la posición de principios, más allá de cualquier interés geopolítico, que defendemos desde Chile. Por eso, me niego a elegir entre el terrorismo de Hamás o la masacre y conducta genocida del Israel de Netanyahu. No tenemos por qué elegir entre barbarias. Yo elijo la humanidad. Denunciamos la ocupación ilegal de los territorios palestinos y la negación de facto de la existencia de un Estado palestino independiente por parte del país ocupante. Desde Chile llamamos a un alto al fuego inmediato en Gaza, que ponga fin al sufrimiento y la masacre de la población palestina, que ya cobra más de 40.000 víctimas fatales. Imagínense todos los heridos. Y también exigimos de manera clara y sin ninguna ambigüedad la liberación inmediata de los rehenes que hoy día tienen en su poder el grupo terrorista Hamás. Desde acá señalamos que Israel debe respetar el derecho internacional, cesar el establecimiento y expansión de asentamientos ilegales en territorio palestino ocupado y terminar con la masacre en Gaza y los ataques indiscriminados que ha venido realizando a la población civil. Y tal como ha sido consistentemente nuestra política de Estado, volvemos a insistir en la necesidad de alcanzar una solución de dos Estados con fronteras definidas, seguras y reconocidas internacionalmente según los límites de 1967. Por otro lado, la agresión de Rusia a Ucrania debe parar. Y es Naciones Unidas la instancia llamada a poner fin a esta flagrante transgresión del derecho internacional. No podemos aceptar que se naturalice que un país invada a otro y se quede con parte de su territorio. Para países medianos como el nuestro, exigir el respeto al derecho internacional es la principal garantía que tenemos del respeto a nuestra propia soberanía, del respeto a nuestra propia integridad territorial. Quiero hoy, desde esta tribuna, hacer especial énfasis en la situación de los niños ucranianos secuestrados por Rusia y llevados a su territorio. Deben ser devueltos a sus familias. Ante esta asamblea, Chile reafirma su compromiso con la democracia siempre, como el único sistema capaz de mantener la paz, alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible y proteger la dignidad, los derechos y las libertades fundamentales de las personas. Por eso, miramos con preocupación la creciente desafección de los ciudadanos y ciudadanas hacia esta forma de gobierno, en todas partes, incluido nuestro propio país. Así también miramos con preocupación la emergencia de liderazgos autoritarios que persiguen o insultan a quienes discrepan de ellos. Es nuestro deber alzar la voz y combatir a quienes erosionan la democracia, ya sea con autoritarismo o difundiendo noticias falsas sin pudor. Al mismo tiempo, debemos ser capaces de responder a las necesidades y angustias de nuestros pueblos, de la ciudadanía, para que ésta vuelva a confiar en las instituciones y en los mecanismos democráticos. Vemos con preocupación cómo estas amenazas se ciernen sobre nuestra región. Chile seguirá haciendo esfuerzos por construir puentes entre sociedades diversas, buscando la integración de las voces de América Latina y el mundo para promover la paz y la estabilidad, como lo estábamos haciendo recién en el encuentro promovido por el presidente de España y el presidente de Brasil en la cumbre de líderes progresistas. Ello no impide que condenemos con dureza cualquier violación a los derechos humanos, el derecho internacional o atentados contra la democracia en países hermanos. Chile está especialmente atento frente a la crítica situación que vive Venezuela. Estamos frente a una dictadura que pretende robarse una elección, que persigue a sus opositores y que es indiferente al exilio no de miles, sino de millones de sus ciudadanos. Se requiere una salida política a esta crisis que reconozca el triunfo de la oposición en las últimas elecciones y lleve adelante una transición pacífica a una democracia en forma. A su vez, tengo el deber de decir que las sanciones unilaterales impuestas por Estados Unidos, tal como se lo he dicho personalmente al presidente Biden, no ayudan a la solución del conflicto, sino que por el contrario lo agravan. Y es que las sanciones económicas golpean más al pueblo venezolano que a sus actuales gobernantes. Golpean a los humildes, a los trabajadores, porque la crisis política se conjuga con la crisis económica y en conjunto estas han empujado a más de 7 millones de venezolanos al exilio, a salir de su país, de los cuales cerca de 800,000 se encuentran en Chile. Y por responsabilidad debo ser claro en este punto. Chile no está en condiciones de recibir más migración. Autoridades de Estados Unidos les llamo a levantar las sanciones económicas que en el sur sabemos solo causan más pobreza en los pueblos y no en los dictadores. Ninguno de nosotros, estimados y estimadas, ni siquiera el más poderoso, puede enfrentar fenómenos como la crisis climática, las pandemias, la revolución digital o el crimen organizado, transnacional por sí solo. Nos necesitamos los unos a los otros. Necesitamos también a las Naciones Unidas y a una comunidad internacional más fuerte, más activa. Esta es la visión que hemos empujado en nuestra participación en los distintos organismos del sistema de Naciones Unidas y destaco en particular la presidencia de Chile del COSOC llevada adelante por nuestra embajadora en Naciones Unidas, Paula Narváez. Hablo también por todos y todas mis compatriotas al señalar ante esta asamblea nuestra preocupación y ocupación por el incremento de la delincuencia organizada transnacional y sus efectos devastadores para la seguridad y el desarrollo de los países, así como para la democracia y la vida de los pueblos. Es fundamental que nuestros gobiernos actúen coordinadamente y articulen políticas públicas, estrategias y capacidad operativa que ayuden a frenar los delitos financieros, de narcotráfico, de trata de personas y de trata de armas que afectan a nuestros países. Y es que la seguridad es hoy la principal preocupación de la mayoría de nuestra gente en Chile, nuestro país, y también en América Latina. Y los estados no pueden rendirse ni naturalizar jamás la violencia y el crimen organizado. Firmes contra la delincuencia, firmes contra la corrupción, incansables en la construcción de comunidad y cohesión social en nuestras sociedades. Chile también está comprometido con el desarrollo de regulaciones para encauzar el avance de la inteligencia artificial en forma ética, transparente y responsable, que respete los derechos humanos, proteja los datos personales y promueva la integridad de la información y su uso en la era digital. Hoy, y seguramente muchos de ustedes tienen aplicaciones de inteligencia celular, de inteligencia artificial en sus teléfonos. La inteligencia artificial reproduce prejuicios y estereotipos, producto del refuerzo de los sesgos existentes en las bases de datos con que son entrenadas. ¿Vamos a confiar acaso en que estas grandes empresas se autorregulen? La historia nos enseña que eso no funciona. La comunidad internacional debe velar porque los más débiles que están siendo excluidos de este nuevo mundo de información puedan ser parte. Si no tomamos acciones ahora, como por ejemplo exigir la trazabilidad de los algoritmos, auditorías de datos e intervenciones humanas correctivas, podríamos en pocos años asistir a un nuevo tipo de exterminio, el exterminio digital de culturas no hegemónicas, perdiendo con ello parte de la valiosa diversidad de la humanidad. No permitamos que esto suceda. La inteligencia artificial y las nuevas tecnologías pueden ser un tremendo aporte al mundo. Recordemos hoy la ley cero de la robótica de Isaac Asimov, que a mediados del siglo pasado, desde la literatura, ya nos combinaba a establecer que un robot no puede dañar a la humanidad o por inacción permitir que la humanidad sufra daño. Y es mi obligación, por último, llamar la atención sobre el desafío más importante que tenemos como generación, la crisis climática. Proteger y sostener la vida en la Tierra es una tarea que tenemos que asumir ya. Y se lo digo desde Chile, un país golpeado por la sequía, por inundaciones e incendios cada vez más frecuentes. Pero aquí las fronteras son irrelevantes y ustedes lo saben, porque nos duele por igual el ciclón Idai, que hace un par de años arrasó Malawi y Mozambique, los grandes incendios de Australia, las inundaciones en Bangladesh, el corredor seco de Centroamérica, la amenaza del mar sobre Maldivas, o los incendios que hoy están sucediendo en Córdoba, Argentina. No neguemos la ciencia, no neguemos nuestra responsabilidad como humanidad sobre esta crisis. Desde Chile estamos haciendo nuestra parte, cambiando nuestra matriz energética, dejando de lado los combustibles fósiles, avanzando hacia la carbono neutralidad, protegiendo nuestros mares y áreas silvestres, cuidando la Antártica. Chile es un país antártico y lo seguirá siendo, y ratificando el Tratado de Gobernanza Oceánica más allá de las áreas jurisdiccionales, BBNJ. Invito a todos los países a suscribir y además apoyar la postulación de Chile, en particular de nuestra ciudad patrimonial de Valparaíso, como sede de la Secretaría del Tratado que he mencionado. Ante la magnitud de los desafíos, los esfuerzos aislados no sirven. Necesitamos que todos, en especial las grandes potencias y aquellos que se beneficiaron de la explotación indiscriminada de los recursos naturales del planeta por décadas, asuman su responsabilidad y apoyen con recursos, no solamente con buenas intenciones, a quienes hoy están rezagados. No podemos olvidar que muchos de los países que hoy día son desarrollados lo son precisamente por haber expoliado la riqueza de otros pueblos durante demasiado tiempo de manera impune. Son muchos los desafíos, pero no hay destinos escritos ni inexorables. Por eso tengo esperanza I therefore
soy
hope,
optimista
and I'm
respecto de nuestro futuro
optimistic
compartido.
when I look towards our
De
shared
nosotros
future.
depende construir un mundo que sea más justo y digno
It falls to
para
us to
todas
build a
y todos
fairer and
nuestros
more
habitantes y
dignified
para las
world for
generaciones que
all of
vendrán.
us and for future generations.
Hace algunas semanas,
A few weeks ago,
Elvira Hernández
Elvira Hernández
se convirtió
became
en la segunda
the
poeta
second
en
female
obtener el Premio
Chilean
Nacional de
poet to
Literatura en Chile
obtain the
después de Gabriela
National
Mistral,
Literature
nuestro premio
Prize
Nobel.
since Gabriela
Y
Mistral, who
quisiera,
has
para
a Nobel
terminar,
Prize for Literature.
parafrasear
And
aquí
here I would
una
like to
advertencia
paraphrase
recogida en
a
uno de sus
warning
poemas.
contained in one of her poems.
Somos aves de paso,
We are migratory
pero
birds,
nos hemos acostumbrado a
but we've
comportarnos
become
como
used to
monumentos.
behaving as monuments.
No convirtamos al
Let's
multilateralismo
not turn
y al sistema de
multilateralism
Naciones
and the
Unidas
United
en un
Nations
monumento
into a monument,
estéril y estático.
a sterile,
Hagamos de
static
este gran logro
monument.
histórico
Let us
que
turn this
emergió
great
de las cenizas de la
historic
Segunda Guerra
achievement
Mundial
born out of the Second
una
World
energía
War
robusta y renovada
into a
en
renewed
este
bright
2024
light for
para poder
2024
mejorar
to
la
be able
calidad
to
de vida
improve
de la
the
humanidad toda.
quality of life of
Muchas
whole of
gracias.
humanity. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edgar Rinkevich, President of the Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon on assuming the post of President of the General Assembly. I assure you of Latvia's full cooperation along the way. This year's debate is of utmost importance. It focuses on today's interlinked global challenges. It emphasizes the need for a comprehensive approach that is firmly rooted in the United Nations Charter. Allow me to highlight a few points. The future of the multilateral system and rules-based order is in all our hands. We shall not allow selective application or disregard of global norms. The alternative is a terrifying world where force prevails and law perishes. It is already the third year of Russia's unprovoked, full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia is still testing the global community's resilience and commitment to the rules-based order. This war gravely affects the stability of the region and beyond. It has far-reaching consequences for the principles that uphold sovereignty, territorial integrity, and international law. We must ensure that the global order remains resilient in the face of aggression, especially when the aggressor is a nuclear weapon state and a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Russia tries to tear down what has been built by all of us. Russia tries to rearrange the international system that only benefit aggressors. Having endured 50 years of Soviet occupation, Latvia deeply understands the value of freedom and independence, as do many other countries represented in this room. Latvia stands by Ukraine. We continue to call for an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all Russian troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. There can be no compromise regarding Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia's unprovoked attack has widespread consequences beyond Ukraine's borders. It impacts global food security, nuclear safety, and humanitarian situation. Ladies and gentlemen, access to food is a human right. Hunger must never be used as a political tool. Latvia stands in solidarity with countries most affected by food crisis. Latvia has supported grain initiatives and released fertilizer cargoes. We implement partnerships for safe and responsible food production in Africa and Central Asia. Children's rights are human rights. Forcible deportations and illegal adoptions of Ukrainian children to Russia are of serious concern. We call on the United Nations to take a more active stand on this. We will contribute to the return of Ukrainian children and their recovery to the best of our ability. Right to life, liberty, and security is also a human right. Russia continues to deliberately target civilian and critical infrastructure. Its brutal attacks are supported by Belarus, Iran, and North Korea. In response, we are determined to help Ukraine in its fight and to rebuild what has been brutally destroyed. I call on all members of the United Nations to support and join the communiqué adopted at the Peace Summit in Switzerland, to start building a peace process based on the United Nations Charter principles. Russia must bear full legal and financial responsibility for its aggression. We must spare no effort to ensure comprehensive accountability for all crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. It is crucial to support and strengthen institutions that investigate and prosecute these crimes, provide justice for victims, and uphold the rule of law. Establishment of a special tribunal that would be able to prosecute the main perpetrators of the crime of aggression would ensure full accountability. I encourage other countries to support this proposal. Distinguished delegates, our attention remains focused on the crisis in the Middle East. Tragically, innocent civilians, including countless children, bear the brunt of this crisis. It is imperative for the international community, the United Nations, to support efforts that ensure the protection of all civilians and work towards a durable resolution. Latvia, together with other European Union member states, has called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the provision of humanitarian access at scale. It is crucial to prevent the deepening of the crisis and avoid regional spillover. We remain hopeful that progress towards ending hostilities can soon be achieved. We condemn all terrorist attacks against Israel. We recognize Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, and it must be exercised in line with international law, and particularly international humanitarian law, the law that has been put in place to protect all civilians. We must also focus on revitalizing the political process, to break the cycle of violence, to strive for a just and lasting peace. Peace that addresses the legitimate aspirations and security concerns of both Israelis and Palestinians. The ongoing escalation reinforces the necessity of pursuing a two-state solution in accordance with international parameters. Mr. President, the United Nations is a place where no country's voice can be dimmed by more resourceful powers. The United Nations' commitment to principles of peace and security, justice and human rights empowers us to address challenges that otherwise cannot be tackled alone. Acting in solidarity for sustainable and inclusive development is more acute than ever before. The Summit of the Future has demonstrated our renewed commitment to sustainable development goals. It accelerates the efforts to eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and ensure environmental sustainability. The right path towards progress and achieving sustainable development goals is to advance in innovation, science-based and environmentally friendly economy, to enhance the quality of education and strengthen governance, to engage with women, youth, and non-governmental sector on these matters. Latvia has already progressed towards achieving 63% of the set targets. We are also helping those most in need. Latvia's development cooperation policy has become more global and more tangible, increasing year by year. There can be no sustainable development without peace and consistent global action on climate change. The ongoing conflicts and crises around the world aggravate the effects of climate change. We strongly believe that the United Nations Security Council must address climate change as an existing risk for global peace and security. Small island developing states are at the forefront of global environmental crisis. Latvia welcomes the recent advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. We closely follow the International Law Commission's deliberations aimed at clarifying the impact of sea level rise on statehood. Latvia has meaningful experience in building resilience against disinformation and promoting media literacy. We support an online environment that is free and open, but also safe and secure. The rising capabilities of artificial intelligence provide a lot of opportunities for growth and development. However, misuse of these capabilities is a concern. Latvia also remains increasingly engaged in peacebuilding and prevention, but in words and in deeds. That includes continuous voluntary financial support and participation in United Nations peacekeeping missions, as well as support to women, peace, and security agenda. Distinguished delegates, the United Nations is not without its flaws. Its potential to prevent aggression or resolve conflicts has frequently been questioned. We must acknowledge the shortcomings and effectively address them. Latvia strongly supports revitalization of the United Nations system and reform of the United Nations Security Council. The number of permanent members of the Security Council must be expanded. It must be expanded to make it more effective, inclusive, and accountable. It must be expanded to elevate the voice of underrepresented regions. It is high time for Africa to have permanent presence at the Security Council table. Africa has been neglected for far too long, and that has to be changed. Also, the small island developing states deserve a non-permanent seat. Their voices must be heard, especially given the existential threats they are facing. The decision-making process should be revisited as well. No single state should have veto power in the United Nations Security Council, especially when it comes to conflicts the permanent members are involved themselves. This is the way to ensure that the permanent members of the Security Council uphold their responsibility to protect peace and security. Dear friends, the United Nations once used to be a beacon of hope for the people. Not anymore. We must change that. We must rebuild trust and common values. And we can do that only by working together. Latvia is fully prepared to shoulder its part of the responsibility. For the first time, Latvia is running for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council at the 2025 elections. We stand ready to re-energize this international body. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, estimados ministros de Relaciones Exteriores, damas y caballeros. Vivimos en un mundo convulsionado, volátil, que está pasando como nunca antes días sumamente difíciles, de tremendos desafíos, conflictos armados, tensiones en cada rincón de nuestro globo, crisis de las instituciones multilaterales y del sistema internacional, el asedio a los valores de la democracia por las amenazas gemelas del populismo y el autoritarismo, los riesgos de la ciberseguridad y la aplicación inadecuada de la inteligencia artificial, la brutal inequidad en la distribución de la riqueza, el cambio climático que pone en peligro nuestra existencia misma. Estos son apenas algunos de los inmensos problemas que enfrentamos. Me temo por ello que no vendré hoy a hacer un discurso que genere simpatía, sino la incomodidad y preocupación que deberíamos sentir ante lo que está pasando. Creo que debemos ser sinceros y admitir que estamos fallando todos en la construcción de un mundo mejor. Pues bien, si existe un lugar y un momento oportuno para discutir y proponer las decisiones cruciales que cambiarán el rumbo de nuestra humanidad, es en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Y por la coyuntura delicada que vivimos, estamos obligados a hacerlo. La buena noticia es que no todo está perdido, pues como dijo un gran héroe militar primero y estadista luego de mi país, Bernardino Caballero, el porvenir es el hijo del presente. Esto quiere decir que podemos tener un mejor destino si actuamos hoy y aquí. Así, aún con los desalientos que pueden costar a muchos espíritus, podremos contemplar los luminosos horizontes del porvenir. Pero siempre y cuando, como alegaba crucialmente Caballero, podamos hacernos acreedores al respeto y estimación de las generaciones venideras. Esto es, solo queremos ser dignos de ocupar los altos cargos que hoy ocupamos si, en lugar de esconder los problemas bajo la alfombra, los atacamos con claridad, con firmeza y con valor. A pesar de la ardua realidad que vivimos, sigo siendo optimista. No temo al futuro, porque confío en la capacidad del ser humano de superar los desafíos. Pero es imperativo, diría que incluso obligatorio, que redefinamos el funcionamiento de las instituciones del multilateralismo e impulsemos cambios como la eliminación del veto en el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas. Necesitamos construir marcos que promuevan un desarrollo equitativo y sostenible en los que todos los países, sin importar su tamaño o poder, puedan beneficiarse por igual de los avances globales. Solo así podremos cumplir con las promesas que este foro representa y hacernos acreedores al respeto y estimación de las generaciones venideras. Señoras y señores, el mantenimiento de la paz debería ser el pilar fundamental del multilateralismo. Sin embargo, la realidad de hoy nos muestra un panorama triste. Alrededor de 20 conflictos armados internacionales y más de 110 conflictos internos activos en todo el mundo nos demuestran que las instituciones creadas para preservar la paz no han podido cumplir con su misión. La guerra sigue siendo una plaga que se esparce sobre la humanidad. Este flagelo desgarra el tejido social, aniquilando comunidades y dejando un legado de sufrimiento incalculable. Cada vida perdida es un testimonio de nuestro fracaso colectivo para cumplir con las más básicas de nuestras responsabilidades: preservar la paz y proteger la dignidad humana. La historia de mi nación es un testimonio vivo de la crueldad y el inmenso sufrimiento de las guerras acarrean. Con la guerra de la Triple Alianza
el Paraguay vivió una guerra de exterminio que adelantó tristemente a los genocidios del siglo XX. Como dijo otro gran paraguayo, Manuel Gondra, el Paraguay es un país pequeño pero altivo, y solo por eso sobrevivió a la cruenta guerra. Sin embargo, sabe que el precio a pagar por un conflicto bélico es muy grande. Por esta razón, el Paraguay conoce mejor que nadie no solo la calamidad de la guerra, sino lo que implica para un país pequeño ser invadido o agredido por potencias más poderosas. Es por ello que expresamos nuestra más sincera solidaridad con todas las víctimas de los conflictos armados, sean de índole interno o internacional. Reafirmamos nuestro compromiso firme y decidido con la resolución pacífica de las controversias y abogamos, sin excepción, por el no uso de la fuerza como vía para solucionar los desacuerdos entre naciones o pueblos. En este contexto, reiteramos nuestro firme apoyo a Ucrania, respaldando su soberanía e integridad territorial. Subrayamos la urgencia de encontrar soluciones diplomáticas que conduzcan a una paz justa, integral y duradera, con el objetivo de poner fin a este conflicto y asegurar la estabilidad en la región. Al igual que en el caso de Ucrania, creemos que los conflictos deben resolverse a través del diálogo y la diplomacia, siempre buscando soluciones que respeten los derechos fundamentales de todas las partes involucradas. Esta convicción también guía nuestra postura frente a la creciente crisis en el Medio Oriente. Nuestra relación con el Estado de Israel se fundamenta en pilares sólidos como la fe y la esperanza. Esta es la razón por la cual el Paraguay ha sido uno de los países que ha estado más firme al lado de Israel luego de los grotescamente ataques de Hamas, del terrorismo intolerante aquecidos el 7 de octubre del 2023. Paraguay reafirma hoy su reconocimiento del derecho legítimo de Israel a defenderse. También rechazamos cualquier intento de equiparar cegadamente la responsabilidad entre las autoridades democráticamente electas en Israel y los líderes del grupo terrorista Hamas. Al mismo tiempo, hacemos un llamado urgente para la implementación de una solución que alivie la situación humanitaria, ponga fin a la violencia y garantice la liberación inmediata de los rehenes, promoviendo un diálogo constructivo que conduzca a una paz duradera. No podemos dejar de expresar nuestra profunda preocupación por la situación en África, donde la ACNUR estima que actualmente hay alrededor de 25 conflictos activos, algunos de larga data y otros emergentes, todos con devastadoras consecuencias para la vida y el futuro de los habitantes de ese continente. Aspiramos al retorno de la paz y la estabilidad en esa región del mundo. Basta de violencia. Basta de guerras, pero también basta de meras palabras. Como actores del escenario internacional debemos tomar acciones firmes y eficaces. Hoy quiero hacer asimismo un paréntesis para abordar la durísima situación humanitaria de Haití, un ejemplo claro de las falencias del multilateralismo. A pesar de los numerosos esfuerzos de intervenciones internacionales, los intentos de cooperación global no han logrado traducirse en la paz, gobernanza y seguridad sostenible que el pueblo haitiano tanto necesita y se merece. Hoy en día, las pandillas controlan gran parte de Puerto Príncipe, sumiendo al país en una espiral de violencia merging the country into a spiral of violence that multilateral mechanisms have not been able to de-escalate effectively. Added to this situation, we see a catastrophic humanitarian reality. More than 5 million Haitians are suffering from food insecurity, and we see the re-emergence of illnesses such as cholera. Although multiple promises of aid have been made, the lack of financial resources and logistical difficulties have stopped humanitarian assistance arriving in a timely and opportune manner. There is a worrisome dissonance between what the international community promises and what really happens on the ground. We will stand alongside the Haitian people in every step towards helping this brother country. My country, as many other countries have done here, have passed through authoritarianism and dictatorships. For this reason, today, Paraguayans value the ideals of democracy and the rule of law more than ever. Paraguayans can talk with their own experience. Our country lived through the shadow of dictatorship, banishment and exile for a long time. Today, however, our reality is different. Paraguay is reaffirming
transparentes hace más de 3 décadas. Nunca antes tuvimos tantos años de democracia y me animo a decir en contra de los agoreros y pesimistas de siempre, que con sus sombras han sido los años más felices de mi patria. Quizás los paraguayos no logremos ponernos de acuerdo en muchas cosas, pero estamos de acuerdo en que no hay otra forma de convivencia que no sea la democracia y el Estado de Derecho. La democracia es simplemente innegociable. Por eso, debo condenar hoy, alto y fuerte, lo que está sucediendo con nuestros hermanos venezolanos. Vengo a reiterar la postura de Paraguay sobre el desarrollo del proceso electoral en la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, el cual culminó el 28 de julio pasado. Este proceso ignoró la voluntad del pueblo venezolano y se caracterizó por graves actos del régimen que resultaron en persecuciones a los principales actores de la oposición y en detenciones arbitrarias. El deterioro de la democracia en Venezuela es claramente evidente, así como las violaciones sistemáticas de los derechos humanos y las libertades fundamentales. A esto se suman acciones contrarias al derecho internacional, especialmente en lo relativo a las relaciones diplomáticas y el derecho de asilo. Reiteramos nuestro apoyo a las fuerzas democráticas de Venezuela que luchan contra el autoritarismo por el retorno a un sistema verdaderamente democrático y no de simple fachada. Una de las críticas más importantes al multilateralismo global es la idea de la inclusión en pie de igualdad de todas las naciones. El concepto de un voto por cada nación a menudo se convierte en un concepto vacío si las naciones más pequeñas se ven obligadas a transaccionar su autodeterminación a cambio de no quedar fuera de los grandes mercados internacionales. No obstante, reconocemos que la cooperación regional sigue siendo un camino indispensable hacia la integración física y económica. La lucha contra los desafíos que enfrentamos es imposible sin una convergencia de voluntades de países vecinos. En este sentido, la cooperación regional se erige como la única alternativa viable que nos permite trabajar en conjunto y diseñar políticas nacionales en coordinación con otras naciones. Es en este espíritu de cooperación y fortalecimiento de las instituciones regionales que Paraguay ha decidido presentar la candidatura de nuestro canciller, Rubén Ramírez Lescano, para la Secretaría General de la Organización de los Estados Americanos. Estamos convencidos de que su liderazgo contribuirá significativamente a la revitalización de la OEA, promoviendo un multilateralismo más inclusivo y eficiente, que responda a los desafíos del presente y se enfoque en el bienestar de todos los pueblos del hemisferio. En el marco de nuestro compromiso con el multilateralismo más inclusivo, que no deja ninguna nación atrás, el Paraguay reitera hoy su apoyo inquebrantable a aquellos países que, pese a su destacada contribución global, aún son excluidos de importantes foros internacionales como este. Paraguay no solo reconoce, sino que valora profundamente la colaboración internacional de la República de China-Taiwán, una nación hermana con la que hemos forjado casi 70 años de una sólida y significativa amistad. Esa amistad se funda en los valores compartidos de democracia, Estado de Derecho y libre comercio. Es una amistad genuina, forjada en la adversidad de ser dos países geográficamente pequeños al lado de grandes potencias. Nuestro espíritu de lucha, sin embargo, dista de ser pequeño. En esta asamblea renovamos nuestro firme respaldo para que Taiwán sea parte integral del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Creemos que su exclusión es una injusticia que no podemos pasar por alto, porque los valores que compartimos y su aporte a la comunidad internacional merecen el mismo reconocimiento que el de cualquier otra nación aquí presente. Si hay un país que debería hoy formar parte del sistema de las Naciones Unidas y aún no lo está haciendo, ese es Taiwán. Hoy no solo venimos a reclamar esta injusticia, sino a alzar nuestra voz con firmeza para alertar a la comunidad internacional sobre la amenaza a su integridad y al legítimo derecho de la autodeterminación de los pueblos. Subrayo la importancia de la paz y la estabilidad en el estrecho de Taiwán. En un mundo lleno de tensiones, donde los conflictos amenazan constantemente con desbordarse, una interacción positiva y pacífica en esta región no solo es vital para la seguridad de Asia, sino para la estabilidad global. Así como defendemos los principios de paz, justicia y cooperación internacional en todos los rincones del mundo, es igualmente importante reafirmar nuestro compromiso con estos valores dentro de
de nuestras propias fronteras. En mi país, decía antes, vivimos en una vibrante y plena democracia, con un sistema republicano de equilibrio de poderes, y si bien nuestro signo político tiene mayoría en el Congreso, mantenemos el diálogo con la oposición para llevar adelante las grandes reformas que el país necesita. Estamos convencidos de que la democracia no puede ser vacía, debe ser una democracia con contenido y sobre todo con resultados. Aquí el desarrollo económico es crucial para asegurar la fortaleza futura de la democracia. La prosperidad es el mayor enemigo del crimen, de la división, de la desesperanza. La política social más efectiva, siempre digo, es la prosperidad económica. Pero para que esa prosperidad llegue a todos, es necesario invertir en nuestro capital humano y generar las condiciones para que las familias salgan adelante a partir de su propio trabajo. Y aquí quiero citar dos de los programas que llevamos adelante desde mi gobierno. El primero, hambre cero en las escuelas. Una apuesta a erradicar en un 100% el hambre en niños en edad escolar, en el convencimiento de que con hambre no se puede aprender. Y el programa Cheroga Porá, que es la primera política de acceso a la vivienda de Paraguay, enfocada en la clase trabajadora, con cuotas de acceso a la misma al mismo precio de un alquiler, lo que permitirá a miles de familias paraguayas transformar un gasto mensual en un activo familiar. Ahora bien, no existe desarrollo sin seguridad. Ante esto, tanto a nivel nacional como internacional, es lógico adoptar una visión integral de la seguridad, con un sentido de cooperación entre las diferentes agencias nacionales e internacionales. Esta es mi visión como presidente de la República. Por último, seguiremos apostando a la institucionalidad y la transparencia como condiciones fundamentales para el desarrollo. La reciente obtención del grado de inversión por parte de Paraguay es un claro reflejo de un esfuerzo constante por fortalecer nuestras instituciones, sumado a una tradición de estabilidad económica que se ha consolidado a lo largo de ya varias décadas. Queridos amigos, el Paraguay quiere, puede y será un verdadero protagonista del escenario global. Estamos determinados a ocupar nuestro sitio. Paraguay es un país que cuenta con abundantes recursos naturales, un valioso capital humano y un enfoque decidido en la creación de cadenas de valor que promuevan una economía verde basadas en el desarrollo de tecnologías sostenibles. Nuestro país es un referente en la producción de energía limpia y renovable. La generación de energía hidroeléctrica no es solo un proyecto nacional, sino una iniciativa conjunta con nuestros vecinos que busca ser clave en la consecución de un mundo más desarrollado, más sostenible y libre de emisiones. Creo firmemente que el Paraguay es un ejemplo de que el desarrollo económico es enteramente compatible con la sostenibilidad ambiental. Paraguay comparte desafíos comunes con otros países en desarrollo sin litoral, los cuales serán abordados en el nuevo programa de acción en favor de los países en desarrollo sin litoral, que se aprobará en Botsuana este diciembre. Lejos de desalentarnos, vemos en estos desafíos una gran oportunidad. Estamos transformando nuestras dificultades en fortalezas, aprovechando nuestra ubicación geográfica como un punto estratégico. Nuestra posición en el corazón de América del Sur nos impulsa a ser el motor de la integración sudamericana. Con una visión clara, apostamos a convertirnos en el centro logístico de la región a través de la hidrovía Paraguay-Paraná y el corredor vial bioceánico sudamericano, que se perfilan como ejes claves para revitalizar y potenciar los bloques del Mercosur y la Alianza del Pacífico. A medida que consolidamos nuestra posición geográfica como un eje de integración regional y desarrollo logístico, es crucial que esta visión de crecimiento esté respaldada por una fuerte inversión en educación. El éxito de Paraguay dependerá de nuestra capacidad para preparar a las futuras generaciones para el mundo globalizado y competitivo. Junto con la educación, la tecnología es una herramienta clave para el desarrollo y la inclusión social. Son muchos los desafíos que enfrentan nuestras naciones, pero sin duda sobresale aquí la cuestión de la aplicación ética de la inteligencia artificial y de los avances de la tecnología en general. La ley de Moore postula un crecimiento exponencial en el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías que exigen de nosotros la creación de nuevos esquemas regulatorios que protejan a las personas, aptos para enfrentar un desafío que se aproxima con una velocidad que es difícil de asimilar. Estas nuevas técnicas como los sandboxes o la corregulación deben tener como un fin último el uso responsable de las tecnologías emergentes y la equidad en su aplicación. En Paraguay estamos profundamente comprometidos con la preservación de nuestro patrimonio cultural. Al fin de este año seremos anfitriones de la 19ª sesión del Comité Intergubernamental para la salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la UNESCO, donde esperamos que la guaraña sea reconocida como patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad. Además, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la protección de los derechos fundamentales de todos sus ciudadanos, la familia y la vida humana desde la concepción, defendiendo los valores tradicionales que han hecho grande a nuestra nación. A pesar de haber sostenido una mirada crítica, debo confesar que soy un optimista incurable. Creo firmemente que nuestro futuro es brillante y está lleno de oportunidades. Creo, por tanto, en esos luminosos horizontes del porvenir, de los que hablaba antes. Si luchamos por un presente mejor, tendremos ya futuros llenos de luz y posibilidades. La defensa de los valores democráticos y el respeto por los derechos humanos deben continuar siendo nuestra guía. Es natural que tengamos diferencias políticas legítimas, pero hay principios que no pueden ser negociados. La democracia, el Estado de Derecho y el respeto irrestricto a los derechos humanos son pilares fundamentales. Aunque nuestras visiones políticas o ideológicas puedan ser distintas, esto no debe dividirnos ni impedirnos avanzar en la construcción de una cooperación basada en cimientos sólidos. Si mantenemos como norte innegociable los ideales de cooperación, respeto mutuo, integración y fraternidad entre nuestros pueblos, estoy convencido de que tendremos días mejores. En suma, y a pesar de los tremendos desafíos que estamos enfrentando, estoy convencido de que, como lo dijo alguna vez William Faulkner, humanity will not simply endure, it will prevail. La humanidad no simplemente perdurará, sino que va a prevalecer. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tu Lam, State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thưa Ngài Chủ tịch Đại hội đồng Liên Hiệp Quốc, thưa Ngài Tổng thư ký Liên Hiệp Quốc, thưa các quý vị, trước hết tôi xin được chúc mừng Ngài Philemon Yang được bầu làm Chủ tịch Đại hội đồng Liên Hiệp Quốc khóa 79 và tôi tin rằng hội nghị của chúng ta sẽ thành công tốt đẹp. Tôi cũng đánh giá cao những đóng góp và nỗ lực quan trọng của Ngài Denis Francis, Chủ tịch Đại hội đồng Liên Hiệp Quốc khóa 78 và Ngài Antonio Guterres, Tổng thư ký Liên Hiệp Quốc trong nhiệm vụ điều phối hoạt động của Liên Hiệp Quốc nhằm ngăn chặn chiến tranh, gìn giữ hòa bình, thúc đẩy hợp tác phát triển toàn cầu trong thời gian qua. Thưa các quý vị, thế giới đang ở trong một thời kỳ thay đổi có tính thời đại. Hòa bình, hợp tác, phát triển tuy là xu thế lớn, song đang đứng trước những khó khăn, thách thức mới nghiêm trọng hơn. Cạnh tranh chiến lược giữa các nước lớn ngày càng gay gắt, sâu sắc, mở rộng về phạm vi không gian, gia tăng về cường độ và tính đối đầu. Mâu thuẫn, xung đột chính trị tăng nhanh, môi trường an ninh ngày càng căng thẳng, không gian sinh tồn, phát triển bị thu hẹp, đe dọa, nguy cơ xung đột, hình thành các điểm nóng, kích thích tự yêu vũ trang, nguy cơ căng thẳng đối đầu, va chạm trực diện ngày càng gia tăng. Sự trỗi dậy của chủ nghĩa cường quyền, dân tộc vị kỷ, đang thách thức luật pháp quốc tế, làm xói mòn các thể chế đa phương và lòng tin và hợp tác toàn cầu. Vòng xoáy xung đột và bạo lực leo thang ở nhiều nơi trên khu vực thế giới gây đau thương cho hàng triệu người dân vô tội, nguy cơ về một cuộc chiến tranh hạt nhân giới hạn, thậm chí một cuộc chiến thế giới thứ ba vẫn chưa thể loại trừ.
các thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống ngày càng gay gắt, biến đổi khí hậu,
such as climate change, extreme weather events, natural disasters, diseases, resource depletion, and aging population are becoming increasingly severe and hindering our efforts for development. Poor countries are being left further behind with a widening development gap. Super Typhoon Yagi, which ravaged Vietnam and other countries in the region, serves as a stark warning of the severe impacts that natural disasters and climate change can have on sustainable development for all. Global food production is sufficient to feed 1.5 times the world population, yet famine is threatening over 780 million people, and 2.4 billion people endure food insecurity. Defense expenditure reached a record of $2.4 trillion in US dollars in 2023, yet we struggled to pull $100 billion US dollars for climate actions. With only a third of the SDGs timeline remaining, 80% of the targets may not be met. Global economic growth faces difficulties, and decoupling and fragmentation, along with economic pressures and sanctions, threaten rapid and sustainable development. The fourth industrial revolution offers opportunities for quantum progress, but it also poses security and safety challenges for society and individuals. These unprecedented challenges to peace, cooperation, sustainable development, and human dignity affect this generation and the next. They compel us to unite, act, and work together, upholding the role of international institutions, foremost among them the United Nations, regional organizations including ASEAN, to achieve the ultimate goal of ending war, abolishing all forms of oppression, exploitation, building peace and creating a better world to bring happiness to all mankind. In that spirit, I would like to share Vietnam's vision for a more peaceful, stable, cooperative, prosperous, and sustainable future for everyone. First, as peace and stability are the foundation for a prosperous future, we must promote observance of international law and UN Charter by all states, particularly the major powers. Each state must act responsibly, fulfill its commitments, and abide by international law and UN Charter, including fundamental principles such as the peaceful settlement of disputes, non-use of force, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and respect for the political systems chosen by the people of each nation. States should also contribute to the common work of the international community in line with their capabilities. We must strengthen solidarity, sincerity, and trust among nations, uphold dialogue, eliminate confrontation, and firmly oppose unilateral embargoes and sanctions that contravene international and UN Charter. Second, we must ensure equitable development for every state, community, and individuals, and recognizing the diverse economic, social, and cultural conditions that they may have. Every resource must be effectively unleashed, marshaled, and utilized for development. According to each country's needs, we must prioritize resources where the most needed for implementing the SDGs, with attention to assisting developing and less developed countries, especially through preferential loans, transfer of advanced technologies, investment and trade facilitation, and debt relief for poor countries. And third, we should urgently create smart global governance frameworks with long-term vision for science and technology, especially emerging technologies like AI. This will ensure we make progress and enjoy the benefits of these technologies while actively preventing threats to peace, sustainable development, and humanity. In that connection, I welcome the documents adopted at the Summit for the Future, especially the Global Digital Compact. This will serve as a crucial basis for advancing global governance and international cooperation in those areas. Fourth, we should adopt innovative thinking to build a transformative future across all sectors, focusing on digital transformation, green transition, and global governance transformation. Green transition and digital transformation are essential tools for countries, especially developing ones, to build resilience and self-reliance. enabling a timely and active prevention of and response to shocks, crises, and potential disasters. We must also prioritize reforming multilateral mechanisms, especially the UN system, international financial and monetary institutions, to ensure better representation, equity, and transparency. Enhancing the capacity, effectiveness, and future readiness is essential for remaining relevant in a changing world. And fifth, we must place human at the center in delivering on our visions. People should be the center, the goal, and driver of all policies and actions at all levels. And investments should focus on the holistic development of the youth, enriching their knowledge and culture, grounded in shared values and a sense of responsibility and contribution. Vietnam welcomes the UNGA's official decision to grant additional rights and privilege participation to the State of Palestine from this session onwards. Vietnam reaffirms its solidarity with the State and people of Cuba and calls on the United States to lift embargoes and sanctions against Cuba and to remove Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. We need to vigorously promote such actions, since they are practical ways to foster equitable development and happiness for all. President Ho Chi Minh, a Vietnamese hero of national liberation and a man of culture, once stressed, unity, unity, great unity, success, success, grand success. Only through unity and cooperation with trust and by thinking and acting as one can we build a world of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for the present and future generations, ensuring no one is left behind. In today's rapidly changing world, each state plays a vital role in the grand orchestration of our era. Vietnam is making every effort to move forward toward a future of peace, stability, prosperity, and sustainability, not only for all our people, but also for all nations worldwide. This is Vietnam's vision, goal, and strong commitments to the international community today and tomorrow. Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his election to the honorable position of President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Poland fully supports your mission, sir, and wishes you every success. I also extend my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis for his effective presidency during the previous 78th session. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the United Nations General Assembly for the 10th time as the President of Poland. All the more so because today we are facing huge global challenges that require our solidarity, cooperation, and determination. Our presence here reminds us of the mission for the fulfillment of which the United Nations was established after the terrible tragedy of the World War II, to prevent further conflicts and ensure world peace. This year marks the 85th anniversary of the beginning of that massive conflict, the conflict which claimed millions of lives. It was Poland which became its first victim. On September the 1st, 1939, Nazi Germany attacked my homeland, starting World War II. 2 weeks later, on September the 17th, the Soviet Union also invaded my country. As the ally of Nazi Germany fulfilling the agreement between Hitler and Stalin, so-called Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, both aggressors deprived us of our independence. Poland found itself in the midst of the brutal occupation of two totalitarianisms, becoming a witness and victim of war crimes that forever left a mark on our nation's and world's history. In my country, we know very well what war is, and we know what drama and suffering it brings. That is why Poland has always been a strong advocate of measures which aim to preventing conflicts and ensuring peace in the world. Our history and experiences incline us to constantly recall the need to respect international law and protect the sovereignty of states. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing yet again an extremely serious threat to global security. For the past 2.5 years, we have seen Russia's brutal aggression against neighboring Ukraine. This is a flagrant violation of fundamental norms of international law, such as the prohibition of the use of force in international relations. This unprovoked aggression is destabilizing the region and posing a direct threat to the global order and security. We cannot allow this war to turn into another frozen conflict. This is the most important task for the future. That is why it's so important today to stop the Russian war in Ukraine. Not only to end the suffering of the people and punish the aggressor, but also to prevent such heinous actions from becoming a model for others to follow. Ukraine's territorial integrity must be restored within its internationally recognized borders. The logic of conquest and disregard for international law must be stopped, unless we agree to live in a world where any country can become a victim of aggression regardless of its size and geographic location. Poland is following with equal concern the situation in the Middle East, where due to the brutal Hamas attacks of October the 7th, 2023, the conflict has escalated. Israel, like any other state, has the right to self-defense. However, these actions must follow international humanitarian law. Poland has consistently supported a two-state solution to the Middle East conflict that will guarantee both Palestinians and Israelis the right to live in peace and security in correct relations with all the neighbors. As proponents of the principles of equality and the right of nations to self-determination, we believe that the emergence of an independent Palestine will not contradict Israel's interests, whereas the right of Israel to exist cannot be questioned. The two nations are united by space and time, which will remain their common destiny. The current situation in Yemen is also of deep concern to us. The ongoing humanitarian crisis affects millions of people, and the struggle for control in a country poses a threat to regional security and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. The international community must do everything possible to ease the suffering of Yemeni people and restore stability in their country. And we all see how the ongoing wars, conflicts, and terrorist actions in Africa undermine people's efforts to live and develop in safe and fair conditions. The world must stand with all those affected by insecurity and help them to restore peace through reconciliation and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, peace and security in the world will not be possible to achieve without respect for the law. As President of Poland, I consistently repeat the phrase peace through law, always emphasizing the fundamental role of international law in maintaining global order. Our history, our experiences teach us that only adherence to international norms and the protection of the rights of every human being can ensure stability and development. Poland, as a country of freedom and solidarity, will always demand respect for human rights, regardless of geographic location. Therefore, Poland has decided to apply for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council for 2029-2031. Our candidacy is an expression of our commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights around the world. We believe that human rights are the foundation of peace and security. Their violation leads to conflicts, while their protection results in stability and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Poles perfectly understand the perspective of countries that experienced colonialism. Our history, from losing our statehood in the 18th century to World War II, to the fall of communism, has taught us how precious freedom, sovereignty, and human dignity are. It is a part of our DNA, and therefore we stand together with the developing countries in their quest for prosperity, equal treatment, and self-reliance. That is why Poland will not stop supporting African societies, as I had the opportunity to personally assure my friends during this year's visit to Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania, as well as in recent years during my earlier visits to the continent, which is so important for Poland, Europe, and the whole world in building a common, safer, and more prosperous future. We believe that Africa has the potential to develop its own solution to its challenges. However, we recognize that global development in many parts of the world currently is facing serious obstacles. We note with concern that halfway through the deadline set by Agenda 2030 for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, progress made in realization of its ambitions is still insufficient. During this session, Poland will serve as Vice President of the UN Economic and Social Council. The motto of our mandate in the ECOSOC is Developing in Solidarity, which summarizes well our vision of progress we need. With its presidency of the Council of the European Union starting on January 1st, 2025, Poland will seek to give new impetus to relations with developing partners. There is a need for better cooperation, real partnership, more solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, next year we will celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Despite its imperfections, the UN remains the foundation of the world order, allowing us to work together for peace, development, and human dignity. We believe that the Summit for the Future has given us an opportunity to reflect on the effectiveness of our work and the possibility of improving the UN structures to make them more responsive to contemporary challenges. Poland is ready to discuss reforms to the Security Council, other key UN bodies, as well as international financial institutions. The world is changing, and our system must change as well in order to better serve the global community. ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, our common commitment enshrined in the UN Charter sounds to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Poland will remain faithful to this mission and will support efforts for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco. I request protocol to escort His Serene Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 80 years ago, the United Nations Charter was born and laid the foundations of our organization to preserve future generations from the scourge of war. The founders then had a firm conviction that there was no power more legitimate than that we vested collectively in this new international organization. Over the last 2 days, I have participated alongside many of you on the initiative of the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in the Summit of the Future. Between hope and concern, the summit allowed us to grasp just how much work we still need to do to leave a harmonious and peaceful future to our children. While we are facing an increasing number of challenges, we're currently seeing a multiplication of regional conflicts, an uptick in the arms race and nuclear proliferation, as well as an ebbing of our collective security. Extreme violence and conflicts that are currently raging, and the thousands of victims that they're claiming in the four corners of the world are intolerable. Targeted attacks against civilian infrastructure that don't even spare schools or hospitals are flagrant violations of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. Similarly, the use of famine as a weapon of war is an odious crime. These acts must not go unpunished. Whatever the conflict or the continent that it is taking place on, international justice must establish the crimes and prosecute those responsible. This is absolutely essential to build a just and lasting peace. The partition of the world that we're seeing currently is very concerning. Now should not be the time for war or division, but rather for building coalitions for concrete actions, ramping up cooperation, solidarity, helping each other, and engaging in dialogue. My country's conviction has always been that the way of multilateralism is the only way possible. The UN is at the heart of multilateralism, and it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can to implement the roadmap that we adopted collectively. As we committed last year at the summit on the SDGs and yesterday at the summit of the future, we must move away from the way of destruction and focus on the way that leads to prosperity. The new agenda for peace is blazing a trail for us to show more solidarity and to establish trust. The milestones that have already been put down, and they are showing us the way to go. The 4th UN Conference on Financing for Development that will take place next year compels us to rethink the international financial architecture and to help countries to undertake more sustainable and inclusive development. The World Social Summit that will also take place next year should give us the necessary driving force for more social justice and to contribute to fighting poverty, which is number one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable development as a whole will not be achieved, and it will not achieve the desired results if we do not include women and girls. While we're celebrating in 2025 on the 125th anniversary of Resolution 1325 of the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security, and on the other hand, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action, it must be recalled that gender equality has still not been reached. insofar as rights, responsibilities and opportunities. It is only by guaranteeing their rights in all of the SDGs and in the actions of the Plan for the Future that we will be able to achieve more justice and inclusion, step by step, and whatever the cost. We must hold true to our efforts to promote the rights of women and to ensure gender equality. Mr. President, let us make no mistake, the most threatening challenges for humanity on the long term are without a doubt the multi-dimensional environmental crisis that we're going through, and must I recall, we're responsible for that. Climate change, the erosion of biodiversity and ecosystems, as well as the huge amount of pollution that is affecting both the land and the ocean, the cradles of life, are turning upside down the daily lives of millions of people and causing considerable economic loss. In the face of this tragedy of the commons, we cannot show any doubt or dejection. We must be clear-headed when it comes to all of the things we must do, and we must be optimistic when it comes to the future. Indeed, we now have several international instruments, major ones, that must guide us when navigating this storm. We have the Paris Agreement, the Global Framework for Biodiversity of Kunming-Montreal, and the BBNJ agreement, and I hope that a new international agreement will come about as well on plastic pollution in the world. These crises require coordinated response, and when we participate in the different international fora over the next few months, let us bear this in mind and engage in unified and concerted action. In Colombia, first of all, we have the COP16 of the UN Conference on Biodiversity, where we have high hopes to deal with the challenges, to implement the plan for biodiversity and to deliver our 2050 vision, living in harmony with nature. Finally, at the end of the year, at the COP29, we have the UNFCCC conference in Baku, and we will establish a new goal, new collective goal for climate financing for developing countries that should be up to the needs and be realistic and operational, creating the conditions for guaranteeing the right to a future in a healthy environment requires us to put an end to the upheaval of our ecosystems, and also to show wisdom and knowledge, and draw on the wisdom and knowledge of men and women present on the ground already suffering the consequences. For example, small island developing states that are particularly vulnerable to the consequences of rising sea levels, and they could potentially disappear. We could see a disappearance of habitable and productive land, and that's a real threat for their existence. The Principality of Monaco and its institutions committed to the preservation of the oceans is supporting the creation of an international panel of experts for ocean sustainability that would be headed by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. In this regard, we call upon all states to ramp up the process to ratify the BBNJ agreement coming into force in 2025, which is an important year for the planet, with France hosting the third UN conference on the oceans in Nice. This conference should enable us to ramp up our actions and to mobilize all stakeholders to provide lasting solutions that we need for the ocean to overcome the challenges we face. The blue economy is also playing a key role, and the Principality intends to collaborate actively by hosting in June 2025 the Blue Economy and Finance Forum. Finally, beyond the framework provided by the BBNJ, I reaffirm the commitment of my country to the implementation of solid regulation grounded in the best scientific data, ensuring effective protection of the marine environment before we see any mineral exploitation of the seabeds. Ultimately, these interconnected crises compel us to completely rethink our relationship with nature, which is essential for our survival and well-being. Mr. President, when it comes to the challenges and changes that humanity is facing, the development of artificial intelligence is unavoidable. The emergence and the rise of this new technology is accompanied by so many opportunities for our daily lives, but it also comes with dangers, and we must deal with these. The Principality of Monaco is committed to seizing the possibilities provided by safe, secure and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems for sustainable development. Indeed, the staggering technological progress that we're seeing can help to increase development, as well as it could provide fertile ground for organised crime and terrorism. So it's incumbent upon the international community now to establish the right regulations imposing ethical use of this technology that respects human rights and fundamental freedoms and ensure that it is not used or diverted for military or terrorist purposes. Further, disinformation today is one of the most insidious dangers for our societies. It is spreading rapidly, fed by social networks and digital platforms, sowing confusion and eroding trust in institutions and media. The consequences of this manipulation of information are grave, and they can include the destabilization of our states and the exacerbation of international tensions. It is therefore essential to bolster verification mechanisms, fact verification mechanisms, to protect the truth and to preserve the health of our democracies. Mr. President, we have the tools we need, whether they be legal, technological or scientific, to bring lasting and effective solutions to our contemporary challenges. The Pact for the Future and the 80th anniversary of the UN in 2025 offer us up an historic and unique opportunity to make progress in the intergovernmental process to reform the Security Council, to make our organisation more inclusive and representative of current realities in order to resolve the crises that we face. While the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in Paris were a resounding success, the athletes showed us that efforts and perseverance, including in adversity, lead to victory. They gave us a lesson of humility by teaching us that while victory is the ultimate goal, the journey and good competition are equally as important accomplishments. Let us therefore commit together with a sense of determination to the process that we have defined, step by step. Let us overcome the obstacles without ever losing sight of our goal, which is to preserve peace between nations and to guarantee the well-being of the peoples of the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency David Renbok Adeg, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. As the President of the Republic of Nauru, a small island nation with a vision for a more equitable and sustainable future, I bring you warm greetings from the government and the people of Nauru. In this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we gather at a time of unprecedented global challenge and opportunity. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, Nauru remains committed to the principles of sovereignty, self-determination, and international cooperation that have guided our collective progress since the UN's founding. Mr. President, as a nation surrounded by the ocean, Nauru has a vested interest in the responsible stewardship of the ocean's marine resources. We have been at the forefront of international efforts to protect and sustainably use the ocean's resources, including developing and adopting the BBNJ agreement and exploring the wealth of the deep seabeds mineral resources in line with our objectives under the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. The greatest risk we face is not the potential environmental impacts of mineral recovery, but the risk of inaction. There is a risk of failing to seize the opportunity to transform to renewable energy and to decarbonize our planet. We cannot let fear and misinformation hold us back. Instead, we must use the knowledge we have gathered wisely to ensure that deep-sea mineral recovery, under the principle of the common heritage of mankind, does not compromise the integrity of our marine environment. This is not just an economic opportunity, it is an environmental imperative. We therefore call on the international community not to ignore the science and progress we have made. Instead, we urge you and the International Seabed Authority Council to work with us to establish and adopt robust regulations necessary for the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. We have the science, we have the technology, and we have the imperative. Let us rise to the challenge and opportunity before us, employing our investments for the good of all, and let the time for action be now. Mr. President, Nauru's story is not one of despair, but of resilience. Our people have thrived for centuries, living in harmony with the land and the sea. Today we adapt, we innovate, and we persevere. We are exploring new frontiers because even as we fight against the effects of climate change, we must also adapt to the reality that is upon us. Through initiatives like the Higher Ground Project, we are reclaiming land, strengthening our infrastructure, and securing our future. Adaptation initiatives to address modern challenges and concerns demand more than technical expertise. They require substantial financial resources, which is an ongoing struggle. When it comes to climate finance, we are too often relegated to the back of the queue. We must also address the critical issue of access to basic financial services. For nations like Nauru, equitable access to banking is not merely a convenience, it is a lifeline. Yet we face the growing threat of de-risking and the loss of correspondent banking relationships. This challenge transcends financial concerns. It strikes at the heart of our sovereignty and our dignity. Our nation's struggles cannot be measured by income alone. We are vulnerable in myriad ways, and the global financial system must evolve to reflect this complex reality. We are encouraged by the recent adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, or the MVI, and we further call upon the World Bank, IMF, IFI, and MDBs to integrate the MVI into their frameworks. It is not just another statistic, it is a tool that provides a more accurate picture of our national circumstances, our strengths, our challenges, our potential. Mr. President, one of the most pressing issues of our time is the rising tensions between global powers. Nauru has long believed in the importance of maintaining good relations with all nations, great and small. We are friends to all and enemies to none, guided by our national motto, God's will first. Our restored diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China are a testament that even the largest and the smallest of countries can find common ground and work towards mutual benefit. Nauru is proud of our strong and growing relationship with China, and I take this opportunity to further commend their recent agreements with Japan on the ocean discharge of Fukushima nuclear contaminated water. This historic accord represents a significant step towards addressing a pressing issue of global concern. Mr. President, as a staunch friend, we continue to call for an immediate and unconditional end to the decades-long embargo imposed on Cuba. As we know, conflicts and tensions persist across many regions of the world. In our, in our shared pursuit of progress and prosperity, it is crucial to acknowledge that conflict impedes growth and undermines community stability. Therefore, we must intensify our efforts to foster peace and development free from the shadow of conflict. Let us reaffirm our commitment to building bridges of understanding, nurturing empathy, and promoting reconciliation. We must understand that peace and development are not separate entities, but intertwined pillars of human progress. Peace creates an environment where individuals can thrive, communities flourish, and nations prosper. In the absence of conflict, societies can better allocate resources to education, healthcare, infrastructure, and sustainable economic growth, fostering the advancement of all people. Let's work together towards a future where everyone can live with dignity, harmony, and opportunity, leaving behind a legacy of peace for generations. By prioritizing conflict resolution, we pave the way for resilience, progress, and shared prosperity. We must focus on building bridges, not walls, and work towards a more integrated, connected world. Inclusivity and engagement are vital as we strive for full economic and financial participation, ensuring that no country, large or small, regardless of its development status, is left behind. This is a call for collective action, a call we must all heed for the sake of our shared future. The UN Security Council reform, long overdue, must reflect the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. It is evident that the current structure of the UN Security Council has been a subject of debate, with legitimate concerns about representation, effectiveness, and the ability to address contemporary security issues. The imperative for peaceful resolutions and pursuing lasting peace in conflict-affected regions further underscores the critical need for a reformed and strengthened UN Security Council. Let us be the leaders who bring about a new era of peace and reconciliation. In our pursuit against climate change, we continue to call on the UNSG to appoint a special representative on climate and security. We are pleased to endorse the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and we urge countries to back this initiative for a sustainable and equitable future. And we also eagerly await the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on climate change, and will closely follow and support the implementation of the Court's guidance in the pursuit of climate justice. Nauru is pleased to welcome the Pact of the Future's ambition, yet we are disappointed in the removal of Action 21. My delegation, alongside members from the Group of Friends on Climate and Security, advocated for its inclusion to address the security threats posed by the climate crisis. Removal of Action 21 was a non-negotiable issue, and despite our flexibility to compromise, it is vital to stress the gravity of our decision. Mr. President, before I conclude, I call on the following. To the developed nations, we say, recognize your historical responsibility for emissions and honor your obligations under the Paris Agreement. Provide the climate finance and technology transfer you have promised. Support our efforts to transition to renewable energy, to enhance our climate resilience, and to protect our biodiversity. And to those who seek to block our efforts in sourcing renewable energy resources, do not dismiss the potential of deep-sea minerals outright. Do not ignore the science and the progress we have made. Instead, work with us to establish the robust regulations necessary for responsible mining. In line with this year's theme, we must accelerate our efforts without delay, because the climate crisis will not wait for us to get our acts together. To our fellow developing nations, we extend our hand in solidarity. Let us share knowledge, resources, and solutions. Let us amplify our collective voice, for in unity there is strength. And to the United Nations, we call upon you to fulfill your founding promise. Be a bastion of multilateralism, the resolute champion of the vulnerable, and the bold catalyst for the transformative change our world so desperately needs. Mr. President, I conclude my remarks by reminding us that leaving no one behind is not a mere platitude. It is a moral imperative. It is a call to action, a reminder that our fates are intertwined, and the advancement of all hinges on the advancement of the least among us. This is the vision enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and this is the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nauru may be small in size, but our resolve is immense. We will continue to fight for our homeland and our future generations. Let us act together with urgency, with ambition, and with the conviction that a better world is possible. May God bless the Republic of Nauru. May God bless the United Nations. Matubakar. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. We shall now continue for general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of delegation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, as you assume the leadership of this august assembly, our world is confronted by profound moral questions that will require more than the habitual remarks from this elevated podium to resolve. These are questions about the ultimate purpose of our organization, the United Nations itself, and how it can remain relevant and resilient. It is with this sentiment that I convey to you the warm and fraternal greetings of my countrymen and women, and to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of this assembly. Let me assure you of the full cooperation of my delegation in discharging your onerous responsibilities during your tenure. In the same vein, I wish to extend my appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for the many remarkable achievements recorded during his stewardship. It gives me particular pleasure to commend His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his commitment to the cause of peace and development and the democratization of the United Nations to reflect the need to correct the historic injustice that has been done to Africa. I am also delighted to note the steadfast support given to the Secretary General by our own sister and compatriot, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, while sharing the burden of leadership and responsibility in leading a complex organization like the United Nations. Mr. President, the theme of this year's General Assembly leaves us in no doubt that there is still work to be done to bridge the gap between the aspirations and the realities confronting our world today. It also underscores the need to remind ourselves that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness, anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights. Today, these pillars of our organization are threatened. They risk being broken by the relentless pursuit of individual national priorities rather than the collective needs of the nations that are assembled here today. While commitment to multilateralism offers us the surest guarantee of global action to address the existential challenges we face, singularity and nationalism are undermining the aspirations towards a peaceful and collective resolution of such challenges. From last year's summit, and indeed from previous years, we have carried over the numerous challenges of terrorism, armed conflict, inequality, poverty, racial discrimination, human rights abuses, food crisis, hunger, irregular migration, piracy, global pandemics, hyperinflation, nuclear proliferation, grinding debt burden, climate change, and a host of other vexations. The continued manifestations of these challenges testifies to our failings rather than to any lofty achievements on our part. Billions of dollars are being committed to the prosecution of wars and the planning of the embers of conflict. Yet, we always recoil from bringing out the resources we need to build peace and to deliver life's necessities to people. The question of governance is at the heart of our problems and also the solution to them. We recognize this in Nigeria when on 12th June this year, we celebrated a quarter of a century of unbroken democratic rule. We are no less proud of this achievement than the fact that during the last 2 decades, a sustained process of democratization has swept over Africa. However, the return of unconstitutional changes of government and forceful military takeovers in some countries of the Sahel underscores the fragility of democracy when it is not backed by economic development and sustained peace and security. It is this fragility, rather than the milestone that democratic governance has achieved in Africa, that should matter most in our deliberations at this and other high-level segments of the 79th session of the General Assembly. While we abhor all possible changes of government, we can also recognize the impatience in cities and villages as a sometimes slow and grinding turn of the wheel of democracy. Our people need employment. They need decent livelihoods. They desire good and affordable education and health care for their children and families. They need to live in healthy, safe, and secure environments. They need hope, and they need opportunity. They desire to live in peace and tranquility, to pursue whatever gives them happiness and contentment. When governments fail to deliver, the people are bound to question the utility of democracy and other ideals like rule of law. The global debt burden undermines the capacity of countries and governments to meet the needs of their citizens. Creeping trade barriers and protectionist policies are destroying the hopes for prosperity of peoples and nations. Unbridled competition, rather than cooperation, is discouraging incentives driving away investments. Above all, insecurity is driving people into unprecedented hardship and misery that in turn affect the people's confidence in democracy. It is the duty of the international community to bring back confidence in democratic rule and constitutional order by paying more attention to the needs and aspirations of the people, rather than paying lip service to human rights, sustainable development, and peace. We need the sustenance of democracy, not just the form. We cannot build durable societies with the threats of terrorism, banditry, and insurgency growing in our countries and regions. Indeed, violent extremism remains an existential threat to both national and international peace, security, and development. We are making concerted efforts to contain and roll back this threat. The high-level African counter-terrorism meeting hosted by Nigeria in April 2024 and its outcome, the Abuja Declaration, promises to provide solutions to the challenges presented by terrorists and insurgents. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a driver of insecurity, which also poses a veritable challenge to sustainable development. A few weeks ago, large areas of my country were inundated by seasonal flood waters, including one of our largest cities, Maiduguri, in the northeast. Other parts of Nigeria also experienced similar tragedies, occasioning the loss of lives and property. We need not remind ourselves to remain faithful to the implementation of the commitments that we all gave voluntarily at the various COP meetings. Failure to do so is merely to postpone the inevitable. No country is immune from the effects of climate change. It is better that we cooperate and collaborate to meet this ever-increasing challenge, rather than remaining in our shells, waiting for the inevitable to happen. A common challenge requires a common solution. Nigeria stands ready to meet her obligations in terms of mitigation and adaptation measures nationally and regionally, with the active participation of other countries and international partners. Mr. President, conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention. Indeed, addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflicts are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice. In the Sudan, other parts of our continent, and further afield, foreign actors are exacerbating these tensions to prolong conflict and deepen the suffering of innocent people. Today, we are all witnesses to the heart-wrenching situation in Gaza and other Palestinian territories. We cannot discuss war and peace, conflicts and resolution, or humanitarian imperatives today without reflecting on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has been raging since 7th August last year. Of course, the conflict predates this period and has been simmering for a better part of half a century. What it tells us is that the international community has failed to live up to the spirit and aspirations of the United Nations to rid the world of inequality, violence, and domination of one people by another. Justice is antithetical to revenge. Freedom is an inalienable right and a natural entitlement that cannot be denied to any people. The Palestinian people deserve their independence. They deserve to have a home of their own in territories already recognized by this very assembly and by international law, which is being routinely ignored. Nigeria continues to urge efforts to bring back on track the two-state solution that offers the prospect for a new beginning for the region. Nigeria reaffirms to supporting United Nations peacekeeping operations. We recognize the need for Africa to build strong and professional armies to meet the multiple challenges we face. Consequently, we reiterate the call for international support to operationalize the African Standby Force, in addition to the provision of requisite support and resources to ensure the upgrade, take-up, and effectiveness of a Center of Excellence on issues of counterterrorism in Africa. Mr. President, reform of the Security Council is critical if the UN is to strengthen its relevance and credibility in our rapidly changing world. Some permanent members of the United Nations Security Council have offered encouraging, if tentative, indications of support on the issue of reform of the Council. We welcome the change in tone and urge an acceleration in momentum to the process. The Security Council should be expanded in the permanent and non-permanent member categories to reflect the diversity and plurality of the world. We fully support the efforts of the Secretary-General Guterres in this regard. Africa must be accorded the respect that it deserves in the Security Council. Our continent deserves a place in the permanent members category of the Security Council with the same rights and responsibilities as other permanent members. Mr. President, your assumption of the stewardship of the General Assembly presupposes that you will be seized with the progress of the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We note that most developing countries are significantly lagging behind in the achievement of these goals, largely due to a lack of resources available to finance their implementation and the burden of unsustainable external debt. It is our expectation that the adoption of the Pact of the Future for the future will change the narrative, reposition economies, and translate into concrete measures that provide solutions to the challenges faced by developing and least developed countries. This is particularly significant in our region and the Sahel, where human development indices are low and depressing. It is for this reason that we reiterate the call by countries, especially of the Global South, for reform of the international financial architecture and promotion of a rules-based, non-discriminatory, open, fair, inclusive, equitable, and transparent multilateral trading system. We are aware of the debilitating impacts of corruption on global prosperity and national progress. Process of corruption and illicit financial flows constitute a huge chunk of resources needed for sustainable development. The recovery and return of such funds to states of origin is a fundamental principle of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Therefore, the international community must promote practical measures to strengthen international cooperation to recover and return stolen assets and to eradicate safe havens that facilitate illicit flows of funds from developing countries to the developed economies. There is also the urgent need to promote fair and inclusive tax regimes in the world. Nigeria helped introduce the resolution on promotion of inclusive and effective international tax cooperation at the UN. We acknowledge the progress made in the adoption of the terms of reference of the UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. We should deepen this initiative and work towards a UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. Similarly, we must ensure that any reform of the international financial system includes comprehensive debt relief measures to enable sustainable financing for development. Countries of the Global South cannot make meaningful economic progress without special concessions and a review of their current debt burden. The present administration pays due regard to the imperatives of creating a conducive national environment for investment and the ease of doing business. Last year, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed 4 executive orders to curb double taxation. The government also established the Presidential Task Force on review of fiscal policy and tax reform. These measures are geared towards not only boosting investor confidence in Nigeria, but also to ensure investors make reasonable profit from their investments. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the world is transitioning into the 4th industrial revolution, Africa remains energy deficient. The push for the accelerated implementation of SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, therefore, must take into account Africa's precarious situation. Nigeria believes that natural gas remains central to the search for solutions to the energy challenges that Africa and the international community face. Access to affordable, reliable, cleaner sources of energy is more than an environmental or developmental issue. It is a key factor in social peace and international security. Mr. President, Nigeria remains unwavering in its commitment to SDG 13, climate action, including the net zero ambition and transition from fossil fuel energy to clean energy. As a demonstration of this commitment, the government established the Presidential Committee on Climate Action and Green Economy Solutions and appointed a special presidential envoy on climate action. We will redouble our efforts to address the challenges posed by climate change, including the urgent need to transition from fossil fuel energy. Yet, such commitments must be juxtaposed with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the relevant provisions of the Paris Climate Agreement back in 2015. The Paris Agreement provided for developed countries to take the lead in the quest to achieve net zero and to offer support, including finance, to developing countries for the actualization of the climate change goal. Worthy of note is the loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries secured at COP27 in Egypt and expanded in COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. It is our expectation that this year's 79th session of the UN General Assembly and the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan this November will go a step further by providing developing countries, especially African countries, with access to the loss and damage funds, including the $100 billion pledged by developed countries to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. Mr. President, in this age of digital innovation, we must address the emerging divide between the global South and the global North, which, with the evolution of artificial intelligence, risks becoming wider still. The UN should work towards eliminating barriers to digital economy in Africa, such as high cost of internet services and intellectual property rights. More so, there is a need to work towards common global standards to regulate cryptocurrency trading platforms. This is the most effective way to provide confidence in these markets and limit the potential for instability. Our own experience in Nigeria, as in other countries, shows that new technologies, when not properly regulated, can facilitate organized crime, violent extremism, and human trafficking. In our own case, the trading of cryptocurrency helped fuel speculation and undermine macroeconomic reforms. Separately, we have also witnessed in rich and poor countries alike the corrosive impact of unfiltered hate speech and fake news across social media. There is much more that we could and should do together to strengthen those guardrails that will help release the most progressive elements of the new technologies shaping our world and curb those more destructive tendencies. Mr. President, we are particularly mindful of the imperatives of achieving the advancement of youth and women as a factor in national development, peace, and security. Nigeria has developed its own national action plan on women and security, as well as a national action plan on youth, peace, and security to ensure the participation of both women and youth in the peace and security sector. The Summit of the Future cannot be deemed successful without setting clear, ambitious, and achievable developmental goals to address the various challenges facing our youth. In line with this aspiration, the Nigerian government will continue to invest in Nigerian youth through initiatives like the revitalization of the National Youth Investment Fund for 2024, focused on youth employment and entrepreneurship. Mr. President, as much as the global family still grapples with the crippling consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the greatest lesson that we have learned is never again to take any health situation with levity. In line with SDG 3, we must continue to work together to ensure the good health and well-being of all. There is no disease that should be relegated to the background due to some perceived classification of their seriousness or importance. Mr. President, migration is a complex and polarizing issue that impacts on rich and poor countries alike. Nigeria is a country of origin, transit, and destination. We are a major stakeholder in the global migration dynamic and understand the challenges and benefits it brings. Accordingly, I wish to reiterate our support for the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, GCM. The GCM, which all of us should continue to support, represents our collective efforts at providing major safeguards for the treatment of migrants. Mr. President, I will conclude by reaffirming Nigeria's steadfast commitment to the deepening of multilateralism. Just as we did 65 years ago on this podium when we joined the United Nations as the 99th member state, we remain committed to that desire to remain friendly with all nations and participate actively in the works of the United Nations, as expressed by our founding Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. It is my hope that our deliberations this year will result in solutions that will address our collective challenges and accelerate the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the advancement of peace and human dignity for the sake of present and future generations. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. I request protocol to escort His Royal Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most compassionate,
Your
most merciful.
Highnesses and Excellencies, Your Excellency, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General Guterres, it is my honor to be here today and to convey to you the greetings and best wishes of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and I would like to begin by offering my congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I wish you every success in guiding this important work. I also extend my deep appreciation to His Excellency the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in advancing the noble objectives of this organization across the globe. Mr. President, 8 decades ago, at the dawn of the nuclear age, humanity found itself engulfed in a devastating war, fraught with peril and uncertainty. The world was in desperate need of order and a system of accountability and governance. The United Nations was created to become a pillar of stability, a vital institution the world relied on to prevent unspeakable atrocities from ever happening again. Whether through the formation and application of international law, the promotion of diplomatic consensus, the investment in development programs, or the deployment of peacekeeping missions, the United Nations and its specialized agencies have together stood firm to reflect the spirit of global civic responsibility. The number of world leaders participating in this year's General Assembly is a testament to that enduring spirit. 19 years ago, I had the honor of standing here and addressing this historic hall, where I touched on the pressing challenges confronting our world at the time: poverty, famine, deadly infectious diseases, civil wars, and weapons of mass destruction. These global challenges not only persist, but have intensified. We find ourselves in a far more dangerous and unpredictable time due to major tectonic shifts in the global geopolitical order. In addition, revolutionary new technologies have emerged that will fundamentally reshape the world as we know it. Environmental and health challenges that know no borders have also multiplied and grown in complexity, requiring us all to work together regardless of our differences. Mr. President, the very systems designed to uphold the international order are under strain. 80 years after its formation, as the threats and challenges we collectively face evolve, this important institution, which our global community relies on to safeguard the international rules-based order, must evolve as well. Today, we support the calls for reform of the United Nations to ensure that it reflects current geopolitical realities so that it is equipped to continue carrying out its important global mandate for decades to come. This reform should be holistic, consensus-driven, and encompass all the decision-making bodies of the United Nations, including the UN Security Council. The peace dividend that followed the end of the Cold War is now a distant memory. Today, we stand on the precipice of a new era with new challenges, and we must recommit to peace as the bedrock on which we build collective prosperity and enduring hope for all. For as we all know, it is far easier to destroy than it is to build. Today, we see governments disregarding the established rules-based order as they pursue policies rooted exclusively in self-interest. We see a preference for brinksmanship and the use of questionably legal force to resolve disputes. We see the rise of radicalism, extremism, and rogue non-state actors sowing chaos and discord. In Gaza, we see Palestinians living through an unprecedented humanitarian disaster, with over 40,000 people killed, many of them women and children. The protection of innocent life is enshrined in international law and a moral and religious responsibility. It is clear what is required is the implementation of an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and the adoption of an irrevocable path to the creation of a viable, independent Palestinian state. And it must happen now. This will achieve a comprehensive and lasting peace, deliver the security and prosperity to all nations in our region, and prevent the spread of a wider regional conflict. In the West, we witness widespread suffering as the intractable conflict in Ukraine persists. In the East, we see tensions continuing to rise in the South China Sea, raising grave concerns of wider military escalation and the further erosion of the integrity of the international rules-based order. The tolls of these conflicts are borne by humanity, by families, by communities, and by our future generations. These conflicts undermine growth, stifle opportunity, and endanger the hopes we hold for our children. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain has long been a vocal advocate of pluralism and multiculturalism. It's who we are. In August of this year, and in line with His Majesty King Hamad's vision that mutual respect for our shared humanity is essential for sustaining global harmony, Bahrain launched the King Hamad Award for Peaceful Coexistence. His Majesty the King has also called on the international community to convene an international peace conference on the Middle East. As current holder of the Arab League presidency, the Kingdom of Bahrain urges all nations to join us in this vital initiative, which seeks to strengthen efforts to achieve a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the region. Diplomacy and dialogue must prevail. Indiscriminate violence, conflict, and fragmentation will only drive us further from this noble goal. Mr. President, in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we have committed ourselves to ensuring that our citizens are at the core of all our national development programs. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that they are equipped with the skills necessary to deliver prosperity and growth to themselves and their community. As we look to the future, we will spare no effort to provide our citizens with opportunities to connect with the wider world, to compete, innovate, and succeed. We prioritize the issues that unite us all: housing, healthcare, education, and delivering jobs and prosperity. We focused our government ministries and agencies on a set of priorities, reached out to the private sector, civil society, and wove together a spirit of one team focused on delivering those programs. Mr. President, today's world is, in many ways, more fragile than the one that had emerged from World War II. This is because the global challenges today go beyond geopolitical conflict. We are seeing the devastating impacts of unsustainable development on the world's environment. And as a result of conflicts and fragmentation, we have seen a rise and a return of global hunger. We have also witnessed firsthand the alarming effects of diseases such as COVID-19, which showed how quickly the global order can be disrupted. These crises must not be treated in isolation. They are interconnected, and they represent a systemic threat to humanity. It is imperative that like-minded countries come together with the objective of revitalizing, adapting, and renewing our institutions to effectively address today's significant challenges and to effectively deliver on the ambitious commitments set by the United Nations SDGs and the recently adopted Pact for the Future. This can only be achieved through a system-wide reform that encompasses pivotal multilateral organizations such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Health Organization, as well as the United Nations. The international rules-based order is not sustained by hopes or dreams. It is the product of robust international institutions and security constructs that are fit for purpose. Mr. President, as a member state of the United Nations, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Arab League, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Kingdom of Bahrain has always been committed to the path of multilateralism. We hold firmly to the belief that working alongside allies and in accordance with the rules of international law is the surest way of guaranteeing our long-term prosperity. This is also why, in 2023, the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United States of America concluded a historic agreement to forge a new model for security and shared prosperity. The Comprehensive Security and Integration and Prosperity Agreement is designed not as a bilateral arrangement, but as the beginning of a multilateral framework that aims to bring together countries with an equal interest in delivering stability and prosperity. It is a model for how nations can promote an inclusive vision grounded in mutual respect and shared goals. Partnerships such as these can go beyond the geopolitical dimension and enter the world of emerging technologies as well. Through meaningful international collaboration, we can harness the transformative potential of technologies, such as artificial intelligence, to advance shared goals of global development, peace, prosperity. Doing so will require a united global front, though. And today, we call for an international treaty governing the development of artificial intelligence to ensure that these technologies contribute to peace rather than exacerbate existing conflicts, and that they become forces for creation and innovation, not destruction and division. The Kingdom of Bahrain believes that engaging in wide-ranging partnerships such as these will be crucial to advancing the cause of multilateralism and ensuring that cooperation becomes the cornerstone of our collective security frameworks. Through such agreements, we are confident that the Middle East and the global community can build a future rooted in peace, economic growth, and a rules-based international order that benefits all people. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the challenges we face today are not insurmountable if we act with a collective will and the determination to define a revitalized international architecture built on shared values and a renewed commitment to multilateralism that prioritizes the well-being of all nations. Some issues are just too important not to rise above our differences. Let us together reaffirm our shared responsibility to uphold and protect human dignity and ensure that the international order remains a force for good. We owe this to future generations, to the values we cherish, and to the world we seek to protect. Learning to live together is indeed the noblest of endeavors. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President,
Signor Segretario
Mr.
Generale,
Secretary General,
colleghi delegati,
fellow
signore
delegates,
e
ladies
signori.
and gentlemen.
È un'epoca molto
The
complessa quella nella quale
times
viviamo.
we are living are very
E il
complex,
carattere comune
and
delle
the
sfide del
common
nostro
characteristics
tempo
of the challenges of these
ci
times
impone di ragionare
force us
in un modo
to
completamente
think
nuovo.
about things in a completely different
La ferita
way.
inferta al sistema
The
internazionale
wound
fondato
caused to
sulle
the
regole dalla guerra
international
d'aggressione
framework
russa
founded on rules
all'Ucraina
from the war of
sta
aggression of
avendo
Russia on
effetti
Ukraine
destabilizzanti
is indeed
molto oltre i
having
confini ai
destabilizing
quali si
effects well
consuma.
beyond the borders within
E
which
come
it is
un domino
unfolding.
sta
And
contribuendo
like
a
a domino,
riaccendere
it
o far
is
detonare
contributing to
altri
reigniting or
focolai di
causing
crisi.
to explode
I
other
sistemi
flashpoints of
politici
crisis.
democratici affrontano
Democratic political
insidie
systems are
inedite.
facing
La
unprecedented
frammentazione
dangers.
geoeconomica cresce con
Geoeconomic
conseguenze con le
fragmentation
quali
is
tutti
growing,
dobbiamo fare i
bearing
conti,
down consequences
ma
we must
soprattutto
all
devono
deal with,
farci i conti le nazioni più
especially
fragili.
the more fragile
Il
nations.
cammino per la riduzione
The
delle
path
emissioni
toward a
ambientali è un
reduction
bivio
in environmental
stretto
emissions is
tra
at a
approcci
crossroad
ideologici
in
e scarsa
between
solidarietà,
ideological
soprattutto
approaches
dei principali
and
emettitori
scarce
di gas a
solidarity,
effetto serra.
especially from the major
La
emitters of
scarsità
greenhouse
di acqua e di
gases.
energia
The scarcity
incidono
of
sempre
water
più
and energy have
profondamente
an
sullo
ever
sviluppo,
deeper impact on
sulla sicurezza alimentare,
on
sulla
food
stabilità
security,
sociale
and the social
e di
stability
intere comunità.
of entire communities.
L'utilizzo strumentale
The
della fede
instrumental use of
religiosa
religious faith
diventa
has
fattore di tensione
become a
o
source
peggio
of
fattore di
tensions or worse,
persecuzione.
of
Sono
persecution.
milioni
There are hundreds
nel mondo le
of
persone
millions
che
of people
soffrono a
throughout the
causa della
world
loro
that
professione di
suffer
fede
due to their
e al primo
profession of
posto come
faith.
vittime ci
And
sono i
at the top,
cristiani.
as victims, there are Christians.
Assistiamo al
We
dirompente
are
avvento dell'intelligenza
witnessing the
artificiale
groundbreaking advent
generativa, una
of
rivoluzione
generative artificial intelligence, a revolution that brings us to ask questions we could never imagine. Although I'm not certain it is correct to call it intelligence, because the intelligent being is the one who asks the questions, not the one to give answers through data processing. Either way, it's a technology that, unlike all the innovations we've seen through the course of history, sets a blueprint for a world in which progress is no longer meant to optimize human capacities, but to replace them with consequences that risk being dramatic, especially in the labor market, verticalizing and concentrating wealth even more. It is not by chance that Italy wanted this to be at the top of its agenda of its G7 presidency, because we want to do our part in defining a global governance for artificial intelligence, capable of reconciling innovation, rights, labor, intellectual property, freedom of expression, democracy. This complexity, compounded by profoundly interconnected challenges, tells us first and foremost one thing: the problems of the global South are also the problems of the global North, and vice versa. There are no longer homogeneous blocks, and the interdependence of our destinies is a fact. For this reason, we are called to think differently from the past.
La sfida è un cambio deciso di paradigma nei rapporti tra le nazioni e nel funzionamento degli organismi multilaterali. E l'obiettivo è costruire un modello di cooperazione completamente nuovo. Personalmente sono convinta che questo nuovo modello possa e debba fondarsi su alcuni principi purtroppo non scontati: il rispetto reciproco, la concretezza, la condivisione. Significa relazionarsi con l'altro da pari a pari, recuperare quella capacità di saper ascoltare per comprendere le ragioni dell'altro, che è alla base di qualsiasi fiducia reciproca. E proprio perché crediamo in questo approccio, l'Italia ha concepito tutti gli appuntamenti del suo anno di presidenza G7 in formato aperto, con un outreach molto ampio che ha coinvolto tutti i continenti, il G20, l'Unione Africana, le istituzioni economiche e finanziarie, le banche multilaterali di sviluppo. Abbiamo dimostrato che il G7 non è una fortezza chiusa che vuole difendersi da qualcuno, ma un'offerta di valori aperta al mondo. Penso poi alla svolta che l'Italia ha impresso, particolarmente nei propri rapporti con il continente africano. Abbiamo reso operativo a livello bilaterale il nostro piano di investimenti per l'Africa, il piano Mattei, con progetti pilota in 9 nazioni del continente, creando partenariati strategici con ognuna di queste nazioni. Abbiamo strutturato sinergie operative con il Global Gateway dell'Unione Europea e la Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investments del G7. Abbiamo costruito strumenti finanziari nuovi con la Banca Africana di Sviluppo e con la Banca Mondiale per permettere l'afflusso di risorse pubbliche e private. Abbiamo immaginato soluzioni innovative come la Puglia Food Security Initiative per rafforzare la produzione agricola e la sicurezza alimentare, o l'Energy for Growth in Africa per sostenere la produzione e la distribuzione di energia pulita. Abbiamo deciso di sostenere progetti strategici per l'Africa come il corridoio di Lobito. Abbiamo fatto tutto questo senza mai smettere di coinvolgere e confrontarci con i nostri interlocutori africani, perché il nostro intento non è imporre, ma è condividere e insieme scegliere priorità, settori di intervento, ambiti di azione. Dove potevamo essere un valore aggiunto, allora lì abbiamo offerto il nostro punto di vista e la nostra collaborazione, con progetti concreti che già stanno dando i loro frutti. In Algeria, dove renderemo fertili 36.000 ettari di terreno desertico per la coltivazione, costruiremo una filiera locale di trasformazione e produzione. In Kenya, con lo sviluppo di una filiera di biocarburanti che arriverà entro la fine del 2025 a sostenere fino a 200.000 piccole imprese agricole. In Etiopia, con un vasto intervento di recupero ambientale dell'area del lago di Boye nell'ovest del paese, perché voglio
ribadirlo ancora una volta. Il nostro obiettivo, di fronte a decine di migliaia di persone che affrontano viaggi disperati per entrare illegalmente in Europa, è garantire prima di tutto il loro diritto a non dover emigrare, a non dover recidere le proprie radici semplicemente perché non hanno altra scelta. Una disperazione sulla quale lucrano organizzazioni di criminali senza scrupoli, sempre più potenti, sempre più ramificate. Proposi un anno fa da questo podio di dichiarare una guerra globale ai trafficanti di esseri umani e sono felice che quell'appello non sia caduto nel vuoto e che in primis a livello G7 si sia trovata l'intesa per dare vita a un coordinamento internazionale per smantellare queste reti di criminali. Ma bisogna fare di più. Le Nazioni Unite devono fare di più, perché queste organizzazioni criminali stanno riproponendo sotto altre forme una schiavitù, intesa come mercificazione dell'essere umano, che questa Assemblea in altri tempi ebbe un ruolo fondamentale nel debellare definitivamente. Non si torna indietro. Sconfiggere gli schiavisti del terzo millennio è possibile e possiamo farlo se uniamo le forze con una maggiore cooperazione e con iniziative congiunte tra le nostre forze di polizia, i servizi di intelligence, le autorità giudiziarie, adottando la formula follow the money, una intuizione di due grandi giudici italiani, Giovanni Falcone e Paolo Borsellino, che è diventata un modello anche a livello internazionale per contrastare le organizzazioni criminali. È un metodo con il quale l'Italia intende rafforzare la sua cooperazione anche con le nazioni dell'America Latina, perché c'è un filo rosso che lega le organizzazioni che speculano sulla tratta di esseri umani in Africa e chi gestisce il traffico di stupefacenti in America Latina, o l'abominio di chi rapisce i bambini per renderli schiavi del sesso di uomini ricchi senza scrupoli, privandoli del loro presente e del loro futuro. America Latina dove, come purtroppo accade in diverse regioni del mondo, le legittime aspirazioni di libertà e democrazia di decine di milioni di persone continuano a rimanere disattese. Penso in particolare al popolo venezuelano, a cui va tutta la nostra solidarietà e il nostro sostegno. La comunità internazionale non può rimanere a guardare mentre a distanza di quasi 2 mesi dalle elezioni del 28 luglio scorso ancora non è stato riconosciuto il risultato elettorale, ma nel frattempo si è consumata una brutale repressione, la morte di decine di manifestanti, l'arresto arbitrario di migliaia di oppositori politici, l'incriminazione e l'esilio del candidato presidente dell'opposizione democratica. È nostro dovere alzare la voce. Cari amici, nel 2025 celebreremo l'80° anniversario della Carta delle Nazioni Unite. Carta che sancisce principi e valori che in questo tempo sono stati messi in discussione addirittura da un membro permanente del Consiglio di sicurezza, ma sulla cui difesa l'Italia non intende arretrare. Perché sono principi e valori posti a garanzia di tutti, soprattutto delle nazioni che hanno meno strumenti per difendersi. Come sempre la legge deve essere uguale per tutti, ma perché questo serve soprattutto a difendere i più deboli. È per questo che non possiamo voltarci dall'altra parte di fronte al diritto dell'Ucraina a difendere le sue frontiere, la sua sovranità, la sua libertà. Così come affermiamo il diritto dello Stato di Israele a difendersi da attacchi esterni come quello orribile del 7 ottobre scorso, ma allo stesso tempo chiediamo ad Israele di rispettare il diritto internazionale tutelando la popolazione civile, anch'essa in gran parte vittima di Hamas e delle sue scelte distruttive. E seguendo lo stesso ragionamento sosteniamo ovviamente il diritto del popolo palestinese ad avere un proprio Stato, ma affinché questo possa vedere presto la luce è necessario che i palestinesi lo affidino a una leadership ispirata al dialogo, alla stabilizzazione del Medio Oriente e all'autonomia. Gli accordi di Abramo hanno dimostrato la possibilità di convivere e cooperare vantaggiosamente sulla base del mutuo riconoscimento. Se questa è la prospettiva sulla quale tutti dobbiamo lavorare, e lo è, oggi l'imperativo è raggiungere senza ulteriori ritardi un cessate il fuoco a Gaza e l'immediato rilascio degli ostaggi israeliani. Israeli hostages.
Non possiamo più assistere a tragedie come quelle di questi giorni nel sud e nell'est del Libano, con il coinvolgimento di civili inermi, tra cui numerosi bambini. Detto questo, l'anniversario del prossimo anno impone a tutti noi un'occasione storica. Essere finalmente consapevoli che, piaccia o no, i problemi di oggi ci coinvolgono e ci riguardano tutti. Dobbiamo saperci mettere in discussione con unità, con consapevolezza. E questo impone anche una riflessione seria sul multilateralismo, sulla capacità delle organizzazioni internazionali di essere all'altezza di questa epoca e delle sfide che ci pone di fronte. Parlo ovviamente anche delle Nazioni Unite, della sua capacità di riformarsi partendo da ciò che è utile e necessario, non da ciò che è più facile. L'Italia è convinta che qualsiasi revisione dell'architettura di funzionamento delle Nazioni Unite, a partire dal Consiglio di sicurezza, non possa prescindere dai principi di eguaglianza, democraticità, rappresentatività. Sarebbe un errore creare nuove gerarchie con nuovi seggi permanenti. Siamo aperti a discutere la riforma senza alcun pregiudizio, ma vogliamo una riforma che serva a rappresentare meglio tutti, non a rappresentare meglio alcuni. Colleghi delegati, signore e signori, è un tempo difficile quello nel quale siamo stati chiamati a governare le nostre nazioni. Tutto intorno a noi sembra cambiare, tutto viene messo in discussione e le poche certezze che pensavamo di avere non sono più tali. Il destino ci sfida, ma in fondo lo fa per metterci alla prova. Nella tempesta noi possiamo dimostrare di essere all'altezza del compito che la storia ci ha dato. Dimostrarlo ai cittadini che governiamo, dimostrarlo ai nostri figli, dimostrarlo a noi stessi, forse soprattutto a noi stessi. Perché, come diceva un grande patriota italiano, Carlo Pisacane, protagonista di quel risorgimento che fece dell'Italia una nazione unita, ogni ricompensa la troverò nel fondo della mia coscienza. Affrontare i problemi piuttosto che rinviarli, avanzare piuttosto che indietreggiare, preferire ciò che è giusto a ciò che è utile. Questo è il nostro compito, difficile ma necessario. E l'Italia, come sempre, è pronta a fare la sua parte. Grazie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aziz Akhannouch, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة، السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، حضرات يطيب لي بداية أن أهنئ معالي السيد فيليمون يانغ على انتخابه رئيسا
congratulating Mr. Philemon Yang upon his election to the helm of the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I wish him every success in his mandate. I also wish to thank your predecessor, Mr. Denis Francis, for his efforts at the head of the previous session. I should like to take this opportunity to affirm the total support of the Kingdom of Morocco to the initiatives and the efforts of Mr. Guterres to allow our organization to tackle global challenges, and in particular his initiatives on the Summit of the Future. Mr. President, every year we come together here and we face rapid, complex developments in the international context which we discuss. This transformation is fast. We have seen technological advances which have been very significant.
تطرأ على احتياجات مجتمعاتنا والتحديات الماثلة أمام دولنا، كما أن الإحساس بالأمن الجماعي الذي صاحب إنشاء الأمم المتحدة راجع ليحل محله عدم يقين متجدد في سائر المجالات التي الصلة بالنشاط البشري. وها نحن نواجه تحدي إعادة تحديد أساليب الإنتاج والاستهلاك الخاصة بنا ونماذج الحكامة، بل وبنى مجتمعاتنا أيضا. هذا ما أكد عليه صاحب جلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله في رسالة إلى المشاركين في الاجتماعات السنوية لمجموعة البنك الدولي وصندوق النقد الدولي التي انعقدت بمراكش. وأقتبس من كلام جلالة قوله: ففي الوقت الذي كان يواجه فيه كوكبنا تقلبات مناخية فرضت واقعا جديدا ما فتئت لتؤكده المعطيات يوما بعد يوم، لا يزال العالم غارقا في مشكلات كنا إلى عهد قريب نحسب أن جزءا كبيرا منها قد وجد طريقه إلى الحل بفضل القواعد والمؤسسات متعددة الأطراف التي تم إرساؤها غداة الحرب العالمية الثانية، انتهى مضمون رسالة جلالته. ويحق لنا هنا أن نتساءل: هل بلغ العمل متعدد الأطراف مداه؟ وهل حانت ساعة التفكير في بدائل أخرى من الحكامة العالمية؟ هل نحن مجبرون على الاختيار بين تعددية العمل وتعدد المتون العليا؟ سيد الرئيس، لقد أسست المملكة المغربية عقيدة دبلوماسيتها متعددة الأطراف بناء على التوجيهات الثانية لجلالة الملك محمد السادس على مبادئ ثابتة قوامها الطموح والوضوح وأسلوب عملها الابتكار والواقعية في التصورات والخطوات لجعل التعاون مع الشركاء التاريخيين يواكب تطور الاحتياجات وبناء أطر مناسبة مع شركاء جدد انطلاقا من مبدأ التضامن الفعلي أو واقتسام التجربة والمنافع مع لازمة أساسية ولا هي رفع تحديات الأمن والتنمية والاستقرار. فخيار العمل متعدد الأطراف بالنسبة للمملكة المغربية لم يكن ولن يكون تعبيرا عن مثالية عفى عليها الزمن ولا انتهازية سياسية قصيرة الأمد، ذلك أن هذا العمل يظل بالرغم من نقائصه المسار الوحيد للتصدي لتحدياتنا الجماعية ومواجهة الأخطار الكبرى التي تواجهنا، غير أنه لم يعد ممكنا الاقتصار على التفكير في إخفاقات العمل متعدد الأطراف وعلى إعلانات النوايا لإصلاحه، بل صار لزاما علينا العمل من أجل إعطاء زخم جديد هذا الإصلاح عبر حشد كل الطاقات خاصة الشباب والنساء. فكيف لنا أن نتحرك إزاء مستقبلنا وعيد انعقاد قمة المستقبل بداية هذا الأسبوع دون إشراك هذه الفئات في بلورة أشكال ومضامين العمل متعدد الأطراف المستقبلي؟ وبنفس القناعة نعتبر أن العمل متعدد الأطراف هو أداة ورافعة بيد البلدان النامية للدفاع عن مصالحها وتسليط الضوء على أولوياتها الوطنية والاستفادة من فرص التعاون وتقاسم التجارب والخبرات. السيد الرئيس، توجد التغيرات المناخية على رأس التحديات الكبرى التي يواجهها كوكبنا، وفي هذا الإطار فإن النظر إلى الواقع كفيل باستنباط خلاصة مفادها أن البلدان الإفريقية هي الأكثر تضررا من تداعيات تغير المناخ، وإن كانت مساهمته فيه من بين الأدنى في العالم. إلى جانب ذلك تخصص حصة ضخمة من مواردها لاسترداد الديون المترتبة عنها، لذا لا بد من تعديل أطر وقواعد الاقتراض لمراعاة القيود التي تواجهها البلدان الإفريقية في التكيف مع آثار تغير المناخ. وفي هذا الإطار تدعو المملكة المغربية إلى إنشاء آليات مالية مبتكرة كفيلة بتعزيز الأثر الإيجابي لصناديق المناخ مع ضمان القدرة على تدبير المديونية. كما ينبغي التعجيل بإصلاح الهيكل المالي الدولي بغرض تلبية احتياجات البلدان النامية من خلال تيسير الاستفادة من قروض عادلة بما يضمن الاستثمار في تنميتها. كما ندعو إلى تمثيلية أكثر ملائمة للبلدان الإفريقية في مجالس إدارة البنك الدولي والبنوك المتعددة الأطراف الأخرى من أجل تعزيز الطابع الديمقراطي في أداء مجالس إدارتها، وكذا اعتبار مقاربة مثمرة في التعامل مع أزمات الديون التي تنعكس سلبا وبشدة على اقتصادات البلدان الإفريقية. وفي هذا الصدد تواصل المملكة المغربية التي تتولى رئاسة مجموعة البلدان ذات الدخل المتوسط لسنتين متتاليتين في نيويورك دعوتها إلى اتخاذ إجراءات متعددة الأطراف قادرة على الحفاظ على زخم التنمية التي تمكنت هذه البلدان. سيد الرئيس، اهتداء بالرؤية المتبصرة لصاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله، تواصل المملكة المغربية الدعوة إلى تعددية واقعية وتضامنية وبراغماتية في خدمة مصالح القارة الإفريقية بآليات فعالة في اتخاذ القرار. تلكم هي المقاربة التي تنهجها المملكة المغربية وتنكب الحكومة على تنفيذها في مجالات مختلفة كمواجهة التغيرات المناخية والهجرة ومحاربة الإرهاب، إضافة إلى تنزيل أوراق اجتماعية كبرى لبلوغ العدالة الاجتماعية من خلال تنزيل ورش الحماية الاجتماعية. وبفضل هذا الورش المهيكل الذي خصصت له ميزانية عن 21 مليار درهم سنويا بحلول عام 2026 سيستفيد ملايين الأشخاص من مساعدة اجتماعية مباشرة. سيد الرئيس، تأكيدا للتوجه المغربي نحو الأطلسي وانطلاقا من الإيمان الراسخ بأن الساحل الأطلسي من شأنه أن يصبح فضاء للتواصل الإنساني والتكامل الاقتصادي ومحور للإشعاع القاري والدولي، دعا صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله إلى تعزيز روابط الاندماج والتعاون بين الدول الإفريقية المطلة على المحيط الأطلسي في إطار مبادرة مسلسل الرباط للدول الإفريقية الأطلسية. تلكم المبادرة الملكية للتعاون جنوب-جنوب القائمة على مبادئ العمل المشترك والتضامن بغية جعل الفضاء الأطلسي الإفريقي منطقة يعمها السلام والاستقرار والتنمية. كما أطلق جلالة الملك مبادرة طموحة ترمي إلى تعزيز ولوج دول الساحل إلى المحيط الأطلسي انطلاقا من قناعة جلالته بأن لهذه المنطقة كامل الحق في المشاركة في الاقتصاد العالمي، وتسعى المبادرة الملكية الرائدة إلى أن تكون ركيزة للرخاء والسلام والاستقرار لهذا الجزء من القارة الإفريقية. كما أن روح التضامن نفسها هي التي كانت وراء مشروع إنشاء خط أنبوب الغاز المستقبلي بين المغرب ونيجيريا الذي يعد مشروعا للتكامل